Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800. After a very successful last series, Anno 1800 Mega City, where we built the ultimate city with all DLCs and hundreds of mods included, we're turning our attention to another challenge run. In this Let's Play, the focus lies on hard mode settings without exceptions. We are using the vanilla version, so no DLCs and mods, something I haven't done since my original Extreme series back in 2019, so this is going to be interesting for sure. It also means you can play along just fine with the base version of Anno. No docklands, no Africa, just pure juicy vanilla hard mode settings. No diplomacy as fits the Extreme tag, so war with all AI opponents and pirates from the beginning. Before we dabble into the game itself, let's have a look at the difficulty settings. Sandbox, less guidance of course, we are going with, one that looks a bit beaten perhaps, as fits the extreme settings. We're going to choose a nice new color that we have here, was red, I would call it. The banner of the cat, of course, proudly presents itself on all my ships. The player name is Helveticus, one of my Patreon supporters. Hello there, thank you very much for your support. As said, we are not going to use any DLCs at all. That means everything is disabled this time, just the old world and the new world. Or some ornaments we can include. And for the pure difficulty settings, let's go along and put everything on expert. This is though not enough yet. For extreme, we want to reach the highest level of difficulty here. That means there's still something here that needs to be changed. Starting ball size is small, the size is small, the difficulty is hard, fertility is sparse, mineral deposits are sparse, the map type is archipelago. Let's actually switch this to Snowflake. I think Snowflake is a bit more balanced. Random seed is 7701 if you want to play along. Be sure to check every parameter that I'm setting to get really the same map. For the characters, we're going with, of course, only 3 stars, so hardest AI opponents. That is the Admiral, Lady Hunt, and Alonso Graves once more. Faction-wise, we're going to turn off all the non-player characters because they would actually give us quests and trade with us, which makes the game easier. This is already bumping it up there a bit more. Pirates are both active on hard, of course. Feature-wise, income is low. We're even going to have to pay an upkeep for deactivated buildings. Construction cost, we need to pay a fee if we want to destroy a building. We cannot relocate any buildings, probably one of the hardest settings. Trading post restocks is rare. City incidents is hard. Quest frequency is actually uncommon. Putting this to rare now really pushes us to the upper level, to the maximum difficulty parameter. Influence is low, that means we will need to juggle around with propaganda and defensives quite a lot. Starting positions, I do like to start in position now with only a harbor, no ships allowed, which makes the beginning a bit more difficult. And we will need to build our first ship then really quickly to start exploration, and we're just getting thrown onto any map. We can kind of like imagine we get stranded there, right, and start building up something. Capital, of course, is small, so as little money as possible, and no revealed map. These are the difficulty sessions. Of course, victory condition is world domination and probably the world fair. And that's it. With that, let's get started on a brand new Anno 1800 Extreme Let's Play. I hope you're going to enjoy this one. I'm certainly going to enjoy this one. I also want to thank all my Patreon supporters. You are amazing in helping me, getting along in life really, and I'm really helpful for that. If you want to support me on Patreon, have a look at the link in the video description for my Patreon page. Without further ado, let's get cracking. Alrighty, and here we are now on a fresh map on a new island, and the first thing that I would like to check is I'm going to check real quick our resources. Let's of course also start building a smaller road. So we have, well, a beautiful island, I should say. We got a river in the center. That's going to make for some nice city building later on. We got some clay deposits, 2 of them. We got 2 iron deposits available and 4 oil springs in a very bad position. And also only 4 of them, so oil is not going to be a big deal on this island any time. Now I'm going to start ahead with building me the first area right away. We can see that we are in the northern part of the map, which is probably really bad. So there is another opponent down here, here and here most likely. That means that for the new world we'll have to fight our way through the map, because of course there is no diplomacy, and that of course means that, well, I don't have any means of defending myself other than ships, of course. Now we continue onwards with the first production right away. Over there we got a nice little forestry area. I would like to use this right away to get a production up and running quickly. Let's build 2 warehouses. Actually, I'm going to make a change here with 2 warehouses, right? Because I was always going with 1, but I think 2 makes just a bit more sense in the demand that we have for 4 sawmills. 1 lumberjack hut here, 1 here by the oil spring, so we can integrate this nicely later on with some sexy oil refinery in the middle of all of this. We're going to make a nice road system where everything is connected as well with the warehouses, and that's it. Next up right away, I'm going with the first building blocks. Let's go ahead and make us the standard building block that I do like a lot by now, especially since it's looking really nice later on with investors. And bear in mind, this time we cannot move anything at all, right? So everything that we built here, even in blueprint mode, I cannot move it anymore. This is locked. I can only remove it. But that's making things a bit more spicy there, I think, because we need to be very careful about building placement in general. Let's have another full block here, and then probably some smaller ones as well. So this is blueprint mode, right? And like that. Roads, however, cannot be built in blueprint mode, so we will just have to be careful about this. That's the first one. I think this is a good location now for the first marketplace then right away. And we are also going to make, well, wait a second, a pub then in this area like so. That should be golden, and then we can continue. Before I do it, however, let's actually get cracking with my lumber production. And let's also get cracking right away with a marketplace and the first people. And with that, the first farmers are moving to Vlachtbrecht. This, of course, is not a real name. So we're going to replace it with a Scanlon, one of my Patreon supporters. So thank you very much for your continued support to my channel. And we continue onwards. We have some timber still left. Of course, we should get cracking with more of them. As promised, I'm not going to slow down the game at all anytime. We're also not going to pause the game, right? So we need to really just hurry up there, because the AI, as we know, yeah, well, they do like to advance very quickly. Also, here we have these guys now. The thing with that is, however, there's not enough workforce right now. So we got the 40 farmers negative still, so whenever we build a house, there's some farmers moving in, and for now these are working at a reduced efficiency. Let's also bump it up though by 50% each. This is going to lead to a lot of unhappiness, which will counter soon. That is my hope, at least. But yeah, it's going to be a slow start here for my lumber industry. However, once ticking off, we are going to be filled with planks, and as we can see, the first logs are being now delivered over to my sawmills. And the sawmills then process that to timber. I just love the good old times, the easy times, the simple times, simple life. Just logging some trees and making planks out of them. After a bit of time, as we can see, the warehouse is getting flooded with the first planks coming out of the sawmills. This is only a temporary problem though, as everything is happening at once. We build everything at once, right? This is going to even out then over time, but a second warehouse will be needed soon. 5 tons of planks we have in, 6 tons that is. We can continue with the next buildings. Let's go ahead and have those jolly good people. And they also have the first need, which is fish. So beside the market, we also get the fish supply now that we need to provide. We got 10 tons of fish, a starting resource, not a lot more, right? Also 30,000 coin, or 25,000 coin is down to 21,000 now. And we're still having a negative balance here. Let's go ahead and build us the next fisheries. We will not be able to remove them once built, as always, so we need to be careful where we place them, and I think like that is fine. There's not going to be any docklands, so we can use this area, for example, for some shipyards and stuff like that. Let's build the fishery. Will cost me a few farmers there again. And as we can see, we're barely negative now on the farmers. So at least workforce should be no problem right now. Let's continue with the next farmers over here. 10 tons of planks. I would like to build the next warehouse with that. 500 more coin that we need to spend. Probably drops us below 20,000 now. Let's go ahead and also continue with those guys here. At least city status to village, and we have over 100 people. And we also have unlocked the ornaments with that. Thank you very much. However, one more important thing is we have a bit more timber again. Let's continue with some more farmers. That also will unlock now the next production chains, which is schnapps and work cloth. Now, schnapps and work cloth require a lot of space. Space is scarce in this world and on these islands, so I will need to do one thing that I usually not do. I will build my first bridge right away. 20 tons of timber and 1,000 credits is expensive, but it's an investment that I need to make right away. And let's just also make sure that we have the layout right here. It goes then all the way down to this harbor area that we will be able to use then later. There's also an iron deposit close by that we can use on top of everything. Perfect. Here though, I would like to go ahead then with my production now, that is the schnapps. That will need then some potato farms, so we can actually do this right away. There's the first one. I'm not going to boost them. Even without the docklands, we should be flooded with juicy schnapps all the time. And what these potato farms need is also some schnapps distilleries and the right warehouse plus fire station close to this. Let's also get this one done. Oopsie, we wasted another 38 credits. I continue with the upgrading of more people in the meantime. And we can also build the first pub, very important, as this will lead to a lot of happiness. We have a negative 18 happiness right now. That means protests on this difficulty can start really quickly. Let's build the pub, and drinking in the shade of some trees always makes people happy, leading to +5 content population for now. I continue meanwhile with the next productions, which is of course my framework knitters, where we're also going to squeeze in then some sheep farms. We got the timber available. Let's build the fire station, the warehouse number 2. Let's build the first 2 potato farms, first 2 schnapps distilleries, first 2 sheep farms. Let's make it 3 and the framework knitters on top of that. We still have enough farmer workforce with all of these buildings. Balance though is really negative for now. And the first 500 people move in. So also here the work cloth and the schnapps demand will be filled now rather quickly. I can continue then with some more building space or some more people that we can move in. Let's have another block over there and another block over there. We can build them right away. Also down here towards the coastline. And then a few more people here right beside the mountain. Of course, beauty building is not my primary target, but we can still look out for a few of parks that we can add. Then I would like to leave this area available, and we probably will then just remove a few buildings later on once financial problems are not our biggest concern anymore, as it is right now. We are soon dropping below 10,000. We will need 10,000 though for the shipyard, so I need to be a bit careful there how I spend my money. However, what we should be seeing now is schnapps coming in rather soon. Fish is, by the way, negative. Schnapps we have now, and workload we have then as well. The full production is not up and running yet, right? So this is just starting. Let's go ahead and also build the next fishery right away, as we do need all that fish. How's it looking over here, pals? Yeah, people are on the fields, harvesting me the potatoes that I need for some beautiful alcohol. And with the schnapps coming in, people that are euphoric, 21 happiness right now, dancing on the streets and whatnot. Also work cloth coming in. With that, we will have all the needs fulfilled for the tier 1 population and can then advance to tier 2. Let's use the planks in the meantime to also build us a few more farmers. Of course, as always, the most important thing is rushing to workers and artisans and building up a smaller fleet to protect ourselves. Because with no diplomacy, that means we are going to be at constant war with the other 3 AI opponents. And we need to start defending ourselves rather quickly, especially also to secure some islands. While everything of this is working, as we can see, a small balance of 70s coming in now. Really just subtle, but it's at least a difference. Let's also have a look at my first resident quest. Terrific firefighter, but he has a terrible habit of disappearing. That's Hubby. Last time they found him, I'm passing out by the pub. So she lost her husband, and he's probably dancing around at the pub or also just passed out. There he is, dancing around, jolly good. What do we get out of it? 20 fish. I was hoping for something much better. Usually items are in store there, but not this time. This farmer house here will not be able. I thought it is possible, but that is part of the clay pit there. While we wait for the needs to come in, I will continue with the expansion of my next city district. We do have a bit of space here. Bear in mind, this is probably a bit of a harbor area that we can use them. And I would like them to continue with my next district right over there. Something like this should be workable. And then also a few more blocks over there. Very good. Also, as always, another marketplace and then also space for another pub that we can easily squeeze in. What we also should work out for is, yeah, fire protection. Let's have a fire station right here and also probably a fire station over in this area and another one in this area, as fires can be quite severe on this difficulty. We got some 65 tons of timber in again, and as we can see, tier 1 is ready to upgrade. Let's go ahead and do this. Tier workers, tier 2. That it is age of industrialization, some more beautiful buildings. Let's have the next block upgraded right away as well. And with that, we have a whole bunch of new buildings unlocked. And with that, also what we can start now is a clay production. We should start with that really quickly. So I'm going ahead with a brick factory right away and a second brick factory. I will probably just build it here. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Wait a second. I'm hoping that we kind of like can, yeah, use the space there to add at least another house or something like that. There you go. That's fine. And we can add a few more houses actually in here. Let's actually build them right away. And then I'm just waiting for a few planks to come in to start our brick production. Now we can use that time to also continue with a bit more city expansion over there to the north of Scanlon. And while we did that, also get this road over there, we can now build the first clay production, which is going to consume the first workforce that we have. Brick factory and clay pit up and running. 50 workers, 25 each for the factories, leading to 100 workers that we need out of that. One of them will not be enough though. I'm probably not going to boost them. We could boost them, of course. That would lead to a bit more unhappiness, but we should be having a perfectly happy population right now. So I can actually go ahead and boost my production for these two, leading to 25 negative. And I would also like to prepare then the next production for clay, which is over here. So let's just get us a road down from this area there. Let's actually make it like that so that it's aligned perfectly fine. And here we will have then a bridge or like this. This could work out as well. Bit of an iron deposit there. And boom, there we have then the next brick production. I should definitely watch out for a fire station. Let's actually build one here that also has the brick factory in its range there. Perfect, just in case there is a fire. We continue with the remaining planks to just build us a few more houses. We've also dropped below 10,000 coins, but the balance is fine for now. So yeah, we can live with that for the moment. Another thing I would like to start as well is my sail production. We have a bit of space over here still left, right? And the sheep farm. So this sheep farm is for that framework knitter. Actually, we can build this right away as, let's be honest, we will need it soon anyway. Let's finish another 2 framework knitters here together with the sheepy farms. As always, coastal sites. I hate coastal sites. This is always tricky to maintain because I cannot see the end of it. There you go, and we can have another sheep farm then here. And then I would like to also squeeze in some 2 sheep farms for 2 sail makers as well. And there you go, also have built that. Let's build one of them. Once we have the bricks, we will be able then to also finish it. Now the first bricks are coming in, 2 tons. That's a nice start. And as we can see, just as expected, the first fire as well. Lucky us, we built a fire station already. And the second one we should also finish just in case one is not enough, since fire likes to spread quite a lot. Let's also have the next buildings upgraded with the remaining timber that we have. A quick glance at my consumption shows me that, yeah, schnapps is already at its limit. The same goes with the fish. So let's just go ahead, build us 2 more potato farms and 2 more schnapps distilleries. I would also like to go ahead with 1 more framework knitter. Oh, the costs are insane. And also, we should probably watch out for some more fisheries now. So I can have another one here. And another one hopefully somehow like this. Perfect. Also build both of them right away. We're at 6,700. We really should watch out for that money. So let's go ahead and upgrade a few more people. The higher the tier, the more taxes they pay us. And taxes is what I need right now. Meanwhile, the fire continues to spread. We can mobilize the fire station so that we have 2 times the firefighters available for a short period of time. And there's the other firefighter coming now. As always, a nice look on the streets to show us how hard they are working. There's no need for panic though, people. Absolutely no need for panic.
The flames are wild.
I continue with another expansion up here in the north with a pub and the marketplace, as long as we have some time right now for waiting for more timber to come in, right, for the upgrades. We can just happily continue with a few more upgrades. Let's also make sure that we do use the triple road there to our advantage. At least one building was destroyed so far. We can quickly repair this. And we finally have the bricks for the first sailmaker. There you go. Quite expensive that building is, but absolutely required for first ships. Just waiting on a bit of wool now. We can also go ahead with the first propaganda. The newspaper has been unlocked. We do have a bit of influence available, and I would like to use this for You Are Happier Than You Think, and also spend another 5% income that we can, well, get out of it, but it's still not really a high income. With that, at least we get the Wordsmith influence bonus, which is going to lead to 7% more newspaper effectiveness. What it also does is it leads to the first worker quest, and here I'm hoping for some coin to come in. My mates wanted to see who's stronger, and turns out I won, but I may or may not need 2 bricks to build it. This is bad. I hate that quest. 6 tons of bricks we need to spend for an unknown reward that could be good or could be very bad. Let's go ahead and do this, and what do we get out of it? A distiller, that's at least 7,400 coin. Worth it, very good. Once we have a ship, we can sell this for some quick cash. The fire has been doused, perfect. Also no more destruction in my city. We got, however, a few more planks. Let's go ahead and upgrade my people. Quickly check out our consumption rates. They're looking perfect, so I can happily continue with also a few more houses than over here once we have the timber in. Yeah, and after a bit of time, we do have 1,500 people and 10,000 coin again with a nice balance of 700. The consumption of the basic goods is fine, and that also makes it possible now for us to construct the shipyard. It is so expensive. 10,000 coin, boof, off it goes, and yeah, we are close to bankruptcy with that. We have the first ships unlocked with this, the schooner and the gunboat. Of course, we start out with the schooner. I do just need a few more planks. As we can see, sales is in. And after a very short period of time, we get the first ship out, the first schooner, Nikush. It is, hello, one of my Patreon supporters once again. It's a momentous occasion, and we should be honoring this with one of my patrons. My first ship, we can build the next one right away. Let's do this rather than upgrading more buildings or so, even though we have enough planks to actually do this as well. And with that very first schooner, well, it's time to go out there and explore the map. First of all, I can see some islands over there, so I would like to send my ship right over to these islands, and hopefully we do find us fur or hops abundance on one of these, because we are going to need them soon for some upgrades. Grain islands also could work out nicely, or should work out nicely, because we do need bread, and we don't have a lot of space here for bread production, I think. So expansion is important. Now a bit of coin is coming in again. We continue, of course, with a building. Now let's also have the next blocks of houses then over here. And proudly under the banner of the cat, Nikush is on its way now, hopefully finding us good islands that we can settle on, and hopefully not the pirates, please. while the ship is on its way, we can continue with preparing the next industry, which is going to be a very expensive industry, and that is of course my iron beams production or steel beams production, my iron production. So we don't need an iron mine, we don't have an iron deposit over there. We will need some charcoal burners for this, so I think this is a good location for it. For now we need to use them, unfortunately, right? They take up a lot of space and are very dirty. Later on hopefully we can use something cleaner. With one iron mine here, we can use 2 furnaces that get powered by this. However, we could actually have more than that, I think, because we have, yep, over here another iron deposit that we can use then as well. So in total, probably around 4 furnaces, and whoop-de-doo, we can squeeze them in like that. Perfect. They will definitely also need a fire station as always. And one more thing then that we should also provide here then is the steelworks. Let's just make sure that we are not really, well, using up that much space. I think here should be fine for it without reducing the effectiveness of my charcoal burners too much. They should just be fine really, because they don't need the full radius. And with that we have then the steel beams production up and running as well to another warehouse then over there. Yeah, it's going to be expensive though, and we need a lot of workers for this, so let's continue with a bit more city expansion in the meantime. A few over here and here, so this whole district is also coming to life. As always, let's get this one as close to break even as possible, so that we get the maximum out of the industry. Meanwhile, we found some islands. Over here, there is a hops island on it, very good, and red pepper. Not a bad island, no grain unfortunately. We got another hops and red pepper here. This is not necessary, but okay. I think there's still something lurking here. No, it's looking pretty empty over there. Let's go to the south. A bit further, there is another island that we can find. And I do of course need to find arch as well. This is most likely the pirate's base by the look of it. This is definitely pirate's base right here in the center of the map. We should stay clear of this for now. It will destroy my ships instantly. Make sure that this is not happening. We can also enjoy the nature landscapes around us in the meantime. Beautiful islands we have. So Archibald Blake introduces himself. There he is. That is a good location. Not too far away from us, so we can quickly and easily get us some coin out of that. And this is what I would like to use for my second schooner, commodities. Nope, of course it's going to be Rix, one of my Patreon supporters once more. And let's just check it out. We do have this item distiller, and I would like to get this one to Archibald Blake right away for the quick 7,000 cash that we're getting out of this. The other schooner continues to explore the map as we're opening up more and more. Perfect. This is most likely then also my corridor to the south, right? To the new vault. Definitely will need to keep this active. Let's also go back real quick to my city. We do have some planks available again. I would like to use this for some more upgrades. Also along here at the main road. Still everything looking fine. Let's also have a few more farmers, of course, because that population is a bit down at the moment, leading to 850 on the balance. We will need that soon for the steel production. So my schooner... there's the pirate. Please stay clear of this. There's another island, and there is another island. 2 more islands that we definitely should have a look at. With the planks, I could queue up a new schooner soon. Oh, Admiral Vicente Silver is introducing himself. Over there, the first opponent that we find, and as promised, what we're doing right now is declaring war with him right now. At the moment, we're actually almost equal here with our military and economic score. But of course, that's going to change then in the future as well. We got the first opponent over there. He also has a shipyard already, so he's going to pump out those ships soon. There is still another island over here. Meanwhile, my schooner gets to Archie. And here we are. Let's actually get rid of this 7,400 coin. Hooray! While we're in the area, let's also use the moment to get one of these quests here.
Know that any assistance
A delivery quest, a wild streak. Once I even wagered a castle against a fellow and lost the rashness of youth. Better to do the honorable thing and build it now though, don't you think? And he wants me to deliver some 26 tons of bricks, but he would pay us handsomely for this for 4,400 coin. I might think about this. Let's use my second schooner here in the meantime to go out and explore a bit more, stay clear of the pirate and start exploring the north of the map. So far so good, we made some good progress there, I think. Advanced to tier 2. Also, we're doing the exploration thingy now, and then we will need to start with the new productions and expansions to new islands. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme Vanilla Edition. Once more to Scanlon on our small island. I mean, small for Anno 1800 standards, right? Small island where we do kind of like need to squeeze in a city. So far we have achieved a tier 2, of course. We have also had the first war declaration. Oh, Admiral Vicente Silva is preparing something here with lots of bricks. And of course we continue onwards with the next brick production ourselves, because right now we were a bit low on that, and with that we have 2 bricks now up and running. That will lead to around 4 tons of bricks per minute. I will also now continue with the preparation of my first iron production. We can actually go ahead with this by building a fire station, also a warehouse, an iron mine, a charcoal burner and a furnace. Right, easy times. Quite expensive, the whole endeavor. I would like to build a second charcoal burner and a second furnace right away. Lady Margaret Hunt introduces herself, and we also see the first pirate ship. And Harlow is on her way. Of course, once again, with the pirates, we're not going to do any PC things. Lady Margaret Hunt over here. Let's just get my schooner out of the way here, please. And then we're going to declare war. Of course, I don't want to get shot by that. There you go. And let's go ahead. Margaret Hunt, war declaration. It would happen at some point anyway. She would declare war anyway. So we're just going to be a bit quicker about this than her. Now, let's continue. There's the pirate, so we should stay clear of it. Let's actually get over here and then here, putting us some waypoints. I still need to find me a proper grain island, please. I totally forgot about that. My ship is here. Admiral Vicente, he's got a good grain island there. Unfortunately, that's not for us. And is there any island here? Oh, this is not looking good, to be honest, now that I think about it. Alonso is also introducing himself. There is another pirate ship, not attacking us yet. Very good. Look at that, Alonso very close to the Admiral. That's going to lead to some interesting situations there in the future. There it is. It's his main island too. I did not expect that. Even though, now that I'm looking at it, we are very close to Miss Hunt. Look at that. We are having a look on her island. Oh, this is going to be crazy. This is definitely going to be interesting once the fleets are rolling out. Speaking about fleets, we can build the next schooner. And I should also work on my next production. We got the steel beams over here, right? I will work on a second steel mill factory like this. So there's the steel then coming over. And definitely also start with the weapon production. So I would like to have one of the weapon factories here as well. And as we can see, we're barely scratching the effectiveness of this charcoal burner. So we are fine. And yeah, because we have everything, let's build my first steel beams factory right over here. And with that, we have this production up and running now. Exploring a new island over here. There would be potato and grain, but of course Miss Hunt is in the way here to this island. It's not really big either. Nothing we can do with that. That's the end of the map. There is another bigger island. Another fire once again rages in my own city. Destruction. We need to rebuild a few things, and we have enough planks to just go ahead and upgrade the next people to workers. Let's also make sure that my consumption rates of fine schnapps and workload need some improvement now. So we can build the last potato farm and the last schnapps distillery. I would also like to build the last sheep farm and the last framework knitter. A new island, a very big one at that. It has grape and fur abundance. Very important fur. We don't have fur yet. We do need that to advance then to engineers. So it's going to be very important that we secure ourselves a nice fur island there. Hops, of course, for the beer production, but fur is actually more important, as only with fur we are able to advance. There is another island with 3 clay deposits, no mountains, but fur abundance on it. So,
Ship constructed.
Might be doing something there. The next schooner is ready. 2 of them we have. I would like to use both of them to sell, making some profit out of that, as we are dropping below 10,000 almost again with all the industries, which are very expensive. And as we can see also, when there's factories exploding, nothing I can do about that really, other than rebuilding. Yeah, with the fishies, we're not that fine anymore. I should watch out for some more fish production, primarily over here. Yeah, let's use 1,000 coin for another steel beams factory, leading to 2 of them now, producing 45 seconds each. So 2 steel beams every 1.5 minutes, which is still not optimal. But we are going to start. Oh, of course, we are only starting here now. Now we get the first steel beams in. With that, we will be able then to build the weapons factory soon. However, this will put us negative as my balance is deteriorating. I should continue with a few more houses right over here. Yeah, we can still afford it, kind of. Another island has been found. Hops and grapes on it. Very small. Very close to the pirate. We're staying clear of the pirate right now because once we actually explore her, we are opening up diplomatic actions. That also means that she's then declaring war on us right away. For now, the pirate is rather neutral and is not harming my ships. We're kind of like using that mechanic for the moment. Of course, it's inevitable that we find her. First schooner is also coming in. Let's go ahead and sell this one right away for 2,500 coin. My other schooner, meantime, is exploring the northernmost part of the map, but I think there's really nothing here, right? It was really just a spark of hope, but unfortunately there's really no island here, so nothing I can do about that. We will need to work with what we have. That means no fur island. Nope, only hops. Well, hops is nice, of course. We need fur to advance, so it is an island. That's the pirate. Going to be tricky, really. We're probably going to need this island here for sure, and this one here for the hops. Another newspaper edition. Let's go ahead with the income. The happiness we keep for now. Since we have a few bricks, I would like to get cracking on a fire station over here. Very important. And also a fire station, yeah, closer to my city. There's definitely going to be riots at some point, and this one here right in the center of it all should work wonders. That's 5,000 coin investment, but it's absolutely something we need. We can compensate that with selling a few more ships. There's the next schooner then on its way to Archie now as well, and I would like to put the waypoint out there and build us another schooner for another ship to sell. Actually, with Porcupine here, I would like to use the moment to get us a few more steel beams in. We need to settle on 2 islands very quickly. Investing a bit into steel beams is going to get us this advantage, right? That's 1,100 coin. Let's go ahead and get this one to Scanlan, get the rest of the materials, and then we can settle on 2 islands right away. Bear in mind though, every island we need to settle, we need to defend as well, so we cannot just endlessly settle on all the islands. Now we are definitely going to lose them at some point. So 2 islands should do the trick. We can defend 2 islands, I think. Now the first decisions come to mind, how we should advance. I do need, of course, to work also on my first productions here, as workers are quite demanding. They want sausages and soap. I will not be able to have a bread production on this island, unfortunately. I mean, we could try it, but it's going to be very tight. I could also get my pigs over here as we have lots of space, but no grain production possible. This would be perfect for grain, honestly. So I will probably move my piggies over to this island and my grain to Scanlan, because otherwise we would have to settle on a 3rd island. That is something I definitely cannot afford at the moment. I don't even know another grain island except for this one right in front of Miss Hunt's main harbor. Something I probably do not want to risk. Another schooner is ready for action in at Sir Archibald Blake. We do have the bricks. I could actually sell them right now, and I think we're going to use Nikush here. Instead of selling it, we could use it also to get that mission done. We still have around 16 minutes on that, and I would like to do this. Darn it! The Admiral... No, Alonso was faster than we were. He settled on the Fur Island. Now we have a problem. Now we have a real problem. Rix is a ship that I'm going to sell soon. We don't have any island with grain and fur, hops and grain on it. This is very unlucky. This is really, really unlucky. We need to decide where we want to settle. This one for sure. My ship is on its way already for this. Alonso, I hate that guy and we are going to take revenge on him. We have landed on the island. We can build the trading post. Let's do this right away. Very important. With that, our first expansion. A good island for building space for hops and pepper. But unfortunately, no grain and no furs, which is going to be a problem, of course. On this island here, Greed Church.
Station.
Which, of course, is not something that I can actually pronounce. So let's go ahead. Swanel, one of my supporters. Thank you very much. And you have an island now. With that, we have some 40 tons of timber left on it. I would like to go ahead with, of course, a basic timber production. We actually need to hurry up now because time is of the essence. 2 should be sufficient. Let's build this. And since we have the space on this island, I would also like to start building up a smaller second settlement, right? So main road we have. And then once again, we're going ahead with some basic buildings here. We are down to 1,600 coin, by the way. That means that I will not be able to endlessly build now. Even roads are expensive. So let's not try to get overboard here with blueprinting, because every blueprinted block costs me some coin. Let's rather use it to build that marketplace right away. We will have 1 block here and 1 block here, so there should be the marketplace just fine, together with then a pub as well. So let's keep that distance here. Perfect. Build the marketplace and build the first buildings here as well in Swanel. A second settlement, a second village now coming up. Also, I think my bricks have arrived. Yep, there's my bricks. Yeah, really, look at that. Miss Hunt also wanted to settle here, but Alonso was faster. And there's also the Admiral coming into Swanel, leading to the first conflict, though a schooner cannot fight back, so it's rather just getting destroyed. I think he wanted to settle here and forgot to change the waypoint of that ship, and that will lead to its certain destruction. Perhaps there's some building materials on board that we can use. I can turn in the quest. That is going to be some 4,400 coin, much needed. And there's the ship gone. And that is actually some loot here in the form of timber. Yep, it was. And steel beams. So this actually was bound to settle on this island here. And 22 tons of weapons. Crazy. Let's get this over to Scanlon. And this will give us the edge. We will soon be able to build the first warships then. Meanwhile, I will sell rigs now as well. And we can also sell the Kraken's Coal. That is a very cool name for a schooner.
What a jolly.
Leading to another 5k income to 10,000 once more, which still is not really a lot. With the timber that we have, let's actually build us the first weapons production now up here, leading to a negative balance for now. And then we continue onwards with a few more farmers and of course also more workers. This will most likely settle down to negative balance here for my consumption goods. That is the work cloth and the schnapps. So what I can do is I'm going to add 2 more potato farms together with 2 more schnapps distilleries, and those guys we're going to boost them in the future. Let's also have as a warehouse here. Space really is tight. It is really tight. I have no idea how we squeeze in the rest. Miss Hunt settled ultimately on a new island, and of course it is this one here, and that's going to be very tricky here, to be honest. It's right next to my island, and my ships of course will pass around here. Look at that. We have this tiny corridor to move ships around without getting damaged by that warehouse here. Thank you very much, Miss Hunt, for yet another kiss on my bot. The weapons are in, so with that we should be able now, there it is, to build the first gunboat. Let's do this. Next island has been settled. Down here, Bragard. That is now Admiral's Island once more with some hops and grapes. We still don't have a fur island. We do need one.
Stations.
Porcupine, you're going to be the one. Once again, we do need some 8 tons of steel beams, right? And then I'm waiting for some planks here to come in, and then we use this schooner here to settle on another island. And since it's very hard now to find proper islands, we probably will have to settle here if it's not being taken in the meantime. This island though is problematic for 2 reasons. First of all, it only has fur, nothing else. And second of all, it is remote. Look at that. The distance to my main island is pretty severe and is going through that corridor. Something that Miss Hunt could easily take under her control. And there's also the pirate here. There would be no way to get to this island if Miss Hunt settles here as well. I will probably have to settle there too. No way I can do this any other way. We are going to need some 40 tons of planks here. Even a bit more, I think. To build us up a smaller industry then as well. 40 tons we have now. In Swanel, meanwhile, Yeah, at least some planks are in, so we can continue now with the expansion of the next houses. Something else I should be doing is, we have a pretty high farmer happiness right now, so what I can do is I can actually boost, for example, my framework knitter, so I don't need to waste any more space on that. It's not good. Sorry. Nope. This is too high of a penalty. I will need to instead build me, yeah, some more sheep farms. We probably can squeeze it in here. Let's try it out. I will need, yeah, around 2 more framework knitters. There is no warehouse close by, but we will need a warehouse here for the fisheries anyway, so let's build that. Right, so here we're going to have the fisheries. That means that I can still have some industry here, like 2 more framework knitters for now. This is all very nasty looking, but it's something that I need to do here. We can build one like, yeah. Now that's the only way how I can think about this, because we cannot build any farms here, so we need to squeeze it in kind of like this, very strange looking. This will lead to a few more framework knitters for the time being, but we will need to boost that soon anyway. We continue with a few more upgrades, yeah, here, but we need to make sure that we always have enough workforce there, really. Another fire station, unfortunately, is something I need to add as well. It's tight. It is really tight. For the schnapps, we build now the last 2 potato farms with the schnapps distilleries. Also, Swanell receives another fishery. I might actually do something else. I might focus on this island and settle on that one, because that is still easier for me to actually defend than this island here, which would be very bad for the corridor, right? And I could take this one here by force. That would be a totally valid option. Another thing I need to do is, since sales is getting a bit tight here, let's build the next sail maker. And, oh, they're already purchasing shares from one another. I wish I would have the financial power for that. Oh, this is just so bad. She's also in the middle of Archie right away, so we will need to always find a corridor to Archie if I want to make this work. Selling ships, for example. The second gunboat is coming out now. And the Naval shrimp is my first one. At least we have some firepower with that, and I can start tearing down some schooners there. She doesn't have military ships yet, so we could use this to our advantage. What to do now with the settlement? Yes, let's go for this island here. It is more important for me long-term wise or short-term wise, whatever, because here basically we can have a grain production up and running that provides me some bread. This I think is more important than having this island over here for something in the future that I don't really need yet, and we can always conquer this one here, I think, at least. Now in Swanell, a bit more planks are coming in. Let's continue with the expansion of this tiny town. I like Swanell already. It's going to give me some coin there, I think. There you go. And we might also consider a pub then soon. Swanell is easy in comparison to Scanlon. Scanlon, meanwhile, is looking a bit tight here now. Fish is still fine. Workload is fine. Schnapps is fine. Let's go ahead and build a few more. The next gunboat is ready. Let's use my smaller fleet now. Get it into this corridor here and just destroy any kind of schooner that passes by and take the loot and sell it. Playing a bit the pirate is fine when it comes to taking down Misthunt. There is already the sea sponge on its way now, departing in Milk Church. And we could have some fun here with that. Hopefully my 2 gunboats are fine destroying it. We'll just see that.
Enemy target established.
Unfortunately, 2 gunboats are not really doing that much. As we can see, that schooner is fast. Problem with that schooner is it's sailing with the wind, right? The wind is on its way right now. So this one here will be easier because it's sailing against the wind, making it a much easier target. She will have no chance here. Can I get the next gunboat out? I could if I had the sails. This is why the next sailmaker is so important. Yeah, we are going to take down this ship here. To continue here, we can build a pub now. Pretty expensive. We're, by the way, having some financial problems here. Okay, this one's going down. Let's hope that there is some loot behind it. Take this one. A gunboat only has 1 cargo slot, so we can only take 1 with each. Some flour and some bricks. I can use the bricks for sure.
Escort.
Meanwhile, in Scanlon, let's actually upgrade the next people. Very good. Leading to only 4 on the farmer now. And we should probably prepare for my next industry then.
New orders?
That is something I would like to do down here. Down in Jensen, another one of my Patriot supporters. Thank you very much. Let's get the schooner down with the building materials. We do need bricks as well for the bakery. We will also need some additional steel beams.
On our way.
Make sure that we are not within the range here. This is actually fine. And I will use another one of my ships here, Porcupine, to get some planks over there still. All very expensive rather. And we're so close on the negativity there. Let's upgrade a few more buildings.
Busy season. We assist.
Ships are on the way. Another gunboat. The Sharp Gust has been finished. Nah, sorry, that was my brick production. By the way, there is the next ship coming in. The next schooner. That's the second schooner of Miss Hunt that we can destroy with that. Let's build the next farms then over here. In Swanell, I could start with my pig production. Yep, let's do this. We don't have any clay pits here, by the way, in Swanell, so I do need to get the bricks over myself. It's fun being a pirate. She has another schooner out, no gunboats yet.
Fleet ready.
Come on, take that last shot. There you go. Down it is.
Stations.
Let's get rid of the flour there. I really don't need that, and we might find us something better. There's the pirate. It's not shooting at us because we haven't found an Harley yet. Get the planks overboard, the bricks and the steel beams in Jensen. And here we will now start with that grain production. Bear in mind, we only can do grain here, right? Because everything else should be then in Swanell. We don't have the workforce here for anything else other than grain. For that, I will need some farmers there at least. So we do need to have at least one marketplace. This is going to be very tight, bear in mind. So I will need to be very careful what I'm doing. Let's just see. This is the maximum that I can use here. And some more farmers and probably also a pub for some happiness. But that's about it. Doesn't need to reach all of them. You know what. Get the pub over to this side. Right, and with that we can reach a bunch of these people now. And I will also need at least one fishery for these guys. And then the rest is all for grain. Yeah, let's build it. And Jensen has started to exist. These two schooners, I'm inclined to sell them, to be honest. There's still some planks in it. Let's sell one of them. Try to get over there to Archie somehow, peacefully. There you go. And the other schooner, I'm going to get back. Because right now, I'm having a bit of a sail shortage, right? As I also need to build up a fleet. A third gunboat we can commission now. Potatoes, not something I need. Planks, not something I need really. Bricks is okay. Let's get the bricks back home. Another schooner comes in. The money is much needed. 2,500 coin. We continue with the destruction of Miss Hunt's schooner fleet. Of course, this is going to hurt her a bit there with her logistics. Definitely making her weaker. Oh, certificate of industrial standards, 13,000. Let's get this to Archie right away. That's a godsend, to be honest. I love piracy. Nikush, you're going back home here right now because you are going to get me lots of these bricks that we have over to Swanell, where we do start then with our first production of sausages and soap. Very important for Scanlon. And the grain-wise, we're in Janssen. We have 220 farmers here available. That's way more than we need. Let's also go ahead for the next propaganda. That is a negative consumption rating and spend. Negative consumption means 10% less goods are being consumed. That is just making things barely workable in Scanlon. We still have a bit of a workforce problem right now, and that is because we are not using that space here yet for more people, of course. I can do this here a bit, right? So we do have that. Let's just see that police station here. We are going to take a bit of the efficiency away there for the lumberjacks, but that's still fine, right? It's really barely anything. Have another block then here, and probably this. Also fine. These people have a perfect location beside the oil springs. At least you have something to bath around.
Ship under
Alright, the next schooner is here. One of my ships is under attack. Yep, this one's a bit too close here now to that. We need to be careful at all times. It should not get within this radius. Schooners are going down so quickly, as we can see.
Steersman.
Let's be certain of that. Let's sell the book. I love it. That's going to bring us a lot of joy. 16,000 on the balance now with the selling of this book. Let's get the gunboat back home. Ah, look at that. Miss Hunt is starting with her first cannon tower now. Of course, she has realized that we are having some gunboats here, and she definitely does not want to get into any danger. Let's build another schooner, and after that another gunboat, and then I think with tier 1 ships we should be golden, and then we can focus on the frigates once we have that. Of course, we need to wait for some building materials now to get over here to Swanell, and then we continue onwards with tier 2 productions and onwards to artisans. Stay tuned. Oh, you don't see that right now. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 100 Extreme. Who would have thought that piracy is so much fun? I'm having a lot of fun right now. Finally also paying Miss Hunt back her past crimes. I'm looting her ships. What is that? A ball and chain. That probably belongs to her bedroom. I don't know. 25 is the selling price. Let's get rid of that once more. Ugh. I think it's not really clean. Now onwards we go to our next productions now, that is the piggies in Swanell. Now Swanell has one thing, that is space, but it does not have qualified workforce or a good fertility for most of the things that I need. So we are going to get the piggy started and get the processing done in Scanlon, where we do have the workers, but not that much space. Space-wise we will use this area here, and we do need to be careful, unfortunately. I could do one thing, I could get the potatoes. Nah, we cannot get the potatoes anywhere. We are also really capped on this. It's not getting any easier. So we're going to start with that processing industry right up here. We don't need that much for the beginning, right? So the slaughterhouses, of course, we do need. So let's get us a bunch of them up in this sorry corner. Definitely also important a fire station, as my people tend to like to set things on fire. Writing they also do like, so I might need to have someone to beat them down. There you go, a nice police station on top of that. We do have a consumption for sausage right now, a demand of 3 per minute. That means 3 slaughterhouses. We have 6 slaughterhouses. I would like to bump this up to, let's say, 8 slaughterhouses. That will be quite enough for the foreseeable future. Let's also get us another warehouse up and running. That would be then somewhere over here most likely. And this one is now for the soap. Now the soap consumption is probably not that high. It is at 1 right now. 1 soap factory produces 2. That will lead to a total of 8 that we can get out this block here. That, however, needs 8 rendering works in total. So 2 of these blocks then here in addition to that. This will be the total soap consumption for quite some time, and we still have some room left over here for some breweries or anything else like that. Perfect. I think that is it. Let's go ahead and get us cracking on the first ones. We need to be very careful here now with that. So 1 pig farm is providing 1 slaughterhouse, and 1 pig farm is providing 1 rendering work, which is half a soap factory. So we do need to have 3, 4, 5, let's make it 6 pig farms for now that I need to start with. We have 17,000 coin. That is fine. Let's go ahead. 2, 4, 6. That was 3,600 coin. And of course, some workers and farmers. Now, Nikush is going to be my first trade route, really. What an honor. And it's going to take this trade route here. Look at my symbol. I love my symbol on the map. And he's going to transport pigs. Pigs only for the moment. Nikush, off you go. Hopefully we will not have to do the waypoints, right? We're just going to make it so that it's very close on the map, right? So the ships have to go to this point here, and only then take do they take the next shortest route to the warehouse. That should be somewhere here, which will lead to being outside of the radius here. But Nikush will show us how smart he is. Oh, how smart the captain is. We continue in Janssen. Because in Jensen I would like to use first of all my timber to build a pub to make things really happy for those people here. They do have some fish as well. And in Jensen we can now go ahead with my grain farms. We're going to need a lot of them. And once again only the grain, because the processing will need to be done then in Scanlon. However, I might think about getting the flour mills actually also on Jensen, right? So because they only need farmers. Now my total consumption demand for bread right now is at 3. That leads me to a whopping 3 bakeries. Let's make it 9 bakeries as a... let's actually make it 10, so that will lead to 5 flour mills that we will need in total for the foreseeable future. Let's also get us a fire station on its way right somewhere here, and then only, well, the grain farms, and it's a lot of them. It will lead to 10 grain farms that we need in total. Let's just see if we can squeeze that in. And voila, there we have it, 10 grain farms providing the grain for bread and also then beer along the way, of course. For that we will need to boost them most likely. Let's just see, let's actually put the gunboats here to passive defense mode and assign them a patrol here. So they're going to patrol in this area now, destroying any schooner that comes along. Nikush made his first turn successfully and still alive. Very proud of you. He's now going to deliver the pigs. Pigs are not in Scandinavian yet, because of course production needs to ramp up. There we have it, 22, and with that we will be able soon to start that process. Now we can also start the process with the grain farms, by the way. I would like to start with... How many should we start with? That's the question. They're very expensive. 2 of them will cost me already 2,400 credits. And with that we will also need 1 flour mill. This however is not enough, as I will need a second round of that. That's those 2 grain farms and that flour mill. And as we can see, we're getting a bit red with this. So I do need to continue with bumping up my population. Let's upgrade us a few more people. As many as we can actually on our road to break even for the workforce. This should lead to some proper income again. And by the way, once the sausages of course will roll in, we're going to see some nice increase here. One more thing I would like to consider as well is that timber production here. It is getting a bit too close now. It was built in an age of need. Now it is not needed anymore. So what we can do though is we can, well, bump up my timber production in Swanell and ultimately, yeah, get rid of it in Scanlium. So for that, should we afford a road all the way up here? I would really not worry about timber anymore. This road costs me 365 coin. We can do this. Let's do this. And let's build us then some sawmills up here in the high north. And I can squeeze in 1 lumberjack hut and another lumberjack hut here as well. Let's actually build them right away. There you go. And we still have that zinc deposit that I will be able to use. And here I would then like to just go ahead with, let's make it 3 more sawmills. And they will get their respective lumberjack. And I'm not going to build all of them yet. That should be fine. And I'm going to wait a bit here because my balance is deep red right now. We are getting closer to 3,000 credits only now. So I should actually watch out that we are making some profit again. And how can we do profit? Of course, destroying Miss Hunt's ships. 3 gunboats is amazingly nice. I could also build us a few more schooners that we're going to sell then to Archie.
Fleet ready?
And there's the destruction of yet another schooner. There's some loot. Perhaps we can find something nice out of that. At Archie, there's nothing yet that I could use, so we are just going to wait now for the piggies to come in. There they are, 24 piggies. By the way, something we should be able... Nah, let's not do this. Let's not afford that. Let's start with the slaughterhouses. Warehouse and 2 slaughterhouses. Off you go. I will probably need 2 more, to be honest. That is just really a lot. Let's build a 3rd one and boost them. That should still be the better choice overall. Let's not forget about the fire station. Holy cow. We're going to get negative now. Now there's another idea. Everybody trades with Archie and there's always schooners in Archie's harbor. Why not just send my gunboats over, destroy them and loot and sell it directly? This should make up for a better profit overall. Let's get my gunboats over there for now. Of course, we should make sure that we have some gunboats then as well in my harbor area, so let's build another one of these buggers. Alright, slaughterhouses. Slaughterhouses are working now. The sausage will be coming in and will lead to a nice tax boost. There is also the church. The church is not providing tax income. Beer is providing tax income, but we don't have enough workers yet to sustain that. I will need a few more schooners though, so let's build 2 of them actually. And look who's passing by in Archibald's harbor. Of course it is Miss Hunt's schooner, and we will be able to quickly dispose it and get the loot.
Fleet on the move. Fleet
We're
on
negative now, by the way, so balance is of the essence. There you go.
moving to coordinates.
Her Majesty.
That unfortunately is only Sir Archibald. There's also the Admiral coming along with one of his schooners, so we can also get rid of that. Let's sell Dorothy schooner, so we are positive again, but holy cow, we're not looking good with the balance right now.
Steersman. Stations.
Aha, a gunsmith we can sell for 2,800 coin. Let's do this. Of course, this will not work forever because the AI will simply stop sending schooners over if there's warships in the harbor area. So they're smarter than that. With a bit of coin that we got, I might actually consider building me the next, the next production. Now the soap is in. Let's activate that and have a look at what it does to my balance, which is hopefully, yep, going up again. Very good. From 550 to 380 already to 240 now. To probably 140 soon, and also my population goes up with that. The Barnacle is going to be on my next trade route. Hello Barnacle, and you are going to now deliver me the flour from all the way down here from Jensen to up here Scanlon. Right, let's make it actually 2 times once again, and the Barnacle, off you go. Be rather secure on this one at the moment. Oh, look at that, another schooner is getting confused at who this harbor belongs to.
Stations.
Another gunsmith. I'll take that. 2,800 coin.
Protection for the Admiral.
Alright, what's Miss Hunt doing? She's got 3 cannons now up, and she also has the first gunboats. I will now need to retreat my gunboats from here and send them closer again. Otherwise, she's going to turn it around and actually attack my schooners, right? So we need to protect my ships now. Swanell, meanwhile, we should be able... Yep, let's do this. Build us a few more houses. That's really only for tax purposes. I have nothing else in mind here. Unfortunately, we don't have any potatoes in Swanell. That means no additional tax income with schnapps, at least for the moment. Build a second fishery. There's also the first flour coming in, and with that we will be able now to fulfill the route for the bakeries. Oh, one of my ships is under attack. This is getting nasty. I will always need to remind ourselves here that we do need to set a waypoint if we want to get to RG. Meanwhile, we got 4 gunboats now ready. This should help us a bit more now against the growing fleet of Miss Hunt.
Moving to coordinates.
And next up, should we build another one? I'm very hesitant. Let's build a 5th gunboat and another schooner for sale. And let's also build us the bakeries now. I do have a consumption of bakeries of 3, so we do need at least 3 bakeries to only counter that, which is just insane. Let's go ahead and add us some more bakeries in here. That will lead to 5, and then we can still add some more now in this area. Build the warehouse, and let's build the first 2 bakeries. Expensive, 2,000 it costs me. But this is the only place where we can really have them, as I do have the workforce here. Let's actually stop the bread consumption and the soap production consumption for now. A school would be another building, so we should provide this now. School, service building. Lucky us, we do have some space over here. And also some space over here for both of them, because both districts, of course, will need some schools. Something unfortunately I have to do is increasing my storage, and with that, let's bump it up the harbor area to tier 2. 2,500 coin that costs me, but it's going to lead to 75 more tons of storage for my whole island. Now, yep, there's the first gunboats attacking now. Let's try to get them. There's also a schooner over there.
New orders.
So it's getting a bit busy in this area now.
Fleet, engage.
Very good. Have a look what we got here. Nah, I don't need that. Foam extinguisher. There's the gunboat. Let's quickly dispose it before it
Ready for assignment.
takes down my schooner. So it's getting a bit busy there now. With the remaining money we have, I might actually build me now some 2 rendering works and 1 soap factory. Right, and with that the soap production is now starting up as well, and we are below 1,000 credits again. I should have though the bread in it. Yep, I do. Let's open up the bread now for my workers, leading to a bit more income.
Attention.
And that
Admiral.
gunboat is going away again. Another gunboat we have, so that leads to 5 now in total. That's going to be nice.
Fleet en route.
This is going to be a really nasty area. I can see that already. Another schooner comes out. We are probably going to sell it then right away. Yep, I will need the coin. We are slightly positive with the bread now coming in.
You keep it.
I don't have the money though for a school. So we do need to sell 1 schooner to get the money in for that school.
Aye.
There's the pigs coming in once more. In the harbor of Scanlon. And I might. No soap in yet. Taking down schooners is now really easy with 5 gunboats, of course.
Small, but she's
Some hops here. And oh, soap we can use to sell this one. I could also... Nah, we are producing it ourselves, so I'm not selling it. I'm not using it for myself. We're going to sell it at Archie. Let's get the gunboat over. The remaining 4 just stay in the area.
Fleet embarking.
I could simply go to
Another newspaper guy.
you in this recently polished apple.
Go for 10% income now. And 10 negative consumption. We continue with that. Leads to 360 now. No riots so far, so we don't need to build any police stations, any further police stations. And really, we should be having the soap now in. Soap maker, what's going on? Starting up now, alright. What is the pirate doing here, by the way? Do you want any of my soap? There's no stealing. There's a cliff in between you and my soap production. Storage-wise, we're fine. The bread is now stable, albeit on a low level. And the soap should really be coming in anytime, and then we can start this up. School is the last building that I'm missing. Regarding my fish production, we need to ramp this up. For that, another warehouse over here should be fine, and we do have a bit of space here. Bear in mind, we will also need that space, of course, for some sand mines then, so I will need to make sure that we do get some fish out, but not that much, so I probably will be fine with this. That's perfectly looking. Let's build 1 of them for now. We really are on a tight budget. I don't want to overdo it. And soap is in now. Let's activate soap. That will lead to a nice boost in income. And then only the school is missing.
New orders.
Oh yeah, we could also just shoot some ships in between, since there's still no resistance, even though the Admiral also has gunboats now. Let's sell the soap. That should be, yeah, 1,500 coin. 1,800. Very good.
Ready for assignment.
Olympia is also coming in, ready to be sold.
Ah, yes.
2,500 coin. Thank you very much, Archie. Let's get the gunboats back to my fleet ASAP. And with that, we have the money to build us the first school. A very sophisticated building. A very beautiful building at that as well. Which is the last demand. And with that, we have all the demands fulfilled for the workers, ready to advance to artisans. How many weapons do we have in store right now? 22, and also some sails. So we will be able to build some frigates then right away, which is my primary goal, of course. How's it looking down here, by the way, defense-wise? There's no defense yet.
I could twist your face.
I haven't forgotten this island, of course, because there's the fur that we're going to need. Alright, materials are in. Soap is also in, even though it's... well, what's going on here? Consumption is actually pretty high for the soap. Let's build another one. It's expensive. We're still fine. Let's also build us 1 more bakery and 1 more slaughterhouse. to reinforce all of that. How's my tier 1 looking? By the way, Schnaps is looking really bad. We're not boosting it yet. No, we're not. It's boosted by 25% respectively. Nope, not with the distilleries. I will just add 2 more distilleries.
Workforce shortage.
Right, which is, yeah, increasing my workforce problem. By the way, also, we have the pigs here. There's never more than 50 tons each turn, right? No, there's not. So what I would like to do here is, for the pigs, let's also take the timber
Ship under attack.
from Swanell to Scanlon, right?
Aye.
That's the flour. There's the gunboat for it. Let's destroy the gunboat. Or it's actually backing off again.
Moving to coordinates.
Because I will need to get rid of this timber production here. Let's start with the first one.
A competitor raised a
I
settlement.
do need that space here for additional buildings. Alright, who settled where? Nothing that worries us for the moment. We can happily continue with some more buildings here. That's more farmers. And a bunch of them more here as well.
Iluso always.
Alright, leading to level 16 on the income. 6,000 people, 300 on the income, 1,200 coin. It's still not enough. Everything is in. I think we're ready to go. We are ready to go. Let's upgrade artisans and greet them into our city.
You reached a new milestone.
Tier 3, Age of Fine Craftsmanship, that is. A bit of more coin comes out of these, tax-wise now. Lots of new demands, of course. And way more important, frigates. We're lacking some planks now, of course, but we will be able to build the first frigates then. 15 tons of weapons each. We will actually be able to build 2 of them right away. With that, we've also opened up the expeditions. And I think one of my frigates will do this then. Also, an artisan quest. Steam shall never supersede sail in the imagination. I envision canopies of sail above shell-linked walkways. Right, what do you want?
Help! My brief.
A delivery quest for some sails. Easily done.
We don't give up.
And with that, we've also now forcefully discovered the pirate with artisans. That means that the pirate will start attack us now on sight. Turning in the quest gives me what exactly, please? Come on. The Pantry Chef. 22,000 coin or boosting the cannery. I think I'll take the coin with that. 22,000 is amazing.
Attention for the Admiral.
Alright, and as we can see, there's the pirate already coming. He will now attack us. Let's
Enemy
attack him
target
first.
established.
And perhaps the pirate yields us some nice loot.
You're asking for the cutlets.
Stations.
Pirating the pirate, I call this. Just and fair. Usually there is some good loot where the pirate's ships were. And a midshipman. This is actually boosting the movement speed of my ship by 10%, or we sell it for 7,000 coin.
Fleet en route.
With that, we have 2 good items to sell. By the way, it's looking a bit busy in my harbor. Though we have Nikush waiting here, but I cannot afford anything else right now. We can build the first frigate. Commission is on its way. That's going to be a nice ship, and that's going to be a game changer for us.
Aye.
Break formation, so those ships are a bit faster. Oh, there's another pirate. But that one is not attacking me yet.
Fleet
So we should be
embarking.
fine. Oh, look at that. No, it's not attacking my schooner. Perfect.
Ignis. Stations.
There's another schooner coming out though. What can we do here? We are pretty full on the timber. I could boost my storage now for Swanell. Let's do this. 2,500 coin is definitely going to be worth it.
Awaiting orders.
There was no loot in stock, unfortunately. We're really hurting Miss Hunt here, by the way, with destroying these ships all the time. That's great to see. I will want to upgrade a few more people. Another block of artisans. Leading to a nice income. And one of those frigates will send then on an expedition. So far so good, we're alive, that matters. We are, well, expanding still. And yeah, well, we're starting with the conquering and the expedition soon. Faster than the opponents, I hope. Who are now, yeah, well aware of my presence. Building up defense. Of course, when you have a war declaration with them, they kind of like act differently, more aggressive and more military focused. And that's what we wanted. That's what we achieved.
Competitors are now at war.
Oh, and Harlow and Alonso are also now at war. That's the pirate, of course. Alonso did not want to pay
Aye.
the money to keep the peace. So far so good. Stay tuned.
Another biscuit.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme. Glad you're still sticking around, glad we're still alive, and we continue onwards with yet another very important milestone. Our first tier 2 ship, the frigate, is about to be finished in, well, 20 seconds to be precise. While this is coming up, we are going to upgrade a few more people. We have 1,700 workers available, and I would like to use this and also a bit of my materials here to upgrade a few more artisans, leading to the city status. With that, a bit more money now on the income side. By the way, bear in mind we are already paying like 125 for the warships and also royal taxes of 1,400, right? So my balance usually is a bit better than this. But of course, well, maintaining a military is not that easy. There it is, Europa it's called. That, of course, is no good name, so let's call it a la Mary. One of my Patreon supporters, hello there, and thank you for your continued contribution. Now, the frigate merges together with my gunboats. Actually, we could also use it right away on an expedition. We should actually do this expedition, right? We got some planks available. We do not have Isabel Sarmento. That means that I will not receive any building materials in the new world. That means that my frigate will also need to provide some building materials. We do have a pantry chef that is providing crafting and force and a huge morale boost. We could also just sell her, but I think in that case it's better to use her for the expedition. For diplomacy wise, medicine and rations, we could use something like the schnapps. So let's go ahead and add some schnapps. This actually gives me the 100%, and with that we would have everything available now. You know what, actually I just realized we could also just use the planks and the steel beams to get the 100% and almost all of the bonuses without having to sacrifice an item here. So this is the better one, and we do need the planks and the steel beams for the settling of islands. And with that, let's start the expedition. Alamari, you're not going to be used for military stuff, rather for the expedition. However, one thing we need to make sure is Alamari is now trying to get to the new world as quickly as possible. However, let's get it to securities there with it, right? So some escorts, and we need to manually get him to the other side now because there's so many enemy islands and I really don't want it to get into any harbor defenses. So we're going to use this channel here to get all the way to the other side of the map. All said and done, at my shipyard I can now commission the next frigate. This one is going to be used then in the current world then for some nice fighting. Alright, there's a gunboat here as we can see, and yep, also what I can see is it kind of like it's just in the way, right? It's fleeing from my frigate. My frigate doesn't even want to chase it. However, once it gets into its broadside of the frigate, it's also getting attacked by it. And that's the cool thing about the frigate. We can attack from two sides and yeah, can fire multiple shots at once, leading to a bit more damage. However, for this one here, I'm going to ignore these ships now, as I really want to get this one here as quickly to the new world as possible. Meanwhile, in Scanlon, let's use my building materials to upgrade a few more people. There you go. It's just a lot of juicy cash coming in right now, sitting at 1,100. Do I have still another idle ship available? First of all, there seems to be some attacking again. No. It's the Admiral. I don't really have a particular ship right now for trading, so I'm going to use one of my gunboats to get the item over there. Archie has a quest for us, a pickup quest that would net us 7,500 coin. And a storm wrecked the delegation's transport and we have to retrieve it. And look at that, how lucky we are. The storm was right in front of Scanlon. Now it could have also been on the other side of the map, which would have led to disaster for us. This time though, we're a bit lucky when it comes to that. Meanwhile, my frigate is at the end of the map and we can now safely say start the expedition. And off it goes right here, leaving the map. The gunboats, please stay though in this region. And that's it. We have no longer control over the frigate as it moves now to new waters. My gunboats, meanwhile, return safely, safe and sound to the edge of let's say Archie for now, right? And then we move further. Let's pick up the 2 cargoes that we have here. So there it is, the frazzled delegates, 2 of them. And get this one here also to Archie. Let's once again make sure that we're not getting into this island's defense here. She has upgraded the harbor, so it's getting a bit more hurtful there. Right now I want to upgrade a few more artisans to unlock us the Clipper and also the Ship of the Lion that would be possible then. Those are going to be some nice game changers. So let's go ahead and also go with another upgrade. There you go. This should actually lead now to the... Yep, there it is. We might now have the option, or we can decide, do we want to finish that frigate or do we want to cancel it and build a Ship of the Line sooner? I think I'm going with that route. Let's cancel the frigate. We do need 10 more tons of weapons, then we can build the Ship of the Line. In the meantime, let's start with the first Clipper. That is, I think, a bit safer here. We are also continuing, of course, to wreak havoc on Miss Hunt's ships. Unfortunately, this one here is getting into the safety of its harbor area. Nah, just barely not, so we can collect the loot. Where's my 3rd ship, by the way? There should be a 3rd one. Ah, there it is. It's also attacking someone. Let's turn in the quest. Oh, we could also just finish this ship here. Ah, and there we are too close to the harbor defenses. I mean, not really what I can see, but yeah, it's still within.
New orders.
And this one's also going down here. Ah, this is not working. Oh, and there is a frigate. There is a frigate. Miss Hunt has her first frigate. This is going to hurt us a bit. Let's move to the harbor area there as quickly as possible. This is going to hurt us, right? So frigates are extremely powerful against gunboats. Nothing I can do about this for now.
Aye.
With 5 gunboats, I might be able to do the trick then, right? So let's move my 3 gunboats over here. Let's hope that we are not losing one, even though it's looking a bit close. That we might lose this gunboat here, which has some good loot on board, by the way. But it's close to my harbor, so I'm not worrying about it too much, as we can pick it up again. However, look at that.
We're damaged, Admiral.
It's getting really close now to my harbor area, and yet still not really coming back. Take this gunboat here and start the attack. And that schooner probably can continue with its trade route again. It's not able to attack though properly, as it's not with the wind. 1 volley, there it is. Yeah, it's probably going to destroy it.
Ready.
Alright, it's now within the harbor area, so it will take damage from the harbor cannon. That's a lot of it. Perhaps we can still save that gunboat over there, as this one is taking the hits right now. Let's turn in the quest. That's some coin. Yeah. Oh my goodness. There is just 1 more HP left here. But she's really determined to take it down. So there it is. And we might still be able now to take down her frigate. These ships are ready, I think. Do we have something on board? No, we don't. Let's get them back home now. We have to use them for the frigate. Yeah, she's going to sacrifice her frigate for that gunboat there. But that's it. That's life. With Miss Hunt.
A ship was destroyed.
Steersman.
Could really go down now. There it is. Let's get the loot back. Definitely will need this. What's going on with that one here? Oh yeah, okay. She has now a few more warships in the region, and we need to be more careful because of that. My gunboats are coming back home. Probably will need a repair crane there. We can unload the goods here. And I will probably also need to double my weapon production. That means a second weapon factory will be needed. And let's just find us a suitable location for this. Yeah, should be possible over here. We do lose a bit of productiveness for the charcoal burner, but that is fine. I can safely raise it by 30% without sacrificing any happiness. And with that, we have a bit more coal coming out of this. How is it possible to have so many gunboats? Miss Hunt, you have some explanation to do. Since iron is so important, I'm inclined to double my iron production now as well. It's going to be a bit expensive, but it's needed. Right now we still have a... Yeah, it's an equal balance now with the steel because of the second weapon factory, but we do need more steel beams. We do have another iron deposit over there. Let's build an iron mine on it. And I will also, coal mine. Unfortunately, we don't have any coal deposits in Scanlon, nor can I build it on the other islands because we simply do lack the workforce there. We can go ahead and just have the third charcoal burner now finished, right? And also boost them a bit here by probably another 35%. This should lead to a nice surplus of coal now of 2. Very good. And with that, we can build just, 2 more furnaces, to be honest. Let's start with 1. In addition. That gets the job done, getting a bit more steel in, and with that we will be able to afford that next steelworks. However, I might actually be inclined to build it somewhere else. Or should we have it in this area? Oh, let's finish it over there, yep. The third steelworks, so we got 3 of them now working, getting us the steel beams in. They're very important as we will also need to continuously upgrade more people now to artisans for the income. There is my first clipper. It's amazing ship. We can use it right away to replace Nikush. Nikush is at the moment working here for the pigs and planks, and as we can see, it is full on both of them, and it's also very slow with that. So what I can do now is I can say get 2 times the pigs and 2 times the planks, and that is doing the scallop just fine. The Nikush, off you go. It still has some resources on board, so we're going to manually unload them, and the scallop is now on its way getting those resources over. I'm also going to build a second clipper right away because we still do lack some weapons for the ship of the line.
New orders?
That flower trader, by the way, we could also activate once more. It's going to be a bit slow because it's damaged. Yeah, or we're just going to build another clipper then. We do have the materials. Now, the Admiral dropped us a non-functional sea mine. That is not something I need. Let's get my ship back. Meanwhile, on my Swanell Island, I would like to continue a bit with the city expansion, since in Scanlon we are a bit limited right now because of space and also resources. But in Swanell I do have lots of planks, and I would of course like to get us a few more taxpayers in. So we can just finish those blocks here easily. There is also Scallop the Trader now with a lot of resources that we can see here, getting over then to Scanlon. Now what we could do with those people here, we can still boost them of course just fine with the work clothes. We would have then everything in here to upgrade them to workers. And for work clothes you don't really need fertility, you only need to have some sheepies close by. So why not just do this? Oh, wait a second, there is one of my ships under attack. My gunboats are also combined again, all 4 of them. Let's destroy that schooner here. No other frigate yet by Miss Hunt, so we should be fine here. How's this island there looking, by the way? Still undefended. Very good. Let's also have a look at what we found. My expedition also meanwhile requires my attention. That is the expedition to the New World, and that is my frigate. And there's not a sheep in need of a rescue. However, my own ship is under risk of becoming entangled. We can, however, use a harpoon to tuck them away with my frigate. That's thanks to having a frigate as a ship working on that. And it was a good shot, but there is too little wind to tuck them clear. We will also have to throw them a lifeline. However, this one will cost me planks and steel beams. That is not something I like to do, so let's just rather go and inspire them. However, this was not so successful and we failed. However, we only lose 10% morale. Just for your information, if morale reaches 0, we fail at the expedition. However, I've never really failed on a New World expedition, so I think we're rather safe and I don't want to risk my building materials. Next on the line, we do find some fur coats. How very nice. This could give me a nice boost to my artisans. And then we also find some hops, not something that I would need. Now, we were in the process of getting us some pigs out here in some work cloth in Swanell. We do need around 4 of them already, which is a lot, so that would be around 2 of the framework knitters. However, let's go up and push it up to a potential of 10 that we can then have. And the only thing I really need here then is also some sheep farms, of course. And with that, 5 of them should be golden really. And yeah, we can actually place them like this, side by side. Well, it might not be the safest method, but we have, with that, used all of the rest, the space that we have there, the limited space. We built 3 of them, 3 framework knitters and a warehouse. With that, we have a slight surplus of work cloth. Let's actually stop the work cloth consumption for now. But yeah, we're going to have workers then here soon, more taxes for us, and also we can then with that afford a coal mine that we are going to need. And a coal mine is going to be a perfect replacement for the charcoal burners that we are using. Let's build us some more workers and farmers over here then. We probably will need another marketplace and also another pub then for this area. But yeah, I think I'm going to like the idea of upgrading Swanell because it's going to be a plan B city, just in case we do lose Scanlon if that ever happens. Now, the clipper has also arrived with lots of building materials. I actually forgot to unload my pigs, but there it is. And we also have now all the resources to start the construction of a ship of the line. Once this clipper has been finished, yeah, our first ship of the line, that is a tier 3 ship, is coming out. It's still a tier 2 ship technically because it's a sailing ship, but it is the most powerful sailing ship there is in the game until you unlock the battle cruisers. So it's going to last us for quite some time. And with the ship of the line, we do have then the option of finally starting conquesting or conquering other islands, which I definitely have on my radar for the furs. I will also need to up my flour production, so let's build the 3rd flour mill. With that, we can also afford, yeah, 1 more bakery. At least 2 bakeries we can afford, but 1 should be fine. And with that, we have enough then, once again, to upgrade a few more people. However, yeah, workers right now don't want to upgrade. There was a shortage of sausages. We could upgrade a few more farmers. Just barely really to get a few more taxpayers out there. The expedition, meanwhile, requires another attention. Sunstruck. Vampirical injuries, and we could use schnapps to identify the cause of pain. Let's do this. And looks like your doctor did this homework. That was successful. The treatment is simple. Enjoy a little break away from the sunlight. I do not want to be idle. Let's also build us, let's actually also settle on another island. By the way, this is something I need to check real quick. That was just a pirate passing by.
Your harbor is under attack.
This is a bit more problematic though. As we can see, a gunboat is attacking my harbor area. I don't know why it's doing it. It's a rather futile endeavor. Let's use my seahorse clipper here to pass this island here. And yeah, settle on that big island that is still unsettled so far. I wonder what Miss Hunt is actually doing, but this is a very precious island when it comes to fur, grape and also iron deposits. No one has taken it so far. I will not be able to defend it properly, but for now we can take it as I don't think there's any bigger attack coming in anytime soon. And perhaps we actually get it. The only thing we lose is some planks and steel beams. Meanwhile, the ship of the line is on its way. In 7 minutes, we are going to have it finished. Let's also build us another clipper. Now it's tight space-wise here, but we can still make this work. We do have the fields here, right? We do have a marketplace here, so that means I will be able to kind of like squeeze in a few more people over in this region. And let's just try this. I think there is a full block possible here. Yes. Of farmers. I mean, to me, it makes sense to have these farmers here, right? Because there's the fields and they just go to work there. And I can also use a few more here. We probably will have to delete them at some point again, but for now this can work. However, of course, we are totally limited now by space in our main island. Here I would like to keep the space available. Now we still have the planks, the timber. My trade ship, however, is delivering timber already from Swanell, and that means that I probably will be able to now get rid of them, at least of another lumberjack hut and sawmill, getting me a bit more space again here. Perfect. All the way to the mountain. Now this area is still available to us. There is a lumberjack hut there, right? But we do have a bit of space over here that I can definitely use. So let's go ahead and start building us some blocks here as well. Let's not get too close to it. With that, we still have 100% effectiveness on the lumberjack hut because it's boosted. However, let's be honest, it's not serving any other purposes anymore. Unfortunately, because of the oil springs, we are having a bit of problem here with the layout, but we can still make this work. Also in Swanell, I think we should have now the work cloth in. There it is, and we can enable it for my jolly good farmers. Let's also finish another block here. Having a few more farmers enables me to upgrade a few more of them to workers. In the meantime, also my seahorse clipper arrived. And let's just try... we could actually build us another city here. Let's get it to this beach there, though it is, of course, leading to more... Actually, let's build it here. I think it's better because it is a shorter distance than to my city. Expedition requires my attention once more. Jolly Roger, pirates are attacking. We do have a frigate and can defend ourselves just fine. Let's go into attack position. The turn is not sharp enough. There was nothing wrong with the idea, but whatever tactical advantage your ship may have had, it's lost with the rather cautious turning circle it plots. And position for attack anyway. This gives me another 10% chance. And you make the best of a poor situation and fire. And this was actually successful. After a long exchange, the pirates are sunk. We do find some copper. However, I think I do not have space for copper. So let's just throw it away again. It is worthless to us anyway. Meanwhile, I've settled on the new island. We can have a proper road out there. We probably will just still build a smaller city than here if I like to. And with that, we have secured us the fur abundance. However, that's it for now.
Tennis.
Another quest from Archibald Blake. This time it's a destruction quest, so there will be some fighting involved. We can accept, of course, there is no downside really if we lose. However, we need to destroy 2 frigates for this, and both of them are over there. So this is something that I will definitely not be able to do so easily, and we'll probably just postpone for now. However, my ship of the line is coming out soon, and we might have a chance at this. Meanwhile, in Swanell, we have the work cloth in, and people are ready to upgrade. And with that, we can also go ahead and get us some workers in Swanell. There you go. Reaching port town levels with that, and also new heights in my tax income. Almost 2,000 at the moment. With the increased consumption rate, or, well, construction rate, I should also look out for a bit more wood income. So let's build us the remaining sawmills. And there it is, also my first ship of the line. Now, that is some proper fighting force that we have now, and with that I can feel secure for quite some time. Once again, I would like to honor one of my Patreon supporters with that. Marlene, you have the honor of being the first ship of the line. May your reign be long. Usually it's not. In Scanlan, I would also like to continue with the upgrading. We have a lot of farmers at the moment available, and also a lot of building materials to upgrade more artisans. And that's exactly what I would like to do right here in the inner city. Why does my taxes not go up though? Oh, wait a second. I think the... Yeah, Marlene is costing me 250 credits. So we were actually at 2,000, but now we're below it again for a while. One big advantage that we have right now is that the AIs are also at war with each other. As we can see here, Alonso is attacking the Admiral. They don't like each other so much, and that is why their attention is not really fully on us. It's also time to see that ship of the line in action, as there is a pirate coming closer.
Ship of the line reporting in.
Stay good. Leave the evil to me.
Having now workers in Swanell makes it possible to build as a coal mine. Over here we have that coal deposit. Let's build as a warehouse close by and go into this one here, coal mine. There it is, 50 workers it requires, and it's producing 4 tons of coal. That is twice as much as the charcoal burners. Let's go ahead and build us that very first sexy mine. However, unfortunately, we only have 1 coal deposit available. We have in Jensen a bit more coal. We have a lot of workforce here still available, so I might consider upgrading someone. Unfortunately, here on this small island, we don't have anything coal-wise, so it might actually be the only coal deposits. There is still an unsettled island, albeit a small one with coal. However, no way at the moment of getting workforce over there, so no can do. Once again, the expedition requires our attention. And the dynamite tree, the ominous black spikes that covered the tree's trunk were far from the only danger it posed to the crew, as they were carefully circling around it. Rapidly remove the shards on the spot, or no, let's do this because I don't want to use building materials. And we can also finish the surgery to remove the tree. Unfortunately, this was not successful and we do lose some morale. However, I think it's over now anyway. And we should actually arrive at the New World, which we are exactly at this very moment. Expedition successful, New World region discovered, and with that a whole bunch of new islands available for us for the taking, with rum, cotton and plunder. However, of course, also AI opponents that might destroy us, so we need to be very careful now in this region. And we continue onwards here in the next episode. Stay tuned.
Constructed.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme, to the New World, where we are just kind of like landed. We have landed here, and yeah, well, we now have to, we are now in the prominent position of actually having to fight in 2 regions, and yes, it's getting a bit busier now as the pirate is also ramping up with, well, some frigates here and there. We can still take them down. However, she's trying to lure us kind of like into the harbor defenses there, so we need to be careful. She also wants some 80,000 credits now as payment. Of course, we don't pay that. We just stick to war. Let's upgrade a few more people here as well. And by the way, I think, yep, the next ship of the line we will be able to commission soon. Let's keep my ships close by here a bit in the center. Everything else should be working fine. So let's get back to the New World and find us some islands, shall we? First island is empty, that's great. There is, however, no caoutchouc and no cotton. This is the primary thing that we need right now. Next island that would be suitable for us, there is no caoutchouc and no cotton. Also no sugar cane that we could find there. There's the pirate, Sean Lafitune, also passing by now. Hello, Sean. He's not attacking us yet, because basically we need to find him there once again, like with Anne Harlow as well. At some point we're getting forced to find him, but for now I would rather keep that away. Oh, the Admiral is also attacking Scanlon there. It's only 1 gunboat though, so I might actually just send this over. How dare you? He's actually destroying my fishers. With a very not totally looking good gunboat there. I think it's backing off already. As we're dabbling around here further. This is not great, right? So there is nothing here anymore. There's a small island, I can see that, but we do need to find a big island first. These 2 are not great. There's still another one up here that we could have a look at, and then we have a bunch of them in here. But bear in mind, the further we get into the New World, the further we have to get out here again, right? The further we have to travel to get out of it, because you can only leave on the east and out the southern border here, so this area. So any kind of ship needs to get to this direction. That means, yeah, we have some islands in between, and that's not great. Yeah, it's still attacking there. Scanlon is now under siege, but it's not a big problem for us. Let's find us the next islands. There's still more stuff over here. We hopefully should find us something with cotton or with sugarcane on it. That would be ideal. No AI opponents so far. Are we really the fastest ones? I don't think so. Can't think that. Alright, Admiral destroyed one of my fisheries. He's very proud of this accomplishment, as it backs off again. However, I think he's also at war with Miss Hunt. Is that right? Check it out. No, he's not at war with Miss Hunt. Alonso is at war with everyone again. He's always that way. And the Admiral is also at war with me and with Alonso, of course.
Stations.
Yeah, he's backing off again. I can't chase him because he's now in the safety of Miss Hunt's area. So we just need to repair though that fishery just fine. I could build another clipper, but I think it's not going to be that much worth it. Let's actually just build us a few more artisans. We still have that. We also have, by the way, lots of farmers that we can upgrade again, thanks to having a bit more expansion now over here, right? It's totally worth it doing this, as this is, of course, also more taxpayers. And in Scanlon, oh, we also have the first riot, no problem. We'll still need to have some fire stations though in the region. Still one here and one here by the police station, making it a smaller block. And we can go ahead and upgrade us a few more people here. Something we really should be doing. Yeah, pushing the 2000 again. Hooray! Let's go back. New Vault, where's my ship? There it is. And there is also Miss Hunt. No, we are not the first ones. Alright. She has... Oh, that's also not a great island. No cotton, no sugarcane. We continue onwards. There's still another big island here, another big island over there, and another one here and here. So 4 more islands we have a chance at finding something. Even though, of course, it is dangerous here. It's not a great location, to be honest, to have a first island. It would be pretty tricky to start building up that city once again. But of course, we're used to that by now. Luck is not on our side. Okay, island found. This one has cotton, no sugarcane. It has cotton, but no plantains, which means we cannot advance to obreros, to tier 2, right? We do need that, though, to unlock the buildings that we require. Oh my goodness, Miss Hunt has 2 islands. The central one and the southern one. And yeah, this one has the sugarcane fertility, so there's the rum. Rum is meaning a lot of money. Rum means a lot of money. This is looking like the Pirates Island, is that right? We can see that on the silhouette. There is a bridge here. There's some ships here. This is Jean La Fortune. Let's stay clear of this. That means only 1 more island we have. Whew. It's not great. It's really not great. Let's go back. There is an attack coming from the Admiral. And we can build another ship of the line now. Let's do this. There is an attack coming. I don't believe it. Why is he attacking me? Look at that. Let's get to the safety of my harbor area with my ships.
Ready for a challenge.
Because there's still that nice cannon that shoots back. Get my trade ships also to safety there a bit. What is going on? He's really full out attacking me now, is he? Or he's backing off again? Right.
Fleet ready.
Yeah, he's backing off again. No problem. The siege is ending anyway. So nothing I can do there right now. We can also continue with repairing a bit in Swanell. And by the way, my coal trader is now active. Let's actually also, for the coal, try to push it. We can do this by 50%. We still have, yeah, a happy population there. And of course, my clipper, the scallop, is going to do the trading here. However, as we can see, plank-wise, we're rather full, right? Pig-wise, I cannot use this. What we can do is I can use one of my schooners, right? Nikush, for example. He could be the trader for coal, back and forth. And he will be the one. There you go. I'm a bit worried about these gunboats here. He's got a lot of them. Oh, Alonso also settled the next island.
Ship under attack.
Plantain, coffee, pearl. That would be great. The location is not great at all.
Was destroyed.
What? There is another attack from Miss Hunt coming in on the other side.
Attention for the Admiral.
2 frigates. Yeah, it's getting a bit nasty. I mean, they're using it now that my attention is a bit diverted by the new world, it seems. And we're getting attacked. Did I lose a trade route ship there? No, I did not. This is just so tempting, right? But unfortunately, it's within the harbor area now. There's also Alonso trying something, but Miss Hunt got some very good, totally non-cheaty defenses already. Nothing I can do there, really.
Just say the word.
Let's go back. I need to settle. Sorry, I need to settle real quick on one of these islands here. Let's do it here. We got plantains, so brewers is fine. We got coffee, so engineers to investors is fine. Nothing else though. No caoutchouc, no cotton, no sugarcane. There is a small island here with some sugarcane and some cotton especially. Not a lot of space though, but it is possible. Yeah, let's do this. It's the only way I can do it. I can save this now, right? We have some plantain here. This would also not be a bad island. However, it is looking a bit grim out there. Now, let's settle here. It's the safest bet that I can think of right now. And it's going to be an interesting looking New World city for sure. Right, there's also a gold deposit here that we don't really need. But that's that, right? And I can use... no, I cannot do this for now. Let's actually get over here and start building up a smaller plank production real quick. I cannot afford any bridges at this point. Well, let's just try to get us at least something over here. I do have a bit of money to afford me some double roads or triple roads even. Just something to make it look normal, and then we're just going to have now some buildings, of course. Alright, new island has been settled as well. Todmorden over here, it was just a question, a matter of time, really. And how's it looking there with my ship of the line? It's still taking a bit of time. I might actually squeeze in another frigate afterwards, just to complete this a bit with diversity. Not good to just have one type of ship, even though with the ship of the line, I think it is. Coal trader is also working, so we get 3 trade routes now happily working. This one is getting too close though, yeah. We do need to change the waypoints here a bit. It is complicated. I think we're already doing it for the pigs, because it needs to stay clear here. At some point we might have a go at that island, but for now I cannot afford this. I was looking with my resources. In the meantime, we should always make sure that we have enough. Plenty of resources for now. Consumption rates are absolutely fine, and we can go ahead and upgrade a few more people to artisans, really. Go ahead. And let's also build a second school over here, making it possible to upgrade these guys. And let's also upgrade a few more people to workers as well, leading to a nice hefty income of 2,200 coin at the moment. And also repair that fishery once more. No attack coming in right now. Let's go back to the New World. Here we have finished now everything that I want. Oh, by the way, this is something I need to check. There is though now an attack. A frigate. So I'm going to send my ships over.
Your harbor is under attack.
Yeah, that's that frigate here doing the business. And let's try to get rid of it. Up to this point here, my ships can go. That frigate has no chance really now. It's trapped by my gunboats and by the harbor area.
Ship under
Attention for the
attack.
Admiral.
Down it is. Unfortunately, no loot.
Your island
Nothing I
is
can
under
salvage
attack.
here. Jensen, that was the one. Yeah. There's another frigate coming out already. It's probably going to attack. Now, as we can see, the pressure is mounting. Absolutely. Now, my important main New World island, Piratello, one of my supporters. Thank you very much. You have an extremely fitting name for the New World. And, of course, we're going to use this. Now, I think we can start with that. We have some timber left.
You reached a
Let's also
new
build us that
milestone.
warehouse and the first lumber production. Let's actually make it complete right away. And as we can see, the first Honolers are moving in. We can actually finish a bunch of these blocks here right away. It's looking cozy in here, just by that huge mountain there with the waterfalls. From time to time, we just should appreciate the beauty of this game. You can also go down there, as it's still winter where I live. Enjoying some beach and sunshine is always nice to the mood. Now still crazy looking in Scanlon. I do have resources. Let's go ahead and upgrade a few more to artisans. There you go. Another block completed, leading to 2,300. And of course, a lot of needs now that need to be fulfilled. One of them, one of the first ones that we probably can still squeeze in somewhere here, is the window production, right? For that, we do need some lumber. We do have no lumber, really, that I could think of. I might get us just our own lumber production somewhere here for now. There you go. So this is going to produce a bit. And I'm also going to reduce the planks now, plus the potatoes and the wool. We don't need to boost that really. It's causing unhappiness. And I think here, let's get rid of one more production, right? So we are really toning it down for my timber production here. And we can, even though it's not looking good, we can squeeze in some, or I'm just going to use this as a park area with the oil springs where people can play around. A happy children's ground. Let's have another full block here though. In the meantime, every single building counts. This one is up. Then we just need a sand mine, right? We can provide that here. We have the beach area. Oh, Demon's Pit, my island? That's Alonso's island that has been under siege. I was already wondering. We only have 2 beach areas in Scanlon, as we can see. So I will need to use one of these here for the proper sand production. We can actually build, yeah, 2 of them should be fine forever. Like, it should be fine. I'm not entirely sure. There we have it, right? And no space, unfortunately, for transportation. Now, I could check my workload. We have a production surplus of 3, so I could theoretically get rid of this one here without any harming, especially since we're moving away from farmers as we speak. I think I can make use of this space here a bit better by having a warehouse and also 2 glassmakers, right? We have to be able to squeeze in 2 glassmakers here. That's looking good. 1 here and 1 here, plus the warehouse here. And with that, we can make this area useful. Yeah, the frigates. Frigates are attacking. There's 2 of Miss Hunt's frigates here at the moment. Moving over. No idea why. This one here. Oh, Miss Hunt and Alonso are at war with each other. Yep. So she's getting chased by Alonso there right now. We might join in and just destroy both of them. My second ship of the line is out, Lord Algernon.
Prepare to fire.
This is the edge of the map, so there is no escape, really, right? So at least one of Alonso's frigates is going down here as we speak. Very good. There is some loot here to be found. It's an item. Has to be an item.
Fleet on the move.
Oh, this is looking good. A flame hose, a lot of damage for against ships. If I activate it, we could also sell it for 12,000. Let's keep this one as a buffer available to me, just in case I do need some quick cash in the future. I might also be start thinking about some defenses then. So that is cannon towers and stuff like that, especially in Swanell, in a few more remote areas, right? It's even now. I could, however, just build one more and do this then, yep. And get cracking on a few more workers here in Swanell, as we probably will also need them soon. There's the hops fertility still that I should think about. That is something I might actually think about now. That would give me a nice boost on the balance. Workers and artisans alike do want one thing, and that is beer. I have now 2 population tiers that want beer, and that would be a significant boost to my income. Something we should definitely consider. And I just really need a few buildings for that. What is my beer consumption looking at the moment? It's at 4. For 4 per minute, we would need a beer production of, let's just check it out, 4 breweries. Let's make it 6 breweries. That is a lot, actually. It requires workers, so we could do this in Swanell and not waste space in Scanlon. I do have the hops here. I just need really, well, grain. And how much grain would I potentially need? 3 malt houses maximum. That would lead to 6 grain farms. That is space that unfortunately I don't have at the moment. I might... Oh, this is under siege, so we lost a fishery here, so probably also out of fish. No! What is going on? Oh, the marketplace is burning down. That's unfortunate. I could do 2 things. We have 3 grain farms here still. I can boost them, right? Am I boosting them already? I'm not. I could potentially boost them by 50%. Of course, first we need to provide some goods here again, and then could solve the grain issue. There's no grain anywhere. It's really unfortunate. I would like to continue with a few more framework knitters. Let's go ahead. 3 more here. And that leads to 3 more sheep farms as well.
Failed? Ooh, I feel a ghastly surge coming on.
This also will mean that I can remove or I can reduce the amount of sheep farms here in Scanlon a bit further, right? So I don't need all of them here all the time now, making room for something new. I will, however, need a new ship. That is Orion. That is going to transport that back and forth. So that is the workload that we have as a new trade route. And I'm going to leave 2 slots available for the future. And let's just make sure that once again we have our waypoint very close to the island, so I don't get into the area of influence of this warehouse there. It's still tight, but as we can see, we can make this work here with using that corridor just fine.
Your harbor is under attack.
This is a bigger attack. This is actually... that is the quest that we have active. No, we have no quest active anymore. Why are they attacking me though? They're leaving the map, right? This one here still in the area. Should be fine though, destroying it. No problem.
Fleet ready.
Okay. There's the, oops, the item that we can unload.
Sails.
Let's get this one here over too, so that we have my fleet complete again. I think I have nothing here though. Nope, perfect. Let's go back to the New World real quick. I think we have now, yep, some planks on board. So let's do one thing, and that is getting us some planks and the remaining of my steel beams to settle on this island here too. It is very problematic, really. Space-wise, there's basically no space here, but we will have to use it because I haven't found a single other available cotton island that we can use except this one. However, it's on the other side of the New World, 2 mishunt islands in between, while this one here is right next to us, right? So we are going to make this one here use. We will not need that many cotton anyway, and with further boosting I should be able to squeeze in like 6 cotton plantations here just fine, which should be then enough for my total consumption of fur coats, right? At the moment we consume around, oh, we don't even consume them. Let's still settle. There's also some oil here available that I could use. Phew, but that would be interesting. Space-wise, it's definitely going to be interesting. Let's actually get that warehouse over here. Let's actually do something else. I'm not going to take the small island. We could take the big island after all and having a kind of like hidden harbor area just here, right? With that, however, we have forcefully now discovered the pirate, but that is still fine as we have secured the whole island here, and I just can keep my frigate there as protection. And that would open up then the cotton. We also have clay and lots of oil here for electricity. That's just perfect for the future. A bit of coffee there as well. Yeah, well, that will help my engineers. Let's continue with building us a few more people here in Piratello. Yeah, probably the whole blocks here. We have all of this. And this most likely also now unlocked us the... No, it still hasn't.
I'm used to not having much.
Oh, 300 followers we need for the chapel. So no worries for now.
Ship under attack.
Right over here. Yeah, Miss Hunt is getting a bit nasty there. The 3rd ship of the line is now on its way as well, complementing my fleet then for now, or completing my fleet. And production-wise, I will still need another clipper then as well, as a seahorse is going to be sent over to the New World once I have a few weapons to start building up a defense system there as well. In the Old World, we have the fleet. In the New World, we do need to rely on towers for now. Alright, also we have finished the next city stages. There is a few planks coming in, so I could build my first bridge on this very river-rotted island. And that would be probably... I usually like to start from all the way up there, right? But this time we cannot afford that. Let's have a bridge here, 20 tons of timber, hooray! And here we could then start now with the framework knitters once again, or that is the alpaca knitters, right? Or how are they called actually? The poncho darners. And probably I need 1 right now, probably up to 4. Let's make it 3 poncho darners. That's going to be enough for quite some time to get over them with their alpaca farms. They, however, need 4 farms, right? So I'm not going to be able to easily squeeze in that much here. This is fine, and then we have another one just here. Perfect, 4 of them. Let's build the warehouse. Let's build 1 of them and 1 alpaca farm for the moment. And this will already provide the first resource here. And fried plantain, we have the plantains, so that is something I can do. It's a bit stressful there in the Old World. Another island under siege. It's Alonso's island again. A lot of people are actually fighting over this right now. That's of course because of the fur abundance, right? This island is under siege constantly. We might have a real go at it though with my ship of the lines, and I will probably try this soon.
Stations.
Or we just rely on this one and start building up a defense. That might be also something. So far so good. We're advancing with the city. We're building now the beer infrastructure and of course expanding in a new world. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme, to our little artisan village where we, well, just strolling around, enjoying the sunshine, not heeding the warnings of my fellow that is telling me that we're under attack, because of course all is well, at least for the moment. And we are going to once again another attack, but it's just a smaller pirate passing by. It's not really an attack, even though over here we don't have any defense at the moment, so I might actually need to send one of my ship of the lines over there, and I think we're doing this now. A ship of the line. Let's actually send both of them over, and I can keep my gunboats in this area here. Of course, we will need to split them up at some point, because there's just a lot of factors right now of basically of enemies attacking us from different sides. Next up on my list is we are going to save up some weapons. Right now we got 13 tons available. I would like to get them over to the new world to start defending that as well. So in the old world, the idea is that we are defending it with our ships, and in the new world we are using cannons and such things. We continue onwards with some upgrading. Definitely would like to do this. We still have 550 workers. I should not get really to 0 with that, but we can definitely upgrade a few more. Also here, right, as we have the farmers, just a tad here, and that's going to be fine. Propaganda-wise, a totally valid method of using the little influence that we have to boost it. As we can see, we do have some 5 happiness here. We got some 50 ride chance here. I would like to go with some consumption reduction and also some income, right? So rides, I don't care that much for the moment. By the way, there was an explosion. Is that right? Let's have a look. There it is. Of course, it is my coal mine that exploded out of nothing. And we do need to send at least some bricks over. Yeah, that's fine, right? Because we are pretty full on bricks anyway. Getting them over to Swanell and then rebuild that. Unfortunately, there is no clay pits available in Swanell. No clay deposit. So everything here is prone to... Yeah. Oh, we have destroyed a ship. Here, there is a pirate ship that went down. It was a bit too close to my Piratello town. Now, speaking about Piratello, by the way, here, there's also something... There was another pirate attacking me here. We can continue with upgrading a few more buildings, right? And what I can see as well is that my population is not the happiest. I think by now, there it is, we have unlocked the chapel. Let's get this in. With the chapel, happiness is stabilizing again a bit, so no problem so far. And we also have finished the poncho darners, so we should be having some ponchos in. There it is, the first 8 tons. Let's activate ponchos for my happy Honaleros. And second of all, we do actually need to get the next bridge up, by the way. Another ship of the line, how very good. There's also clay deposit over there. That is something I like. And right here, we're going to have a smaller, just really a smaller plantain kitchen production of a maximum of up to 4, because I think we're not going to need more than that. It would be 8 in total, and yeah, it's definitely quite a lot. With that, however, we do need to provide... Are you for real? Like, this is just pure aggravation at this point. I mean, he actually settles on this island right in front of my one. I was actually planning this, but unfortunately, there's a ship of the line of Alonso, by the way. He's got ship of the lines, I just noticed. This could be dangerous for us. Alright, let's get back to the new world. I think we'll need to push out more ships. In that case, how's my furnaces looking? My steel production? We can afford another furnace since we do have 2 iron mines now working. This will make it possible to have another weapon factory up and running. I'm going to have it over here. This is reducing the productivity of my lumberjack hut to 90%, 80%. Oh, it's a workforce problem too. 70%. Okay, there's definitely then a workforce problem here. It can't be that low, I'm sorry. Or we are full on logs. This might actually be the case, to be honest. We are full on logs. It just simply stopped production because we don't have enough storage anymore. Let's upgrade a few more artisans here in the center. Really just a few, giving us another upgrade, and with that another level up, and with that another influence increase. And that's really it, right? We are having the majority now of artisans. And my consumption looks fine to my production. I don't even need the propaganda, to be honest, to make this work. Now, my artisans are not the happiest bunch. They would really like to have a church at this point, and I think we need to provide it. I think one church will be totally fine for this, right? We probably will just have it then here somewhere in the center for the whole island or for the whole city of Scanlon. Unfortunately for this, I will need to get rid of some of my artisans here. So this is something I wasn't planning perfectly fine. But with that, we have the church right here in the center. And this should stabilize happiness there at least. And as we can see, workers and artisans are getting a massive boost. And the workers are even happy now. That is one thing with that church, and yeah, money-wise we don't feel that really. However, what I can do is I'm going to counter that loss of artisan buildings by just upgrading a few more bunches. That's fine. Now, the thing with the weapons. We have now 3 weapon factories working. Boosting them, let's see, we could boost them by 10% without losing any happiness. So we can do this for sure. That's a bit of additional weapons coming in, and we have a production of 2 per minute right now. Doesn't sound like a lot, but actually it is. And with that, we'll have the next ship of the line in 5 minutes from now that we can commission. And this one is also new. And actually, you know what? Let's take this ship of the line, fill it in with some weapons and get it over to the new world. No bricks, so those I will not be able to get over, but we don't really need them. But the weapons, that's it. That's 2 cannon towers that we can afford with that. The bricks I get myself. Some steel beams should be fine as well. And I think that's it already. With the steel beams, we can upgrade. There you go. I will need to have some brick stove for sure as well. Now, how do we get over there to the new world? This is going to be the tricky one. We have, look at that. So this is my new world route now. We are starting here, right? This is the waypoint number 1. Going right through everything. Then we're just having a check towards Archie. Then we're going to have a check towards the back of the accampamento of the Admiral, and then we're having a check over there. So this is the route that I have to take right now if I want to get over there to the new world. I'm going to send my gunboats there with it as escorts, so we are looking a bit safer there. Miss Hunt is also sending out some ship of the lines now. Let's keep the gunboats here in the region again. I'm sorry, just need to do this. I can't afford that. We need to have all men here. I can actually get the gunboats over there because this is a smaller area for me to defend. Let's do this. Right, and the ship of the lines are actually getting to my main area here again, where there is another ship. Yep, where's the ship of the line now coming in? So I do need definitely my ship of the lines here now as protection.
Fleet ready?
Alright, gotta be a bit careful here. There's the pirate also, but he's taking heavy damage. Probably not surviving another self, but he's not going to suffer another self. That's okay for me.
Stations.
I wanna make sure that those ship of the lines of Miss Hunt are not going anywhere. We might actually destroy it, but it's getting a bit closer there again. Yeah, it's in the harbor area now. So nothing I can do about that really. Let's actually get back to the new world there, because I wanted my poncho production. So we have the fish oil factory, and probably going with another one, and then could be possible. It is possible. Perfect. Because there is the cliffs, and usually cliffs are not very good for any kind of fisheries. And then we do need the plantain plantations, and the cool thing is, yep, we can then have it like here towards the end of my island, right? And we're going to need 4 of them. And there you go. And we can actually go ahead and build 2 of them. 2 of my fish oil factories and 2 of my fried plantains, right? The fried plantains are now getting all the resources from the plantations and also from the fish oils and or for the fish oil factory, and then producing fried plantain out of it and delivering it to the warehouse. I'm just going to make sure real quick that we are having it stop. Perfect. And this is actually everything then that we would theoretically need to upgrade my Jornaleros. Let's go back. I want to check where my ship of the line is. It is now at the edge of the map. Now I can tell him, please go to Peratello. Right, and it will now adjust accordingly and leave the map in a safe position. Okay, the Admiral also settled another island. He's also got ship of the lines now. And in that case, that's why I don't like to settle on too many islands, because we need to defend them as well. And it's getting a bit tricky with that, because we are bound by resources and income as well. Now, my 2 ship of the lines are here in the region again, protecting my main base. And we're still now very far away from the next ship of the line. It's crazy out there.
Just say the word.
Resources are in. I really need to sell my coal. I need to repair my coal mine there to get the additional coal over. By the way, we should be having a lot of coal then once this is working again. We actually have so much iron and coal that I can build another furnace. And we are going to get rid of one of these charcoal burners here and going to have 2 additional steel factories in addition.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Right, that's the Admiral, just with 1 ship really. Just dabbling around, just testing the grounds, I think. There you go. Perhaps he's also giving us a nice present. Whoa, some 24 tons of weapons. Of course. Of course I'm going to use this. Oh, wait a second. There's a frigate coming in at the same time. Let's gather my 3 gunboats. 3 gunboats should be fine to destroy 1 frigate, to be honest. Ah, it's fleeing already. Already? Perfect. And where's the weapons? Get them over there, because with that we can easily speed up the production of the next ship of the line. Let's say 2 ship of the lines then as well. Now my next factories we can build now. Let's have 2 more furnaces and 1 more weapon factory. With steel beams I feel rather confident, but the weapon factory is the important thing, and we'll also need to upgrade that warehouse here. We already halved our money now with all the additional industry. I might need to... also not a lot of bricks coming in, right? We're actually having it boosted. There's the weapons coming in from Top Banana, my proud gunboat. Top Banana goes back to the main gunboat fleet, as I like to call it. And with the weapons that we got, we can actually build the ship of the line. And this one takes now 11 minutes, and once finished, we hopefully have more weapons enough for the next one. Adventure, my clipper, meanwhile, will get some planks. And I think only some planks, right, for Jensen, because over there we don't have timber anymore. I would still like to squeeze in some more farmers over here, because I would also like to finish then the remaining grain farms. And I think actually, if I'm being totally greedy, we should be able to, yeah, squeeze in another grain farm here just fine, really. There is a bit of patch that we can use. There you go. And with that we have it. And this one also gets its last one. Perfect. Having another one is always nice, and that's 4. That's for the hops and beer production, of course. Beer-wise, we are going to have it in Swanell. In Swanell, my people already would like to demand something like schnapps or a church or beer, and beer they will get now soon. I'll actually build some more houses over there. And then I could watch out now for my next production. That would be the hops production. I think this is a good spot for it. So as I said, we are not going to need that. Actually, we're going to need quite a lot of this, right? For beer, we have a consumption of 4, so we're going up to 6 as a maximum, I think. Might be even 8 in it, but that is, of course, a bit overboard here. So, but yeah, that's that. So we do need 4 breweries, 6 breweries at the top. And this is actually 9 hop plantations. 9 hop plantations sounds like a lot. It's probably not even that much. Oh, wait a second. Right, I'm sending, by the way, another ship over now, Lord Algernon, to the New World. So I want to have 2 there. I'm feeling a bit unsafe there. And it's still taking a bit of time. I only have 1 ship of the line now. There is one of Miss Hunt. She's in the region. I might actually try to take this down with my combined forces of gunboats. Could be successful, could also be not successful. It is destroying one of my ships right now. And there it is. It definitely has the... I definitely have the upper hand here right now.
Set
Ship
sail.
under attack.
Do I? Oh, I'm very close to the harbor area there. This is not great.
An explosion.
Try to get out of there again.
Steelsman.
Ship under attack.
Come on, we should be able to take it down.
Let the sails.
No, it's not able to. By a whisker once again. It's always this whisker. Let's get back over there. Very good. My ship of the line, meanwhile, has arrived in Piratello, so New World. And we will then, with that, be able to build up that defense. Everything here is ready to upgrade, so let's go ahead and whoop-de-doo, boom. We get ourselves some obreros now in Piratello, and with that, the Age of Independence has started, and a whole bunch of new buildings as well. Of course, obreros need a lot more stuff. One of them requires, though, clay, and for that we do have some deposits available here. Let's actually go ahead, have us a warehouse here, and I've got 280 workforce for the obreros. I will need 100 for this production here. That is something we can easily afford at this point. I will, by the way, upgrade a few more because we don't need the workforce. Now, of course, my ship of the line is waiting here now. The second one is on its way already. And down here, I'm going to keep that frigate for now as a defense, just to keep this island here, and with that, the cotton. If we lose this island, we can still go ahead with that one here, right at Piratello, or I just conquer the other one back again. We just need to wait there now a bit for everything to come back to life. Now, in the old world, meanwhile, I have a very damaged ship of the line. I might have a look at my repair crane. We can build one, perfect. And I would definitely like to do this. Now, we cannot move it anymore once we've built it, so I would definitely like to have it somewhere here, but so that we still be able to build some cannons around that, right? So there you go. And this should be my go-to here. Let's build the repair crane, and the ship of the line can now be repaired. First ship is also repairing. However, we are going to have a second one here soon. And we can now commission the third one. Perfect. 3 ship of the lines also coming out now in the old world. Meanwhile, let's go ahead. I will build a second warehouse here for the hops plantations. So we're going with 10 hops plantations for now. I was thinking about it, and I think it's just safer this way, right? So, oh, look at that. We got the first conquest. Miss Hunt lost an island to Alonso. That is just amazing. Beautiful. I like that. Alonso is pretty strong right now, but we know that he's very strong in the early to mid game, right? And we're still in the early game, of course, so that's a nice surprise there. I mean, it's not really a surprise, but it's a nice sight that Miss Hunt is losing some ships here and there, and even some islands. Let's go ahead and let's make sure that we are not taking away any productivity for this lumberjack hut here. Now, it's going to be a bit tricky over there, right? Because it's just going to be a lot of tiles, really, that we are going to squeeze in now. And let's just make this work. 9 of them, as I said, even 10 are possible. And there you go, 10 hops plantations. Actually, it's not that much when you look at it like that, but it's of course going to be very important for us. The other way that we have now is in Jensen. There's my planks coming in, so we're just quickly going to unload it. Build a few more farmers here. That will lead to 100 farmers. And with that, let's build... Should I build it now? I'm hesitant. Let's get us a bit more timber. And then probably wait a bit longer, right? So the hops will then come in, the lumber will come in. We just need an industrial area for the beer now. And there we have it already with everything ready. The malt houses with a ratio of 1 to 2 for the breweries, and then up 8 breweries right now, of course. Only 6 will be used, but I wanted to complete this in a proper manner. Now, the only thing we do need is a bit more timber, and I think then we would have everything ready for the beer. Beer is really, really tricky in the early game because it's so expensive, and we're going to see that hit on the balance soon. The next ship of the line is ready. This feels good, and the other one has been repaired. Let's get them a bit closer to the corridor there again, just to keep the safety up. And my 2 gunboats here, actually... Where's my 3rd gunboat? Did we lose my 3rd gunboat? I think we did lose a gunboat. No problem, we don't need gunboats anymore theoretically. Still, this is not that fun, of course. There's a pirate ship, rather passive for some strange reasons. Just passing by, but of course we're going to use the moment and destroy it.
Moving to coordinates.
Because the pirate can also have juicy loot for us. It's a bit of rum. That is a nice tax boost temporarily, and also happiness boost. Now it is payback time. In the meantime, we can, well, destroy a few more Miss Hunt ships. After she has become such a huge pain, we can pay her back like that. With 2 ship of the lines, we would be actually able also to take over an island that is not defended. Might be an option. Oh, my ship of the line, meanwhile, got caught with its pants down. Look at the fleet of the Admiral here. Holy cow. As it is leaving, though, the map securely, right, without going down. Perfect. So this is safe. However, this is an eye-opener to me. We need to push more ships. Another ship of the line, I would also like to go for a frigate there, because frigates are fast and agile. And that would lead them to 3 ship of the lines, 2 frigates, and 3 ship of the lines in the new walls. That would be a nice goal right now to secure us a bit. Let's also... there is something here. It's a marketplace that is missing a bit. Go ahead and upgrade a few more people there. We got a few more workers, like so. Very good. And also a few more farmers as well. Let's keep this very close there. There you go. That's a bit of additional income that we can work with. There also has been an explosion for my weapon factory. However, we do have a fire station close by. What I don't see, what I haven't built here, is a police station. Pretty important that we do this. Go ahead and also get this on the way. The 2 charcoal burners here are not working that effectively anymore, only at 100%. They could also work at 150, by the way. 100% is not its full potential, so I might need to remove them soon. But we have the coal mine to stabilize the coal, and for now it's looking rather well on it. Now I finally feel confident. Let's go ahead for grain farms. Even that is expensive. There you go. We could actually get the 5th one on its way there too. Perfect. That's going to be a nice production boost. And do we have the space? I think I could squeeze it in here. We have enough workforce, by the way. So if I manage to get me some additional houses here, perhaps 1, please. It's not even possible to have 1. This should be possible though. There you go, there you go. Very good. Because that way I can remove 2 here and squeeze in a police station. That's the one. Because with that we can now also increase the productivity of these farms. Look at that. The happiness is going down really, really hard, right? So there might be some riots here from time to time. And a police station is going to make sure that nothing gets out of control. Do we have schnapps a lot? We would have a lot of schnapps. I could get some schnapps over. Alright, let's try to take down this frigate here of Miss Hunt that is right now coming in. Actually, it's fleeing from Alonso. And we're just going to welcome it into our corridor. Could be possible, right? Let's stop the formation. Yeah, this is going down for sure.
Stations.
Down it goes. Unfortunately, no loot with it. Nothing I can do about that for the moment. Now, there is a trade route for the... No, there is no trade route anymore for the flowers. So we can now use Seahorse. Adventure, we're going to do it for the flower. And in Scanlon, it's also going to pick up some schnapps and get it over to Jansen to increase that bit of happiness there.
Just say the word.
Let's not forget Piratello. The first bricks are actually coming in, and I would like to continue building us a few more houses here. I haven't seen my 2nd ship of the line though yet. Where is it? Halfway there, right? Lord Algernon still on its way. Well, there's another block of houses here. We can also now have a look at production. Ponchodarnus is a bit low, so let's just go ahead, have us another alpaca farm and another Ponchodarna. That solves the problem for now. And I'm also going to build me a 2nd clay production or another brick production once we have another 100 obreros, which I need to wait for right now. Now there's a ship of the line surprisingly coming in here to Scanlon. Of course, we're going to take care of it. And meanwhile, also another problem. We got the first plague now in the city. This is going to hurt us real bad. First of all, my balance is low because of that, so we are losing taxpayers, and also my workforce is going down. What I need to do here real quick is we're going to start up a window production, because for the hospitals I do need to have some windows. Let's have it like this. This will produce the glasses. Oh, and we just can... We could actually get rid of this ship of the line here now. Let's try this. Make it possible. Looking very good. One more volley, please, and this time it will not be able to flee. And I think that was the only ship of the line Miss Hunt has right now. Looks good. Have a look at that. The loot should be possible. Yep.
Time the rigging.
Medication. Okay, in her position I would also need some medication. There's also a frigate just coming in like that. I also take care of it. It's also going down. Oh, Jansen, meanwhile, is under attack from the Admiral. I think we actually will lose Jansen here. Let's get my ship of the line down here too. They're very close, but a tad too far away. And I was just about to start with my defenses. I will definitely build a cannon tower now in Scanlon. The first one. The first of many to come. This is not looking good. Come on, ship of the line, you can do this. Ah, look at that, how quickly morale is going down. And there is though my ship of the line now coming in. Taking care of things, I hope. Yeah, he's fleeing now.
Steer us forth.
Doing a bit of damage there, but that monster here is holding. And they're fleeing. That was close though, and it shows us how dangerous the world has become now. Lord Algernon, meanwhile, has also arrived in Piratello, ready to protect my New World colonies. And in the Old World, we'll have to dabble around now with a lot of things at the same time. Sicknesses, attack, and building up our defenses. And don't forget the beer. Stay tuned!
Our island is under attack.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Yes, well, we are once again being, well, destroyed by those pesky AI opponents. I mean, look at his flag, look at his banner. I don't know what he hopes to achieve with that. I'm certainly not afraid of him. He's destroying my fishermen, you brave man. Of course, retaliation will come at some point. With that, Angel Claire, another ship of the line, has left the docks. I think, yeah, frigate is now on its way. I might actually abandon the frigate and just build me another ship of the line because I'm that greedy right now and desperate, of course, as well. As we do need to get the firepower out there. Look at that, heavily damaged ship of the lines here. Also Janssen, still a bit damaged, of course. This is causing some riots here now, so this is not necessarily because of working conditions, but because of the siege status that we have right now on the island here. Since with high riot settings, yeah, you get them really easy just by having your island under siege. There's a clipper. Clippers usually have something nice in stock. And I would like to get my ships over there. Let's just make sure that we're not getting a bit too close there. I think we need to, yeah, we can move like this. As we can see, they can fire from both sides. Amazing ships. And destroying this should be easy. There you go. And since it's a clipper, lots of stuff that it dropped. And some of them might actually be quite useful to us. They're outside of the reach here still. Perfect. There's also a pirate going down. Another victory for us. Let's get the ship of the line here together with those two. We have then 3 of them in the area, which is just perfect. I feel safe with that. A former Corsair, 28,000, it would be worth it. A damage to steamships, however, increased by 30%. I'm going to keep this one for now. If I get into money problems later, I might sell it, but right now we don't really need it, right? Yeah, some building materials that were on board here, nothing special. And I think I'm going to actually keep one of these ship of the lines here in Janssen Harbor right now, as long as I don't have another proper defense up and running. Speaking about defenses, I could get the next one out there. Let's do this. Next cannon tower in Scanlan, so we continue protecting this island now and fortifying it, because it's only getting worse now out there, right? Now, when it comes to the city itself of Scanlan, we are looking rather comfortable yet. However, I cannot upgrade any further because we are pretty low there. We still have the plague roaming. And for that, I'm continuing to prepare now. We have the glassworks finished, right? Oh, by the way, there's lots of ships under attack. Ah, it's the Admiral with a bigger attack than the last one. Alright, I only have 2 ship of the lines here right now. Look at that. It's 2 clippers.
Moving to coordinates.
2 frigates, sorry. Why is he actually pressuring me? I'm pretty far away from him. Guess I'm the only one that is at war with him. Yeah, Alonso is at war as well, so no idea why he wastes so many resources on me, but okay. Of course, we'll be ready for this. Yeah, and they're fleeing again. Those cowards! Off they go.
Ship under
Now, Piratello, meanwhile, has received the next ship of the line. This is perfect, right? And we can also upgrade that harbor area here if we want to. With that, we have a proper defense for Yarakagu. Ooh, that's a name. And Nerubi is much better. And thank you, Nerubi, one of my Patreon supporters. Now, we continue onwards in Piratello, because in Piratello, besides having a better defense now, we can work on improving and expanding my production. So as of the moment, the siege is coming to an end, right? So in that case here, I will now be able to repair them. There you go. He's probably going to attack them though again, so I might actually need to move them into the main harbor area, but we'll just wait for that. What I would like to do is I would like to increase the size of the city here. We still have some timber left. Actually, it's not that much. I was thinking that we had a bit more. Nope, they're all working as they should, so nothing out of the ordinary. that I can see here right now. And
Ship construct.
a whole bunch of new blocks then here as well, close to the coast. Another clipper. We're going to need that in a second. And yeah, of course, we need to wait a bit here for the fry plantain now, because the fishing docks have been destroyed in the latest onslaught of Alonso. In that case, a bit of patience is needed. And yeah, a nice little expansion there, continuing with that. I'm not going to do anything within the ruby for now, even though the cotton is tempting. We might get some planks over there, but I can see a lot of Sean here already. Let's wait a bit and then get the planks over. Let's go back to the old world real quick, because there is ongoing battles, of course. In that case here right now, the clipper against Alonso. That is fine for me. And Alonso is actually taking the back route here now. he doesn't dare to take this corridor here anymore, this channel. He rather uses now something else. Very good. One ship down is one more victory for us. Let's have a look at the loot here that Alonso is dropping. And that clipper that we just got out here, the winged monkey. Let's get this to Scanlon again, because Swanel does require a few more things. The first one is we don't have brick production in Swanel, right? So I would like to push some 50 tons in, and we also should look out for we only have 17 tons of weapons. Let's wait for another 3 tons so that I can get 2 cannon towers out for Swanel as well. This island is really important, and we need to fortify that. Now, propaganda. There's a bit of happiness here. Let's keep that, and let's go with the rest here with some income and some negative consumption, because with the negative consumption we can upgrade more people with less production, right? And since we have a huge schnapps overload here, I might actually, since we are not doing this yet, might get the schnapps over to Swanel and boost our income with that further, because my income at the moment, it's not looking good. Maintaining a fleet is expensive. Let's not get too far into that here. There's a bit more. Lucky us, we got a lot of planks, so that's fine. And up here, of course, we have our marketplace. So Swanel is getting a really big city here then too at some point, right? Especially also since we can just easily start also having a processing industry here. Now, the clip, of course, has another purpose entirely. We have the schnapps and the flour now down here to Jensen, and now we can create another trade route, and this is going to be a bit more complicated, because or we are just going to waste another clipper slot. Let's get another clipper out there, though it's getting busy. It's getting really busy out there, I think. Yeah, we could build that pier soon. Yeah, I'm probably going with a pier soon, but it's still, the traffic is increasing, and with that also traffic jams occur. So I would like to combine my trade routes there a bit. So first thing is we have the coal here. That's only a schooner though. We have the work cloth here with a clipper, right? So in Swanel, what we can do in addition, in Scanlon, we are picking up some schnapps and get it over to Swanel to increase happiness and tax income on that island. Next trade route that we create right away is going to get Jensen to Swanel, and that's the hops, and we need to make sure that the waypoints here are very close to my Scanlon island, right? Avoiding Milk Church entirely. Going through the safe corridor here, and we're going to pick up the grain that we have in Jensen, right? We have lots of that in stock. Actually, I can go ahead with 2 times of that. And in Swanel, we're going then to pick up, yeah, well, beer, because this is where we have the beer industry working for us. And Seahorse, off you go, hopefully successfully so. And no, sorry. And from Swanel, we continue onwards to Scanlon once again. So waypoint wise, let's make sure. And in Scanlon, we're going to drop the beer, and then it continues the cycle again, getting the grain, getting it over to Swanel, and then back to Scanlon again. This should work just fine, as long as it adheres to the rules of my waypoint system, right? That's that. And how's it looking here now with all these rides there? The police station is working. I mean, we do have some schnapps here, right? Yeah, people are not unhappy. Absolutely not.
We need more.
Should also not be a problem here. I don't understand why happiness is such a big factor for these guys here right now. Let's just have, yeah, even 10% is an insane amount. Still going to keep that here. I want to make a point. Nothing I can do for now, right? So we are suffering a bit there with the grain production, but it's fine. Now, something I really also need to finish now is my window production. For that, a tiny bit of space we need. There is a lumberjack hut. There is some space here. We can actually finish this one with a bridge. Fires once again. Do I have a firefighter here? I don't. Let's build it here so we can still advance with that road then over. Perfect. And yeah, lots of ruins here. Oh, this is actually... Yeah, it's going into the artisans now, but that's okay because we got lots of artisans anyway. Alright, and look at that. The Admiral is now really taking over this island here. It was just a matter of time. So that is my fur island. I can't get this one defended there, right? I already have trouble putting up some defenses for my existing islands, even though we have a fully boosted weapon production now. And by the way, we got the weapons now. So 20 tons. Let's get this over to Swanell, the next island that I'm going to fortify now. So this was rather just a test. Can we do it? Unfortunately, nope. Right? Because now every island has been settled and the AI, of course, now wants to expand further by taking over islands. So this is the point where we better fortify what we have. Alright, it seems like it's over. So we can rebuild those farmers here. Perfect. And in that case, it should work out now normally then again. And there we've lost it. The Admiral has taken over this island here with the fur abundance. That leaves me with no fur island for the moment.
This island needs proper leadership.
While the enemy rages on the sea, there's another enemy raging within my city, destroying it from the inside. We still have managed to reach the 10,000. But, that is looking pretty dire. New World has also been settled. Yeah, okay, that's far away. I don't care about that. What I care about is space right now. We don't have that. We have the sheepies here. I do have my workcloth production over there. And what we can check here is we have a consumption of 8 in Scanlon, and in Swanell we have a production of 16. So way more. So theoretically, I don't really need that whole industry there anymore. And we have this trade route here already active, right? So let's get rid of 2 of those sheep farms and 2 of those framework knitters, saving us a bit of space. And also making sure that we can now have some proper window production then. Alright, Seahorse, you're doing a mistake here. Seahorse is not using the proper waypoint system. It got attacked there just once though, right? So yeah, just once, because it didn't take a lot of damage. Still, should not be happening. Whew, and really late to the party, we can now start with the window makers. Let's have them blueprinted. I would really like to squeeze in 4 here. We don't need this one. Right, so I can use like that. And there I could have some ornaments then. Let's start with 2. It's already going to be pretty expensive. And it's going to consume me some logs now and some glass to produce the windows that we need for all kinds of future industry, including the hospital. It's also worth noting that this ship here is glowing greenish. Why? It has the plague on board. So we have an option now. Either we let it stop here and wait for the plague to get over, right? So it kind of like solves itself when the crew's decimated, I guess. Because when it docks in Swanell, it will deliver the plague over. And the problem here is that I can't afford a second hospital, let alone one. And losing another population here to the plague like I'm doing right now in Scanlon is not something that looks promising to me, or yeah, something that I would like to achieve for now. Alright, planks is fine. There's the weapons now. And we can now go ahead and start building up some cannon towers here as well. 2 I would like to have in a proper harbor location. There's my main building, so let's make sure that we have it, yeah, over here, right? So that the ship gets really attacked by the main building and my 2 cannons here as well. The range should be fine for anything. Alright, those 2. Ah, look at that. The Admiral is coming in again. We do have 2 ship of the lines. They are stronger. They might have a chance there. And another ship of the line is coming out soon. And then we still need 9 more tons of weapons to build the next one. Alright, they're fleeing again once they see my ships. That gunboat is still getting hit a bit, but unfortunately, of course, it's way too fast. Let's actually keep my ship of the lines here in this channel, right? Because there is lots and lots of ships coming through all the time, and this just seems safe to me. Alright, La Libela, a new ship of the line, comes out just in time when another ship of the line of Miss Hunt is getting out there as well. Or it was fully repaired again, I think. And with that, we have, fortunately now, 4 ship of the lines here in the old world.
Stations.
And yeah, with a bit of navigating, we have trapped it into the corner of this island here, of my main island, and can take it down this time. And there's no way it can actually get out of this situation. Very good. A bit of a drop here. Now in Scanlon, 40 tons of weapons, so we can definitely commission another ship of the line now. Another thing that I would like to do is... Oh, whoa, you're fast. La Libera, he really had something there. And let's just check it out there. That's a good item actually. But in that case, I would like to get the first cannon tower in Jensen up as well. And we probably should also upgrade it. That is something I can do right now. It's getting a few more hit points there as well. Soap, meanwhile, not soap, the Schnapps has come into Swanell and it's leading to a nice boost here of income to 1,400, even though my coin is a bit low there at the moment. And I might actually consider just selling some of these items that I've received, right, from the fighting. There's, by the way, also my damaged Marlene coming in, so we are going to repair it here real quick and also drop some soap that we found. Oh, actually, are we full on soap? Oh, this is really cool. And the Corsair. I'd rather not risk it on one of my ships there. Can I? Another ship is coming out here. Very good. So we are rolling. We could consider building a second shipyard soon so that we can double the output of ships. Let's just place it there. And for now, though, I will not build it yet because I don't think that I can sustain 2 lines of production all the time. But we definitely should prepare for everything. Let's continue also in Jensen where we have the building materials and I can now build my first harbor cannon. This is going to be cool because that one is going to annoy every ship that tries to pass through this channel here, right? So the island is attacking and the cannon is now attacking too, and this also means I don't need to have that ship of the line here necessarily all the time because that island will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer before help comes in. Alright, back in the new world, Piratello, we need to continue. So we are upgrading a few more houses now. As we have the rares, I do really need a lot of them, so we just going crazy with that right now. Colony status has been achieved in Piratello. And another thing I could consider doing is conquering this island here, Calavera from Alonso. There's no defense here at the moment, and it's really just in the way of my trade route then down here in the Ruby. So it's really a thorn on my side, and there's no defense here yet. I might consider this pretty soon. Alright, you know what? Screw this. Let's attack. 2 ship of the lines really should be enough. And it's got no defenses here, so let's go ahead with that. There's a pirate though I should be careful of, but other than that, let's just get in here and start the attack right away. Both of my ship of the lines are now making some very strange turns. What are you doing? Just stay there, please, and fire. Only one direction. You need to fire anyway. Unfortunately, he upgraded the trading post here just now, really, a short time ago. Nevertheless, the first roof is already crumbling. And yeah, morale, well, it's crumbling as well, but not that quickly. We're taking some damage here. Nebuchadnezzar is taking some damage. And I guess this captain here is just watching what's going on.
Your island is under attack.
Alright, Piratello is under attack. This is right next to it. Oh, okay, my fishermen. Yes, we need to move them. There's no way that I can sustain this forever.
Your harbor is under attack.
And really, come on. It's totally dropped there. Perfect, thank you very much. And with that, we have the first island conquered. Calavera, it's called. There might be some items in it. Oh, yep, that we can use. This is really cool. Ironworks and foundries produce 50% more when equipped in a trade union. And lumberjack card increase, some dynamite here, and a mortar! I'm going ahead to take the mortar on Lord Algernon.
Steer us forth.
Holy cow, mortars are amazing. Doing a lot of instant damage to any kind of ship, especially to wooden ships. Let's equip it.
Fleet ready.
Okay, let's also have a look what we find here, but that's it. By the way, Calavera is not that bad. We got sugarcane fertility on it. I'm not going to use it for the cotton, but we're going to use it for sugarcane. And we can start with that right away. Let's get my other ship, Lord Algernon, over there. And he's going to start then delivering some planks down to Nairobi, where there is a frigate waiting. By the way, that frigate, let's get back up here. And yes, we have now a clear channel again, right? So there's no island in between here. There's Nairobi over there. It's just amazing how far we can see, right? There it is.
Ready the ropes.
And we have now a direct line of sight again to the island without any enemy islands close by. Some loot is just some schnapps, nothing that we need. And back to the old world, because in the old world, I would like to commission another ship of the line soon. And we're going to use Kenai, my latest clipper, to get also now some weapons over to the new world, because I really want to fortify, especially Piratello.
Ship of the line.
This one has been repaired. Let's get, yeah, with some soap on board. Not that I really need it, but okay, let's get it. And get this one somewhere over here as well to secure the channel once more. And by the way, the plague is over on the scallop. Let's activate this ship again. It's very important, really, that we keep this going. We continue with the rebuilding of some parts of Scanlan, as the damage is still there, right? But the plague, as we can see, is now receding a bit, and workforce is also stabilized again. Very good.
Stations.
Another mishunt ship down. Boys, you really did not think about this island here, to be honest.
Awaiting new horizons.
She can't protect it properly. And in Kenai, very good. We get actually the weapons for it. Let's also take, we do need a lot of these, unfortunately. So let's get 100 tons of bricks, even though we produce them in the New World too. Okay, let's get 70 tons over. And some steel beams there as well. We always need that. And this one gets right to the New World protection we have. That's those two ship of the lines. They're just going to escort it to the edge of the map, right? And then come back again. So once again, we need to get the waypoints straight here. And then here, and then here, and then here. So really a zigzag that we have to go here, to go through all of this.
Under attack.
And this is why we need the protection for. There's pirates out there.
Goodness turns to badness like alchemy.
Has arrived. Very good. Let's assign it to Piratello, and my two ship of the lines, they can return here again the same path they came from, all the way up here to Archie. And at Archie at the same time, there is my clipper coming in, a bit risky perhaps, because without protection, but of course I've looked it up carefully, and we're going to sell 3 items here now for some jolly good money, leading to 122,000 cash. And let's get that clipper back home immediately, even though a clipper is not that valuable in the great scheme of things like a ship of the line, but still pretty important that we actually use it right now to get that quick cash in, because I would like to continue with my next thing, and that is my window production. First of all, I think we can still repair now a few more houses here that lay in ruins. I think those are where the there's still something here. All right. And of course the fish oil factories, you know what, let's really move it here now. It's not looking pretty, but at least it's defended, right? That's pretty important. It's just the pirate attacking, very good. And with the bit of a workforce that we have, I can now get the next sand mine out, the next glassworks, right? And then the next window maker 2 times. So we have doubled now essentially the window production as well. Expensive, as we can see. So one of them cost me 200 coin. That is another 500 coin for the whole production cycle. And we are really down to 100 now. That's why selling items is so important. It's the only real way of getting quick cash in for the moment. My balance is just too low usually. A few farmers we have, so I can go ahead, upgrade a bunch of them here and here. And be happy with that, I think. Yeah, so far so good. There's still a bit of the plague left here on the ground, but it hopefully disappears now soon. So far so good. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 100 Extreme. Glad you're still sticking around, glad you enjoy this little series. And we are in the process of moving the Ship of the Alliance that we used as an escort in the last episode back to home. However, there's some treasure to be found here in the form of some schooners here by the Admiral and by Miss Hunt. And of course, sometimes they do have nice stuff on board that we could sell, like 2,000 we get out of the soap. I mean, it's free money, right? Isn't it? I definitely can take this. Now, also the pirate is getting a bit more active, as we can see. So more and more of the pirate ships are getting into my channel, directly attacking my clippers now, right? So they're not just floating around anymore, but they're actually doing something here. This island here is once again being attacked, this time by Miss Hunt, so she tries to get it back. I love it. I love the dynamics of the AI, as we can see, Alonso is basically at war with everyone else as well, except for the New World pirate, and the Admiral is at war with the pirate and Alonso and me, of course, and Miss Hunt. It's the same picture here. So Miss Hunt and the Admiral are kind of like at the peace status right now. However, as always, nobody likes Alonso, so he is constantly under pressure there by the other factions, which is helping us a bit for now, because we can focus on other things. Things like Calavera, for example. This is a cute island, isn't it? And we're going to make it even cuter. We are going to add some buildings here. Like, seriously, we're going to add these guys here. They're going to be completely alone, unfortunately, right? It's just really going to be a bunch of these blocks here. Let's also get us a nice marketplace there. And I think that's already it, right? We could... Nah, not really. We can't. There's just nothing else we could do here except getting this road a bit away there. Perfect. And that's it, right? There's a gold deposit here. 2 gold deposits that we can use on this really cute island there, by the way. And this island is, holy cow, important to us. It is absolutely vital that we're going to keep this island here. Not only because of its beautiful beaches, right? And its beautiful view over my other New World colonies. It is also important because, you name it, it has sugarcane. It's the only sugarcane island that I found. It's tiny, but we'll have to make it work. That's just how it goes. Oh, look at that. The Admiral is having a few more ships now in my territory. We do have my Ship of the Alliance not too far away there, hopefully. And there's a bit of loot, of course, to be had, but this is all really nonsense. Oh, look at that. Destroying my ships now. Let's just see. We do actually have some 2 Ship of the Alliance in the area, so I don't need to hurry up with those. And those guys here, they just can return now back home again.
Your harbor is under attack.
Attacking my industry now. How dare you?
Stations.
Right, we're going to lose that gunboat. We can't help it. At some point, they're just a thing of the past, really, right? They're just too weak overall.
Was destroyed.
And in that case, we have our Ship of the Alliance. However, as we also can see, they're so slow in comparison to the frigates, right? And the frigates, unfortunately, can just get away from it. At least we have destroyed one of her gunboats there, but that's it. Even against the wind, they're just pretty darn fast. Nothing my Ship of the Alliance can really do. That's the strength of the frigates. Now back to Piratello. We have more building materials here. That is for my ramping up of the defense of Piratello. By the way, I could also... let's upgrade the harbor, so that we can store a few more things. Really, it's all coming together right now, is it? An explosion. Let's repair it quickly. We do have the materials. By the way, while I'm in the area, I do have a clipper available. We do need to get some... bricks, not really, right? But some steel beams. We need to get this over to Swanell, and let's also get us 2 weapons, over 2 tons, 20 tons of weapons, to get some proper further defense up in the future. Oh, come on. Another ship is under attack, but this time we destroyed the bugger. Just get over there and collect my ships again. Alright, off they go. Look at that. As quick as can be. Now in Piratello, I would like to continue with a bit of defense. So we do have our cannons here. They're really expensive when it comes to bricks, right? But it's just going to be absolutely required of us that we do this now. think it's just some ships
Just say
passing
the
by
word.
here. That's it, right? No big deal. There's a
Your
clipper.
harbor is under attack.
Oh, also this island here is under attack now, Jensen, but she does not have a good time here. We also get the influence bonus of the admiral. That means that we have now finished enough, or we have spent enough influence into defensive buildings, and we get a 7% bonus out of it.
Your island is under
Of
attack.
course, I'll take that. Yeah, this is kind of like a trade street here for Miss Hunt. So let's just get a few of my ship of the lines here, right? Because we can definitely disrupt her trade routes there further, destroying her ships in this
More
area,
than ready.
just to have some fun there. Next up, it's a bit stressful right now. We have lots of things that we need to go in. So now we have the resources now. We could go ahead with another defense. I would like to do this, however, blueprinted for now. Right, so a few over there as well, so that we kind of like spread it out there, so it's not going to be so easy for the AI to destroy them. And in Piratello, we have that defense. We have Calavera now. In that case here, we got 90 Jornaleros, and we can use this, to build us up a sugarcane production. This is pretty important. We do have an available clipper, can I? And by the way, can I? You will do something else for me. Yeah. We will need to build another brick production up here now. Let's do this. It's costing me obreros again, but it's absolutely required. And also, what are you doing for me then? We're waiting for a few bricks and then get it down here to Narubi, because in Narubi we will need to build up a bit of a defense there as well. Now, for the sugarcane, we do need it, of course, for rum. That is really important because rum is boosting our income just massively. And we do get 5, we do have a demand of 5 per minute right now, so I would like to go for 8 as my calculation. That would lead to 4 sugarcane plantations. Yeah, it's really not more, because they produce 2 per minute, actually, right? So it's fine to not have that much space here, because we don't need that many plantations. Let's go ahead and just try to make it work. They, however, do need a lot of fields, right? There is some gold here, but I don't think that I'm ever going to need it. So I'm just going to be happy to not use it. Could we please just work with just a minute without any attack? That would be amazing, so that I can focus a bit on my industry here. That's 4, and that's probably the maximum I need for quite a while. We can boost them further, and of course we can still go ahead with 2 more. I think should work. However, as we can see up here, we do have the oil fields, and those I definitely want to keep though active, right? So we definitely want to make the oil work at some point. So let's just keep a bit of a space here available, probably all the way up here, because there's going to be then an oil harbor at some point. Let's get this building actually over there, right? So that we still have some workforce. That's it. One of them costs me 1,000. We can afford this. Let's go ahead and build 4 of them. Hooray that we have it. Only costing me 10 Jornaleros each, or 10 Jornaleros each, to produce the 8 sugarcane per minute now. Beautiful, right? That's the fields of rum to me. And what we need then here is a very tiny trade route, right? It's just going over here to Piratello with a bit of sugarcane. And as far as I am concerned, we can use a charter for this for now. And let's go ahead and choose a sugarcane here. And from Calavera to Piratello, as much as possible. It doesn't cost me influence for now. And there it is. The question is, where does it spawn? Up there, Neptune's Gift it's called. And this one is now delivering the sugarcane over then to Piratello. Now in Piratello, we do have a bit of a work to do now with the industry. Let's just find this. I think this is a good spot here for some industry, because... oh, wait a second. We keep this one for the city. Let's keep it for the city and have the industry then a bit further over here, right? There's not going to be that many plantations anyway. A bit of coffee perhaps somewhere. I might actually make us a bridge to this area and start the industry over there for the sugarcane, right? There is going to be a warehouse then here, a bit further in this corner there, because we're going to have 2 of them at some point. Can I build that bridge here still? Yes, there I can build it. Then we definitely should add a fire station to the area.
I'm confident it's ready to
go. A bit of newspaper there again.
As always.
It's only negative. Sure. It's only negative. Let's go with the money. The consumption rate. and a bit of happiness. You're happier than you think you are.
You'll have it coming.
We still have 90 influence left. That's still plenty for ships, right? But we have to be careful there, of course. Now with the distilleries, we don't need 4 of them for now. And look at how big they are. Oh, that's going to be tricky.
Lost lamb.
This I can do. I will definitely need to have another warehouse then here. And then we can only use it like that. And then probably... Oh yes, very good. This is possible. And I think that's it though. I could move that warehouse into this area. So that we should still be able, perfect, to get 2. Can we get 2 more? Oh, that's perfect. It's not looking really nice, right, to the eyes, pleasing to the eyes, but it is working, and we have enough sugarcane distilleries here now, rum distilleries that is, for a long time. And with that, we only need some more lumberjack huts. 1 we do need, to be precise, and because it's producing 4 per minute, and it does need to have a warehouse. We have a warehouse over here. Let's just get this one cracking. There it is, producing 4 timber now per minute. Might actually consider upgrading that warehouse here then, because it's working for the ponchos too. And then I just need 4 rum distilleries. Each one of them, now I don't know this, 30 honeleros. That's negligible.
Is under attack.
And there they are. And with that, the rum production will be starting soon. Ah yes, okay, it's Miss Hunt this time attacking me in Piratello. No more timber, so I will not be able to build anything else, but that should be fine. The charter route is already working. Under the proud banner of the cat, getting the sugarcane over.
Under attack.
Yes, I know, I know. Can we not just enjoy the sights? Oh, look at that in the ruby. Yeah, I was waiting actually for the bricks. We do need 1 more ton of bricks so that I can get my defense over there. Let's get my ship of the lines over. I think he's actually chasing the pirate there at the moment and not my island. Getting a bit too close to the defenses of Jean Lafetune, the pirate. That's hurting him a bit. And now he's making another mistake, trying to attack. What? He's under attack now from 2 defenses, the pirates and our island working together. That's a rare sight. We got the bricks and the 20 tons. Let's just check it out real quick there as well, because I think 80 tons of timber I will need as well. That's something I think. We got 20 in the ruby. I will still need to wait a bit on that as well. Alright, I love the thing with the sugarcane. Money-wise, we are very tight now here, but the sugarcane will make its magic then. Another thing we definitely should start up now is in Swanell. We have everything in. This is going to hurt us now a bit when it comes to production, right? But in that case here, we can now start up the beer. We have the grain now finally working. So that means the 9 hops plantations that I need to prepare, 5 of them cost me 5,000. Boom. And then another 4 here. That's the field of hops. We're still positive there slightly. Oh, look at that. This one does not have all the fields that it requires. Mistake on my part, but everyone else has. Perfect. That's one thing. And then I was planning for 6 breweries, right? We do need 3 malt houses. That's those guys here. Let's also add a fire station to the area. That's those 3, and then 6 breweries. Now this is going to be expensive, right? 4 of them cost me 6,400. Look at my money. And 2 more. So if you think that we are actually set financially, you're severely mistaken. The balance is now at 1,200 negative per minute right now. So we're losing money. We're bleeding money. But in that case, I'm confident that the bonus from the beer will pull it off quickly. We, by the way, have workers in Swanell that would like some beer as well. So I think I'm just going to also satisfy them with it. It's 1 they need right now per minute. So we could make this work, of course, right? We still have then a surplus of 1 for Scanlon. And while we're in the area, let's also upgrade a few more. These are taxpayers that also get the beer now. Of course they should, right? They're the workers for the beer. So let's get them cracking here. And let's also have some more blocks here, because my Honolulu workforce, as always, is a bit of a problem. I do like Swanell, by the way. This island is more important to us than I thought it would be. That's everything that we need right now. And I think totally even now on the fish. Work cloth is also fine. There's no schnapps here. So, by the way, as we are upgrading more people with schnapps in Scanlan, we might move the surplus over to Swanel. And that is something I'm not doing yet. I am doing this, right? Yes, I am, of course. Sorry for that. Of course we're doing it. Meanwhile, in Scanlan, let's use the momentum to upgrade a few more, as we are in the process of upgrading anyway. By the way, I could extend the reach of my marketplace here now, finally, to also reach these guys here, right? Because this one here does not have the highest need yet. Now it has it. Alright, a small riot.
Isn't it nice to see people
Of course, Alonso is rejoicing already, but the police is in action. We might actually build another one just to be sure.
Is it really surprising that
They're dirt cheap to us now anyway. But the riot, of course, comes at a bad timing because it is further reducing my income. So all the people that are rioting here right now, they're not paying me taxes. And this is actually hurting us now real bad. 1,500 negative. We might need to do something. I have something to sell. Let's sell. Okay, at least there's no bigger attack coming in right now. So let's just keep my tip of the lines here safe and sound. There's a bit of rum. It's not a lot, but we can use it. We can definitely use the rum here to temporarily boost my income there a bit.
Bitter sap bleeds this tree.
No idea what he's saying there. And I do have a timber on blobfish. I think we don't need that really. I might actually consider also now building us some depots, right? I mean, 2,500 is a lot of money. Build us 2 depots over here. For Scanlan, each one of them gives me 50 tons of additional storage. And 1 in Swanel. We can afford this for now. And it's required because we do need all these resources. Now, there is the rum coming in. We should see a nice boost with that, even though we don't have that many artisans yet, right? So the boost will be not as high as it would be if we would have engineers. Now we can upgrade those guys here too.
Ship of the line reporting in.
Let's unload it and let's just see. 1,500 negative. As we can see, it is recovering now and it actually will get positive there just because of the rum. Beautiful. That's just the rum really. The beer is not even in yet. I think though my beer is now working. Yep, the breweries are working now. I will need to definitely upgrade that warehouse here and build us another one too. And I should be able now to also unload the remaining planks. Very good. So beer is starting to work now, and at least in Swanel people now have beer, right? Which is further improving my balance, of course. And once this production is in full swing, we will then be able to export it. The balance is already there, plus 5 per minute. And we should then see some beer now starting to pile up here. Perfect. While this is happening, let's continue with Peratello, because in Peratello we should see some good amount of rum lying around. And look at the boost that we got out of the rum. It's beautiful. And we will now be able to use Kenai here for our first global trade route. And that is from Peratello all the way to Scanlan. This is going to be... This is going to be nasty though. Look at that. I think we will need to use Archie as a middleman if I want to get over to Scanlan. Because I can only have my waypoints here. Right, look at that. This one would certainly get destroyed as well. I could check. There's an island here? Oh, wait a second. No, we need to go to the old world. It's this island here. Yep, it's nasty, right? But there's no defense here. There's no defense here. So the clipper goes like that. It will go like this.
You are a laughingstock.
And then there's this island here of Miss Hunt. No defenses here yet. You know what? Let's take over this island. Why not? Let's gather my fleet once more. We can do this. By the way, yep, we can build another ship of the line. Actually, wait a second. We can build 2 ship of the lines. And I would be a fool to not do it. Those riots. People are really angry. They want beer. Most likely they want beer. Alright, but the beer will soon come over. Alright, the attack starts from both sides we're attacking. Milk Church.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Some of them are with the wind. No, those are actually with the wind, so that should be fine.
Let the sails fill.
Ship under attack.
Not expecting serious damage here on my part. To be honest, as this island here is undefended at the moment. And yeah, we got Miss Hunt crippled quite a bit right now, right? So the Admiral is pretty strong. Alonso is pretty strong. The Admiral secured another big island, but Miss Hunt, she's not looking good, to be honest. And this island is going down, no problem. There is nothing really on board that we would need here, except the iron, right? A bit of iron actually helps us out. Oh, wait a second. Oh, nice limestone. There is a limestone deposit on it that we can also use. And perhaps she's got some items here. Yes, very good. Some good items that we can sell. Also some building materials, quite a lot of them too.
Set sail.
See, yeah, lots of steel beams there, to be honest. And then some items that we can sell at Archie. Let's actually do this right away.
The sails fill.
And the remaining ships go back to their posts over here. And also over here into the trade channel. That's it. And wait a second. No. Let's actually continue with the onslaught. Let's get over here to Archie, because Alonso's island is also undefended, and I would like to take this now, as long as it's 2C for us, because there's the fur abundance on it, right? We do need the fur, and since we military-wise have definitely the upper hand right now, when it comes to ships, right? Oh, also when it comes to general defense, we're looking rather good for the moment. So I would like to use the moment to continue my expansion. Of course, taking an island will be way more difficult. Look at that. She's also got some flamethrowers here now. They would do a lot of damage to my people.
Just say the word.
22 tons of beer are in. There's the items. That's going to be amazing. I mean, look at that. 77,000. Yes. We're also sitting at a 3,000 balance right now. Ooh, this seems strange. There's not even the beer over yet, and the rum is now receding. I think so. We are losing that balance now anyway. And let's move further than down here to Alonso. Let's gather my fleet over there. And we can then actually also continue with my next trade route. That's the global trade route, and then the beer trade route. Onwards to new adventures. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back. Now we're starting this episode with the fun things in life, that is some conquering. It's quite profitable too, not only that we do need the islands, but we do get some nice loot out of them from time to time. Like in the last episode where we got around 70,000 credits. That helps us a bit right now because my balance is not looking that great overall. Now we start the attack right away, floating into the harbor area there. Ooh, getting a bit stuck there too. Shouldn't be too much of a problem here, as we can see. And we're quickly taking down the Alonso Island with the fur on board. Demon's Pity, it's called. I would like to call it Demon's Pit, more likely. And while we watch this, I also want to thank all my Patreon supporters for your support. You guys are awesome. And if you like to support me, please consider supporting me on Patreon. The link is in the description. There you go. Island has been conquered. And with that we take it over. Alonso is furious, but that's fine. Oh, look at that. Teutonic Technical. I'm getting really jiggly over here. This is not that great, really. Hunting cabin productivity 40% increased. We can use this because we don't have a lot of space on this island, and it's the only fur island that we have. So bumping it up with a bit of productivity can't hurt really that much. We can also use it as an emergency financial input with 60,000 of value. There's also something here for the trade unions, yeah, and some domestic pig that we could use for a zoo. Now, I do have a clipper prepared with some building materials on board. Let's get this over because I want to fortify this one ASAP, of course. Thanks, Alonso, also for upgrading the warehouse here right away, so we can use the maximum amount of storage for it. Oh, look at that. Yeah, Miss Hunt is using the momentum. We don't have any ships over there. It's probably a bit of a mistake on my part there, to be honest. Because I've got no ship of the line now in the area right now. So they are making their way back. However, they're sailing against the wind. They're going to be a bit slow for this one here to work, right? Question is, where is she going with that?
Ship under attack.
Just attacking my fishes here? That would be fine, really.
Your harbor is under attack.
Right, 1,200 negative right now. Where's my clipper with the building materials? Ah, safe and sound. On its way to the south. And there's also this frigate there.
Your harbor is under attack.
It's a race, really. It's a race right now. We need to get over there before she
Ship
finished
under attack.
destroying my coastal areas here, because then she will probably turn her attention to my ships.
Boom! Yes,
That was the
my
retaliation of
pathetic
Alonso.
sailors.
One frigate. Yeah, she continues attacking my...
Harbor is under
What is she attacking now? My fire station. Alright, you can do this, of course, if you like to. That's totally fine while my ships are on the way. Now, we can also do something else in the meantime, something exciting. Because, of course, with a Demon's Pit, we have now this island secured, at least for the moment, right? For another 27 minutes, it's safe anyway. It has the white flag
Ship
mechanic.
under attack.
So this means the island cannot be conquered again. However, of course, there is my clipper already coming with the building materials. What we can do now is, let's head back to the New World. In the New World, I've got Kenai, and I should have a lot of rum by now. Yep, we have it. 90 tons of rum. And we can now start the straight right here from Piratello to Scanlon. I'm going to make the waypoint so that we do not touch any one of my opponents. And look at that. Now we have a clear channel here to my main island, Scanlon, right? And there should not be too much damage. I mean, there's lots of ships here from the Admiral. That's his main island, so this is really dangerous territory. But if we move over here in the north, we should be fine, really. And hopefully we are. Let's have a look and get this clipper on its way. There it is. And with that, we got the first global trade route on its way now too, with rum. That's going to be a nice input for money, right? That's going to be a nice booster there. Now, building materials, here we get 69 influence. There's still the ship of the line. She fortunately really focuses just purely on my buildings here, destroying them, destroying my industry area. That's her goal right now.
Fleet awaiting orders.
And now my ship of the lines are getting closer there.
Ship under attack.
That's that. By the way, there's the beer now coming over too. Let's pause it, beer, for now.
Ready as we can be.
Ah, okay, we lost the ship there. I can build some, right? Let's build some clippers. Now, actually, a second shipyard would come in handy. And I think we're doing this because I do need more trade ships. Let's build 2 clippers and 2 ship of the lines in the other shipyard. We can actually go ahead with a third one. Let's do this. Alright, she's backing off now. We lost 2 schooners in the process. Nikush, also one of my first schooners.
Attention for the Admiral.
Let's get those ship of the lines a bit further over. There's a bit of the pirate coming in.
Steersman.
And I think with 1, we should be fine taking down this ship of the line here now.
Ship under attack.
Steersman.
All of that pity. Just the
Oh, look at that. Anne would actually like to go to ceasefire, but she demands 70,000. Of course, we can't do this. Also, we have no diplomacy option. Yeah, we're taking more damage than we need to here, to be honest.
Let the sails fill.
Go into the back here, so she's not able to shoot at us from the back.
Set sail.
One more volley. There it is. And that is the end of that cargo ship here. Perhaps there's some loot. So far so good. Those are back. And my clipper, let's also enable this one here with the cannon towers. So 2 of them I would easily get. Ah, we could also be a bit nasty here to the Admiral. Placing them a bit further over here will make it possible for us to shoot at the ships a bit more early. There you go. And I would like to go ahead with 2 more than long-term wise. Right, so that we have those 4.
Just say the word.
That's a nice defense. The Clipper can go back home. We will still need it then. And those riots are tenacious. What is going on? People, please calm down. Actually, I also don't need 2 warehouses here anymore. Let's get rid of this. And build us another block of houses in between. We do need the workforce anyway. Oh my goodness, those people are furious. They demand beer. There's the ship of the line coming out, the next one, Aura. Very good. I feel very confident right now with my ships, to be honest. I mean, the Admiral is really, he's older pulling. The Admiral is probably going to be our biggest adversary here. Miss Hunt does seem to be too crippled really to advance any further. Look at that, the Admiral and Alonso are also at war now, so they were at the ceasefire, but they're fighting again each other. In that case, this is of course helping us all the time, because no one focuses on us at the moment.
A competitor's island is under siege.
And taking over some more islands here. Oh, look at that, Alonso is taking over Miss Hunt Island. Oh, he's trying it at least, and he has a good chance of succeeding at that. We got the next Clipper out, very important, Spindle Needle. You are also going to be on my rum trade route, because 1 ship of course is not enough. Kenai is on its way still, and Spindle Needle is now starting over here. There we got 2 ships there, and then we got the whole coal trade route here with the Winged Monkey that will take over from the schooner, Nikush that got destroyed. And while we're at it, we could also in Swanell, yeah, get us a bit more coal over, just if we can, right? The Clipper has the space for it. No, by the way, let's go with beer, right? Because we only have 1 trade route with the beer right now, and the volume is going to get only higher from now on. I think this will be safe. Holy cow, what are you doing, Miss Hunt? Trying to get into Scanlon there, keeping the pressure up, but that's very pathetic. Let's rebuild the houses that we lost, right? And I think we should also have some nice amount of beer now in. 24 tons, yep. The workers have it, right? And I think we should be activating it now for the artisans too. When is the next beer coming in? I don't see it.
You're good.
There's some beer on Blobfish.
On our way.
That I don't care about. I think we don't have the
busy,
right beer production yet. It's at 5. Grain-wise, we're still fine. Let's boost it further. 1 more malt house. 2 more breweries. This is almost the maximum now, really. And 2 more hops plantations.
I'll do.
And let's also upgrade at least 1 of them here.
Ship under attack.
Awaiting new horizons.
What? Spindle Needle. What are you doing? What is Spindle Needle doing? Oh, right, I can see it. She's not following the waypoint system yet, because she hasn't started the trade route really. So in that case we need to get her over manually, so totally forgot about this. Let's get her over there and then activate it. Meanwhile, as we can see though, Kenai is coming in the right direction, so the right waypoint, entering the old world now and getting the rum over, some 70 tons. I hope the Admiral stays clear of us. He's over here. Another thing I should be doing that I haven't noticed yet really, we do need to set a minimum stock for schnapps, of course. The reason for that is we are having a schnapps trade route to Swanell and to Jensen, and we're depleting schnapps constantly in Scanlon, and that means that people are not too happy with losing schnapps all the time. Also, my balance is fluctuating a bit too much, and we can stabilize that whole thing here. Holy cow, those riots, they don't go away. Let's build another police station. We cannot mobilize because happiness in Scanlon is not high enough, especially for the artisans. We have enough windows now, so I would like to do another thing, and that is providing a service building, and that is the theater. This is something they would really like, because with the theater, we give them happiness. And as far as I know, no money though. Let's try to just work with one, because they're really expensive. So having one here probably works out the best, right? Especially once we have then paved roads, we will further boost it. I think here is the best option, just by the church. We would need to get rid of those artisans here. I could also build it here, by the way. We do have some room available. Yeah, I think this is a good spot for it. Let's build the theater over there. It's as central as can be. It is going to reach all of them. Not all of them with 100% though. But once we have the paved road, this will of course be easily possible. Beautiful building, no doubt. This will further raise now the happiness. Yep, artisans are happy now too. This should lower the chances of riots. It does not help with the balance though, unfortunately. But that was to be expected. But it's an important next step. Now look at that. We do have, for example... These guys here still have 100% variety, right? These guys here have 97, which is fine too. These guys here have only 65. So I don't have enough bricks, but just to make a point, let's get the next paved road out here. And from 65, we go now to 100% for these guys here. A bit further away, it is stuck at 70%, but we still have some more room to work here. So this should be fine, right? Paving the road then as well will reach almost all of those people. A few more we can upgrade. We don't have the perfect worker balance right now. That's of course because we have riots. I can still upgrade a few more farmers. We should be doing this over here. There you go. Let's build 2 more clippers. We do need them.
Good and ready.
And blobfish probably can work now on one of my other beer routes. No, I think we will just use this one here. Nah, it's fine. I think we're fine. And let's activate beer now for the artisans. This is going to be nice. So let's just have a look at my balance. From 500, it goes up now. 1003, 1005. And that's even with the riots at the moment, right? So this is how important it is to provide happiness goods, beer and rum. We're going to 3000 now with that, just with the beer really. And we are not even using the full potential yet. 32. Beautiful. That is just amazing now. And we are having a nice comfortable 70 tons of beer. 4 we are using right now. So in that case, we have now everything that we need for that. 3,800. Getting close to 4,000 there on the balance.
Competitor's island withstood an attack.
Oh, Alonso was not able to take over the island here. And rum-wise, there is also my first batch of rum now coming in with Kenai. And by the way, another thing that I should really do now...
Your harbor is under attack.
Where? Over here in Jensen. That's just a lost Alonso ship. Not very successful. Oh, by the way, he's got some loot for us.
Climb the rigging.
Sometimes there's nice things on board, really. Next up on the list is now the rum, but as we can see, it's getting a bit busy now in the harbor area with all the trade routes, right? And yeah, they're waiting around, so I might actually get us the first pier now out. Oh, we do need some more bricks, but then we can do this. And let's get rid of one of the fisheries. I'm having them over here anyway, right? Let's build 2 more. The fisheries, that means I can get rid of them here. And by the way, I don't need that many fisheries anymore because we don't have that many farmers and workers, right? So we are still looking very comfortable on the fish. And I can go ahead and have my next pier then out there. I would, however, continue doing it then, combining it with my depots. Bear in mind, we don't have the docklands in this playthrough. So I like to have depots acting as a pier then as well, right? As a key for the piers. We have a bit of a harbor look to it, right? And then we have the connection over there and also over here, going down then into the harbor area. Very good. This one is going to be very nice for us. Right now there's no traffic jam though, so we're fine on that. Next up on the list, there it is. Rum is in now. Let's activate it. We are at 4-4 when the rum starts, and let's just see where it goes from here. This will of course really make people happy. 10 happiness now for the artisans, and of course with the rum it's going to increase now too. This should really make sure that we are having no more riots than on the island, at least for now. Propaganda can cause a few riots here and there, of course, But that's that. Rum is coming in from 4. We are going now to 5, 6. Probably 6,000 on the income. And don't get fooled that this is enough, because it's absolutely not. We have no artisan industry so far, and we need money to start investing into artisan industry. So 6,000 it is, very comfortable, so perfect. And in that case here, we're only using a few artisans right now to boost them with the rum, right? We don't even have engineers yet. They profit way more from rum. Let's build the pier. There you go. So we have now 2 docking stations for any kind of ship that wants to get to Scanlon. A funeral city so far, but at least a thriving city. Rachel, another clipper comes out. Let's send Rachel right away to the New World. Should we get her anything with it? Yeah, we could get some 20 tons of weapons there, right? As we can see, we can always now build some ship of the lines. We always have enough weapons available at the point. Yeah, 20 tons are possible. Let's, oh, not 50. Let's go with 20 tons and perhaps also a few more steel beams that we might need for anything really in the New World then. And Rachel, off you go. Let's send her over here first and then, of course, onwards to the rum. Oh, another mistake on my part. So lots of mistakes right now. We've waited with this ship here too long, Spindle Needle, so the other rum trader just left. We need to wait here again. I probably need to set an alarm for this. So in 5 to 10 minutes, we need to remind ourselves to click on active for the trade route. Castilla, another clipper comes out. Very good. This is now a buffer clipper because we are really running out of clippers at the moment. And blobfish we also have, but blobfish we probably will use now for something else. Because in Swanel, we have space, we have workforce. I would like to actually move some of my productions from Scanlon over to Swanel. That is the sausages, right? Because we do have them right now here, the slaughterhouses. We do have the pig production though in Swanel, so it would make sense. The same goes with the soap. We can do all of this in Swanel. So let's do this. We have a bit of space over here, right? Let's see. Something like that is possible. And, well, actually over here we have plenty of space, really, for some juicy industry. And I think when it comes to workload, we're really, really fine at the moment. Of course, we are exporting some of that too. Still, let's first of all fix the workforce problem for the farmers. Adding some more buildings here. Well, let's make another block. And then probably those blocks here that we can copy over. And that's probably the end for Swanel then on that side. Might have then something here at the end of the triple road. And yeah, also a few more buildings here. But as we can see, we're getting now into the lumberjack industry, so we should be careful there. Let's build all of them at once. That's quite the expansion, also pushing us to 28 with that. Probably, yeah, probably at least the fisheries we need to reinforce. So another fishery we should have. And yeah, let's have it in this area. It's really the last one that we need for a while. And we got 3 loading ramps at this trade port, so fine. Alright, also the plague is coming to the New World now, to Piratello to be precise. Like, yes, we do have some resources left, so let's build us a hospital in the area. And with that, let's also have some ornaments in the back of it. Form of a fence or something like that, so the sick can't get out. On the other side, yeah, this should solve the problem really. Piratello is not that big. Now I'm in the process of getting a few more materials over to Nairobi. That is also planks. Let's just see. We do also need some steel beams, but not that many. I always forget. I'm really prone to forget the building materials that are required for the defenses. Let's get them over here to Nairobi so we can finally start with that. Right now we're using Lord Algon here, my ship of the line, but of course that should not be a permanent state really. Alright, and we're getting now rid of the plague here then again. So far so good. We are doing some nice progress there. We have stabilized ourselves financially as well, and we can now start by with the more advanced industry than in the old world. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme, to the city of donkeys and cattle. That is of course our main city at the moment, which is thriving, I should say. So we are expanding, of course. We have now artisans, we have even a theater where people can make some jolly good evenings, and also of course lots of police forces. We do need them because my people, while they're happy, they also like to riot from time to time. So I do need to care for all those things at the moment that is beating down and stuff like that. Now in Scanlan, we want to do something else now. We need space, right? The city is really stuffed at the moment. It's a small island for Anno 1800 standards, and we do want to continue now with some further optimization, some further space that we need, and that is this industry area here that I've built in the beginning. It served us well so far, but it is no longer necessary here. To be honest, I could have started with the industry area right away in Swanell with all of these things, but it didn't make sense at the point back in the days, right? So now it makes a bit more sense, and now we can really go crazy here with, slaughterhouses and stuff like that. And I would like to do this. Let's actually have us the next industry area then, and that is in Swanell. Of course, we do have our occasional attacks then here, but that's just the gunboat of the Admiral. And I would like to really get crazy now here with that industry area. We do have the wood here that we probably don't really need anymore, to be honest. We have space over there as well, so I could use the space for some more industry. Let's keep them for now, and let's just go crazy here for now, and that is with the slaughterhouses, of course. So Swanell is not going to be that pretty anymore in the future, right? But that is to be expected at some point. And let's go ahead. Yep, that's some 2 full blocks of slaughterhouses. That's 8 of them, which would lead to 8 sausages per day. Now, I would like to also satisfy my needs in Swanell right away, right? So we do have the soap here and sausage, and as we can see, we have a production of 2, a consumption of 2 for the sausages, and in Scanlan we have the consumption of 5, so that's 7, that's 10 as a maximum that I would like to calculate. For now we got 8, so we can have 10 with that. We could also go ahead with still a few more here, right? So let's actually do this, and let's not keep them too close each time, because of course fire likes to spread quickly. That's a lot. I think that's fine for now, right? So let's go ahead, build us that warehouse. And oh, really? Oh, there is actually a ship of the line down here. Demon's Pit is under siege. Do we need? Do I need to have actually? Rachel, by the way, you can go to Calavera now that we are in the area. Do I need some more ships here? Because we are very close. In front of the Admiral's Island, of course, and he is no joke. He's the strongest one of the NPCs right now, yet he's still going to lose that ship of the line. That was stupid of him. He would give us some money actually for ceasefire, but I'm going to decline. And we have no problem here at the moment. That's looking good, even though he definitely has an eye on Demon's Pit. That's the slaughterhouses. Next up on my list would be soap. Now for soap, I can use this whole area here. Let's go ahead and do this. There's the triple road. Probably going to have the warehouse in this area. Now we do need 1 soap in Swanell, and we do need 2 in Scanlan. We have a production of 4 at the moment, but I would probably go up to as high as 6 to 8. Let's calculate with 8 for now, because that makes things a bit easier. That means I do need to have 8 rendering works, which is really just 2 blocks. Also that beach area that we want to use then as well for something, right? No idea yet what, but we definitely need it for something. And then I do need to have, that's around 2-4 soap factories. That's about it. I could keep it like that, to be honest, and then we have another warehouse here to just get them in as well. Let's build both of these warehouses while we're in the area as well, and definitely also a fire station. That's just as much soap as we're probably ever going to need, to be honest, because of course I can still also boost them just fine. And here let's just have a few more houses then, kind of like that. Alright, and that's sausage, soap, and then we could have bread as a further means of industry then as well.
People are healthy again.
Alright, the plague is over in Piratello, so that hospital served us well. for this area. Another thing we need to do now is we need to adjust our trade routes to Swanel, right? So we are no longer exporting the pigs over, rather than using them for ourselves. So this trade route here is actually going to change now. The scallop, where is it? It's on its way somewhere over here for the moment, under attack. How very nice. And it's going back home now because it's going to have some other purposes. We have the pig production in Swanel, so that makes things really easy, right? So we can basically just go ahead now and build them, to be honest. We got the workforce too. So let's do this. That's some 8 slaughterhouses now. They're going to provide the sausage then as well in Swanel, leading to a nice boost of workforce on the island as well. Another thing I would like to do is let's get rid of... No, I will need to have 2 schools if I want to go down this route. Let's just check it out, because we definitely want to boost that workforce here. There would be 1 school here and 1 school here at some point. So let's start here in this area. Can easily squeeze 1 in. Let's actually build it right away. Right, so this is 1 need fulfilled, and it will lead to a nice bump up in workforce there once more. And since it's school, let's have some ornaments around, some temperate growth for kiddies to play around with. No room for parks at the moment, I'm sorry for that. Let's also continue with the upgrading. So Swanel is a worker town, right? So more workers, we have plenty of space to upgrade, plenty of farmers that we can upgrade. Leads to a nice bump in workforce once more, but of course also in consumption for the basic needs. So work cloth is still stable, fish is stable, and the sausage will now come in then as well, leading to another bump in workforce. By the way, got 1 fire station here, a second one, and 1 police. That should be fine for now. And then we have the whole soap production. And as I said, well, let's start with those 4 rendering works. That leads to 2 soap factories that we can use. By the way, that fire station, let's also have this one working. And that's going to be 4 soap for now. But of course, it's only a beginning. We do need to get some more bricks and steel beams over. Let's do this. We got plenty of clippers now. And I'm just really happy how we crippled Miss Hunt, right? She is a beast usually, but in that case, destroying her ships whenever leaves the port is making it very hard for her to expand. So she's got this smaller channel there. I'm going to leave it open for her for now, because I'm not a monster. And she can thrive with that small channel that she has for the moment. Everything else is pretty tightly secured. I will probably still need to get at least 1 ship down there to Demon's Pit. Because I'm a bit scared of the Admiral, to be honest. So he can always have some surprise attacks in store. Hippopotamus, that is a very fitting name for a clipper, I guess. Let's get some bricks. We do need plenty of bricks in Swanel. And also some steel beams here, get it over. And probably also some 20 tons of more weapons. With the bricks, let's bump it up with the soap production, doubling it essentially now. Probably... No, let's also get us some more pig farms out there. 2 more should be fine for the moment. And upgrade that warehouse down there. Very good. Now we can remodel our trade routes a bit. So where we had the pigs and the planks, we can now change it a bit, right? So planks is still, of course, getting over there. So sorry, planks we're still getting over to Scanlan, because in Scanlan we almost don't have any plank production anymore. And in Swanel, we are also now getting, in addition, the sausages over. And the scallop can continue with that. In addition, we need a new trade route that gets now the soap over from Swanel. There it is. And we do need, a new ship. Blobfish Beauty is ready for the task. Now that's 2 more ships that are going to be on this channel here. So it's getting a bit more busy, and we have finished the pier for the occasion. This should be fine. Rachel has also returned, or has actually arrived now in the new world, so we can use her defensive powers with the weapons. And by the way, in the Ruby, we now have everything ready for some cannons. And let's start with those 2 cannons here on those sides. I think we could actually have another one with a few more planks then, but that's fine. And with that, we can now get this ship of the line here back home to my main area that we can further defend. Alright, production is in full swing in Swanell and... under attack. From what? There is nothing here. Probably was a pirate or something. Oh, by the way, my fish here once more. And what we can do now is we can open up, of course, the sausage and the soap for the people of Swanell. This will lead to a nice bump here, also in money, of course, but in workforce, which is just equally important and makes people happy a bit as well. That leads to a production surplus of 7 and 6, and in Scanlan we do need 5 and 2. So we have a very good surplus now of those goods. For the piggies, I can see that we actually have a bit of a negative balance now, so I will need to ramp it up there for with my pig farms. So let's build 4 more. That's 4 more tons of pigs every minute. On the ocean, meanwhile, Miss Hunt is having another ship of the line. Perhaps we can actually take it down while it's in the area. I could also use my torpedoes.
New orders?
Increases the damage to sailing ships for 45 seconds. But it's very fast, really. And we might actually take it down. Not actually giving her any chances of building up a fleet is what I would like to achieve here. There you go. Now in Scanlan, as we can see, the industry is already not working anymore because there's no resources in, which is a good thing. We can finally get rid of them. This also improves my attractiveness of Scanlan from a funeral city to a dreary city. Nice bump in the world. Nice bump up. And of course we can do the same thing for the rendering works and the soap factories. Let's get rid of all of this. Leaving behind a few more bakeries, and this is also something I would like to change. So we do have the grain right now. And the grain goes from Jensen to Swanell. No. Is it going to Swanell? Yeah, that's for the beer, of course. We do have the flour production though, and this is something I would like to change now because the flour gets actually over to Scanlan. I will also get rid of the schnapps trade because of that. Or we're just using this one. Yeah, let's actually just switch Scanlan to Swanell and get the schnapps over there anyway. Right? So this is something we can perfectly do. In Jensen we pick up the flour. Let's make it 3 times because I don't know if I boost it then in the future. An adventure is going to be on this route. And it still has some schnapps on board. We don't need that anymore though. There it is. Let's drop it off again. And that brings the flour over. So we have the grain now here and the flour. And with that we can also start the bakeries. I will still need some more bricks though. So one of my clippers can do the job. Castiller. Yeah, we have 80 tons of bricks available. Let's actually get all of this over. And some more steel beams. And yeah, not careful enough. We lost the clipper. That was quick. Holy cow. Alonso, you are starting to annoy me. That was my adventure. Hippopotamus, you're available. You take over the job there. Getting the flour over. Let's move that ship of the line a bit further over to secure this area there too. So as we can see, any kind of weakness that I have in my defenses is being immediately used by the opponents to destroy my ships. And the money that we have, by the way, 250,000 coin right now, I don't need that much for my industry, right? So what we can do is we can start investing into the opponent's main islands. So we got Alonso and the Admiral, both very strong at the moment. And I might actually invest into the Admiral because I think he's the stronger one. And with 136,000 coin, we could purchase one of these shares. It also gives me a share value of 580. That means if I purchase this one now, we bump it up on our balance with the share value now. Share income is at 580. And with that, we're investing our money into other opponents' industries or businesses. That is their main island. And where's the attack? It's just the pirate, I think. And with that, we are also binding our faith to them, right? So if the Admiral suffers, for example, the share value goes down, of course, and we need to be careful to not harm him, for the moment at least. The total takeover cost here would be 1.5 million. So if we had that kind of money, we could take over the whole island. That is, if the Admiral doesn't fight back on it, which he surely would. Now Swanel has the next bricks in. And that I would like to use now for the bread production. We can do this up here, to be honest, right? The flour gets over, and I really just need the bakeries over there. Nothing else, I think. We have at the moment 5 bakeries working in Scanlan. Is it not more bread that I need at this point? So the production is 6 in total. We do need 5 in total. And in Swanel, we don't even consume bread for the moment. By the way, with that, we would also have then all the needs fulfilled for the workers in Swanel. I could boost them to artisans if I'm that crazy. But of course, that would just explode my consumption rates. So let's go ahead and build us some 8 bakeries for the moment. Right, that is probably enough. I don't even know how many flour mills we have at the moment. 3, so 6 bakeries are possible. 6 of them, yeah. And that's it, right? That's all the bread that I'm going to need for a while. And the flour is already coming over. There it is. I still need a new trade route though, and that is the bread, right? Because right now we're not having anything here. We do have the soap. So I could... let's keep it specialized, right? Blufffish is for the soap, and let's create a new one for bread. So this is also going from Swanel to Scanlan, and we are going to pick up the bread then in Swanel, which is not there yet, but of course it's going to be. And Castilla, yeah, you can do the job. By the way, we are then out of clippers again. I'm building another ship of the line already, and another clipper, 2 more clippers here, and 2 more ship of the line. So we still, up to this point, keep both of my shipyards busy. We have that many productions at the moment that we need. The building materials are in for my next project. That is a pier now in Swanel as well. Now Swanel, of course, is getting busy, as we can see. What I would like to do though is first we are going to change the... I only have... No, there's another beach available. Very good. Didn't even notice this. We have lots of beaches in Swanel. Let's get this one over, build it, and then we can have some fisheries in this area. Even though... bear in mind that we probably... we can actually do this. Because there's the cliffs and usually it breaks it. But in that case, that was fine. And we could have another one then here as well, right? And probably one more up here. And only that one is then problematic, as we can see. So that's fine. That's a lot of fisheries for this area. Let's build 3. And with that, we can get rid of those 3 here, right? And... with that space that we have now, we can go ahead with some more depots. As I said, I like to have the depots kind of like acting as keys. So we could make it like that, for example, 2 times. And then we have the pier here. And I could actually get 2 piers over. I think I probably will need 2 anyway at some point. Let's go ahead and have 1 here for now. And build it.
New horizons.
Because the traffic, of course, is only increasing in this area. Let's also go ahead and build us the bakeries. That's 6 of them. Oh, and of course we do need the warehouse there too. Let's upgrade it too. Oh, by the way, no, that's only plank production. It's fine.
Have the steel.
I might actually consider bumping it up even 1 more step. So we do have, of course, our boosted grain here. Whew. I think they're out of the schnapps now, are they? No, they still have the schnapps. They still have schnapps, plenty of that as well. Do we have any kind of great ship connecting those 2? The grain it would be, right? In Janssen, we're picking up the grain to Swanel, getting over to Scanlan. I cannot do anything here though to get the schnapps over.
A new commission.
Alright, busy port that is Swanel. Also with the bread now. Perfect. By the way, while we are in the trade route menu, let's actually group it up a bit because it's getting a bit too complicated. Then let's create a new group here. That is the New World group.
Ship under attack.
Right, so let's keep things organized. New World, that's where the rum gets over. And we also have the charter route here. Let's also... Oh, I cannot add a charter route to an existing group. That's interesting. I didn't notice. So this charter route here is special, and it's the sugarcane, of course. Though I might actually build me 2 more clippers for the new world, just to be sure.
Awaiting new
And
horizons.
Undine could actually get over there if I want to. Lots of attacks once again. It's a pirate in the area. There is still this area over there that is not fortified yet. So I might actually send me 2 Ship of the Lines over to fortify this area. And yeah, with that we can also get rid of the bread, by the way. It's now on another island. And I can, yeah, get rid as much as it hurts me. Actually get rid of these warehouses there. And look at that. We have a space. We have space for more city expansion right over here. We have the planks. And I think we have the warehouse and the marketplace close too. I think we can then just go ahead and get us some more people over here. This is not going to work. Nah, that's fine. The warehouse, the marketplace goes all the way over here. No, wait a second. I want to do it differently here. So let's have this one still there. But of course, the main road continues onwards. And then we're going to have our blocks here. Yeah, they should theoretically all get their paved roads. Let's actually pave the road here. And for the bridge as well. This is expensive, but it's going to be worth it long-term wise. So we have now a stone bridge, high and mighty, on this river. And that should give me a good... We can actually check it out, building that farmer residence. How high do we get here? To 92% only. That's not going to be enough. But I will have then another marketplace in this area at some point, right? 94 it's actually. Really, it's not better than this? I was hoping that we do get a better range. Nah, it remains at 94, so that's how high it can get. So we cannot upgrade them right now to workers, right? I will need to have another warehouse, a marketplace then here somewhere. In the future, unfortunately, because bridges are really not great for expanding the influence. Let's build those houses. Let's keep those guys here for the moment. Right, and then I can just go ahead with triple road. And some more houses then here. And this is where the fields of potatoes are starting. Probably need to get rid of them as well at some point. So far so good. We can now expand with Scanlan. I might also have a look at this area in the future here to further improve my workforce. And as we can see, 1,000 workers we have, so I can go ahead and upgrade a few more people. Let's do this to get us a few more artisans. And each artisan building actually gets now rum and beer in, further boosting my influence there and my money. So far so good. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme. So, I have to admit here something. At this point we have properly broken the game a bit here by ramping up the difficulty too much. What I mean by that is that with the perma-war settings at the moment, the AIs are also decimating each other and we are decimating them as well, right? The problem is we have too many ships at this point. And I really broke the game, to be honest, by playing on too high of a difficulty. And as we can see, the AI really doesn't have a lot of ships. I've looked up my original Extreme series and actually noticed that I was not playing on Perma War, but I was playing with diplomacy activated, giving the AI time to breathe, time to develop. Because let's face it, the game was not designed around the idea that you are permanently at war with them. And they're also fighting a war with each other, of course, and they're just continuing to decimate each other with us as well. So we're kind of like stagnating here naval warfare wise, and to be quite honest here with you, we could win the game right now. I could just send in all my ships into the harbor area and then into the next harbor area, because let's face it, the defenses here are not that great. So we've advanced quite a bit over the last couple of years, and At this point, we were also advancing a bit too quickly here, right? With only 6 hours on the clock ticking, we have a massive fleet of ship of the lines. I think that's the fastest I've ever done it before. And the problem is the AI can't keep up with that, even on the highest setting. And one of the reasons here is our diplomacy settings that we artificially implemented here to ramp up difficulty. That was the original idea. The problem though is that it's achieving quite the opposite. And actually the combat overhaul mod says the same thing. If you want to play on the highest difficulty and you want to play with the boosted AI opponents, do not go to war with them all the time, and do also not take the wrong AIs that don't work well together. And we have the problem right now here. They're just, you know, picking one ship at a time from each other, and that makes it impossible for them to build up bigger fleets. And I could artificially now ramp this up a bit and, well, kind of like pretend that we're playing on the highest difficulty. The fact is we're not, because at the moment we would have won this game easily. So of course I still want to continue though, because world domination should be our goal, but we are going to actually ramp it up again a bit now by enabling diplomacy. That means for me, I'm going with a ceasefire now. Some of them actually want money, how dare they, but we're going to accept here. And the pirates, we might actually make an exception here. And with Alonso and also with the Admiral, and he would actually like to go ceasefire here without anything really. And hopefully this makes the things now a bit easier. So there's no more war now with the AI opponents. There's a bit of war here with the pirates, however. But the AI opponents have time again to breathe a bit, right? Build up some fleets, build up some defenses, focus on their city building, and hopefully we're able to get this back on track here, working for a nice difficulty. And if not, then we'll just achieve world domination anyway and have some fun while building our city. We'll just see what happens now on the world map with that setting and enabled again the original vanilla hard mode setting, right? So diplomacy is there, and we're just going to have fun here now. Of course, that doesn't mean that we don't have any problems. We still have problems in the face of plagues right now. A pretty big one here on my eastern districts of Scanlan, and I think with only one hospital it will not be enough anymore, so we probably will need to do a few more thingies here. Oh, you know what, I just realized I don't even have a hospital here yet. We do have it in the New World, of course. We don't have one in Scanlan yet, so let's assign one here close to the police station there as well. On the back of it, training the doctors. This should hopefully make a lot of things here a tad easier for all the dying that we have at the moment. Also, we have 460 farmers and 1,000 workers, so that makes it possible for me to upgrade a few people. In that case, what I will need to do first though is I will need to extend the range of my marketplaces, because right now they're not covering everything that we have. Also this one here, I think if we get it all the way then up here into this district, there it is. Some of them are now receiving the proper coverage that they deserve, rightfully so, and now we can upgrade them as well, right? So here you go, and let's go ahead and just upgrade and upgrade. 300, we can upgrade a whole bunch of them. 250, this guy here also wants to upgrade now. Thank you very much. Oh, there's an incident in the vicinity, that is the plague. Nothing I can do about that for now. And of course, we want to focus also on a few more things, and that is advancing now to engineers, which is going to be quite challenging, to be honest, because we are running out of space. And space is actually something that we need for the 3 new products that I've planned. The product number 1 would be the fur coats or the cotton, because that takes the longest actually to build up. So in the new world, we do have the clipper now with some building materials in, at least with some defensive things in. We have lots of planks here that I would like to use as well, because in the Ruby, we do have the cotton fertility. And that's what I need, right? And let's just see that we get as much over there as possible. Also some bricks there perhaps. And of course some weapons to further ramp up my defenses here. And let's just get my ships over.
Stations.
Oh, look at that. Lady Margaret Hunt has overtaken an island from Alonso right here. Something that we haven't seen yet. All right, there's an island here. Oh, and there's also some battles here indeed. So
this cup of blood
just glad that they're still fighting each other, right? So we are not an obstacle at the moment, and this should help in them building up something more. Scanlan, oh, yep, very good. The plague is actually over. There was a very efficient doctor. Thank you very much for that. 13,000 on the clock right now, people. The clipper has arrived. Let's unload us a few things in the Ruby. In a Ruby, I might then actually get me, yeah, a bridge over. It's going to be actually quite difficult here, because look at that. that river that we have here. So we'll need to get down there a bit further and then all the way here. But the cool thing is, holy cow, it is a monstrous island, Narubi. Look at that. The size of it is insane. There's going to be lots of cotton here for sure, and I'm probably also going to have my coffee production in Narubi. Also what we need in Narubi, of course, is a settlement, right? So some workforce. And with that many people here, or that much space here, I could actually build us up a smaller city. For starters, let's have a wooden industry once again in Narubi. This time I'm going with a bit of a different setup here. So the wood industry is right at the harbor area, right? And the city is actually going to be on this very beautiful beach there. And we are just basically going ahead with, yeah, let's make it, I don't need to overdo it here really, because we are not going to need wood forever on this island. But for now, we can definitely push out some planks, some proper planks for a fast expansion. Let's go ahead and build all of this. As we can see, it's costing me workforce right away, and workforce we can get right over here. And this is where we are going to have then the ruby. Of course, every city needs a beautiful triple road or something like that. There is going to be the, let's make it a quadruple road. Shall we do this? I think the quadruple road is even better, right? And this one is then going to the beach area over here. And there you go, also with a bit of space, of course, in the center to provide some service buildings, like, for example, a nice chapel and a boxing arena. And yeah, also let's add it right away, a fire station. Well, let's actually have the chapel on the other side, because I'm probably going to need the police station then right here. And don't forget about the whole...
The fire is out of control.
Plague thing. Chapel. Actually, let's keep a bit of a distance here so we beautify this one, and let's go ahead and start building us the first houses. And that's also these guys here. Of course, I'm doing it for a very good reason. We don't need workforce in Narubi. We're going to need lots of it actually if I want to have my coffee production here as well at some point. So this one should help. The people, of course, moving in now, they will be able to work then at my local forest huts, and with that we just need to wait now really. Meanwhile, though, we are not idle. We are going to send also some planks for Milk Church. Now, Milk Church is really tiny, right? It's the island right in front of Scanlan. But it serves for two very important purposes. The first one is iron. We got one iron deposit here. It's not much, but it's something. And we also have a limestone deposit down here. Something that I would also like to reserve right away, as we can do this. By the way, let's make sure that we have this road here in a very strange manner right over here. Reason for that we'll see soon. And the same goes with that road here with as little space use as possible. And then all the way to that side here. Now, one thing I will need to do though in Milk Church is actually, unfortunately, building up some smaller settlement as always. We do need a bit of workforce, and this is what we can see. Yeah, difficult, because we don't have a lot of space on this island, and I still need space, of course, for my plantations. Let's just hope that this will be enough. Let's actually build that right away. We will probably need a few more planks from our main island. The iron I can neglect for now. Rather, I would focus on my first plantations here. We are working on the canned food, of course, and that is the red pepper. Milk Church has the red pepper fertility, so it's the only island really left for us where we can make this work. And we'll just see, we're going to need, I think, around 8 of them. That means that, of course, we will have to be careful about placement. Let's just see that we can really squeeze in. We can have a mine here. It looks like it's not possible, but of course it is possible. And as we also can see, it doesn't require that much space really, the peppers. Let's just see if we can squeeze all of that in. And there you go, we can actually squeeze in quite a few of them. And 9 it is on the mark. And let's not build them yet, because we still need to prepare the next production, which is then right up here in Swanell. So in Swanell, we already have a nice industry now with pigs. We have workers, which is going to be important. We have one iron deposit left down here that I would like to use now as well. We got zinc and copper for later. Red pepper is here, but not that much space anymore. Another thing we can get rid of now is some wood production. So we have a bit of planks here, right? We got those here that are also working for Scanlan. However, in Scanlan, I still have a tinier or a smaller wood production still running as well. So 2 of them. So plank-wise, we're fine. I would like to get rid now of this area here. Alright, as much as it might hurt. We actually can use, though, the warehouses here for the cattle farms. So I'm going here with my math again. We are actually needing around 1 per minute right now for the canned food. Now, the production chain for that is actually quite complex, right? So when we consider it, the cattle farm and the pepper farm need 2 minutes. The artisanal kitchen needs 2 minutes to produce 1. And the cannery needs 1.5 minutes to produce 1. That means for a production of 2, because let's face it, we do need to have a bit of a surplus there. I do need 3 canneries and 4 artisanal kitchens. Now, just figure that out, how to calculate. No, it's not that difficult. Actually, we just have to combine the numbers here with the minutes, of course. And we do get out that usually I go with a baseline of 4, which would be easier to calculate here. And then just dividing it by 2, right? And then we get the 3 canneries that we need. And that is 4 kitchens and 4 cattle farms, 4 pepper farms, and 1 iron mine, because that is producing then enough iron for all of this. Actually, a pretty nice surplus there. We're going to get the iron mine here as well. In that case, this is workers, right? The cattle farm is farmers, the pepper farm is farmers. However, the kitchen is artisans, right? The same goes with the cannery. So this is something we need to have then in Scanlon. Let's go ahead and build us this one now, I think. Should we do this? Yes, we do have also the workforce here. It's going to be quite expensive. 10,000 for 3 of them. That's around 12,000 for 4 pepper farms. So it's a really expensive production, to be honest. And we're doing the same thing here with the cattle farms. That's 4 cattle farms that can do the job just fine, which leads to 4 kitchens. The mine we can also build right away with a warehouse then as well. Hooray! So with that, we have all of this finished, the baseline, of course, that is. Now we need to go ahead here in Scanlon, where we don't have any space left. However, I'm using, of course, my work cloth over there. So what we can do is we can get rid of those sheep farms here with the framework knitters. Probably this one too. Do we have any more sheep farms? We can quickly check it out with the overlay. Yes, we have those 5 here and those. Right, that's it. And framework knitters, they're all gone now. Very good. Let's get rid of them. We still have some schnapps distilleries. They're dirt cheap, so I'm just going to copy them over here. No problem, right? And let's just delete them on that. We cannot relocate buildings, right? The option for that is disabled. Now we got a bit of space over here to work with. I'm going to get my warehouse up there as far away as possible, really. Let's build those 2 schnapps distilleries. And let's go ahead. Shoot, this is going to be tricky, right? We don't need 4 of them. That's my kitchens, right? 4. And that leads to the 3 canneries. Now, 3 canneries, I will not be able to place them all here, unfortunately. However, I could do something here. Let's get rid of the police station. This is going to be a bit nasty, unfortunately. But it is necessary. We have a police station here. One should be fine, right? And I'm going to get rid of these schnapps distilleries here, rather moving them over, right? Probably then here too. So the cool thing is it's schnapps distillery, so it's really cheap and I don't worry about it too much. Let's upgrade that warehouse here too to a tier 3 warehouse now, because that has 4 full loading ramps that we can work here. And this actually gives me space now, space that we can use to desperately squeeze in some of those canneries. So that is now 1 that we can have here. 1 here, perfect. So we get 2 of them already, and 1 will probably be a bit further away. We can do another nasty thing, that is getting rid of the sail makers here. Sail makers once again are a bit cheaper, so I can move them. And I only need 1 of them anyway, right? We don't need that many sail makers anymore, as I want to transition a bit further into battleships and steamships soon. Let's get us the sailmaker a bit further up in this area, and that makes it possible to yet again squeeze in 1 cannery. And even have some leftover space that we can use for whatever that comes up next. And there is something coming up then soon. Very good, so that's one thing. We should then, perfect, be able to squeeze in the fur dealer here. The fur dealer is producing quite a lot of fur. Let's actually enable fur, because this is the other production that we're working on right now. Same with the sewing machines. And the fur is requiring 2, right? So 1 fur dealer is actually enough. 2 fur dealers would lead to a nice surplus of the 2 tons of fur. And 3 would lead to a surplus that will never be met, really, or the consumption for that, right? So there we have it, the 2 new products that we have. And the only thing we now really need is a new trade route, obviously. And this one collects in Swanell and in Milk Church and goes to Scanlon. In Swanell, it collects the beef that we're going to need here. There's already the first production. In Milk Church, it collects the pepper, where we already have the first 4 tons in as well. And it gets all of this over to Scanlon. Ave Maria, off you go for this new production chain. Nice. Next up on the list is the fur coats. For the fur coats, we've already prepared now Nairobi, which has the first Honolera's workforce in. So we can now go ahead, and it has lots of planks, by the way. We now can go ahead and build us, 2 bridges, unfortunately, because I want to get to the other side here, where we have lots of space that I want to dedicate to farming. There's also some clay deposits over here. Let's go ahead and get this one done and get this one done. There you go. And with that, let's go ahead, build us a warehouse somewhere here in the region. And get cracking on fur. Now, as I said, we do need around 4 tons. We could calculate with 6 tons, right? That means 3 fur dealers. That means 3 cotton mills. That needs 6 cotton plantations. So, once again, we do need to work the magic with space here a bit, because there's also going to be the coffee plantations, and I definitely don't want to use too much space or more than is necessary. 6 is actually quite a lot. Let's try this. So there you go, the fields of cotton active. Let's upgrade the warehouse right away, and I think we can safely build all 6 of them. Beautiful. I always love that effect. We have enough workforce here, so no problem. It's really a dirt cheap production there. It only just requires a lot of space, that is. We still have more space, of course, to expand here, but of course a lot of that will be used for coffee plantations then as well. Next up, it's trade route timing again. We do need to create a new trade route, and this one goes now from Nairobi to Scan. No, wait a second. There's one. Yeah, let's do it like that. Nairobi to Scanlon, and that is, of course, cotton fabric. A lot of it too. We probably will need to add a second clipper to this one here to get it all done. Razor Clam, a nice name, is on its way now for that next trade route. One more thing we still need to add in Nairobi, that is the cotton mills. So I would like to separate this a bit. We could make it into a smaller industry area, like over here, for example. We have some space. Let's go ahead and add them here. And 3, of course, it is for now. We might add later on, add more later then as we progress. There is also lots of room here for the cotton, for the coffee roasters and stuff like that. Just close to Nairobi, really, as makes sense to me, to have the industry closer to the city, as people, of course, want to get there in a timely manner. That's, however, it with all the timber. I think by now the chapel is also working by now. Very good, providing a lot of happiness. So we could theoretically boost them further if need be. Now, this is now working. It's going to take quite some time before the first cotton fabrics get over to Scanlon, right? So we have plenty of time to prepare other things. And one of them is down here in Demon's Pit for the fur. So let's go ahead and unload some planks. Once again, unfortunately, I mean, we have lots of clay pits here available, so I would like to integrate them. Once again, however, we do need to create a smaller settlement, because workforce is not being shared. Not yet anyway, without the commute up here. And it actually doesn't need to be that much, right? Let's just have a few blocks here. Really nothing. There you go. And then probably also well, not probably, but we do need a marketplace. Let's just make sure that we're not consuming too much planks. And yeah, those people definitely should have something to eat. So let's get us one fishery out there, which will be just enough really to provide for all of them. Already producing a nice surplus there. Now with that working, we can start with our fur or hunting cabins. I would like to have probably need 2 warehouses there to make the whole thing work. Make sure that we do use not too much here. And then we go ahead. Once again, I need to check now. We need around the 6 that I'm planning for as a maximum, right? That would lead actually to 6 hunting cabins if we want to have those fur dealers work full time. And of course we want to. So 6 of them, that's actually going to be quite some, once again, space consumption here. As we can see, this is still working 100%, even though there is the clay pit, but that should still be fine. It is. Number 2. Ooh. Number 3 we can make work like this. Number 4 we can have Actually, probably closer here then. Let's actually build them so we see the radius then fully working too. We'll be able to use them right away. We are. That's the 3 of them. And now we can see the radius, right? And we can see that this one here, for example, has 100% too. So they're not that piggy when it comes to efficiency, right? That would be number 5 and number 6. And we would still have room for another one down here. I could even boost them still if I want to. That wouldn't be a big deal either. Go ahead. Get all of them up. And let's just make a placebo road there as well, because we're not using that one for now. Let's build them. And also the last warehouse. Oh, those people are really unhappy. Probably because the fish is missing. And yeah, okay. Okay, I get it. You want a pub. Let's place one here by the ocean. Yeah, by the ocean. That's fine. It's a beautiful pub area for drinking a day out after a lot of hunting and slaughtering the deer. Now this is starting to work. We will need a new trade route. Lucky us, Undine 2 is in the area already. Let's create this one from Demon's Pit to Scanlan, and this one is going to go with the first. Let's make it full, even though it will never be full volume. And Undine 2 it is on this trade route now. The other one that we've created here, let's move this one to move new walls, because of course we want to keep things organized a bit. And off it goes with some 3 fur already over to Scanlan. This is the second production now, so cotton is coming in and fur is coming in, leaving us with the third product that we need, and that is the sewing machines. Probably one of the easier ones if we already have an iron production up and running. We do have a nice steel surplus. Do we have that? Yes, we have a really high steel surplus at the moment. So I can make this work here, no props. The only thing is space, really. They require a lot of that. We do need around 2 sewing machines already. So a 6 is definitely realistic in the future. And with that, I will need, 3 sewing machine factories ASAP. And look at the space of them. I will probably... Yeah. Probably can't do anything at all, really. We do need to get rid of the charcoal burners there. They're not producing that much coal anymore anyway. Let's do this. Plus, we have the coal mine now that is producing a bit more. And with that, we have the space to add some whopping 3 of them.
Another player has had their
Oh, look at that. Alonso is really losing right now. I think we actually finally seeing some shifts of powers here now. With that we are not a playing party at the moment really with them. Alonso is definitely going down, right? So he's lost 2 islands now. There's still one more island up here that he's got. And this one, his main island. But it's not very well fortified. So as always, he's strong in the early game, but lacks mid to end game. And we see that because everybody hates Alonso. And everybody basically always fights him. And the Admiral is really advancing there quickly. So we might actually see a proper opponent with the Admiral then pretty soon as well. That we got the workers now, and yeah, I was actually in the process of building me these sewing machine factories. We can squeeze in all 3 of them here. That's enough for quite some time, right? So I'm not expecting that we're going to need 6 sewing machines really, but of course you never know. Let's also, I think we're already doing this. Yeah, boost the lumberjack huts by 50% because I want logs. And I think we can start with that now. The first sewing machine factory, let's build the first 2 of them actually. 150 artisans we can work now as well. And the other thing is, I think also now, beef and red pepper is in. That means we can also go ahead here now with a very expensive production. That's the 4 kitchens. 28,000 it costs me, all of this. And also 3 canneries. That's actually 45,000 that this costs me. Plus it also drops us on the balance a lot, as we can see. But with that, let's have this upgrade here working and this upgrade here working too for the ramps. And this one here as well. That was a cheap upgrade anyway. There you go. So, canned food is now working, the cannery. One more thing I forgot to add is we are having now the iron production here, right? In Swanell. But we're not getting the iron over there at the moment. Let's see if we can change this a bit. Now, that's full unfortunately. So this one is fully used. Do you have any other trader? We have the soap trader working here right now. Full as well. But there's still some room. And we can get some iron now over there, right? So my soap trader is doing it. And I think my sausage trader could do the same thing. We are never really full on sausage. Let's also use one of these slots here for the iron. And with that, we don't need to use a new ship here because let's face it, traffic is increasing and I don't want to congest my harbor area too much. Let's also add those depots and finally also add tier 3 medium to large trading posts. Now upgrade for Scanlan, a proper building for a proper city. Yeah, and with that, we really just need to wait a bit. The sewing machines is already coming in. The canned food will be next, and then the fur coats. And then we have everything set for engineers, and with that, the age of steamships. Stay tuned. My, what a busy harbor area that is in Scanlan right now. Hello everyone and welcome back. Glad you're still sticking around after us changing the rules in the last episode. So in a new world with full of diplomacy now, we're still at war status with them. We're just having a ceasefire at the moment to give them a bit of room to breathe. And I know some of you could argue that the series essentially has ended at this point. It has. So if you care really about the change of rules, right, and that's it for you, then we could also just call it quits and actually victory, because in that case here we would have easily won this by now. However, I still want to see how it goes now with diplomacy activated. So if you are interested in that, please follow me on this journey here. We are still going to spice things up, of course. We're still going to keep it tricky for us as well. First of all, we have small islands still. That doesn't change, right? We still want to achieve the welfare on such a small island. The other thing is that I'm not going to go with any propaganda anymore from this point onwards, because I know this is also making things a bit easier. So no propaganda. Democracy run. Here you go. So great, hopefully you're happy now. I know you've been spamming it in the comments for quite a while. No propaganda anymore means a free liberal press, and that is also what we're going to enable now. This will of course hurt me quite a bit when it comes to consumption. And of course the ceasefire ends again at some point and we'll just see how it goes. Another thing that has changed, hooray, the Jubilee patch has arrived. We have version 17.01 now, as you can see. This is changing a few things. First of all, as we can see now, the islands are colored in the complete player color, right? So not only whether you have a warehouse anymore, but the whole island is now covered in your color if you have it. That's basically one of the many changes that we have. Also the pirate gets a bit better again, building up fleets. So we'll see how this turns out. So actually we could also just say the series is now to find out how the last patch of Anno 1800 is. Another thing we have is the stamps now. So we can now create production layouts and copy them and then just place them again somewhere else if we want to. It's not going to be really that important in this Let's Play, but for a Mega City series I can totally see the use for this. Now we continue onwards, as we have now all the productions in, right? Canned food is in, sewing machines is in, fur coats is still missing, and fur coats is something that we have over here now. Just want to check real quick. There it is. Cotton fabric is in the first 55 tons. Let's go ahead and build us the fur coat factories. This is dropping me quite a bit there at the moment. And in that case, bricks is also a bit low. But other than that, it's not looking so bad when it comes to my productions. And fur and cotton. There you go. Getting everything over to my fur coat factories. We might consider upgrading this one. It's getting a bit busy here, right? Is it? It's getting busier. Let's upgrade one of them. Hello, newspaper person. We are not going to go with that. We can still check it out what he wants from us. This is actually pretty bad. We get the fried plantain shortage this time. So plus 10% consumption. Bear in mind, we had negative 30% consumption rates, right? Now we're going to plus 10% consumption increase. Happiness is still there though, but a lake of blissful calm. However, we're going to get into a bit of trouble there now with my consumption rates, I think. And we should be seeing this soon, especially when it comes to sausages, bread, soap, beer, canned food. Might not change that much yet. The sewing machines is also fine still. Rum is still fine, and the fur coats is also still a bit fine. That's because we don't have that many artisans at the moment. Fur coats is in. Very good. That's the last resource really that we needed. One more thing we still need, and that is the university. For the university, we have everything really stacked. I think we need 50 tons of bricks though, right? Yes, we do need 50 tons. So I need to wait there another 5 tons. But we can still, of course, place the university somewhere already. And of course, we need to find us a suitable location. Off you go, unfortunately. No moving of buildings allowed. And with that, we can squeeze in one university just here at the main road. That's going to be affecting the whole city basically down here. For another district up there, I will need a second one, of course, but this one is going to be just fine in that area. And then we have 50 tons of bricks. Let's build the university in all its glory. right here in the city center of Scanlan. We're still a dreary city, but at least we have a city that provides all the needs now for the artisans. Also, their happiness needs have been fulfilled. Lifestyle needs I'm going to ignore because they make the game significantly easier without any effort on my part, really. We have wool, we have clay right on the island already. I could boost my input with that a lot, but we're not doing this as it makes things too easy. And for extreme, I don't want that. Now, we just really need to wait now a few minutes. I think we could already do it. Yes, but I don't have any bricks. Oh, look at that. What happens when we are not the major factor anymore? Miss Hunt is building up some smaller fleet now, finally. And she's taking over Alonso's island over here. Totally not surprised by this, as Alonso is already the weakest out of the three that we are playing against, and he's definitely going down, right? So in that case, he still has one more island than down there, I think, though we have lots of unexplored territory. Let's actually use one of my clippers and get all the way down there. Since we are at ceasefire with all the factions right now, I can safely go ahead and just explore the map, the rest of it. And there it is. Alonso has lost. He has lost basically what was never his to begin with. With the newspaper gone, we are actually having a negative balance now. Surprise, surprise. I could go ahead and will. We still have a few farmers that we can upgrade. Let's do this. This will stabilize my economy there a bit again. Also here a few more farmers. And here a few more farmers to workers. Yeah, there you go. And I think that's as far as I would like to get them now. And here perhaps that's it. And then we still got 2,000 workers actually that we could upgrade. Now we should see the new refined consumption rates, and they're abysmal. Really they are. So we need to work this through here. The fish is really negative at the moment. That means I will need a few more fisheries. Let's just see how we can place them. The cool thing is they can overlap, right? So I could build this like that and then get us a few of these fishermen all the way up to this area. And of course I would like to do this. We will definitely need to upgrade that warehouse here though. And let's build one more. That should really do the trick here with the fish. The schnapps is still fine. Workload is at 16 negative now. That is pretty harsh. We're producing 16. However, in Swanell we also have a consumption of 14 now. So we have a huge discrepancy of 18 that we need to work on there. So I do need to have at least a 32. Let's make it 35 to be safe here. So I can still go ahead and squeeze in some more sheep farms here. That will definitely do the trick for that area. However, we will also need more framework knitters and also even more sheep farms. And yeah, it could actually turn out to be quite tricky without propaganda, to be honest, because our workforce and our whole population at the moment is tuned towards the propaganda that we have here. I should be able to use one here, perfect. And then we're going ahead with a few more. This should actually be possible, perfect. So that we squeeze in another 3, and this will also be possible for the 4th one that we do need here for those framework knitters. We have, well, not really the workforce for it. We still need to do something here. So let's build those and another 3. Leading to 160 on the negative, and I might then just need to build me a few more, to be honest. Yep. Or, since we have too many workers anyway, I could also downgrade, right, like this. I love that feature. So if we are just a bit unlucky with the workforce, we can also just downgrade a bit without increasing the consumption for anything, really, because workers and farmers share mostly the same consumption rates, right? And with that, at least the work cloth should be better. Then again, we still probably will need to boost it a bit here too. So the sheep farm by 50. The framework knitters probably is not possible that much. Let's make it 20, and we will still need to build a few more for that. Now, are you happy? This is going to be really tricky, to be honest, because the 10% increased consumption is really hurting us at the moment. The workload is then getting over. We probably will need to rethink the trade route there a bit. It is transporting 100 tons in each direction for the moment, and the schnapps is also going with 100 tons. Just hope that this is right. We have in Scanlan we have 7+, in Swanell we have 15 negative. So we still need around 8 more tons of schnapps. That is something we absolutely cannot do. I cannot boost my distilleries further. No, absolutely not. In that case, we will be running out of schnapps pretty soon. Alright, exploring a bit more, we found the pirate over here. Don't have any trade rights with her yet, though we might consider this, to be honest, with the pirate, because that will give us some nice items. And there is another Admiral Island, alright. The Admiral has this island here, of course, and that's, I think, it. No, there's still something over there. Surprised how big the map really is, right? There is still another Admiral Island, alright, but he just reserved it for him. He didn't actually do anything on it yet. This island is actually problematic for us, right? Ivy Gate from his hunt. Could be dangerous. Alright, sewing machines is equal, so building one more sewing machine factory will give us a slight surplus again. Let's actually make this also a paved road, as there's a bit of a distance now to the warehouses. It makes sense to pave the road for this one.
What brings you here, master?
Next up, we have the soap. Now, that is something with 4. That's actually fine. Perfect. With the bread, we have 6. In Scanland, we have 8. So, bread, I will also need to work a bit. However, with the bread, we will also have the problem now that we have this as the only grain island, right? And it's completely used already. And bumping this up by 50 will make those people extremely unhappy. However, since we're not using propaganda and we have the police station here, right chance is actually rather low. So let's go ahead and bump it up to 50%. We're going to need all that grain. This actually put us to high right chance though, right? So, the 30% should be done better. Oh, come on. Still can't be that high. I will still need to build me 2 more flour mills, right? And let's try to... this is... There's nothing here I can do anymore. There's still one more house that I can squeeze in here. That will be fine. This will actually give me all the remaining workforce that I need. We have the fish is full. Perfect. So nothing I need to do there, really. Probably consider a second police station, to be honest.
An explosion in one of your factories.
Alright, Swanell, we have an explosion. There's still a fire, though, in the area. The firefighters are already doing their best for this. Let's mobilize them to speed it up. Should be fine, really. Alright, since we're having a bit of a balance issue there as well, I would like to upgrade a few more people to artisans, because with artisans, they actually profit from the rum, right? The workers don't drink rum, they only have beer, and the artisans profit from that. We have enough rum, we still have enough reserves as well to ramp up the production even further. So the more artisans we have, the more money boost we are also getting. Quite a lot of that too, because as I said, it's all about the rum really in that case. So let's just go ahead. I'm postponing my engineer upgrade with that a bit, however... with that, right? So now I'm going to wait. We should have everything in for the engineers really still. Now Fur Coats is struggling a bit. I think there was a problem with the... No, Fur's actually in. We should be fine on this. And we should also still be fine when it comes to consumption rates there. That's fine. We have a consumption of 10 now of the rum. Oh, we are really deep red. We need to really look out for money there now. Without the propaganda, I do feel the pressure there. Let's go ahead. We have at the moment in Piratello a production of 12. So theoretically it should be fine. However, it's really close. So let's go ahead and build us another sugarcane plantation. I will need a bit more, a few more planks here though. And let's also go ahead building 2 more rum distilleries. And probably also another lumberjack hut. There you go. And let's get us a few more planks over then to my sugarcane island, because in that case here definitely want to have a surplus rather than a shortage of that. That's fine. I might also consider just bumping it up for my cotton there a bit. So let's build us 2 more plantations. There you go.
Ready the ropes?
There we have the planks, and let's go ahead and also get this one cracking. Yeah, we do need to hurry up there a bit, because we are not under pressure military-wise at the moment, rather financially, to be honest. No propaganda is pretty harsh. Who would have thought that? I still have the problem with the bread, right? So the grain increase is fine now. We are also getting in the flour, so that's 10 of that. In Swanell, we are having a demand of only 6, so I can still go ahead and bump it up on the bakeries now. The bakeries we have... Where do we have my bakeries there again? Let's actually go ahead and... find them. There you go. Two of them we can build. And let's also repair that mine again. I will still, however, now also need to upgrade a few more farmers. Really keeping it tight here, but it's still going to work out. Very nice. In Scanlan, yeah, I think it is time. Let's go ahead and go for the engineers, really.
You reached a new milestone.
Still a dreary city, but at least Age of Science and Wonder. Yeah, stabilizing a bit there with the balance. With that, we have unlocked engineers, electricity, reinforced concrete, a whole bunch of new harbor buildings, the advanced weapon production soon. So it's quite a lot of things we have unlocked. Nothing of that we can use for the moment, because basically we don't have space for anything. At least for now. Expansion will need to happen soon. There we have it. There we have it. 2 more of them. They will get rum immediately. They don't profit from beer at all, right? So nothing I can do there anymore. But at least the tax income will be a bit higher because of that. Now, this is all fine. Also, this is all fine still. We still have the trouble now with the consumption. Work clothes. So work clothes should really be in a better spot than soon. In Swanell we have 18 on the plus, so in Scanlan we have the 13, so we have done that. Sausage wise we're at 9, the production surplus is only at 5 though, so this is another thing that I need to work out for. We have not that many farmers anymore. I will need probably a few more pig farms though. Yes, we are at only sitting 0. So that in return requires us unfortunately to build a few more houses again in Swanell, because I don't have the commute pier yet. Nor would it actually matter that much, to be honest, because we don't have that much farmer workforce anywhere else anyway, and we don't have the space for big farmer villages at the moment. So that's something. Okay, that's a few more. We really just need a few more farmers, right? And let's just calculate with up to 10 surplus that I still will need, right? We have 9 here now. We have 5, so that's 4, 6. Let's make it 8 to calculate a bit more tightly. Actually, no, we can go with 6, because sausage is going down the consumption overall in Swanell, right? Because in Scanlan, because we are upgrading more people away from artisans. So 6 surplus, 6 in addition should be fine. And this will lead to basically, 6 more pig farms really, which is a lot if you consider all things. Those 4 here, and then I'm probably going to squeeze in another one here. Right, I could also consider boosting them, but nah, do this for now, and there we have that. And I think that's the maximum of pig farms that I will ever need, because basically, as I said, consumption rates should be going down over time now for the piggies. For the slaughterhouses, we actually have the blueprinted versions, right? So we can go ahead there. I still need a few more bricks over. Still 600 negative. Of course, we will probably stay negative for a while, because I have to reinforce my productions there right now, and we have, of course, a pretty big fleet. Let's stop the production of the ship of the line there for now. Do I have any items that I could sell? Yeah, those 2 worthless things. I could sell them. I think there was still something else though somewhere, right? Something useful? Yeah, there it is. We might consider this, to be honest, because also the Admiral purchased back his share. He's the most valuable one, I think, right now, right? So we have already invested. Ooh, Alonso's not that far away. Nor is Miss Hunt. Let's go with the Admiral. He's not going to be our enemy for a while. So let's purchase a share here. This gives me 500 coin again in addition. And I can actually finance that share by just upping up, or by just selling a few more items here, right? And there's also these grenades that I will certainly not need for a while. Money though I need. So that's something to consider here. We do have a few more bricks again. Let's upgrade. There you go.
On our way.
Alright, a few more farmers in. That means we can upgrade again a few more people to workers. Just a few, really. Phew. And I think for now we have stabilized it again as much as possible. So the bread production is also sitting at 10 then again. And with Scanlan we have then a surplus of 2. I'm not using bread in Swanell at the moment, so I'm going to keep it like that. Soap is fine, really. Beer is at 8. That's a surplus of 6. We do, however, need 7. So I will probably need to up it up there a bit with my breweries. However, I'm not going to build any new ones rather than just really boosting them, right? So we can go ahead. We don't need that much. I'm going with 20% on the beer. We're going with 20% on the malt houses. Doesn't even cost me anything, really. And we're going with 20% on the hops farms. We have a police station close by telling us a right chance is high, but of course we have a police station, so we should be fine for the moment. Yeah, this will up it up to 10, and with that we have a slight surplus of beer again. But it is tight. It is tight with that. A slight surplus is actually in right now. However, it's fluctuating between negative and positive all the time. Let's sell the items that we had. This gives me a bit of money back. With that, I might consider actually purchasing another share. Alonso, 128. Alonso is though very tricky because he might die pretty soon to the Admiral. Miss Hunt is also dangerous because we target Miss Hunt soon, I think, because we need to expand somehow. Yeah, in that case, let's just not overdo it for now with the investment. Rather than just upgrading a few more people to engineers, this will help us there with the balance. Okay, another block. We still have 2,000 artisans, so that's fine. Ah, yeah, to get a bit of money in, we could do some quests. So he wants me to smuggle some chocolate.
Buckaroo!
To that pirate's ship here, to Fangtooth. Pick it up at the cargo ship. Let's use a clipper for that because the clipper is fast and agile and will definitely be up for the job. That's 20,000 credits and a dockyard 2 box for another 4,000 credits. So that's pretty fine, I think, money-wise, right?
I'm missing.
All right, we do lack actually some logs right now. It's already boosted.
Good to see you.
I don't have any more space though for lumberjack huts. Building one over there gives me 50%, which is not that bad to be honest. 50% is good. We are under attack by what? By the Admiral? Alright, ceasefire ended with him. Perhaps he goes with ceasefire just like that. Perfect. As we are going with a bit of diplomacy anyway, we can just go down this route. At the moment, doing this quest will make things a bit easier on the money. We can we? No, we can't. We are out of sausage already. That was quick. Sausage budget, which should be fine, really. 9, 5. We're still struggling there a bit. I haven't built the slaughterhouses yet. Oh yeah, that's right. Little bit later, there we are with the chocolate and slip past patrols. Blake's ambassadorial clipper. Where's the patrols though?
On our way.
Ah, there they are, as we can see. So,
Finish? Oh.
what? My failure? Why did I fail? There was no patrols here at the moment. Oh, I see. My ship here, Merlin, he didn't have the chocolate, but he was actually counting as the quest objective as well. Now, this is definitely a bit buggy, to be honest. My ship of the line that was just sitting around here actually counted too. It didn't even have the chocolate on board though, so that's very strange. But okay, that's how you can fail a quest as well. Money-wise, it's actually looking pretty good right now. I'm surprised at that. We still need to get rid of that sausage problem, and we have that workforce problem in Swanell right now. Reason for that is also that my fish, I think, is out, right? Yep, we're out of fish, so I will need to get some fish over.
Attention for the Admiral.
It's also... Now, at the same time, also the ceasefire with the pirate ends. She would like to have another 45k if we want to go to peaceful terms. I think not, though. I mean, the pirate also gained some strength now. Now, let's go with another ceasefire for now, even though that puts us dangerously low right now. And she likes it. So far so good. The game has gotten significantly more challenging again with diplomacy and no propaganda allowed. And we'll just see how we continue onwards in the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 800 Extreme. Glad you're still sticking around and glad you're still enjoying this series. Now, a new problem arises with the end of, well, pressure that we have, and with the beginning of the patch 1701, the pirate has gotten a bit stronger, and as we can see, Jean Fortune not only is building up more ships in the new world, he also is a bit more aggressive at the moment. There he is with a frigate actually, and he destroyed one of my clippers. So we don't need to make sure that we are ramping up the defense now a bit over here. There's also Alonso just trying to get in. Look at that, there's actually some formation finally again, and over there is also the first ship of the line of Jean La Fortune, as he is ramping up his forces there. So that also means two things for me. First of all, we do need a replacement clipper. Right now I don't have one, and I think we also don't really have any buffers, right? There is one idle, Black Rose. You can be on this trade route. In the New World, we lost the cotton, so Black Rose is going for this one. And Black Rose also will receive some protection. Let's send in over two more ship of the lines to Calavera. No, actually, wait a second. Let's go with Piratello. That's the island, of course. And off they go. They are quite expensive, those ships at the moment. 3,600 we pay in maintenance cost. I will not build more ship of the lines right now because we cannot afford it. Actually, I think we are having a few too many, to be honest, to afford this. Now, back in Scanlon, I would like to continue with my quest on getting us a few more engineers, as they're paying us nicely. At the moment, though, as we can see, the rum is out now. This is hurting us. Yeah, rum is a problem. So we do have 2 rum traders actually at the moment. Both of them are on their way to Scanlon. Do we have enough rum production, really? The surplus is at 9 at the moment. In Scanlon, though, we have a consumption of 11. So no, we don't have enough rum. We do, however, have in Calavera a production of sugarcane of 12, and in Piratello a consumption of 12. So this is also equal at the moment. So yeah, we are really tight on the rum too. So let's build us another sugarcane plantation somewhere here. And let's build this one, really. Let's go ahead and also ramp it up there on the productivity. 20% we can afford for now. Those people here are a bit unhappy right now. I cannot do anything about that, though. So I will need to get some bricks over, because we could face riots there too. Lucky us, in Piratello, we do have not only enough workforce for another rum distillery, we also have, and that's a cool thing, a brick production up and running. And these bricks I actually need right now, ASAP, to be honest, to get over there. Look at the pirate. Putting Alonso there also under pressure right now. It's not only us. I mean, Alonso is under pressure all the time. But he also faces now severe resistance there from the pirate. Unfortunately, Sean does not want to go with ceasefire anytime soon. So I do need to work something out on my own. And that is, of course, one thing is now the defense here. Do I have a second one? Yes, we do have a second ship of the line. I will use both of them now here. Now, some of you have been asking why I'm not using patrols that often. Because, first of all, patrols slow down the trade route, so the escorts. I rather think of the map as a territory, right? Sea territory as well. So this is my territory. So I rather put up defenses in certain choke points where the pirate, for example, can't enter them. However, the pirate is over here. So this will make it a bit tricky, because basically this is his territory as well. But I rather think of it as territory. Holy cow, the pirate. I will probably need a few more ship of the lines over there. Let's send us another one. So 3 are getting over. Terror. That's a fitting name. Terror will hopefully do us some good there.
More than ready.
Yeah, we're really in deep trouble there without the rum. I hope rum is coming in soon again. Without rum, I'm totally down on my tax income. This is problematic. There's still also the soap problem, right? Even though soap is a bit in, there's not enough coming in. 28 tons per turn. Yeah, we will need to specialize this one here. So instead of getting 100 tons of planks over, let's get 100 tons of sausage over whenever possible. It's this one here, it's this one that's leaving right now. We can throw it overboard. We don't need that many planks anyway at the moment. Alright, the cotton trader is in again, because we do need those cottons ASAP. And let's just have a look. There's also the pirate. We do have a mortar. That's a cool thing. Let's use the mortar, really. For some proper one-time damage on the frigates there. Unfortunately, it was very slow, as we can see. And let's just try to take out those pirates there.
What is life?
Alright, one is down. And hopefully find us some loot that we can sell. Yeah, 4,000. That's fine. Alright, let's put them on patrol here for this territory, because basically my cotton trader needs to be safe now. There is no way around that. We do need the cotton.
I can recognize a cruel master.
Oh, look at that. Alright, that's the pirate.
Ship under attack.
Yeah. Let's just see. Let's put a mortar out there as well. It's so slow, but it will hit both of them. There you go. One ship down.
Disobey's a pretty way.
We're losing 5,000 credits per minute right now. It's amazing what no diplomacy really can do.
Just say the word.
Yeah, the cotton trader, come on. Don't get in there. And destroy them now, please.
Not in perfect.
There's a lot of pirates in the area. Alright, another ship down though, but my ship is also not looking that great. My reinforcements are coming in, very good. He wants a payment of 100,000, of course we cannot afford this. And I will need to pull them away again. The pirate looks bad. Okay, there's my ship of the lines coming in as well. This one will need some really long repair now. However, we can... No, this is something I cannot do for now. What to do with the balance? We do need the cotton. The cotton will still take a long time though.
Fleet ready.
Ship under attack.
New orders.
Alright, at least this one is able now to leave. However, I will definitely need to readjust my waypoints here, right? So in the new world, probably something like that, so that we completely avoid Alonso at least, right? Oh, and I can see that there is some 3 more ships on the way again.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Very quickly so as well. Alright, we are on the brink of bankruptcy now. I need to find us something urgently that we can sell.
Reporting in.
Do we still have that share? Yeah, we still have that share. We could sell it for 60,000, but that would not be a lot of money. We would lose half the value just by doing this. What I can do is I can sell those 2 items. That's a bit of coin again. And we could also just permanently produce some clippers that we sell. Let's do this. Just going to sell some clippers at RG now to make things a bit easier for us. We actually need to use the selling ship tactic mid-game. I don't believe that at all. No fur coat in at the moment. At least the sausage is in a bit. No rum in at the moment. Our rum is in, and that still leads to that negativity. This is not good. Why? We do have the rum.
Collapse.
No fur coats though. No fur coats for a while, because the trader will take some time. We do have a second trader, right? That is Rachel. And Rachel at the moment is still waiting in the new world. Over here. We do have all of these ships here. Might consider something. Sending a few more over. Would that help a lot? I think another one arrived. Yes, Terra arrived. Very good. So we got 4 ship of the lines. That should be better for us now.
Ship of the line.
Let's just try to make this work. We're negative. Ladies and gents, we're actually negative there right now. For a brief moment, because we can sell those items and sell the clipper. That's 7,500, right? And we will just continue selling clippers now. With 2 shipyards. At least there it is. The shipyard's helping us out again a bit. Holy moly. We are really back in business here difficulty-wise. Let's just see. Workers and farmers here are really happy, probably because of the beer, or there's no schnapps in. I can't get the schnapps up. It's impossible for me at this point getting in more schnapps. We can't do that. There's also no potato fertility anywhere anymore on my islands. We need to conquer. How much longer for Miss Hunt? 1 hour of ceasefire. because I'm really considering taking over her main island. With the remaining ships that we have, we should be able to do this. Alright. It's all about the fur coats at this point. We need the cotton.
Ready for a challenge.
Not here yet. Where's the cotton trader? Halfway through. Shoo. How much more cotton do we have here? 70 tons again. So let's actually get Rachel on board now too. There you go. So Rachel starts now in Ruby right away. So we got 2 ships now on this trade route. And let's get one of my 2 of my ship of the lines down to this area. There's just so many pirates here now. And let's get 2 up there as well. We need to separate my fleet there a bit to cover more area. Come on, he really wants to die there. Stupid captain, really.
Ship under attack.
Fleet awaiting orders. Fleet ready.
Ship under attack.
Right, we also will need to scout this area there a bit because there's hidden pirates everywhere.
We'll fight on if you need it.
Alright, that clipper leaves at least. That's something. We're getting close to negative again. I will need to sell my clippers, so we build one more. Perfect, let's sell it. 7.5.
Ship under attack.
Aye.
Might consider selling one of my ship of the lines. This should also reduce my maintenance pressure. As one of them cost me 250. But no, that wouldn't do that much. Right, scouting this area unfortunately doesn't reveal a new map. However, we see the pirate cheating a bit because he's actually traversing outside of the map, right? And now he enters the map again. And with that, he actually circumvented my 2 ships here. Incredible. He was outside of the map region, to be honest.
Fleet en route.
And he's doing it quite often by the looks of it. The problem is we cannot attack him when he's outside. This is a channel here though that he uses quite frequently, as I can see, so we probably should station some ships there. Right, and there's Alonso attacking me on the other side, but that should not be too much of a thing.
Your harbor is under attack.
Get that frigate over here to that blockade as well.
I sweep it away like gingerbread.
And there's those 3 pirate ships at the moment.
Ma'am and I are much obliged.
Archie actually lends me some money, that's very kind of you. And we can further get in some money with... He only does this once, by the way.
Your
and
island is under attack.
I will also need to use this with selling some more ships. There's pirate ships we can destroy. Hooray.
The fire left ruins behind.
Bit of loot again. However, the pirates just spawn again and again, right? So we will always just need to have quite a few of them. A bit of rum, alright. Take it. Right, where's the fur, please?
Ship under attack.
Ah, yes.
Where's the cotton? Should be really here now. Yes, cotton is in, very good. That means fur coats is in as well, again, very good. We're still negative though. The rum is out again. The rum is out again. The rum. Why is Alonso not going with ceasefire with us? He should actually go, yep, there you go. Because we are far more advanced than him, military-wise.
You want it drawn out?
There is now the siege for 2 minutes, so I cannot rebuild those fisheries. Another pirate down. I'm having fun right now. This is okay. This is okay. We do feel the pressure. Swanell is looking really bad. There is no mold anymore. That means that grain is out most likely. There is, however, no siege here or anything like that. I will bump it up to 50% for the grain.
Ready for a challenge.
Still not enough, really. Nothing I can do about this. We have no docklands.
Workforce shortage.
We don't have anything really that makes it better. The only option that we have is conquest. We need to work on preparing for strictness, to be honest. Yep. Selling more clippers at the moment makes it possible for us to stay afloat. Even though, of course, we cannot do this forever on this speed, right? Because it consumes a lot of sails. Planks is actually fine. But sale-wise, getting another production up there just for sales is not going to be easy. At least my productions at the moment for everything else are stable. Fur coat. Fur coat should be better now as well. Yeah, it's a surplus of 2. That's fine. The only thing really right now is the rum. However, we should really have a good rum production by now. Let's rebuild those 2 fish oil factories. That's my Piratello. Let's go ahead and also, yeah, expand in Piratello. It's not going to give me a lot of tax income necessarily, but at least workforce, and that is something we absolutely need at the moment. A few more people. I know I'm taking away some productivity of the logging camp, but that is fine as we're only using this for planks anyway, and planks is usually pretty full. And I will also build me another rum distillery over there to further bump it up on my rum production, leading to a surplus of 13 for the moment, with a consumption of 16 for the sugarcane, which is still probably too much. No, we have 17. This is fine. At least that is working. And log-wise, we're having a pretty high consumption rate there. So we'll need to provide a few more lumberjack huts. A bit further away, please, from the main island. From the city, right? There we have 2 with 100%. And then probably over here. 100%. Very good. This is then also leading to a bit more stability for the rum production, which we absolutely need. It's one of the most important things. Hooray, we're a bit positive. I don't believe that. After all that, we continue, of course, selling ships.
Anyone for croquet?
Another 7.5. We can use the money then in return to invest, for example, in shares. We still have that share here. That's pretty good because that's 500 coin income. And yes, we can also upgrade again a few people. Let's do this, especially engineers. The whole main road here, right? That's just very good. Look at that, balance-wise, 2.7, and a few more here, perhaps. But don't get fooled by that. This is not permanent, as of course, with more engineers, especially up here, we are going to ramp up the consumption rates. Canned food is there is now a higher consumption for canned food. I'm having a bit of a surplus production here, 15. We can ramp it up to 30. Let's do this, also with the canned food. I will need to carefully juggle around with the overproduction now. Let's use the increased consumption here, building 2 more pepper farms. That's 6,000 credits. It actually matters again. And then also here another 2 cattle farms, another 4,000 that we spend. But it's important because we have, of course, a higher consumption now. Alright, my reinforcements of naval power in the New World also works out for now. The pirate is receding a bit. He's not that aggressive at the moment in my territory up there, right? Important thing, really. Newspaper, what do you have? Unhappy home, enemy siege repelled, a reprieve from violence. So riot chances reduced a bit and also increased a bit. I'm not editing anything here, right? So we're just going to publish this as it is.
It's important to be true to oneself.
Reflecting the truth. Alright, I was a bit confused by that message now.
Oh. Ship of the line reporting in.
Just when I said the pirate would not be attacking that often anymore, that's what he does. Let's get over my other ships. This one is taking a lot of damage at the moment. It's just very, very tricky that he also has now Ship of the Lines. Right, they're pretty powerful.
We are somewhat lame.
But not that powerful for 2 Ship of the Lines of myself. Oh, what is that? A tattered white flag, not really something we need. A bit more rum. Let's get the rum over here in Piratello, because we actually can use this then to boost my income a bit. Or stabilize my rum, because the trader will get it then over, of course. So far so good in the New World. Let's go back to the Old World. I think we can sell some ships again. Yep, 2 of them.
The initiative. Anyone for croquet?
At least that's something. You have a quest?
Now,
An escort quest for 26,000. Oh, escort could be tricky, but I do have the ships, right? Let's take three ship of the lines and escort this cargo ship here of Archie. Lost sheep. Her Majesty is said to welcome the illustrious dignitaries of a small hilly land, but they don't seem to be the best at finding their way across the sea. Guide them to Archie. Really? Just to Archie? Because that would be very close. Perhaps we're a bit lucky here. Right, a few more clippers coming out, right? Yep. Go ahead and queue them up.
I don't have all I need.
40,000, that's looking great. Let's upgrade a few more. And we have enough workers. Let's also get us a few more artisans in again. Some of them want to upgrade after all. And we can provide, of course, for a bit more income. Leading to 16,000 now. Shoo, 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 shoo. And there's actually the attack already.
Stations.
Ship under attack.
But we should be successfully guiding them over to Archie. After all, he's very close by, so we are a bit lucky in that area.
I am quite
There you go.
penetrated
And we get
by
26,000
your
out of that,
kindness.
at least. Perfect. Get the ships back up here. And yeah, look at how the world changed, really. The AI is thriving with diplomacy again. It really is the mechanic that breaks it all.
Your streets are safe again.
Probably, can we afford this? We can afford this. Let's go ahead and get us a repair crane out in Piratello. I don't have one yet. Reason for that is they're very expensive. 75 tons of bricks is actually quite a lot. But with that, we can afford it finally and get us a repair crane out. Meanwhile, the pirate is down in this area. Let's get us one ship of the line. Probably two. The damaged one then comes after.
Ship of the line reporting in.
Don't have any more. No, they really need to stay there. There's one. Now, storage-wise, it's still not that much better. Beer is going down at the moment. Hopefully not for long. Hopefully there's a beer trader coming in somewhere here. And rum is out again, right? This is, of course... Yeah, and we're out of cotton once more. So there is also a problem here with the New World goods. So we'll need to reinforce that. A few more clippers, please. There you go. That's another 15,000 credits, getting to 86 here. There's another one we can sell right away. Close to 100k there once more. Purchasing one of these shares might be tempting to me once more. I love it. So far so good. We got the challenge back up there again. Even though we had to change the rules a bit, but not all for the easier mode, right? Especially no propaganda is hurting me a lot right now. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to a beautiful paradise, isn't it? To Nairobi, where we are right now, with beautiful sand beaches, looking over the ocean of peace and quietness. There's really nothing else. Perhaps a little pirate base over there, Jean La Fortune, that is looking at us right away. And in Nairobi, well, we want to continue also a bit with our expansion. Reason for that is we're a bit under pressure when it comes to my consumption rates, since after not using propaganda anymore, right, we are getting a bit under pressure there with the consumption rates, and I definitely do need to increase my production. My production, first of all, of cotton. We are not producing that much cotton at the moment. It's not enough for all the fur coats that we want. So let's continue with building us a few more cotton plantations. Those three. The cool thing is about New World productions in general, they're not that expensive, right? So they only cost me 5 maintenance per building, right? And the same goes with the cotton mill. That is only a 10 credit. And with that, let's go ahead and build us 2 more cotton mills. So with that, we should have an equal ratio there again. 11 to 5. No, we still need 1 more cotton mill. Probably a second warehouse. Some of you have been pointing it out, rightfully so. It is much cheaper to just build a second warehouse than to upgrade an existing one. Upgrading one costs me 2,500 credits and 20 bricks. Building just a new one only cost me 500 credits and some 10 planks, right? So that's it. The only downside is, of course, it does require space. Space you don't necessarily have all the time. On this island, we have a lot of space for now, so we can just waffily do do this, but it's not something that is that feasible on smaller islands. Let's continue just with a few more fields on that side here, so we do have a proper setup production. And let's make this one here paved, since we're a bit stretched right now, which is fine though, right? We will now be able to build one. Let's actually build a second warehouse, because I think that's quite a lot of cotton plantations there at the moment. Just to make it a bit equal there, or even there with the production. And then we have it here. Also, what we need, of course, is a second ship. So Todo I've assigned now to this trade route here. And of course, we need to make sure that we always have the proper protection now. So there is the occasional pirate attack. I think we're looking rather safe for now. We have now also a ship of the line, yeah, well, closer here to the pirate base, where we basically have attacks all the time. I'm going to send my second ship of the line over here as well, so we should always have two of them together, because the pirate also has ship of the lines now, and this can get a bit nasty from time to time if you have a one-to-one battle. As I'm also not allowed to use propaganda that increases my attack power, so we'll really just have to live with that. My balance goes deep red once more. First of all, we are of course continuing building clippers, but as we can see, we're getting a bit limited now with the sails that I have. And as we also can see, is no cotton in at the moment, so this is something that I really need to push there a bit faster. There's another clipper coming out. I think we still have... No, we don't have any more clippers, and I'm probably not going to sell this one here, as I will need it for another trade route soon. Now, how's it looking there on the ocean? I think every other product is fine at the moment, except for my New World stuff, right? Oh, sewing machines. The sewing machines is also a problem. Theoretically, we would have enough production. The problem, though, is we don't have enough steel. Now, I do have a steel production of 12 with the consumption of 14, so there is, first of all, one of the problems. Now, I think we can tone it down a bit on the weapons, so I'm going to turn off one of my weapon productions. Actually, let's delete this one here. We still have enough weapon production, and we do actually also get a bit of productivity there in again with my lumberjack hut here. Thank you, Sean. Perhaps you've got something nice there for us. Selling items at the moment is one of the ways to keep my economy afloat. Holy cow, we are negative again. Let's also have a look up here, because I think, I mean, theoretically we could also boost some artisans here, but of course my workforce does not allow this. Soap is just looking fantastic. If we only had Eli, I could sell soap. Now, in Janssen, we do have another coal deposit. This is a bit tight, but it should be workable. Let's get my clipper over there and just use a smaller boost with work cloth. We should have enough work cloth. We have, right? So let's just get us some, 100 tons over. Some additional planks, but not that much. Some additional bricks, but not that many. And let's get them over here, because with the work clothes, what we can do is we can boost the farmer workforce a tiny weeny bit. So really not that much, but just at least a bit. And I can upgrade then a few people to workers to build us that coal mine here. Actually, we could build the coal mine already. It would cost me 50 workers. But that should be fine. Reason for that is we don't have enough coal anymore for all my furnaces, right? So I've used the charcoal burners here. We have the coal mine at the working, but it's just barely not enough for this. So this is another thing I need to do in order to get the sewing machines up there again as well. Of course, a bit more steel can't hurt either. I might actually tone down one of my steel works. That should work as well. Saves me a bit of money there too.
Ready for a challenge.
And as we can see, Noble Diplomacy is really helping out with also my AI opponents. They're recovering. It's getting on the bright side with them. We see more ships on the map as well. So overall, I think this is the way to go in the future. If I want to go vanilla extreme, we definitely should go with diplomacy activated, because otherwise it's breaking the game literally. And I'm going to have a separate video about this. If you haven't seen it on my channel yet, have a look at that. I think it's rather interesting. After a little while, we do have enough resources to upgrade a few people. We need to be careful here, right? So I don't want to get the farmers negative. I just want to get around 50 workers. There you go. That's as much as I need to have here. And with that, we can afford a coal mine now that is fully staffed, and it'll produce. Ooh, 40 negative. I mean, this is already a pretty negative island, but yeah. Let's not overdo this, right? And with that, we can now set up a new trade route. That is the coal then. Do we have any other trade route directly connected between the two? I think not. So, I will have to need a new trade route. And this time, we're going from Janssen to Scanlon. And it's just going to be the coal. Right, I think it's not going to be more than that. And I might actually consider... Nah, we don't have enough schnapps really. Let's not do this. Let's just go with Star Shadow, the available clipper that we have. Back to Nairobi, where production has ramped up. What we still need here is some storages, because of course with all that production we just don't have enough buildings, so let's just have a smaller harbor area. Another thing is Piratello. As we can see, we're deep red with our basic consumptions, so I do need to ramp this up a bit. Let's get us a few more fisheries out, 2 more fried plantains and 2 more plantain plantations. Rather cheap again, but the benefit is there. And also we're doing the same thing with the poncho darners, 2 more alpaca plantations or farms and 2 more poncho darners. This is 4 more than on the list, and with that we have a surplus again on both of them, even though fried plantain is tight, but it should be workable.
Ship under attack.
Alright, we do have some ships. Oh yeah, the pirate is in the area.
More than ready.
We might also have some interesting loot for us. Some shells. We can activate them to increase our damage.
Nail in the enemy's socket.
Yeah, let's clean this up a bit, because he's got quite a lot of ships already and he's combining them.
For the Admiral.
Let's just have a look what we get out of that. Some sails. Oh, is that a second mortar that we got just now? It looks like it. Some rum as well. Let's get the rum over, together with the second mortar that we found. Alright, this is also something I need to heat. There is the share back. We purchased the share back because the 500, 600 on my balance actually is quite valuable, and I would like to continue doing this. By the way, I think we should be able... No, still not. Right, we had the sheep farm deactivated. It's working again, so the sail production is up and running. I'm still looking now for the sewing machines, because this is really something that triggers me at the moment. We have a production of 8 theoretically and a consumption of 7. Am I boosting my sewing machines at the moment? Yes, we are by 26%. I think we could go even higher with that. Yeah, theoretically we could. Let's have it at 30. It should be fine. Sean wants 110,000 credits. Sorry, I can't do that at the moment. And I would really like to get the sewing machine stable. For now, we can also upgrade a few more workers. We should be doing this. It's cash after all. Let's have them here. And I think those guys here would like to have a church, a school, right? A church and a school. Could probably add the school up here. This would be possible. And they would reach then this whole district here too. I mean, it's not ideal, but it should work just nicely. There is the triple road, of course, that I really don't need, nor do I need a road here. And we could just easily squeeze in one of those schools. This should do the trick. And then we're just going to pave it all here. Let's build the school. It's a nice spot for it, by the way, so that should do it just nicely. There you go. And we do have now maximum school coverage, and with that we can also upgrade these people. That's looking fantastic. Let's go ahead and just upgrade, yeah, the whole bunch of them. Now, surprised, there's actually also an attack on Alonso's side. So not only is the pirate, but there, I think there was actually the pirate and Alonso attacked. But look at that, he's built up himself quite a fleet in the New World as well. We just need to make sure that my trade ships are secure. How much longer do the ceasefire last? 57 minutes with Alonso. We need to be careful there. Not that he surprise attacks us.
Ship on.
Alright, because it's getting really tough there with the sewing machines, let's build us another factory. So this is going to be all just sewing machine factories at some point. And let's get us the next road there in. We can still squeeze in one more here and one more here later then, because of course the steelworks we're not going to keep on this island forever. And that should solve the problem partially. The problem though still is that we don't have enough steel. Now I do have my furnaces working there. We do have both ironworks here, iron mines working. Is that enough? I think not, right? So we have, of course, a way too high consumption there. But I'm, of course, using also Swanell here with the iron mine. So that gets over. And then we have Milk Church, where I haven't used iron yet. But it is the same thing. We would need to get us some more workers. Let's do this, actually. We have a bit more timber. There is the limestone then that we're going to need soon. Oh, it's tight. It's really tight at the moment because I am running out of natural resources. We'll have war upon us soon, pretty sure, against Miss Hunt. I need her island. However, this is looking quite dangerous. We do have a flamethrower tower there, which is devastating to any kind of wood ships, and she's got a tier 3 harbor area, plus lots of cannons. I do have around 1, 2, 3, 6... 9 ship of the lines we have at the moment. This is tight. I don't think that we can take over the harbor area with 9 ships, to be honest. No, that will not work. We do need to have at least some steamships or more ship of the lines. Every ship of the line, though, costs me a lot. And we are already tight on the budget, as it looks right now. There's a mission, delivery quest for what? For wood. We should have that here really on this island. Let's turn it in. Hop seeds, that's 5,000 credits we would get out of that. So it's not really something I need. What we really need is the sewing machines though. And rum is down again. I don't believe that. Why is rum still a problem? It should not be a problem really. We have the production. We have a production of 20 at the moment. 17 surplus, and in Scanlan we have 18. Right, we have grown a bit there. I do need to ramp it up a bit further. I think also a problem is that rum is full. Yep, we do need another ship on the rum trade, to be honest. It's not enough at this point. Oh god, this is a bit of a problem there. I could, yeah, I'm going to use one of my ship of lines for trade at the moment. We do have enough weapons that I can sell. I have no more ships that I could sell. There is another quest, a photography quest of the Canaries. Let's do this. These are easy quests, the resident quests, so we can quickly do them for some quick reward. Let's just see, where is it? There it is. Of course, you need to get a nice picture of it, do we? And perhaps we get something out of it. We're getting red now again soon. Choo. Where's the reward? Give it to me, please. There's also Miss Hunt around the corner. The ceasefire is ended. A watchmaker, 2,000 credits at least. That's something. That's 7,000 credits, and we might sell also a full batch of weapons to Archie for the credits there. It's still a matter. We're getting red there now. Then we have Miss Hunt down here. On this island we would have some coal. That's at least something. That would be an island we could capture. And down here by the pirate we have 2 coal and 1 iron plus grain. I need that. Foxglove. That is an island that I can target. That is something we should target. Ceasefire is over with Miss Hunt. It is. We are at total war again with her. With the Admiral as well. But the Admiral, I think... flattering him doesn't help that much. But ceasefire... He goes with ceasefire anyway because he's got a high reputation with us at the moment. So this is something I can use to my advantage. Let's get my shippies. Not all of them though. I think this should be fine. Let's gather them down here. With the Admiral, we are ceasefire, so I don't need to fear any attack. The pirate over there is also... Yeah, the pirate actually is a problem for us. 9 more minutes ceasefire. We are going to have the pirate then right here in front of Foxglove, which is going to lead to a whole new bunch of problems. But that's something I have to tackle later, to be honest. So, ship on the way with the things that we can sell. Ships on the way that with the island we can conquer. 2 things in motion. Another resident quest. That is something I can take. Enigma quest. I'm usually not that bad at these enigmas. An engineer would like to know what is yellow and yummy but not quite so delicious when green and brown. It's the banana, of course, and I think we need to get to the New World with that. And click on a plantation. That was the right decision, of course.
Ship under attack.
Pirate also attacking on this side again. Unfortunately, there's no... Oh, there's a lot of pirate ships here chasing my clipper.
Moving to coordinates.
Ship under attack.
Of course, with all the messages, we're not getting the reward that easily. I think it's happening over there. 20 pocket watches. That is actually pretty good. And it should be in Scanlan, right? It is happening right for my... yeah. It is making engineers happy a bit. So we have a positive balance for now, right? That is the pocket watches that we see there at the moment. Alright, we get 5 happiness and 25% reduced ride chance. However, 10% increased consumption again. Always the increased consumption. Another clipper comes out. Let's use this one for, yeah, selling some weapons. 100
Ship
tons of
under
weapons. There's nothing really else we could sell, I think. Yeah, some soap there. Let's get it over too.
Take the rudder.
But by the way, going to see some deep trouble here soon now with all the pirate ships in my region. So there's lots of Anno ships already. And she
Let
will
the
not be
sails fill.
that happy. Yeah, Miss Hunt is going into my territory now. I need to abort the attack for now and destroy these ship of the lines here. There's 2 entering my area now. Trader still on its way. Of course, it has 1 ship as a defense. And these guys here, let's get in there. Let's break formation. She is targeting my clippers there at the moment.
Steersman.
Alright, I'm kind of like regretting the no diplomacy approach here and the no propaganda approach especially. I didn't expect so much pressure mounting up again so quickly. There you go. Especially the no consumption. We're still being hurt from that a lot at the moment.
Moving to coordinates.
Ship 1 down. Ship 2 down. Some 8 fur coats. This is too close to the harbor area. It is. I will not tackle that one just yet.
Top of the line. reporting.
Another ship. Let's sell those items and also the soap. That's a bit of cash income again. 20,000.
Aye.
And let's get my ships down now because I really want to target Foxglove as quickly as possible. There's no more ship of the lines now of Miss Hunt for the moment. Alright, and we got the next clipper. Let's build another one because not Star Shadow necessarily. By the way, let's repair this one quickly. We're still having the rum problem as well. There's still no rum really in. It's so hard to get it up. And let's just see. Another attack on my harbor area. That's Swaneldo. That's Miss Hunt again. So she's back on her original character. We have enabled her. Kind of like. I don't know if that is a good thing. Rum is though still the one thing that annoys me the most right now, because theoretically we should have everything for it now set up. We have yeah, let's build another depot just for the rum really.
All will be consumed by the tide.
And production wise we can ramp it up to 50 for now.
Island is under attack.
There's the fire station, and then we will also need a police station. Ah, come on. This should be possible here. Thank you very much. Have this one in just in case there's a riot or something like that happening. And of course, in Calavera, we still need a bit more sugarcane because of that. So sorry, oil fields, for now, you're no priority of mine.
Your harbor is under
And let's
attack.
also try to use... Do we do this here? Yeah, let's get us a police station online as well. And upgrade that warehouse there. Alright. Oh my, there's lots of pirate ships again.
Attention.
Your harbor is under attack.
Yeah, she continues destroying the fisheries. That's fine though. Fisheries are not a big deal. If any problem here, yeah, the warehouses are kind of like overloaded, but I can't upgrade them for now. There's some more items now. That's some good cash for the soap and the weapons. And Gosler, my next trade ship, you're going to be on the rum trading there once again. We do need to stabilize rum at all costs. The Shadow repaired. On it goes again on its trade route.
Ceasefire has ended.
My ships have gathered. And there's the ceasefire over with Anne Harlow.
You're asking for the cutlass.
She's going to attack now again.
Ship under attack.
And as we can see, it's happening already. That's my clippers.
The fire left room.
Fleet ready.
Ship under attack.
I really need to take that island here though. So we are going to force it now. Even if I lose some clippers. I need to get Foxglove.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. This one has
Is under
gotten a bit
siege.
too close there. The render is under attack as well. That is the Admiral's Island.
Aye.
Ship under attack.
Let's be careful to not get too close to the pirates island there, because this could hurt us again.
Ship
Fleet
constructed.
on the move.
Right, and in we go. Conquest Foxglove. Project Foxglove. This island would be very good for us. It has grain and potatoes and coal and iron on it. And it's something that we should be able to easily take. Yeah, we are way deep into Anne Harlow's harbor defenses there as well.
Attention for the admiral.
This is not something I can really neglect there, to be honest. Let's get a bit out there.
You will not spoil my plans.
Just another clipper down. There is something we might sell then.
Steer us off.
And there's some loot here. There, we've taken it. Perfect. Foxglove is ours. At least that is some smaller success. And there's of course the occasional items in it again.
Under attack.
Actually with some good items. And by the way, no, we still have that share. Because why do I have
A ship
40,000?
was destroyed.
More than ready.
Have a look what we got. Oh, some 50 tons of
Ship
steel
under
beam.
attack.
Let's not try to get too close there, please. Let's get the ship of the lines back up here again. And use one or two of them to sell some
Ship
items,
under
right?
attack.
That is something I can easily do.
New orders?
Ship under attack.
Another ship down. And she's got another ship of the line out again. How? That was quick.
Stations.
Just look at how many pirates there are. But there's now my fleet coming in and we're cleaning some stuff up here. That's pretty important for now.
Raise the corsairs.
And of course, as it's the pirate, let's always loot them, right? Because pirates usually have some good stuff on board.
Good.
Get those ships up. And those two are coming more into my main area now again.
Ship under
Some
attack.
beer we have here. Some gold. Alright.
On our way. As always, I endure.
Foxglove is very special. It's going to be important for us, but it's very close to the pirate and in the middle of the map. So it is very open to any kind of attack. Guinevere, my next clipper, would be ready now. Let's use it for...
Ship under attack.
We could actually use it for some trading there. But let's get it up for now again to my territory. We are going to use it for my Foxglove Island now. Right, 1,000 credits at least. So is it still... Yeah, it's still the pocket watch effect that we have.
Withstood an attack.
And no rum in yet.
Ship under attack.
There has to be rum. There it is. Because I'm also not losing them, right? There's the next one. They're very close together. But there's 3 ships. There should be one now on its way too. And yeah, we are at war with the pirate. I might try to flatter her. Not very successfully. So she definitely wants around 100,000 credits or so. So I cannot do this for now. What we can do instead is, yeah, fortification. So I'm going to use 2 of my ship of the lines here to patrol this area now. Because there is my trade routes, right? So we need to secure this area for us as well from the pirate. And then I've got one more ship of the line up here. This one, yeah. And those 2. They will have to stick together, unfortunately, because the pirate also has ship of the lines. And we need to have at least a nice... Oh, this is not looking good.
Set sail.
Let's help out. There's one of my ship of the lines under attack by 2 of them.
Aye. Attention for the admiral.
Okay, but this one is fleeing now. And this one we should be able to take down. Perfect. Have a look at the loot. Some sails. That's not something that's important to me. More pirates here. Let's position my ships in this area. Dangerous world for the moment. We are at permanent war now with Miss Hunt, and she is getting a lot stronger. And we are also at permanent war with the pirate now. We can't change that for the moment because I'm not strong enough financially. In that case, we'll just have to hope for the best. Build us a few more ship of the lines. There you go. Another one at least that I can build. And just try to stay afloat here also with my balance, of course. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to our naval battles. Welcome back to Android and Extreme. Glad you're still sticking around. And yeah, we're in the middle of defending our channel here once more to the pirate and to Miss Hunt, both of them attacking at the same time usually. And what we can also see is Miss Hunt really build up a trade corridor here on the back of my island. Very interesting, right? As she's trying to get over here to Ivy Gate, the one that she got from Alonso. And in that case, we have no ceasefire right now with Miss Hunt. We also have no ceasefire with the pirate at the moment. And both of them are kind of like starting to attack the moment the ceasefire is over. And there's also another ship of the line down here in this channel trying to get in here. Especially here, this is an extremely important area for us at the moment. We have lots of clippers there. And I'm certainly not going to put ship of the lines as patrols to these clippers. That would be too much, right? What we can do instead is we are trying to defend the corridor. Right now, I'm stretched a bit thin there, unfortunately, as I have quite a lot of entry points to defend into my trade channel. Let's keep one ship up there, even though one ship is not enough usually. We definitely should have at least two of them. Oh, this captain here really tries to get as close to the dangerous area as possible, but not just quite in it. Another ship of the line we have still in the harbor area, repairing right now. Condor getting back out there again. And we should just make sure that we keep these areas here now safe. So there is a ship of the line. There is two of them. I think there is two more here trying to defend this area. And then there's actually two more down here close to Foxglove. And look at what's going on at Foxglove. There's lots of pirate ships up there. So, not entirely sure at the moment how I should defend this. I will definitely need at least 3 ships then ready for this, but we'll just see how that turns out. Can I build more? We're building one ship of the line right now. The sail production is up and running again. We have a good balance so far, despite not using any propaganda. So in that case, for now, I'm feeling confident that we can build up more ships again. We definitely should focus this. So I do have my sail makers. However, I will probably need to have a sail production somewhere else. In Milk Church, that might be... It might be actually fine in Milk Church. Let's build us a few more houses. We have 46 at the moment. I don't need more pepper farms for a while. Oh, and she also purchases shares from us. This is not okay. We're going to purchase it back. She's trying to go the other route now as well. There is a warehouse here, so what I can do is... I mean, we are really, really tight on space, right? The sail needs workers. I can't do that. We just need to have it here somehow. Sail production is at 3 tons per minute at the moment. Yeah, I think that is okay for one ship of the line production permanently. For 2, we'll need to double this. Look at the Admiral, got himself quite the fleet there up at now as well. Meanwhile, I'm using Foxglove now finally to also get us a new production up. We do need more iron and more coal, right, for the steel and for the sewing machine production. And that will be... Oh, look at that! And Harlow would actually like to pay us 14,000 to go ceasefire. We destroyed enough ships of her. And of course we're going to accept this this offer. Very generous of her. And what we can do now here is... I was already a bit worried there. Look at that. We have Anne Harlow's cannon range going to Foxglove just by a whisker not reaching it. That means any kind of trade ship that comes on, despite having waypoints, will probably be getting hit by that. And I can't really do anything about it. I could try to move that depot a bit further up there, but that will not do. That will not change the fact that we're getting attacked them, right? So I will need to think about something here. Now with the pirate gone, we can go ahead and sell us a few more items. Grey Goblin has been finished, and we can also focus a bit more on Miss Hunt again, right? That is the first action that I would like to take. Is I would like to disrupt her up here. This trading corridor really is a thorn in my side. I don't like that. Miss Hunt has no business doing that. There's also a ship of the line. Let's quickly take it down. So I'm sorry for all of you who wanted to see a bit more economy right now. I can't do that. We have constant naval battles there right now. I need to keep the dominance up though, right? I need to keep my naval superiority up because I can see on the example of the Admiral that we are quickly falling behind if I slack a bit in the shipbuilding and stuff like that. One ship down. Let's get the flotsam, and look at that. There is the next clipper coming over already, Miss Huntwise. So this is her trade corridor that we're completely disrupting right now, trying to hurt her in this way.
Attention for the Admiral.
It was on board, by the way, as some sugar, alright. And those clippers really take it.
Ship under attack.
More than
Down. Have a look at the loot. And the other two. There's a ship of the line, another one. And something is under attack. Oh yeah, she's also coming in with frigates from the other side right now. I do have the Grey Goblin still. That's on its way now. And I think I will also not need... Ah, there they are. Getting into the harbor area now. We can sell some gold and the item. That's going to be quite valuable, I think. Gold was 17,000 and the item was 6,000. I'll take that. And there is even more ships now, Miss Hunt. The frigate, we should be able to take it down. Right, there's another clipper, but my ship of the line, I think, is stationed quite well up there. And yeah, that's it. Those two are on the way now. And there is another one that we can use. Very good. That frigate is down. That was important. There's still a gunboat that we're also taking down now.
Let the sails.
There's a bit of loot again.
Ship under
Some soap. Alright. That's my 4 ships that we can actually keep together right now. What is under attack now? Oh, that was just a smaller gunboat. Okay, so that is all working now. I can go back now with my... First of all, I do need another clipper because I think I lost one. Yeah, with the flower. That's the Guinevere that we're going to replace it with. One of my latest clippers. And I think we have... Yeah, we are using all the clippers now. Right, so I cannot do anything else. We do have in Foxglove the ability to upgrade once. Let's do this. And then, it's a good island. It's a really good island here that we found ourselves in. It has 2 coal deposits and 1 iron. That's going to be quite good. The problem is both of them require workers. Now, if I'm looking up at my commute pier, we would need reinforced concrete and windows plus 1,000 maintenance costs that each one of them costs me. That is something I cannot afford, right? That would be 2,000 maintenance costs for 2 commute piers from my main island down here to Foxglove. So what we can do instead is I'm just going to build up a smaller workforce over there. We don't need farmers on this island, right? This is going to be purely for mining. I mean, there is some potatoes here. This could be something. Right, New World, I need to look it up. Sean is ramping up his ships there. Alright, but he's also fighting Alonso, which is helping us a bit. Those two are fighting themselves, and I'm just casually walking in here. two damaged frigates. No problem. We are going to take both of them down and just using the momentum here. Firing from both sides should do the trick. One is down, and the other one will follow shortly. Oh no, sorry, we are actually at ceasefire with Alonso still. Oh, I thought we were actually... No, 7 more minutes. Alright. Alright, no problem. Everything is well. And I think we also lost a cotton... Yeah, we lost a cotton ship there. I will need more clippers for the moment. Can I purchase one? We got 210,000. A clipper costs me what exactly?
All in Her Majesty's
15,000. Yeah, let's afford this. That's the Sea Harpy. And the Sea Harpy we're going to put immediately on the cotton trade route. Off you go. And the latest ship that is coming out now, Flying Dodo, you are going to get us a few more building materials over here to Foxglove, right? So that's for the 2 mines that we are needing. And by the way, it's difficult. What should we go for here? Potato or grain? I would definitely like to go with one of them. We have a bit of space after all. We don't need to decide yet, but soon. I would also like to go then for the iron mine here and the coal mine, right? Plus, yeah, let's also get us 50 tons of workcloth over right away because we can use this then to upgrade those people. We already have some steel beams, so let's go ahead with some more bricks and timber. Let's get this over. And probably in a 3rd batch then also some weapons to start defending Foxglove. Using no propaganda actually saves us a lot of influence that we can use for, yeah, protection. Another ship of the line we can commission. Perfect. And Theseus, a new clipper coming out that we can use for whatever we want. There's also some workers and farmers that would like to have some upgrading. Let's do this. This always is a bit of money, of course, that we should be using. And a few more workers. Down here. Artisan. And probably... Ooh, there's a few more here, and also here. Oh yeah, and also the harbor area there. That's fine. That should net us a bit more, right? Yeah, there's the whole thing with the beer, because I think beer-wise, we're actually not looking that great. 25 beer we have at the moment. I do need more beer. I think grain will be one of the major things that I need to do. We could mix it. We could go for some potatoes and some grain, right? I think that is a good compromise there. Let's have some city building. There is my copper and the coal one. That's very important. I'm trying to squeeze in my smaller settlement here, right? That's just going to be workers and stuff like that, and farmers. Let's have a pub here so people have something to enjoy. Definitely a fire station for the occasional fires. Let's actually squeeze this one in here. And definitely also a police station for the occasional riots. And let's just try to make this work. Very good. Every single building here counts. I hate coastlines. Let's try it like that. That is working. Yeah, there's the coastline here actually. It's not for me at least, it's not very clear.
The people
see that.
Celebrate your leadership.
But this is looking good.
Workforce shortage.
It certainly has character. Right here on this tiny island, Foxglove. There you go. Let's unload some stuff. And with the building materials, let's build the marketplace. We definitely should also have a fishery. Build one right away. And the pub, and then just the first buildings, really. And let's immediately... we cannot do this yet. Immediately then stop also the consumption of work clothes, right? Alright, I think I don't have anything else here. Let's get the ship back home. Oh, what's going on here? Another traffic jam. I will need another pier here, unfortunately. We could squeeze it in like that. We'll also have one over here. I think this makes also sense when it comes to aesthetics. We could also get rid of those two fishermen here and build it in that corner. I think I'm going to like this more. No more fisheries. I can have those two fisheries somewhere else where there's a bigger attack. Yep.
Climb the rigging.
With lots of loot.
More than ready.
Some rum. More rum, I think it was. And some coffee.
Attention for the Admiral.
And Alonso lost another island here to the Admiral. So I think we can already see who's getting really powerful.
Aye.
There's some soap. Alright, we can actually sell the soap and coffee. I think it's worth a bit. And for now, really money is really important to us. Oh, and Alonso purchased a share on Foxglove. That is actually a debt that he's getting with that. And we could also purchase another share of the Admiral's main island down here. That's 600 more on my balance, softening the blow whenever we are running out of consumption goods. For 145,000, since I don't really need the money for the moment, let's go ahead and get this share there as well.
New orders.
There is also something that we can sell. There would be a quest.
Alas,
Delivery quest for 20,000. Oh, no. No. 21 tons of fur coats is worth more than that. Plus, I need it myself. We're not doing this. We're getting the influence of the conqueror as well. I don't know why. We didn't conquer any island. I think it was a... Island workforce. Yes, this is actually really important to us. This gives me a base workforce of 50 for every island that we have. That is just extremely valuable, to be honest, because this makes it possible that we have some smaller settlements somewhere without workers and building us a mine at least or something. Or it can also push us over the edge there with some additional buildings, right, without having to upgrade more. That's really good. Let's go ahead and get us some 30 tons of weapons over. Also saying hello to the Admiral. What is he doing? He's really building up something here. He's got 4 ship of the lines now in this fleet. That's not his only ship of the lines though. And I think he is actually moving towards Alonso's main island. Is that right? I mean, look at that. What he's taken so far. It's incredible. I think we might have a real deal with the Admiral there. I need to conquer Miss Hunt ASAP because I need her islands to expand. He's actually trying this. Those flamethrowers are going to be the end of him. Unfortunately, we cannot see everything of this battle. But I have a feeling that he's not going to take this one.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Those flamethrowers are devastating usually to any kind of sailing ship. And he's fleeing. Yeah. There's no way that he can take this one. With 4 ship of the lines. I'm sorry. This is how powerful a flamethrower is, right? This is the only survivor out of the fleet. Alright. And she's got 1 here at the moment. So we really need to be careful about those. Alright. Meanwhile, my ship is coming back to Foxglove. We should be able to upgrade here now, right? Yes, we are. And we will.
You reached a new milestone.
Very good. Some 320 workers. That's actually more than we need anyway. Another thing I would also like to do here is getting rid of that steel beams factory and instead use another sewing machine factory here, leading to 5 of them that we have. And yep, we can squeeze in 1 more than in this corner there as well. Reason for that is we do need sewing machines more than steel beams. I still have 2 steel beam productions working. That should do the trick then anyway. I think steel is still the major culprit here, and it is. So we need more steel. There's really nothing I can do for the moment. We are totally capped by iron. Right, I do need iron for the canned food, I do need it for the steel production, and this is where that iron mine comes in very handily for us. Where is it anyway? Up there. We can prepare. I'm waiting for a few more planks to come in now. So we'll build me a nice cozy warehouse up there. Definitely also a fire station. This should have been possible. I don't want to use that much area here for roads to, not like this, for roads to be honest, because we do need plantations here too. Newspaper edition, what do you give me? Again, really, bombings run out in Piratello. Plus 10 consumption again. Alright, a bit of happiness there. Juicy Island acquired. And also siege is successful on Foxglove. That gives me negative 50% right chance. I'll take that. No propaganda as promised. And what is going on in Piratello? Why do we not have work cloth here? Sorry, ponchos. We do have them, right? Absolutely. We are also capped on it. We don't need work clothes anyway.
Ship under attack.
A boxing arena might help for happiness, but happiness is high, so I don't see any problem really here. And I think the island takeover continues, and Alonso is losing another island to the Admiral, in this case here Fever Town. Oh, and Scanlon. Once again, we need to purchase the share them back here, but is he going to take it? Yes, he's going to take it. And with that, the Admiral took another island. The weakest one that Alonso had so far. And we should definitely look out as well for Scanlon, because there was the... here, let's purchase this back. Money-wise, it's fine. And also we have the next planks in Foxglove. This makes it possible now for 2 things. First and foremost, that is the iron mine down here. Built this one ASAP. And the other one is then my coal mines. So that is over here one, and the second one is here. So this is going to solve my coal problem. This one here should have the... I mean, we can go ahead and have a warehouse here. That's better. It's just 10 planks really that we lose. Have it here. And there's the second coal mine that's also built that one right away. So workforce is fine. We have really a lot of workforce, to be honest, on Foxglove, but that's okay. And next up is then my farms. So let's build us a warehouse here in the center for all the farms that we're going to use here. And I would like to check real quick about my schnapps. So as I can see, schnapps production is now really high, right? So plus 15 in Scanlon, and in Swanell we have 15 consumption. So this is equal right now. I would probably like to go for Yeah, let's say 3, 4. Let's say 4 potato farms and the rest we're going with grain. Right? To really be on the safe side of things here for the future as well. That is those 4. And let's just see. They should not need that many potatoes, please, fields. Right? So, yeah. Should be able to really use it. Oh, wait a second. I could also have them up there. That's much better. Let's have 2 here. Very good. Very good. And then we can just use that one here to fill in the rest. That's 5 actually. Yeah, I'm fine with that. And the rest we're going to have just grain farms. And this is going to help us really here. And a whopping 5 grain farms. Hooray, I'm in paradise, I think. With that, we can now get all of this done over. Shaun of Fortune, ceasefire for 100,000. Sorry, I'm not going to agree to this ridiculous deal. And we continue onwards with the trade routes right away. I've got 2 more clippers available. We are going to use both of them, of course. Foxglove, this is going to be tricky. We need to stay at ceasefire with the pirate now if I want to keep this here stable. We'll just see how it actually turns out. I mean, look at that. We could also probably go around the Admiral's Island here to make it as sharp as possible. This should make it possible really to avoid the pirate at all times. As long as we're not involved with the Admiral here, we should be fine, right? And let's do this one first. In Foxglove, we're going to pick up the iron. We're going to pick up the coal. I think we have 2 coal mines, so let's make it full. And then we're also going to pick up the potatoes. There they are. And get all of this done to Scanlan. And Flying Dodo, off you go with that. Very important trade route. And the second one is then Foxglove to Swanell, because here we have the grain that we're also going to get. Let's make it 3 times. And Theseus, off you go. Oh, wait a second. For the grain, let's also try to get the waypoint a bit over here, that we avoid the pirate at all times. So the idea is that they're coming into this area there, right? Totally avoiding then here the radius. Meanwhile, in Scanlan, let's also have the next pier. Something over there. I think we should be using this, yep, to also have once again depot here. So let's just try to make this one
Workforce short.
Of course, it's not working. We could make it like that. Then we have... Oh, I hate coastlines in this game. This is also not possible. I will not be able to make this symmetrical. Even though it looked like it would be possible. But unfortunately, the game says no to that. I can make it like that, having 2. And then the pier on that side as well. Let's build the pier first. This is more important. I don't want to have any traffic jams, even though there's no ships now. Of course, traffic is only increasing from now on. There's 200 tons of cotton coming in. That's definitely not a good sign, to be honest, right? So definitely means that there's not enough ships on this route. 2 ships we have right now. There's also another 200 tons coming in with Rachel. I will need a 3rd clipper on this trade route then here ASAP as well. Very good. Also, the repair can is reaching those ships that are being repaired then. And there's also the first batch of coal coming in. So far, so good. This is now starting to work. We still have the planks, so I won't be able to build me the remaining potato farms. That's the 5 potato farms, right? And then we are also building those 5 grain farms with the remaining ones. And what I can see as well, of course, is that we don't have enough farmers. We do have way too many workers though. So I'm just going ahead here now and reducing the amount of workers on this island here, just so that we have enough farmers, right? So this is going to grow now again a bit by 2 per piece. We could also still spam us in a few more workers or farmers up there. And here, of course. Just making sure that fish is always fine. It is at 0 right now. Let's try to bump it there a bit. 20% should be fine. This gives me the edge then for the fish. As we can see, it is, right? +1 again. And we do have enough farmers now for everything here as well. So far so good. This new island is going to be very important for us. We continue onwards with the shipbuilding because I have some conquesting to do. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back. Glad you're still sticking around. Welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme to Scanlan. A nice view that we have over the harbor area at the moment. Ships coming in and out, trading goods, having a fine jolly good day. And also of course we have the occasional battles. Like here, Miss Hunt actually somehow managed to snag up a fleet. And as we can see, destroying a full batch of rum on our side here. And yeah, well, of course, there will need to be some retaliation. First off, let's try to save that rum. Let's get my ships up there. Oh, that's a lot of ships she's pulling in now. Yeah, let's get those clippers out of the way here, please, ASAP. And she's, I think, attacking right now. We also have saved some rum here now, some 50 tons. And I'm trying to take them down here, obviously. We have the ships, we have the power for that. Let's do this. That would be my first course of action. What are you doing? Yeah, backing off again. However, still trying to chase her somehow. She's caught up here now in at the edge of the map, right? So we should be able to get her done. Let's get that frigate out there because I think it will be going down otherwise. Very good.
A competitor's island is under siege.
Taking that down. And then also saving that rum over here. By the way, there's also some loot here, some chocolate, alright. But the rum would be nice to have. Let's get these on route again. En route. This frigate here survived, very good. Let's get this home there as well. Let's just get us that rum here up again. That is not a white flag, it's just a fake version of it. There's a bit of rum. It is just a valuable good, really, and we should save up as a lot of that as possible. Let's also get the loot that we find here. There might be some good items then and stuff like that. Let's get the ships though right down here again, because of course there's Jean La Fortune is always trying to snag the occasional ship as well. And where's that frigate, by the way? There's my clipper. Let's just transfer some of that rum over to Spindle Needle. Because Spindle Needle is not full at the moment. We can make it full there. Transferring that rum over. There you go. And the ship can be on its course again. However, oh, there's some ball and chains again. You usually find these in Miss Hunt's fleet. For some strange reasons.
Fleet awaiting orders.
Archie has a destruction quest for me, meanwhile in the old world. However, I have other plans in the old world too. Let's just snag it. It's not that much. Oh yeah, it's over here though. Bad location really, as we would be close to Miss Hunt's defense, and that is something I cannot afford. She, by the way, has problems on her own at the moment. Probably because we disrupted the trade routes and she has no goods now coming in from her other island. That she relies upon. Speaking about her other island, oh, look at that, they're actually coming my way. Let's use my 2 ship of the lines, 3 ship of the lines. That should do the trick to take down this fleet. And we have Merlin too. I would really like to replace that rum tree that we lost with a 3rd clipper again. Rum is absolutely required for us to keep the balance up. There's no way I can do this otherwise. Alright, I'm also selling some items that we're finding from time to time. Hopefully this allows us to purchase another share at some point. We could purchase another share, but this would actually bring me down too much at the moment, so we're not doing this, obviously. Let's get those 2 ship of the lines up here again. Because she's got some more ships again. Where's the quest ships? There they are, trying to hide here.
Moving to coordinates.
Ship under attack.
One down, and the second one will follow shortly. There it is. Probably needs to be some proof here. There you go. That's the proof. And this one, we just get over here to Archie. He's waiting there. So that was some easy cash that we found. Now, I'm speaking about retaliation. And when I speak about retaliation, I don't mean taking down some hunt ships. I'm talking about taking down a whole island. And of course, we are going to go for Ivy Gate now. It's up here in the north. It's a bit of a thorn as well, and we are going to take it down. We have the wind with us at the moment, so that means my ships can move in here rather quickly. That's important because we need to take the whole route here before we can attack the harbor area. Well, the harbor area is able to attack us right away. In that case, we need to be very quick when moving in here. Of course, we got the ships, right? But I still don't want to lose any ship needlessly here because it's just expensive to rebuild them at the moment.
Ship under attack.
Yeah, we might still lose one. The damage is pretty high.
Ship under
There's no way I can save this here, by the way. They're too slow for moving out. So I'm just trying to take down the cannons, but nah, we're losing one ship there. But at least we gain an island. It's crazy how much damage these trading posts do, really. Ivy Gate
ship
is ours.
destroyed.
And this island is not so bad. It has hops and it has another coal deposit, plus zinc and copper. Both of them we're going to need for the brass production soon. So this is going to help us out there a bit. There's also the occasional items here. Oh, okay. Lots of steel beams. That's building materials usually here. And there should be some items there. Yes, I was waiting for this. Von Malking's minimum working age for proposal affects the worker residences with more workforce. However, it reduces their happiness. Not entirely sure that I want that. The others are not that great. This one here is actually good, but it also reduces happiness again. And we don't have propaganda to rely on happiness anymore. So I rather sell these items to purchase more shares. Let's just see, we don't need that. And let's take this one here too, right? Actually, wait a second. Production buildings, maintenance cost reduction. Consumption reduction for my happy goods. This is really good. I'm going to keep the Moderation Act for now. The other twos I'm going to sell.
On our way.
And my ships get back home again. And we got a new island. Perfect. And a new ship of the line is coming out. Axum, my replacement for the one that we just lost. I can probably build one more. Yep, let's do this. And also what I can see here right now while we're in the area. Let's focus on the real important things. Paving the roads. We have enough bricks for now. And this is not looking so pretty here, right? So let's just pave it. I will need, for those of you who've asked why I'm going with a triple road, there's going to be a railroad here. We are using that triple road for a railroad, and it's probably going to be somewhere here, the power station then, or here, right? Yeah, instead of the church, this is a good idea. So up to this point, there will be a train. There we have the oil fields. And there's going to be the oil harbor then. So we're going to use this triple road here as a means of transportation then for us. For now though, since that's still a long way off, let's pave the roads here a bit to make this a bit more civilized looking, the whole thing. We have so many bricks, it's totally fine. Alright, I'm very happy to report that we have now a lot of iron and coal in. That makes it possible for me to finish 2 more furnaces. Let's go ahead with this.
Look sharp, the governor's here.
And that will then be used for hopefully powering all those sewing machines because we need it. Now with the money we got from the items, I would like to invest, and we are once again going to invest into Acampamento. I would also have Alonso available and Miss Hunt's main island, of course. Miss Hunt is actually worth it okay, but the problem is I'm intending to take over this island here soon, so this would be a wasted coin, right? Oh, what? We are at war with the Admiral again. Let's try to get a ceasefire out there. Very good. That was ceasefire. He accepts immediately.
Very well, but there's no...
And in that case here, Alonso is probably being taken over by the Admiral soon. So I'm not betting on this island here too much. And I think he will take it over soon. So let's rather go for the Admiral's share. I can purchase another one. That's another 600 share value we get out of it. Because I think the Admiral is just gaining more power in the future, and we can kind of like ride on that wave with the increased share value. Right, lots of attacks right now. Not really, it's a schooner. Banana it's called as well.
Ship of the line reporting in.
And has just the occasional flower on board. Nothing important. The latest newspaper is really bad. Tortillas run out. I never had tortillas in Piratello. 25% right chance because we're under attack. And health eternal slaves. And Calavera suffers the yokes of the beast of Lucifer. City cries out. -5 happiness. Calavera?
Really?
What is going on?
The fire.
Where's a beast on this island? No idea. Probably in the mountains and people are just afraid of it. Because of this little hole that we have, we gain -5 happiness for all my kingdom. Empire, I should say. Oh, Admiral purchases back the share. He doesn't like that so much, but we are going to have another go at that once the cooldown runs off. Ship-wise, let's build another ship off the line. Let's get those overboard. And I probably... No, wait a second. We do need more clippers. Let's go ahead and build us another clipper. I have not a single clipper at the moment. We have coin though. He does not have a clipper for sale. Alright, with the latest expansion to the islands, we are actually stabilizing a lot of goods right now. So beer is also going up finally. Sewing machines are stabilized and fur coats are coming in once more in a higher rate. Rum is still not looking that great, I think, because we lost that one rum trader. I'm hoping that there is a rum trader coming in here soon. And I do have another muscle cracker, another clipper built. And Muscle Cracker is going to be on this trader. There's not a single one of them. There is one. There's the first 200 tons of rum coming in again. But yeah, 4 clippers are absolutely needed for this high volume goods that we have there. So that's my rum. And that should stabilize most of it. There's still one more problem. That's the canned food. The canned food is something that I'm already boosting. There's not that much room for improvements here. Right. So what I can do is we have built 5 more potato farms. So we should be able, yeah, I'm able to at least get rid of 2 of them, right? That gives me a bit of space for additional kitchens. Let's go ahead and build us some 2 more kitchens. Let's make it 3 more kitchens. And we can also go ahead with another cannery that I want to have in this area. And with that, let's just check it out about the kitchen. I think we should have goods there, right? Oh, red pepper and beef. I could think about ramping this up a bit. We have 100 farmers here still in Milk Church. Planks would be needed though. I'm not having a lot of planks in most of my areas. There's the planks, and let's build us some 2 more. 1 here and 1 here. Perfect. That's increasing my volume for the pepper. Can we build another ship, by the way? Not for the moment. And then I would also like to go ahead and build us a bit more beef. Or we're not boosting them yet, right? We can't boost them easily by 20% without losing that much happiness. This will also do the trick, boosting those 6 that we have. And with that, let's go ahead and build us some 2 more kitchens and 1 more cannery. Very expensive, but it's going to be needed. Meanwhile, in Ivygate, we have the next resources. Now, there is the bonus now coming in very handily for us, and that is for the coal, right? So we have the 1 coal deposit here right next to my harbor area, and we can basically just go ahead now and build it and even supply it with the workforce needed, right? So the 50 workforce, and with that we have a mine available here without building a city. However, we will still need to build a small village. Reason for that is I would like to have something very special on this island. Yeah, there is the hops fertility, of course, that we can work around with, but I think hops wise we're really fine, plus we have more space then. But there is another thing that we can do in Ivygate, and that is logs. We don't have a lot of logs anymore. We do need them for quite a few things actually, and one of them is for my sewing machines, and we don't have enough logs anymore. So I would like to get us a few more farmers up here. And these people are really just there to chop some trees. Let's build them. And let's build the warehouse. And then for now, I'm just going ahead here. And let's just see. We get 80, 89 out of this one. Definitely 100 up here. And another 100 one here, right? So this is all we need really. That's going to be some whopping 12 logs per minute already. And with that, we have Mother Goose as a new trader, getting us the coal and the logs over from Ivygate as well. It's going to take a while for them though to plant, and then we can start with that. If I need more hops in the future, we can use the remaining space here for some hops plantations, or yeah, we just find us a new island anyway. I'm sure we are going to do this soon. Let's create a new trade route. This is now from Ivygate to Scanlan, and we're going here with the logs. Sean wants 90,000 now, so he reduced his price by 10,000 already. I'm sure we can get another 10,000 out soon. Discount, please. And then there's the coal coming out of that. Let's make it full. Doesn't matter anyway. And Mother Goose is going to be on this trade route. Right, that's the logs coming in. Because look at that. We do need logs. We are out of logs in Scanlan. Nor do I have the space for lumber camps. They just take up way too much space. I have one here that is still working at 114 efficiency. But of course, it will be gone soon as well, because I want to have my city expanded at some point. You know what? Let's make a fourth one. We have the space. They're dirt cheap to build, and I'm just happy to take the lumber for now. Alright, we have the 3 piers working its magic now. There's a lot of stuff coming in here. Look at that. Scanlan is getting swamped. Hopefully there's the rum. There's the rum also. There's once again another Miss Hunt ship. Nothing we can do about that for the moment. Alright, beer. Rum is going down. Fur coats is going down. Sewing machines is out once more. Without propaganda, it is really hard. I did not expect it to be this hard, to be honest. Just by turning it off. But it is just that hard.
Just say the word.
I can't keep up with the consumption, to be honest. With those small islands, it's almost impossible. There's also the constant explosions in my rum factories, despite having a fire station here already. I will just need to build a second one, to be honest, on the other side of that river here, and that's just going to be one bridge for the freaking fire station that we have over there, because I need to get more. I need to get more fire protection out there.
Time the rigging.
I don't need these consumer goods. They're crap. Let's get my ships back on track again. They need to defend my channels. Up here especially is pretty important with one of my ships, and the other 2 will just stay then down here in this area. Because of course Sean always likes to annoy me a bit. Alright, at some point it had to happen. The pirate is at war with us again. This will make things a bit more complicated again.
Ship under attack.
Oh, there's some gold. Very good. We are very low on the money now. She proposed a ceasefire for 50,000 credits. Yes. Let's do this. Thank you very much, Anne. I love you. We get some 8 repetition out of that. So this pushes us to 43 with the pirate. Should make it possible to go for a peace treaty. Yes, we are going at peace with the pirate. That means no more ceasefire deals that we need to make with her. And for now, yeah, we can keep like that. We can stay at this level. And as you can see, trade rights would also be possible at some point with her. But for that, I will need to increase my rating just a tiny bit more. But, and that's the huge but that we have, no more war with the pirate at all, right? So no more ceasefire deals and stuff like that. That's a good thing. So we are going to go into a contract here with the devil. But the devil has good stuff to pay, to sell, to be honest. Look at my rum, it's perfect right now. Fur coats, sewing machines, as long as these goods are coming in, we are maintaining a stable balance now. Canned food is also getting up there a bit, and the rest is looking fine. I will not make any more expansions though for Scanlan, as we cannot afford this at all. So my only goal now is, yeah, really to focus on strictness. That is Miss Hunt's main island. It has lots of space. It has potato, grain fertility, ore, and enough room for another island, to be honest. So we definitely should be aiming for this now. And for that, I will need a few more ships. Let's build another ship of the line and another ship of the line here. And let's also build another clipper, because we do need more clippers. I don't have a single clipper at the moment as a left over, so no new trade routes for the moment. And Arch is also not selling that much. Despite having 3 piers, there is quite the problem here, as we can see. Probably will need to build a 4th one after all. But where? Yeah, over there. At these docks we can do this. I could also just have it right next to that one, even though it's tight. But this is working. Let's build in. because there's nothing worse than ships having to wait for unloading, and in that case even 4 will probably be problematic in the future. There's a bit of rum waiting right now. There you go, coming in now. Almost capped at the rum and at the rest as well. Canned food, yeah, it's on a low level, but it's working out, and we can probably start focusing on another production than here for my engineers. That is for happiness than the penny farthings or the pocket watches. Either way, so far so good. Building up some more ships now, and then we continue onwards with the conquest most likely. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme. Now looking at one of my traders here, as we can see, he's taking quite a strange turn here still. That was one of the many things that we did to avoid the pirate, right? But since finally we have peace with the pirate, we can go ahead and change those trade routes to be a bit more efficient, because right now this totally doesn't make sense. And of course it's also hindering us with performance on these trade routes. So let's change the waypoints here back to this one. I think the other one was that one going similar, but it actually needs to get over there, so this should not be the biggest problem that we have. This is still the faster route, making it like that because the port is over there, right? So it would have to go some zigzag otherwise. That also doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So there you go, enabling my trade routes to be a bit more efficient. Well, that's the intention anyway. Looking at the center of Scanlon, yeah, looking cozy, I'd say. We also have lots of paved roads here, of course, as every civilized city on this earth should have. Paved roads, you definitely don't want to go through the dirt when it rains. My fleet, meanwhile, is also, kind of like building up. We are preparing, of course, that beautiful juicy attack on Miss Hunt. However, I'm not feeling totally confident yet, right? So, looks like a lot of ships, of course, but I really don't want to lose too many of them. Take down a few more of these ships that we have there. Perhaps we also find some loot money-wise. It's okay-ish, but only okay-ish, so that is something I would like to improve as well. Upgrade-wise, yes, this is what I would like to see. We can upgrade a few people to engineers. That's exactly what we're doing here in the town center of Scanlon, using my resources for some sexy upgrades. We just need to make sure really that we're not overdoing it, right? So canned food, sewing machine, the fur coats. I think all 3 of them are looking rather good. The production of fur coats is fine once the fur comes in again. Sewing machines is fine. Canned food is equal. That is fine too, to my taste for the moment. So we can go ahead here and upgrade just a tiny few more. Because with every engineer that we upgrade, we also reduce the stress that the lower products have, of course, as I've said multiple times. So this is definitely something that makes sense to me. And that means sausage, soap, bread, and especially also the beer is better than for that. However, rum will definitely go up again because of that. Well, let's quickly check it out. We're at 22 now with the rum, and in Piratello we have a production of 24 surplus. Technically that is still fine. That is still a surplus, right? But since we have quite the ocean travel between the 2 islands, globally, we should definitely watch out that we have that proper production set up at all times. We have a lot of sugarcane. I think we really have, I mean, couldn't really be that high there, I think. Oh, no, it's not actually. Still nice surplus there. Let's go ahead and build us a few more rum distilleries. There we have the spot for it. Unfortunately, it's all very tight here by the rivers, right? I could also... And there's not really that much room to move around here with the rum. I think that is here still fine, so we can use one here. One here, and also on the other side 2 more. And then I would definitely like to squeeze in one of my warehouses as well.
Workforce short.
That's not working. Stupid oil field. However, this is working quite nicely. It's not looking pretty. Absolutely not. Never copy this. But it's workable around the islands that we have. I would like to build 2 more, as we can also easily afford this. Getting my rum production up a bit further. And with my rum fields here, my sugarcane plantations, let's also bump it up to 50% to get that consumption up. And we probably will need to upgrade. This one here we should probably upgrade. And... yeah, we ignore these oil fields for now. I have an intention, though, of getting some more rum in soon. But for now, we'll have to fiddle around with all of that. Let's get a bit more planks over. By the way, Alonso's Island here does not have rum. Miss Hunt does also not have sugarcane. There should be another island though, somewhere along the lines down here, that perhaps has the sugarcane. I don't want to capture this island here, conquer it yet, but we probably will have to do it soon for the sugarcane. It's really rare in the New World, right? It's incredibly rare. It's not something that I've seen so far.
Keep her constant.
You usually have at least 3 islands. So far I've seen only 2. And that's those already. So I'm hoping that down here we at least find one more that we perhaps can also conquer them. Let's rebuild those houses there. We need it. Oh, by the way, very important to purchase back that share, even though it does cost me.
If that's what it takes.
We still remain at 3 shares with the Admiral. That's also fine. And another ship of the line comes out here, and another 2 in this area. There's no trade corridor up there anymore, right? So I can actually get these 2 away again, combining them with my main fleet that we have now gathered. And we also have some 3 more. Since I'm not at war with the Admiral or the Pirate at the moment, we can also get those 3 ships there to my main fleet. And this feels a bit more confident now. What's gathering here? That's a big storm for Miss Hunt.
More than ready.
That's not... It's probably a storm that she will not be able to survive. And I'm fully intending on taking her down now.
Illustrious.
I mean, there's still then this island, barely defended. Todmurden, crappy fertilities. She's very limited anyway with her fertility. She will not be able to upgrade at all. Alright, let's tune in the dramatic music. It is absolutely time to get in with that fleet here. Most of them are gathered. There's still 3 more coming in. We're going to wait for them, of course. I think that's it then, right? There's one more sleeping up here. We actually also don't need it up there. And that should be it, my whole bunch of fleet. It's incredible how many ships we can actually maintain at the moment. Maintenance cost for these is around 6,000. And we're still having a good surplus there. Let's wait for the last 2 ships to come in. Alright, my frigate down here was destroyed because, of course, this last island is Miss Hunt's island once more. No sugarcane on it. Ah, darn it. I would have loved that. Come on, please give me something. Why is it always plus 10 consumption? It completely cripples us at this point. Piratello wants coffee. I mean, this island is really a pain in my butt. It's always causing me these consumption increases. The rest we have with, yeah, a lot of negative rides. So I think for the moment we can really pump it up there with the workforces. But that's it. They want coffee, these greedy barns, right? Coffee, there it is. I mean, we have the coffee fertility. We have the resources. I might consider that. Do we have coffee unlocked for the engineers? I think at this point we should. Yes. So we would profit from that. Fulfilling that demand probably gives me a nice positive newspaper edition in the next episode. In the next newspaper edition. So I might consider it, to be honest, to just build up that coffee production. Alright, first though, let's conquer. It's time. Absolutely time. Fleet on the move. This is going to be fun. I hope it's the end of Miss Hunt. It has to be. We'll just see how devastating that flamethrower is going to be. It has a huge range. Way more than it should be, to be honest, those flames. And it's on the other side of the harbor, so we have to get all the way to this side here to take it in, right? And there it's starting. Oh, it's devastating. I've lost the first ship, the second ship is down, the third ship is down, but the flamethrower is down now too. It took 3 ships with it. And that's definitely the end of it. I don't expect another ship to go down. And with that, Miss Hunt is finally gone. She had it really rough to begin with. But she never really recovered. The same, the Admiral is recovering. That's basically the end of her. Just give up. She doesn't know it yet. There it is. And we can conquer this island, and boom, off it goes. Always very satisfying.
Treachery. Attention for the Admiral.
Ship under
There's also the
attack.
occasional item that we have. And on her main island, there were really just crappy items that we don't need at all. Let's take all of them except the damaged ones. Right. And let's sail to her last island over here, because of course we'll also take it. By the way, we should probably sail from this side here, because that's with the wind then to quickly move in. Sailing against the wind into a harbor area is never a good idea. She quickly starts building stuff up here, by the way. It's really interesting to see. In kind of like a desperate way of saving her somehow. You will definitely need a bit more defense, because it is on the move now.
Attention for the Admiral.
The main fleet. Alright, so close. That is an amazing island. Let's take the loot and sell it then. Yeah, it just gives me some bonus residences for negative consumption. That's just not something that I like. We're not going to purchase back that share, because she's going... Oh, wait a second. We should probably... It's a cheap island. Ah, let's not do this. Doesn't matter. It's actually a good thing for us. We get the money and we win some 4 on the balance there.
Attention for the Admiral.
We're still sailing against the wind. Let's get up here and then... this also looks bad though. Nah, let's go in from the south. We have to. This is not something where my fleet can go through here, so we'll have to take this corridor.
Ship under attack.
Fleet moving in convoy.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to lose a single ship in this.
Resistance is crumbling.
1 point.
Ship
Very good. Now it is a last Miss Hunt's island in the old world. She's still present in the new world, of course.
I will not rest
But at least
until it
from
is
this island she has been
returned to me.
purged. Maintenance cost reduction for production buildings. That's really powerful. However, chance of fire is increased. But I think with a fire station we can easily negate that. And 44,000, nah, I'm not going to sell this. We can actually use this later. Soap factory, production increase, pop boost. That is something we certainly don't need. Let's get the... Actually, let's get the gold with us. And that one here, the pop boost, we can easily sell.
Set sail.
Also sell those 2 items. That's the spoils of war that we're finding here, right? And with that,
Fleet ready.
let's keep 1 damaged ship in the harbor area for now. You never know. And get the rest back home. Alright, there she still is. Now trying to harass my trade ships, obviously. Where's my fleet? Let's take some of them to quickly dispose that 1 ship. Alright, back to strictness. This is going to be a fun island for us. It's going to change a few things now, especially since it has building space. Let's get some building materials over. Oh, come on. Starting with that and with that. Should be fine. We're also going to name it to Desro, one of my latest supporters who apparently likes this series a lot and decided to support me on Patreon. Thank you very much for this. And as you can see, this island is going to be amazing. Holy cow. Not only do we have a beautiful view over Stanton, but we also... Scanlon, sorry. But we also have building space, 3 iron deposits close up here. Unfortunately, only potato and grain. That still can help us out, though. The first clipper with the materials is coming over. I don't have a second one. We need to build another clipper, though. Alright, we will also be able to have the sheep farms there, I think. Oh, is this for real? Is now in my harbor area. Where are my ships? There you go.
We've taken a bomb.
Yeah, she's going to sink that clipper, but she's going to lose a warship. Clipper is easily replaced.
Ship under attack.
And we managed to get off the building materials there just fine. Ah, it actually survived. Oh, very good. She's still going to lose that ship, of course. He was trying to get it, but unfortunately for her, my ships are faster. And off it goes.
What is life without death?
She still has a couple more ships in the region. There's another ship of the line.
Awaiting orders.
Try and take it down. And this one here will need to have some repairs before I use it again.
Let the
To repair all
sails
three of
fill.
them. And this one goes a bit further down here south again to my main blockade. At least we got the building materials. Of course, as always, we will need to start here a smaller city. There's no way around that because unfortunately one island on extreme is just not enough. We do need several cities. That is one of the difficulties really. I'm probably going with a double road down here in the harbor area then as well. And then we could just happily start here once again with some blocks of houses. And here we go, the city stands. The only thing we now need is somewhere over here, I guess, a smaller plank production. That's going to be one of the major things that we can have on this island, to be honest. Actually, let's go ahead and build them right away. The same thing we can also do with the fishermen. Let's have some 2. Make it some 4 for now. Or some 2 actually that we build, and then keep the other one in blueprinted mode. And that's it. With that, we can also go ahead and build the first houses now. Into Destro. With a beautiful view, by the way, over my channel that we have over there. Let's also go ahead and make us the first real production here that we're going to need in Destro, and that's of course the schnapps. Right now I still have 6 fields and 12 distilleries because of course some potatoes are getting over there. So I think we should be going around with, yeah, let's make it 8 of those fields, right? They don't really need that much space anyway, so we could just go ahead with those 4 and then copy another whole 4 of them. And let's actually also have... No, we can have the distilleries here then right away. Let's get this one up because there's still something that we might want. I'm thinking about some sheeps up there. That would be probably be pretty good for us. And then also... Let's just see. I think I can squeeze another one in. Nah, this is looking fine. We have the planks. Let's build all 8 of them. Let's also build those 8 distilleries. Plus another warehouse then as well for this production here. Now the only thing is, of course, we are going to need a clipper for that. And also, now that I think about it, this one here we don't really need anymore, right? So this could also be counting for the grain then, to be honest. Flying Dodo, you can go back to work. Let's get rid of the potato on it, on the trade route. The grain I'm still going to keep.
Ready for a challenge.
Right, that is something we can totally require here. And let's get rid of them. There's no need for this trade route anymore at all. And we have more space again for, grain farms, right? We can definitely squeeze in some 2 more here. I don't need that much grain anymore, to be honest, because of course we are also slowly moving away from more artisans. And with that, beer and bread consumption more towards the engineers, and the engineers don't need that much grain because they don't need bread, no beer. Go ahead and just have us 2 more fields in there. Perfect replacement for my potato farms, and they are working now in this area. With the planks we have, of course, let's continue with a few more houses. We do need the workforce after all. Come on, yeah, people, move in.
We've taken a bomb.
You can go back home again, please. And you, cuttlefish, you're also going to have a purpose here. And HMS Tubeborn. What an amazing name. HMS Tubeborn. You're going to be my trader, I think, my first one. let's stuff you full with some planks. We do have a plank production by now up and running, but of course we always need some more planks, also some bricks perhaps, and some windows, you never know. A bit of a basic protection we should also look out for, but not right now. Those people, some work cloth might also not hurt. That's my second fish, the cuddle, my second ship, the cuttlefish. How is it calling itself? Let's get it over there as well with some basic materials. Planks is coming in. Let's continue with the construction. I'm actually tempted to just copy the whole thing for the other side. But we're probably going to have a different layout over there. I would like to have a bit of a plaza area, something like that in the center. Looks good. We have then some stuff all around it for service buildings. It's going to be a pretty big city there, I think, because I'm also intending to have a nice industry area for Death Row then available that we have then in this area. And up here, let's also go ahead and, yeah, get us that cheap production up and running that I wanted. Let's also finish the remaining houses here. And where's my tube worm?
Many years beneath the skin.
There's my tube worm. You're going to be on the straight rod now. Oh, she's still smiling. Death Row to Scanlon. And it's going to be now the schnapps in Death Row. 100 tons. It's a very short trade route, so it's definitely going to be a lot of schnapps that's getting transported here. Let's have a minimum stock of, let's say, 30. That should be fine. Right, and everything else is a surplus here of plus 13, plus 14 that we're going to have then, which is golden really. And with that, yes, that's the amazing thing. We can get rid of those guys here, right? Completely. Off you go. The same goes with the Schnapps distilleries. Off you go. And look at all that space that suddenly opens up to us. I love that moment, always. There is still room here now for another canned food production, right? And this is just all going to be city. There's my marketplace. Probably will have a marketplace now in this area then too. Just to be sure. Here most likely. Yeah, this should be absolutely golden. By the way, you know what? Hurts me a bit, but it's fine. Let's have our triple road here. You never know what you need it for at some point. We could go with that scheme, but I'm also thinking about a pub over there as well. This should be possible. Yep. Just by the production that we have then in this area. With the additional farmers that we have, we can upgrade a few more of them. So that I do have a positive worker balance here once more. So far so good. Onwards to new adventures. Finally with a whole new island and the end of Miss Hunt, we've also achieved that. Quite a few milestones. Now it's onwards to a bit more city building. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Anno 1800 Extreme. Glad you're still sticking around, and we're looking at my trade channel here. I just love it. I don't know if I'm just peculiar in this case. I love it when lots of trade ships are coming into the city, right? Pouring in, delivering goods. We got some soap coming in here, we got some rum coming in. Wood and coal and bread. Everything that keeps a Scanlon going, really. Lafetune would like to go with ceasefire here for 90,000. We're not going to accept this. It's still way too high of a price, considering that we have the sea superiority here in my channels, and Sean Lafetune is nowhere to be seen. So there is no way for me that I will actually accept this. There is some loot here. I think we actually destroyed a ship. Might be the case. It's just lots of these shells that we find that we can activate to increase the damage to other ships, for example. It's not a direct attack item. Now we go back to our world here right now. I would like to build one more clipper, and we might also consider building a few more ships off the line. And with that, let's get them over. And also in Death Row, we continue onwards with, city building, of course, because that's what we have to do. The reason for that is, of course, we want to get the industry up and running in Death Row, right? I want to get my dirty industry. I want to get my my steel production and my weapon production all over here, just so that we can get crazy in Scanlan with more engineers and ultimately more investors, of course. So let's just continue here with a few more buildings. Of course, as you can see, we're leaving some room behind here for some bigger service buildings then. That's pretty important. So that we can get all of this here then also fulfilled with their needs. Because, of course, workers is my first target now for these guys here. That's a lot of farmers we just built. I hope that we can supply them and with the necessary goods. Reason one is we have, of course, our schnapps production here up and running for Scanlan. However, of course, we need to keep a surplus up and running there, because right now, what I'm doing actually is I'm reducing the production that we have for all of this. So reason, or well, with all the farmer expansion. So let's go ahead and just get us a few more potato farms in here. And probably, yeah, I can squeeze in one more here in this tiny corner, and that's fine then. We got the schnapps distilleries. I can still squeeze in one more in this area, so everybody gets his schnapps. And I might also then consider upgrading one of my warehouses, but it's looking rather fine. Level 44, we are growing onwards to 20,000 people at the moment. Also in the last episode, of course, yeah, Miss Hunt is gone from the old world. She's still there in the new world, in the Tropicans. But for now, we don't need to worry about that. We need to worry about a bit about Alonso, even though he's also pushed back to just one island down here. A big island, no doubt. But that's his only one, as the Admiral has conquered his other islands. So it's definitely leading to a clash between the Admiral and us at some point. And the Admiral, yeah, he's building up his fleet there. And we can see a lot of ships back and forth also in the New World. So we need to prepare for this, of course, for the ultimate clash at some point. Right now, though, we don't need that, because right now we have our island. And I can just happily go ahead and consider building more. I gotta say, though, Destra is looking amazing city-wise, right? So we have way more space than in Scanlan, where it's still looking a bit cramped, everything, with the two mountains on both sides. So this is definitely something we might consider. No, I'm not actually considering changing capitals. That's insane. We are not going to do this. Another thing I would like to do is getting my industry over, right? As I said. So for that, we do need to have the work cloth. And for that, I will also need to have my work cloth production then up here in Destro. And well, yeah, there we have it. Production for around 10 work cloth per minute. We have at the moment 7 need, and it's most likely not going up that much anymore, right? So we can consider this complete, together with 2 sail makers here as well, because of course the sail production needs to be moved over here to Scanlan. I will definitely also need another warehouse for all of these buddies, and here I would still like to have some room. Get a road over there. So let's just get rid of 2 sail makers there again, and then just plant them down in this area somewhere. This should be fine. And then we have one here and one next to it, and then we still have room for more. And this is the sheep farms for the sail maker then. Ultimately, I might actually consider another one, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's go ahead and build us the first warehouse. Just noticed, of course, a fire station is also very important. Let's get this one over. There's only 2 oil springs in Death Row. What a disappointment. We're never going to use that, most likely. Even though I can, of course, still keep some room available there. Yeah, it's just costing me some timber, so let's go ahead and start the work cloth production, really. 5 sheep farms, and then we do need 5 framework knitters that we can easily afford as well. And with that, we got the work cloth production up and running already, with a bit of a buffer for more. Next up in Desro, we have the clay pit up here. I would like to use this then right away for some, yeah, well, clay production, obviously. We're going ahead and just place us here a clay pit together with 2 brick factories. Newspaper, as always, we got the plus 10% consumption. What's going on this time? No church in Foxglove. Alright, I think it's impossible to not get this one, because it's just picking out any island and just looks what's wrong there. And we don't have a church in Foxglove. Of course I don't have a church there. There's only farmers. Juicy Island and siege is successful with 50% at least. That's that. Foxglove. Do we have workers? Yeah, we have workers here. And no church. But of course I'm not going to put a church on this. They take up way too much space. Unfortunately, we don't have a chapel. A chapel would be amazing. That's that. I would... No, I don't have the workers for that, so we just continue happily onwards. I should be able... Yep, there you go. Upgrade the first bunch of people in this row. And with that, we do reach port town status once more. It's also a nice tax boost, of course. Yeah, totally take this one in for me. Very good. And we can continue happily now with the workforce here to start producing up some clay. Now another thing, in Milk Church we do have the windows now, because there is one thing that we still need to do really soon actually, and that is getting us the next building material on its way, the reinforced concrete. For that I do need a limestone quarry. We have one here in Milk Church, and it does also require 25 workers. Lucky us, we do have that thanks to the bonus, and I only really need to build that warehouse and the limestone quarry. This one is now producing 2 tons per minute. We could boost it up to 3 tons per minute. For a bit of unhappiness there with the workers, however, I think it's not really necessary. We don't have workers though on Milk Church, so I might still do this, and I don't think there will ever be a riot out of that. I don't think so, to be honest. If, well, then we are screwed. No, we are not. We can also build just a police station here, really, no problem. And that's that. A new trade route will need to be established. Because of that, it's really just one. I might consider doing this here as a... Yeah, we could actually make a charter route out of that, so I don't need to waste one of my clippers for something like that, because it's never really going to be full scale, right? It's never going to be a high volume or anything like that. Oops. There we have it, our limestone, and it's going, of course, from Milk Church over here to Scanlan. The maximum amount does cost me no influence and a bit of credits, but that's, yeah, less than a clipper. It's way less than a clipper, so it's fine to do this. The only other thing we need in Scanlan then is, of course, the production for that, and we do need 2 concrete factories to be able to sustain it. We might actually use this tiny area there. I'm also not intending really to boost this one with electricity, because it's simply not needed. We might have it here, or I'm just moving it somewhere else. But that is... Electricity-wise, it's coming in here then... Yeah, we're still going to reach it with the power plants, to be honest. There is no problem here. It's still a bit far away though from the warehouses. But that's also not really a problem, as these factories here are going to be away soon, and then we'll have another warehouse here. We could in the meantime also upgrade this one. Easily affordable at this point, getting us another ramp. And we do actually get something also very precious with that, saving space. We don't need to build another warehouse, and this one of course is standing for all eternity there, so why not just upgrade that. With that, let's go ahead and also build those 2 factories here, consuming some artisans here and a bit of credits on my part. 800 credits is actually quite steep, but it's necessary as we do need the reinforced concrete for future productions. Meanwhile, in Dasro, we can continue with the upgrading process. This will, of course, make it a bit easier on my taxes there again. Very good, leading to 470 workers. And we can start doing the next thing now in Dasro, very important, and that is preparing our steel industry. Yep, you heard me right. We're going to add the steel industry here, and that's in this area. I do have 2 oil patches. We might still do something with that later on, boosting the steel industry, right? With 2 oil springs, we probably will be able to power 1 oil power plant down here. This is for my whole steel industry then. That's a very good location there too, because we have a beach for the oil tanker then, the potential one, and also for some sand mines that we're going to need here as well at some point. So let's go ahead and get us the road over, and basically this is going to be for steel primarily, right? Right now we do fire our whole industry with 8 furnaces, so I'm calculating with 10 furnaces, because there's we might even make 12 out of that, because we will need it for the advanced weapons, right? So let's just try and squeeze them in. So we got the first 6 here. Definitely also room for... Yeah, let's actually calculate it right away with a power plant that we have then here in the center. And then we can go ahead with some warehouses left and right. Of course, also very important is that we need a fire station as always. Easily squeezable. And we have those 6. That makes it 8. And that makes it 10. And with that, we would have a very good production really for all eternity. And that's that. Also, of course, we're going to go with the steel works that we're going to need. Those are a bit more tricky as they are really bulky, and I don't want to waste too much space. 3 of them should be fine forever, right? So this is no problem. Oh, Alonso, you think you're dangerous? Actually, he can purchase those shares, no problem. He takes away share debt. With that, he already pays 16 credits for those shares. And of course, he will never be able to take it over. But of course, we can use it for maximum income. At the moment, he pays us our debts. Alright, what is that? Foxglove.
Your island is under attack.
Oh, I never really anticipated for Alonso to get to us again. To be honest, he would have the power to take over this island. We have the weapons over though, but no planks. I will definitely need to get some defense up there. Alright, so let's go ahead. Delete the planks. The weapons we already have. And then I can just push us in some defense there in Foxglove. Yeah, let's take down this ship.
Ship under attack.
I mean, dangerous position for Alonso anyway. Is he at war with the pirate? No, he's not.
We don't need
But he's at war with the admiral. The admiral is also swamped in this region. So there's no way he will be able to take it.
People celebrate your leadership.
He's trying though.
Your armor is under attack.
What is this? Let's move in and quickly take care of that ship. There you go. Alright, that was a warning sign though to me. Alright. I will need to get that defense up.
Look at you, swagger.
And we already have now the building materials in to build us. Yeah, let's make it... wait a second. We have... I think one on either side should be fine. It's a really tiny harbor area though. No problem here. Those two, let's actually make it a third, to be honest. And that's as much defense as we're ever going to need in this area, I think. Get my ships back to securing the channel. Now that I think about it, we could also use a trade unit in here, affecting all of the furnaces. That's going to make things a bit easier also if we want to boost it, right? And here we do have then the power plant set up. This is still fine. This is still going to reach all of my industry. One more thing, we should also look out for a bit of weapon production. So let's go ahead and add us 2 more weapon factories as well. And that's it for now, right? We are going to have, of course, the advanced weapon production here as well. We might actually already lay it out a bit. So with having those 2 really big, bulky buildings there. I mean, it's 2 buildings we're probably never going to need that much, but still. Better now than have to add it later on or something like that. And then there's also the dynamite production. Yeah, but that's really not something we need to care about now. What we need to care about now is building resources. We have all of that in. We probably will need to upgrade a few more people to get that workforce in. And with that, we not only do get more taxes, we also save us the commute pier, right? That I don't want to build because that would cost me 1,000, of course, on the balance. And that's not really something I would like to do. Work cloth is at 1 only now, and the schnapps is still very good. The schnapps is important because that gets to Scanlan, and fish is also fine. So with that, Destro is prospering, and we don't need to worry about a thing here. What we need to worry about is these iron deposits that we have now. They're very, very nice for us. I think there's another one. Yep. There is going to be 1 warehouse, of course, and there's going to be 1 warehouse for those 2. That's a lot of iron, by the way. So
Ship under attack.
we're going to get really rich on this island. All right, a bigger attack from Sean. 3 ships. Let's use my mortar. Let's also use my shells that we have.
Attention for the admiral.
And we will be able to destroy all 3 of them.
Fleet embarking.
Gold. Sean always drops nice things. Weapons. And a Greek fire that we can use to burn some ships. I'm surprised he still doesn't offer me ceasefire though, with no demand. Alright, next on my list, we need to reroute some of my trade routes that get the coal over, right? So we got Star Shadow here delivering the coal from Janssen to Scanlan. And instead of Scanlan, we're now saying, go with Destro, please. Not even with Miss Hunt gone, I cannot do a single trade route without getting attacked again. Down here it is in the Ruby. Once again, it's just Sean. He probably came out of the harbor area. Pirates usually don't attack your harbor area, right? This is a bit strange. I definitely want to have the loot though. Oh, no, I don't. Let's keep my ship of the line out of that. It's within the range of his cannons and they do a lot of damage. The other one is from Foxglove, iron and coal, both of them getting over there. And instead of Scanlan, we're now taking also Destro in here. So this is primarily for the coal, of course, because the iron, we do have plenty anyway, right? There would be also this one here with the coal. Now we just need to make sure that we are doing this right, because in Ivygate we have 1 coal deposit, in Swanell we have 1, in Foxglove we have 2 coal deposits, and in Janssen we have 1. So that's 3 coal deposits going for Desro now, and 2 going to Scanlan still. That's important, because in Scanlan we still have some industry that require coal. For example, my filament production that we're going to need, but I think we don't need that much actually. Let's just check this out. There's the iron coming over, of course. That's the cannery. Wood from Ivy is important though. No, I think we're going to keep it like that for the moment. Yeah, that's the safest bet. We have enough coal anyway. There's a destroyed mine. Let's repair this quickly. That was a coal mine actually in Swanell. So that's going to be a lot of traffic that is increasing now in Death Road 2. So we'll need to make sure that we are probably getting some building materials over for a pier here at some point. By the way, also the first 26 tons of concrete are in, reinforced concrete. Production is starting up in that front. Let's just get us some windows over, some more steel, and yeah, bricks is already coming in automatically, so I don't need to worry about that one bit. What I need to worry about though is I've seen that some goods are going down. Schnapps really should not be going down. Alright, there's 30 tons coming in. Rum is still down as well, and the canned food is also not looking that great. But canned food definitely... Oh, it's equal at the moment. Alright, there's not enough beef, not enough pepper coming in, so we do have our cattle farms up there. Let's boost them up to 50. I do have no police station in the area. Just in case, you know, we are preparing for the worst here. And I also don't need that much plank production anymore. Let's get rid of this and instead get us just another... Oh yes, nice. We could squeeze it in like that. However, I would probably like to have 2 of them here. So let's make it like
Nice day for it.
this. And then we can have another one here as well. Probably going to upgrade one of them because we are going to have an increased beef input now. And then, yeah, why not? Let's also have the last pepper farm here as well in Milk Church. Canned food, after all, is very, very popular and boosted by 20%. On top of that, police station number 1 and police station number 2 are going to, yeah, beat everyone down that tries to intervene. That should get the kitchens up back to full speed, because right now my canneries need to wait for some goulash, and that is not coming in at the moment. Desro, welcome back. Let's go ahead and place us another road up here all the way to this warehouse there, where we can start building another first 2 iron mines. That's going to be some whopping 8 tons of iron per minute, and that is going to be just perfect really for around 4 furnaces. Plus there's also of course the trade rods now starting to work. Yeah, I think actually we can go ahead then with our first furnaces here. Let's build the basic infrastructure for that, and then we could also go ahead with the first 6 furnaces here. That's going to be quite expensive now initially, right? But of course we will now be able to get rid of the furnaces here then. Get the 8. Might actually bump it up to 8 right away, just to be on the safe side. And, oh yeah, workers. I will need to upgrade a few more. That's fine though. There you go. Having an equal balance it again, but you can see how high the demand is there for the workforce. I would still like to build another iron mine here. And we will just upgrade a tiny bunches again. They're now, of course, still growing within their homes there as well. The only thing that is probably not working anymore is work cloth and fish now. And for that, let's go ahead and build us another sheep farm and bump it up on the framework net just a bit. 30% should be fine. The schnapps will probably... No, the schnapps is totally fine and equal, no problem here. Another fishery though I might consider. Could do them really here. Because there we also have the warehouse once I got a bit more timber in again. And that will then be enough for my fish. Very good, so that's that. We don't need the steel here anymore, ladies and gents. This is a very big milestone. We can... Oh, what kind of island is that? Ah, Alonso tries to take back this island here, very pathetically so. with 2 ships only. I guess he can't afford more anymore. We will need a new trade route here. And this time it's going to be the steel. However, I do have... Just quickly check this out. I think there is the trade route for the schnapps. We might actually use this one here to also get us the steel over. It's a very short trade route and it's probably not going to be 100 tons of steel in one direction, right? And this is finished. Let's get the building materials off board. Why are you waiting? Let's go ahead and build this another pier anyway. I still need a few more planks. Okay. And yep. Let's do it. This is exciting. Let's get rid of the furnaces, improving my beauty on the island of Scanlan, getting me back more space, improving my balance. Overall, a very good thing. We can also get rid of both of these weapon factories, as I no longer will need them. Actually, all 3 of them. And get us a bit more workforce than in here for the steelworks that we're still needing to build in here. So yeah, Destro will still need to grow there as well. That was some nice progress, I gotta say that. With that, we have now more room again for city expansion in Scanlan. And also we can continue now refining our artisan district, right? Because in the goal, of course, is in Scanlan to have only clean artisan high-tech buildings like the sewing machines. We're going to boost them up, and the dirty things are going to be moved over to Desro, which is our worker island overall. So this is a bit of a specialization that we can add now here to the game, and with that onwards to investors, which is then of course our main goal right now. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back. Anno 800 Extreme here, and we are back in Scanlan. In Scanlan we are continuing right away with a bit of expansion. The first thing is with more engineers, so I would like to get a bit more money in, and we can just get us a few more blocks up there upgraded. We have the materials for that, and I would also really like to continue upgrading now more of my farmers to workers, because we do have a lot of them, and the workers in return will then become artisans, right? So that's the cycle of life that we have right now. More artisans means more engineers as well, long-term wise. So let's just go ahead. I might definitely be running into some trouble here now doing this, but we are going to do this step by step. And up here we have those farmers. Let's just upgrade the whole first batch there to workers. So we have now also workers on the other side of the river in Scanlan. This is going to lead to a nice population boost and also money, of course. Newspaper guy. Oh, this is really bad. It's so tempting to just do some propaganda, honestly. The 10% consumption increase, of course, is there again. Sausages in Destro. Rival snatches back shares, -5 happiness and plus 50% ride chance. It's going to be harsh times. I gotta say that. We are probably going to see a lot of rides now with 50% increase, and we are also going to see a lot of consumption still. That is my ongoing problem here. In Desro, I would like to continue right away with 2 things. 2 service buildings, really. A church. That really is helpful because it will boost the happiness a lot in Desro, and it will also reduce the amount of rides that we'll see. That is one thing. And the other thing is the school that I would also like to have here in the city center there, to be honest, right here probably. And this will lead to more workers directly that we're going to need without having to upgrade a single building in addition. And workers we need for, of course, my next industry that I would like to have in Destro. Let's just keep a few more people upgraded here. And that is, of course, my steelworks here. Let's build the first one. And as we can see, 200 workers is really steep for one factory, right? I'm also going to need a weapon factory over there. That's another 50 workers that it costs me. We still need to keep the weapons going. Of course, right now we are capped with weapons because I haven't really built that many ships recently. But of course, we always need to get this going. I will still need to, increase the size of Destro though significantly, because we honestly need more industry. So let's go ahead. We can squeeze in 2 more blocks up here with the planks that we have, no problem. And then probably a few more here by the river, just like that. And then a few more up in this area. All about squeezing in as many as possible to the radius of my marketplace, and of course also to the church and school radius here, which is significant at the moment. We could still continue boosting it with paved roads. That I will probably do at some point then as well. So let's just go ahead and also build us those guys. That's a lot, of course. That's also going to lead to a nicer consumption rate. The schnapps is at 6 now only. Workload is fine. Fish is, yeah, fine. I might actually build me a second fishery there. There you go. The fish is fine. With the schnapps, however, we need to do something, because of course the schnapps also is important for Scanlan, even though I think not that much anymore. It's at 10 at the moment. Alright, I might either boost it. That's my go-to usually. Let's boost it by 30%. Should be fine. We have a good happiness. We still have a positive happiness there. And I will just counter the increased right chance with the police station. And this should really lead to a nicer income there again. 12 now. Very good. So we can still sustain everything here with the schnapps. Even though, of course, the more workers and farmers I upgrade, the less schnapps we need. Another thing that's increasing, of course, with more engineers is also my canned food, which is usually something that I'm looking out for the most. Right now, we are having a slight deficit on this part. However, we have enough goulash, so I can go ahead and build me another canned food production that we're going to have then here. And we can still add 2 more in this row, which I'm probably doing then at some point, because we do need all of it. Alright, people have moved in. Let's continue upgrading a few more people to workers. Giving me 200 workers again, and with that we can afford the next steel work then here. I think it's also safe now to, yeah, get rid of the remaining 2 that we have in this area, leading to a nice balance increase again, and also attractiveness is increasing further in Scanlan. We have lots of room here now for, yeah, new industry that we can add then to the region at some point later. Let's just go ahead and upgrade more people. I know it will hurt me at some point with my consumption rates, but it will definitely, we're definitely going to profit from that long-term wise. Let's go ahead. As Scanlan is growing. Alright, next newspaper is even worse. Hell's eternal slaves, brutally driven from dawn till dusk, the tyrannized population of Swanell suffer like the yoked beasts of Lucifer. A -5, we also get the invasive investment here, so rivals buy my shares. That's the negative shares, by the way, but I probably will need to stop it now. And also, once again, of course, +10 consumption. I think we haven't had +10 consumption, have not had a +10 consumption forever, so this is really just sticking with us at this point. The game will be so much easier when it is gone at some point, perhaps. I don't know. Alright, what I can see in Scanlan is my steel is now really going up. That's nice to see. Sewing machines with that is also going up again. Fur coats is going up. Those were outright, but the problem with fur coats is that we are really limited now by fur. So we have a demon's pit here, which is completely full now, right? There is not that much I could do here. Oh, Admiral would pay us some money for a peace treaty. I'm going to decline. No, actually, we can go ahead with this. Let's have a peace treaty. I mean, nothing stops me at just declaring war in the future if I need it. What we can do here, though, in Demon's Pit is I see that we have too many farmers. I could actually destroy some of them. Nah, it's full. There is nothing else that we can do here. The war is over. A nice newspaper article. Hopefully this helps me with the next newspaper edition. That should be something. I might also consider now bumping it up with a few more. Ceasefire with Market Hunt. No thanks. I'm not going to do this. I'm not that crazy. I'm not that out of my mind. Let's continue. Another block of engineers here. A few more here, as we can see. And also these guys here. Let's also pave the roads there for Scanlan in more areas. More engineers, that's what we need. That's more money. And it's also reducing the consumption rates of all the other goods. However, of course, fur coats is still there, canned food is still there, sewing machines is still there, and rum is still there. So those things we still need to watch out for. Also here, oh yeah, that's some nice new additions here to the city. And also here a few more. There you go. Artisan, yep, we do need to be careful there. Let's bump it up there again for a few more of my artisans, but not too many, as I don't want to skyrocket that consumption again. Alright, also I think the time is right to start my oil production. For that, however, we will need to mess a few things. This is the only 4 oil fields that we can productively have in the old world right now. And for them to build, I need to get rid of those 3 artisan houses here, plus a few roads. But that's about it, I think, right? Then we should be, yep, cheerfully be able to squeeze them in like... it's still tricky, but like this should be fine. Let's try it out. We can get all 4 of them in. Very good. There's still a bit of a road system here that we can get rid of. And there's the connection then right away. This should be fine. Those poor artisans, well, they are going to live next to an oil refinery. But we are playing on extreme. Sorry, guys. You have to make sacrifices too for the greater good. We can then go ahead and start building it up now with the triple road in the center. Yes, for beauty building I would not do this, but since space is really rare, I'm going to do it now. Again, my old technique, right? Using my triple road for the train. So the train is going right through the city, but it's still going to be fun. It's still going to look nice too. And then of course we continue onwards over there, because here is going to be the oil harbor now. So we can have this beauty somewhere then, let's just see, somewhere squeezed in like that. The other side would be possible too. I think on the other side would be easier. We don't need 2 shipyards anymore, I think, right? As we are barely building stuff. We're fully built at the moment. Let's get rid of one of them, saving us a bit of money there as well. And actually have my oil harbor in that area. That is much safer to me. Right, so we can kind of like squeeze it in here in my harbor. And we can then go ahead and have the tracks just on the other side now, so I don't need that one. But rather that, and here we have it now, the oil harbor. We can go ahead and build it. A few planks are missing actually, but that's it then. Now it's time, let's build the oil refiner with everything that is attached to this. It's going to be quite expensive, but we can afford it. Maintenance wise, it's 250, so that is fine, right? Oil production has started. We can also now go ahead and build the oil harbor. So we should now be seeing the first batch of oil, then the first train as well, moving over to the oil harbor as production is ramping up. Now, meanwhile, while this is happening, we continue onwards because, of course, we still need to get that oil to one of my power plants, and that is then down here. The distance will be quite long to cover, but it should still be fine. We might also consider adding a second track to the system, but we'll just see how that we can make work then. Here is probably, wait a second, let's make the bridge then here. Let's just do this quickly. Like, oh, this is not possible. This is possible. This should be possible. Come on, do this for me. Getting down there a bit. And then over. There you go. This is something we can make do. It's problematic though. Really like to have it on the other side then. Yeah, it's much easier to do it on the other side, to be honest. Because this way we can then move it in here. And this will do the job then just fine then as well. There you go. And here as well. And of course, this can go away again. We can make that connection. More. Oh, really? We're out of steel beams. Do we not produce enough? Where's my trader for the steel beams? There it is. Steel is coming in, so the trade route is working, but we just consumed a lot of steel, honestly. Okay, this is looking way too nasty. I mean, it's not a beauty building that I'm doing here, right? But this is still too much to bear. So we're going to move that. Pop over like this, and then we have a bit more room to fiddle around here with that track system, right? Because that was just really messy. This is much better now. There you go. And also, of course, yeah, one connection with the pop overall. But that's the tracks then going over, and then of course it continues onwards through that triple road all the way to the other side. We should have enough materials for that. Very good. And we can just make the connection then here as well. Once more. Then we're just going to add some crossings there as well. deep into this territory. And then we will need, of course, our first power plant. And for this, I need to make sure that we really power everything. So I'm probably going to have it somewhere over there. This should make it possible. A bit further down, perhaps. There you go. Also, looking out for not wasting too much space. That's fine. I mean, we could theoretically make this even more efficient. Do we get... I think we don't get the steel beams back every time we delete those tracks. Right. But something like this is much better now. Because we do essentially now save space. Right. And we don't need anything else in here. The only thing that I will need to do is, of course, we need to add roads still to the system. Because we still need to add... we still need to extend the range, of course, of the power plant. So it needs to be connected with the road all around it. And then there's just really one connection here. And as we can see, we will be able to reach all of them. Right. Also make this one here paved. Yes, it goes all the way here to this corner there. And with that, the whole industry area can be powered with one power plant. Essentially doubling our production here. I just need to wait for some steel beams now to come in again. We've just consumed a lot of them. I only have 2 steelworks working at the moment, but Desro has lots of steel, so I think my trader for the steel beams is just not delivering quite enough there. Alright, now we have it in, and let's build that power plant. And this is going to enter us a new era, because with that we are essentially doubling our output in the industry now. Of course, also we're doubling the consumption, so we should watch out for that. But we will be able to delete some industries now in the process. By the way, also this one here I don't need anymore. And I will also, let's keep the lumberjack hut for now. But other than that, going to be nice once the first train comes in. And I think there it is. Choo-choo! Trains in Scanlan. Power is in, and as we can see, we're now doubling our output here. 200% for the canneries, 200% for the sewing machine factories. With that, we can also tone it down on the production boost, right? And with that, also get us the perfect artisan happiness out again in Scanlan. We should still have a nice surplus on these things. So the canned food is at +1 with that now. The sewing machines is at +5 with that. The fur coats is at +6. And what was the other one? The kitchen, right? It's negative still. Are the kitchens not being boosted? Not all of them. So there is still room to improvement. Room for improvement, and that's this in this case here. Now all of them are getting boosted, and now we should see a nice bump there, at least to equal. Now it's a slight surplus production that we have. Let's also upgrade a few more people. This time it's workers to artisans again, because with that we can reduce our workers. We don't need that many workers anymore in Scanlan, right? So it's a good idea to just upgrade a bunch of them. Also some people to workers as well, vice versa. And yeah, perhaps a few more artisans here. But let's make sure that we still keep a bit of an artisan workforce left, because we still need, of course, some more industry. Please give me something. Alright, at least the negativity is gone. The riot chance is reduced again, but spectacles is missing, and that leads to another 10% consumption.
Really?
So this is not something we are getting rid of. At least right chances and happiness is much better again. We still have a lumberjack hut up here that I certainly don't need anymore. And let's get rid of that. We have a police station here. I will still need another hospital as well in the area. Somewhere over here. Probably instead of not a fire station. that was a joke. A bad one. But there is a school. We still need the school. Let's get rid of this one. Getting that hospital over there. So I have 2 hospitals now in Scanlan. And this one, 3. And this one we can remove with that, right? And the reason for that is simple. Let's get rid of these 2 buildings here and of the church. The church is really not serving a purpose anymore in this area. That gives me a lot of space all of a sudden. I think we should be able to squeeze in a nice bank. There you go. A bank in the middle of Scanlan. Very important, that is. And this is going to lead to a nice bump in income. However, it's still costing me a bit, so we need to wait there just a few tiny seconds. 100,000 on the credits is also quite steep, to be honest, and 1,000 maintenance. But I'm pretty confident that we are going to get more out of it than we invest. There it is, we can build it now. And yeah, let's just do this. Bump to 5, and we are bumping it up to 8,000 on the income. So any kind of fluctuation that we have now in the future should be neglected with that, right? So hopefully we're not getting negative anymore if we're running out of rum, for example, which we ultimately will at this point, because we don't have any sugarcane anymore, and there's no way I can get in more. So the bank is serving a nice purpose. It's also increasing happiness for the engineers, so we have a perfectly happy population in Scanlan at the moment. Another thing is happening in Destro, and that's finally fixing our steel problem, because we are constantly running out of steel because we have boosted the steel industry in the steel consumption industry in Scanlan, but in Destro we haven't boosted the production for that. And I would like to do this now by adding, trying it at least, this oil refinery here that we can afford. With that I can get both of these oil fields in, and I'm going to now get the tracks. I mean, we don't have any steel beams really. Wait a second, there's my trader for that. Let's put them off there again. I don't need that much more steel beams, but for now I will need it for at least this rail system, right? So this is going now all the way then here through that corridor around the industry area into this harbor area where we're going to have an oil harbor that is going to sit in that area. We don't need to have a road connection for the oil harbor. I still like to do one. Let's also have some paved roads here to speed up the delivery times, because right now I think we're also a bit limited. Oh, yes, and the warehouses. There is a problem with the warehouses. I'm not going to have a trade unit there anytime soon. I'm sorry, we don't have any items that we could use, so let's go ahead and just have some of them here.
Ready for a challenge.
There you go, and that's the tracks going now all the way to that oil harbor. And with that we have a oil production as well, once I have the steel beams, that is, to build the oil refinery. And then we just need to have an electrical power plant right here.
I'd hate to punish you, but if that's what it takes.
And probably move the weapon factory just one step to the left. There you go. Right, so we have a bit of a room here to get it in like that. Perfect. After a while we have all the resources. Let's go ahead and build me the oil refinery up there, and the oil harbor, and the electrical power plant. All of this is now running. There we still need to make the connection, of course, going from the oil refinery. And I'm going to bump it up here by 50%. So hopefully this should be enough then. Now with that coming in, we can of course now reduce the boost of the steel beams, and it will then also be able to remove the boost on the steel, and thus it will lead to a happy population again in Destro. Right, there's the train already. A few more workers we need. All right. I can still upgrade a few more. There you go. And it's equal again. Now the power plant will not work 100% efficiency, because basically we only use 50 engineers now in it. That's the 50 that you get as a bonus, right? We're still having a negative 100. That's still going to be fine though. It's still going to produce electricity for that area. The oil is in. Alright, it seems like I'm severely mistaken. We can still learn more about the game. 50 engineers is not enough. I thought it would at least lead to 40 to 50% electricity production. However, it just doesn't even start up, right? So 50 engineers is not enough. We need 100, I think, or at least half of what the total requirement is. That means either I'm going with a commute pier now. That would cost me 2,000 credits, right? 2,000 credits just for electricity production bump in Destro does not seem like a good deal to me. So what we are doing instead is I'm going to get the consumption goods over here for upgrading a few people to artisans, and then a few people to engineers, right? We have the consumption materials for that. It's just going to take a few minutes really, and we continue onwards here in the next episode once I've upgraded them to engineers, and then we hopefully have everything in for a tiny electricity production in Destro. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to our industrial zone in Death Row. In the last episode I was trying something here that is building up an oil industry. Problem though is that the electricity production is not working if you really don't have the full engineer workforce, or at least 2/3 of it, and that is something we don't have. I thought I could do it with the bonus that we have, but okay, it's tried and it's over. It did cost me some steel beam, but that's fine. We have around 277 tons more. What I can do instead though is I found actually an item. I found the heavy coal permit, and all ironworks and foundries are boosted by 40%. And yeah, well, instead of the electrical power plant, let's go ahead with the trade union here that is affecting all my furnaces. And in that case here, we can just enable this one now for all of them. That means all of them are now, except for perhaps this one here. Wait a second. I could also do it like pushing it a bit further over here. This should do the trick, right? Yeah, this is now working. Very good. The reason for that is, yeah, we have 40% boost now without having to use electricity or build any more foundries at all. Yeah, let's face it, foundries are expensive, and I don't want to spam too many here. However, what I know is we are pretty full with iron and with the coal. We have a consumption of 30. At the moment, what I can see over here is that we're full on that. So I might actually consider building a few more foundries, but for now, let's just keep it like that. Let's build us another warehouse here again. And the power plant I can still have then over there in the future if I need to, right? We can also have another weapon factory down there, but so far so good. And all of them are now boosted, the weapons, the steel beams, and the furnaces, producing me more steel. That leads to a production of 30 steel permitted now, and that's 24 in surplus over the steel beams and weapons production, right? And those 23 that we have, they're going over to Scanlan. And here, as you can see, that's just as much as we need, really, for the sewing machines that are still being consumed by quite a bit. Also, of course, a bit of iron ore for my canneries, but they're also working. By the way, here, everything is now boosted with 100%, thanks to the power plant working, though. And this is leading to a really good surplus now of these goods. Alright, so we continue onwards. I was actually in the process of, yeah, we are going to build us a few more houses here. Something like that, really, here, close to that, close to these tracks there. Something like that, to really squeeze them all in. And of course, we're building them right away. And the same thing here, we still have a bit of room. Either I go ahead with more houses. We might actually also consider, we have a school here. I've got the artisans. There will be the need for a new theater soon. That is something I could actually think about the whole northern district and something along the lines. That should be fine. Also, I would like to make the connection now. There you go, finally, right? It's taking us quite some time here getting this one done. Another bridge going over here in Scanlan, the city of bridges, and then here we can also do another one, right? That goes then all the way to the other side, and with that, slowly connecting this whole area there. There's still this police station. Let's get rid of that and build it somewhere else. I think this would be a good location, or yeah, a bit further in the back here, because honestly, I want to squeeze in a few more houses into this whole area. And that is just perfect, because with that we have a bit of room here for one of my favorite ornaments, basically, fences. And we can actually use one of the fences that we have here that is coming out of one of the DLC scenarios, right? Even though I don't have the DLCs activated, we still have the rewards from that, of course. And with that, block it off there a bit. Oh, please. It's there. Penny farthings are now running out. We never had them to begin with. Shares bought back though, 5 happiness, and that's it, right? Well, it could have gone a lot worse. Alright, we continue with a bit more upgrading. There we have workers. We can still upgrade a few more. Of course, I can build the farmers on that side. Yeah, and even after like 20 minutes, we're still capped on iron and coal. So I'm eager to build me a few more furnaces here. We can afford it. Let's just make sure that, yeah, at least this one. I mean, probably 2 would be possible too. And since I can't see myself building that electricity plant anytime soon and furnaces are cheap, we might actually just consider planting them in here. There you go, 2 more squeezed in, and with that we have really maximized that trade union's potential there for now at least. And of course this one didn't have a road then, and it just goes to that warehouse now as well. But that should be fine now, leading to a 38 production. That is 31 surplus for the steel. And we'll just see then how the iron and the coal works. But I think we will have a slight deficit that we'll need to fix then on top of it. Alright, for Scanlan, steel is still out. Alright, this should really get solved now, this issue. And I would like to work on the next thing. That is still my financial trouble that I have, right? So rum is constantly running out. We are totally capped on the rum. And the other one would be the money-wise. We are always dropping still negative, even with the bank, if I'm running out of rum. Right now we have it in again, very good, but I still need something else to counter that, and I would like to go a bit with the penny farthing. Since we do have a bit of a steel surplus now, I can build at least one factory. It requires electricity. We would have everything except caoutchouc. Now caoutchouc is tricky, because I was looking around in the... I was looking around, lots of ruins there, in the New World, where we would have the freaking caoutchouc. Yeah, we don't have it anywhere, right? There is no caoutchouc on the whole of the New World, except on this island and on this island. And this island here, as is fitting, is the main island of Alonso. And this last time I checked, we are at war with Alonso. So I don't even need to have a war declaration. Nope, I'm just casually combining all my ships that I have in the region. Risking, of course, for the moment that the pirate might take over. But I don't see any pirate ships, so I think we can risk it. We have the wind on our side. Right, so we will be able to swoop swiftly into the harbor area here and take over La Transfuga. This is my goal right now. Unfortunately, another problem is I have no clippers over there. So I will also simultaneously, while the fleet is gathering, get us one of my mighty clippers. We're going to pump it full with a few building materials. Actually, I don't need planks. We have them. I think we also have plenty of steel beams. Let's just... steel beams. Steel beams we should get. Some weapons here for defensive purposes. The steel beams. And I might actually... No, let's go with that. So I can just quickly build up a settlement and some defenses there. That's it. And let's get this to Piratello.
Ready for a challenge.
Oh, by the way, need another clipper soon. We are only having 2 buffer clippers then. That's not enough. Especially when the caoutchouc starts to roll in.
A new commission.
Electra, you can also go to the New World. I'm definitely going with 2 clippers because we will need to have them on the trade routes then anyway. And that's that. Let's just go with 50 there again. I will need a bit more bricks for the weapons and the steel beams. And let's get this one also to Piratello. Alright, back in the New World. My fleet has gathered. And we can make the swoop. We can go in. As we can see, the wind is on our side. The winds of change are coming into La Transfuga, and it's finally turning to the right color. Oh yeah, flamethrowers, as always, not my favorite. Let's activate the mortar here too. Let's also activate the... Oh, that was quick. It was destroyed in an instant, but we lost the first ship already. Let's use the Molotov cocktail, the Greek fire. Doing a lot of damage on impact. But that is one ship that we lost with the flamethrower. You always lose one, basically. It's just really hard not to lose one. They're doing devastating damage. Right, this one's fleeing right away. You're smart on that. Building down, main building down. Still 2 more harbor cannons here. Or harbor guns. Not even cannons, really.
Enemy's resistance is crumbling.
This one. And he should actually give up now. There it is. And we've taken over a new island. It's from Alonso. He's a dying man anyway. Holy cow. That's the loot.
We're not sunk yet.
Right. Might just have a look what we find. Well, for once, a lot of sewing machines. Thank you very much. A lot of tortillas. Also, the artillery woman for 7,000. Some beef. Alright, I can throw this overboard actually. More beef. And what is over there? More sewing machines. Hooray.
Set sail.
More tortillas. Alright, so basic consumption goods. And in the harbor area itself, dynamic loudspeaker. Affects the defense turrets, boosting their damage, or 55,000 for us and another 50,000 for the flamethrower. However, we could use this on a military ship and do a lot of damage to wooden ships. And since we are primarily working with wooden ships, that's fine. And look at that! Another furnace item for the trade union. We can use this to further increase our furnaces by 50% productivity. I'm in with that. Let's take Lord Algernon here. That's the ship with the mortar. Let's get those items to the old world. Of course, with a bit of protection here. Those 3 will follow Lord Algernon back home again. Let's go to Demon's Pit first. Those 2 here, yeah, well, they will actually also go back to my channels to protect them again. And we got ourselves a whole new island. Just waiting for the clippers now. We have 350 planks waiting too, but the clippers, it's important. We have 26 minutes. It'll be easy to build up the defense until then. And yeah, with that, we have Kautschuk secured for us. That's the most important thing here. A bit of gold as well. And another island with coffee fertility. However, coffee-wise, we could also go Nerubi-wise. Yeah, we'll just see.
A fire broke out.
Alright, of course, Alonso is retaliating quickly. He still has ships. I'm surprised at that.
Ship under attack.
And he will probably be able to take down one of my clippers there.
Ship under attack.
On the move.
I have my ships close by, but they will not be there on time.
This is
Or the clipper can still save himself. There's another one of us coming in. And there's another one.
Under attack.
Ah, that's lots of cotton on board.
Steersman.
And the Admiral is actually helping us there right now, attacking with a gunboat.
The fire left ruins behind.
Right, Alonso, I will have to retaliate this one too. He's got 2 flamethrowers though in his main harbor area. That's devastating. 2 of them. Two. Right, the good thing is that really the Admiral is close by too in this region. Damaging those ships, slowing them down. And I'm having no problems because of that.
Attention for the Admiral.
My clippers can continue their journey. I think that's it, right? No, there's still one.
Stations.
And one ship is down of his already. Thanks, Admiral.
Island is under attack.
Piratello is being attacked, but I think that's just the, just the fishermen on the other side. I don't think that Alonso would have the naval capacities, really.
Your harbor is under attack.
And he had some pigs on board.
People celebrate your leadership.
Alright, so far so good.
A fire broke out.
No clipper lost. Alright, it's payday. Let's also sell these items that we found. So that's the loudspeaker over there, the 55,000. The flamethrower I might actually keep to myself. It's not that important to sell it, right? So 55,000. We will also have one full with sewing machine. Selling 150. That's also just 30,000. I could just take this money to stabilize my sewing machines a bit, even though I think we do have quite a lot of them now. Yeah, it's at 70 tons and tendency going upwards, so that's fine. The furnace, though, I would really like to get over here now to Desro. My furnaces are already waiting for them. Huh, they're waiting for them, yep. Impatiently, they're already setting fire to the facilities.
Your city has grown more.
Right, so while the flames of impatiency are going to be doused, let's also have another fire station here, just for the future, really. You never know. I will also now activate my furnace. This is increasing the chance of fires by another 30%, so I will need those fire stations. But another 50% productivity boost is just absolutely fantastic. With that, I could get rid of this one here entirely, right? Since we have a happy population, I might just keep the 52, or we're just toning it down at least by half of it, 25%. That's still a lot of production increase. Oh, Sean, you still want that much money. And that's fine to me now, right? And with that, we have a positive workforce here also of plus 20 for the workers, if it weren't for the darn fires.
Disobeys a
Because I've got
way.
3 fireworkers actually working here now. And they're still not really able to clean this as quickly as possible. Just also beautify our industry zone there a bit. Paved roads are very important, I think.
has been
Meanwhile, also my 2 clippers arrive just in time for the island to be off cooldown. I'm going to unload my stuff here and we'll be able to build us quickly. I would say 2 of them. We could also build a flamethrower, to be honest. It's costing me a few weapons more, but I think we should be fine with that. Maintenance is also increased, influence cost is increased, but the damage to wooden ships is really not to be neglected. And let's go ahead and build then one of them. And also, of course, a cannon tower, a normal one. We might actually put this to the front, so this one is getting attacked first, and then the flamethrower second.
Awaiting new horizons.
I think that's it. Oh, there's also an attack here. But that's it already. I think it was just a pirate. And we can finally work something here in Let's Transfuga. Now, we only really need 1 resource for now on this island here. And that would be the caoutchouc. I'm thinking also, when it comes to Narubi, about the coffee, right? We could get, yeah, most likely, another village up and running. I think it would actually be in Transfuga because we got the plantain here, so bumping it up to Obreros will be really easy. However, having 2 types of plantations, there's just so much more space here in Narubi. Nah, this is going to be my coffee also. I have to do it like that because there's not enough space here for all of it. For big city plus 2 plantation types, that's just not going to work out. And yeah, we're just going with the basic here once more. Just building us up some blocks of houses. Yeah, let's actually try to be a bit ornamental here. So that's the end of it. And I think that's all buildings that we're going to need here, right? So really just for the caoutchouc for now. And perhaps...
Just say the word.
Nah, not even a timber production. Let's get the timber from Piratello. That'll be fine as well. Just build the rest with the planks that we have so that first people can move in. Meanwhile, I'm also boosting my fried plantain production a bit, so we will be able to transfer this over to... Oh, wait a second, let's have another warehouse here for the fisheries as well. So I do want to have something else here, and that is a crustacea. You still have resources for... Yep, we might go for a few more bricks and yeah, some steel beams here to Narubi as well. So Narubi is going to be my center point for coffee, and it also has oil, right? Lots of it. So that is something I would like to exploit rather quickly. But also now the... Oh,
an attack.
That was the Admiral's Island. And starting my coffee production, which is really easy to be honest. It's just 2 buildings, right? And it does cost me some obreros and some farmers. Now by now we should have quite the demand for coffee in Scanlan. That's 10 on the negative, so we need at least 5 coffee roasters, and look at that, that would be 750 obreros, so 1,000 obreros we need right now short-term wise in order to get that coffee demand ready and up running, right? So I do need to expand the city of Narubi quite a bit just to get the workforce done for it. However, that shouldn't be too difficult. The fried plantain comes over from Piratello. The alpaca we can do ourselves, right? So that is a really easy production, as we know. Over here we do have a bit of space for it, and I just need to get my ponchos done. So that's 3 right now that we have as a demand. It's probably going up to 10, so having 5 of them can't hurt really. And there we have actually 6 of them, also not that difficult to build up. Let's start with the first 5, because we're actually going to need them really soon. Let's also have a fire station just for security reasons close by. I just love every kind of industrial building in this game. Always has a certain charm to it. And that's the ponchos. The fried is coming in as well, so we will soon be able to upgrade those guys here to obreros. Let's also have some more city expansion into this area. And really Narubi just serves this whole purpose rather well, I should say. It has lots of space. And cotton doesn't need that much space for us. Is that possible? That is possible. Perfect.
Don't stop there.
Just along that river here, that absolutely does not flood during flooding season.
A fire broke out.
And let's also have us another market placed in here, a smaller one, plus of course also a chapel. And a tiny area here, and then we can just have a few more buildings around it. Just so that we get the workforce ready for the obreros then. And of course, since we're not savages, some plants in between can't hurt either. And yeah, rather stretched city. There's still some room here then for the boxing arena that I would like to definitely have, because those people need something. Of course, it makes sense to have the boxing arena right next to the chapel. You can pray and watch the battle then afterwards. Or watch the battle and then go to pray. To atone for your sins. And all of that.
Still waiting for it to arrive.
Alright, we still will need a trade route. This is tricky. I'm going with another charter route, to be honest. Because it's really just one type of product, and I don't think it's going to be that much for now. Nah, we're going to use a clipper, because it's going to be a lot in the future, right? So we're just going to take this one Piratello to Narubi, and in that case here, let's just go ahead and pick it up. We are capped in Piratello, and let's just get all of this over, and I should have a clipper available. Not Electra, perhaps. Yeah. Rustacia is ready for this. However, we still need to unload. There you go. Off goes the ship.
I'm confident.
And don't mind the pirate, please. Newspaper. Can't be anything good out of it. Oh, very good. And no consumption increase. Are you real? Juicy Island acquired, enemy siege repelled, and bankruptcy. Helveticus is in the red. Alright. For a brief time we were red, right? So that's the negative happiness, but no consumption increase. This will help stabilizing our balance quite a bit. Have another bridge over there, and I think we might then just also have some more buildings here, right? So this is going to be one of these other districts that we can have, and yeah. I think I'm going to like Narubi. It's really going to be similar to Scanlan, a city surrounded by rivers, or divided by rivers. In the middle of it all, it's for the coffee production. So that's it for now, right? A nice, beautiful city that comes out of it. The fry plantain will be coming in. The poncho is in now. And then we can upgrade those guys to obreros. I just want to check also my plank production for the island. Yeah, 3 sawmills are totally fine for all of that. We are at 600 honoreros. It's going up to 1,000 with the fry plantain coming in. So that's already then enough workforce that we need for the coffee then soon as well. Once we upgrade, of course, more obreros will join in here. So far so good. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to La Transfuger, our tiny small island that we have here. I mean, tiny. It is tiny when it comes to building space. Look at the rivers that we have on this newfound island from Alonso. And we continue right away with our next production. This is why we built this city here in the first place, right? And that, of course, is my sugarcane. So for starters, we're going to get right up here into this corner there. I have the connection. I do have the connection. And here we are going to have then, well, a warehouse, of course. And, well, basically now a lot of caoutchouc. We do have a gold deposit there. I would like to check real quick how much gold we actually have. It's plenty, right? So we have around 5 gold deposits, and we have 7 gold deposits in total. So I just want to know if I need to save this one here or not. Let's go the safe route and save it. So I'm going to make this. This is not looking great, but I'm going to make this as tiny as possible so that we don't waste that much space just when I want to get cracking now on my caoutchouc. So there we have it. The caoutchouc plantation is not very fast. It produces 1 caoutchouc per minute. And we need to make sure that we have enough bicycles. We have 1 bicycle factory that consumes 4 caoutchouc per minute. And in Scanlan right now, we have a total demand of 5. That means I will need at least 2 bicycle factories, or I'm boosting 1 for the time being. That means I need at least 5, 6 caoutchouc. Let's make it 8 caoutchouc. Let's make it 10 caoutchouc if I want to have a steady surplus, right? So 8 to 10 it should be. And this is what we can easily squeeze in here now, I think. So there we have it. Quite a few of them easily squeezed in. We might actually go for a second warehouse here. I definitely will also have a fire station and and we should be playing it safe, a police station as well. We have the resources, we have the workforce. We could actually finish those guys here still, so that we have a tiny village after all. And then we can get cracking. How much does one of them cost me? 10,000 per caoutchouc plantation. Not cheap in the construction, right? It is though cheap in maintenance with only 25 credits that it costs me. So that's it. We can easily afford then quite a few of them, right? So these guys here, that's 7 will cost me 60,000 credits. Oh my goodness, that's expensive. There you go. Let's also build the warehouses, and let's have one more here. And with that, we have 8 of them, and that's really all I will need for a long time, right? And with that, Electra will then be on this trade route here for the caoutchouc from La Transfuga over to to Scanlon, because of course we will have the bicycle factories over there with the boost with electricity and all. Let's go ahead and make this full, and let's also just get in here, and Electra, there you go. Electra will go one time empty, and the second time will then have the full cargo on board, right? So this is totally fine, because right now I'm not intending to just start up that production anyway. Ooh, it's getting a bit busy here with lots of ships around. And this one will definitely stay in this area, the ship of the line, for protection. Now, we were also quite busy with Narubi in the last episode. This is another New World island that we are specializing a bit into coffee now. We have a lot of cotton already, but we have a lot of space for another plantation production, and that would be my coffee. For that, first we need to, of course, upgrade a bunch of them to obreros. Actually, quite a few. Around 1,000 we will need, right, to have a proper coffee production up and running. And look at that. With just the basic center, we already have 540. Let's go ahead and upgrade a few more up here with those guys here, and then probably here as well, those guys. That's 900. Let's build the boxing arena, a very important good that or service building they are going to need now already. Gives me a nice happiness boost, which makes it possible once again to just boost a few of them then as well. And with that we have 1,000 obreros ready for the taking. Just need to make sure that we haven't overdone it with the poncho production. We have not. And my fried plantain is sitting at 9 consumption now. In Peratello we have a production surplus of 5. So we will definitely need to reinforce this a bit. Right, so here we have then our plantains. We do have still the fisherman. Should be able to squeeze us in a few more of them. Might go with that, and that. That's 3 more. Getting a bit tricky with the warehouses in this area. That is still fine. Can we... Yeah, they can overlap, right? No, they cannot overlap, unfortunately. Let's build those 3 here for a bit more fish that we are going to need. I can see that we will also need... we have the plague, okay. That we will also need a few more people in Peratello. And for that, we have the area up here.
Is under attack.
Pirate, alright, no props. Jean Lafetune as always. We have that warehouse here still that I will not need anymore because I also don't need that lumber camp, right? We can squeeze it in somewhere else, or I think we can even live without it. We have quite a few over there as well. I might also just tone it down a bit on the obreros, getting me a bit of workforce back. But of course, here we're going to have our tiny expansion now for Peratello. Let's also have a chapel in the region. And then just some more jornaleros that we're going to add here. It's tricky really with that many rivers to get that city going, but I think that's okay. All the way up here. Just be sure you're staying in an elevated area during flooding season. And then here also a few more. That's looking good. And I think we can actually go ahead and build all of them at once. That's of course going to give me a bit of an increased consumption rating for the fried plantain. But overall, we of course will be able now to build just a few more of these plantations. There is a bit more room up here that we can use for it. Have I boosted them already? No, we have not boosted them. It's really easy to just boost them at 50%. It will not really do that much to my happiness. And with that, we will be able then to squeeze in a few more kitchens as well that I would like to have. Let's also go ahead and upgrade one of these warehouses, because of course there's going to be an increased traffic. We can check this out here immediately. We still have a deficit of 2 for the frappe plantain, so I will need to get us in at least, yeah, 1 more, but I think to be safer, 2 more on these guys here. Do have a warehouse. There I would have the warehouse. This is okay. There you go, 2 more plantains. Going then to this medium warehouse over there that we could, by the way, also upgrade for almost no additional cost. So let's just do this to get all of that in. That's the plantain, that's the kitchens, and we should have now a nice surplus of that of around, yeah, 11 even, right? So with that, we have enough plantains for Narubi at all times to maintain that workforce. That makes it possible for me now to finally get into the coffee production. Let's just get all the way over there. There we have the oil fields, very important. Let's keep them available. Down here we can have the beach then for the oil tanker that gets out. And here we just have then our plantations. And there you go, some 8 coffee roasters with 16 coffee plantations, and also enough to fully boost them as well. I'm not going to use trade unions for this because with that we will already have quite a comfortable surplus. Plus I can boost them too. Plus I can still expand. For example, over there we have then even more space, right? So I'm fine with that. We will not need more than that. I will probably still also want to add a police station to the whole area and be done with it. Let's go ahead and build the first... Yeah, I wouldn't say all of them, right? But definitely a large chunk. It's also costing me quite a bit again for the initial construction that we have here. So with that, we have now 11 working. I will go with another one over here, this one. And with that, we can go with 6 of them now. Right, and as we can see, just enough workforce really. We could go with another coffee roaster if I want to, but that should be fine for the moment. Let's also upgrade 2 of these warehouses, so the traffic will not be so great, right? Because the coffee plantations are delivering the coffee then right to the coffee roasters, and only the coffee roasters delivered then to the warehouses. So that's not going to be so much traffic for the warehouses overall. Yeah, and with that we have a nice coffee production up and running. The Nerubian coffee is renowned for its taste, right? And my people in Scanland will feel that soon. Let's go ahead, or taste that soon, I should say. Let's go ahead and have Narubi all the way up here now to Scanland, another very big trade route. Let's make sure that we have the waypoint set, because at some point we have a war with the Admiral, and I don't want to get my my clippers right into his main island there. That would be bad for business. And also here, there we have the coffee, and we're going to make this full, and we're going to also fully unload it then here. Thanks for the tip, by the way, with the shift. If you hold shift on the first, it will fill it all with the remaining resources. It's a nice quality of life feature. Twist of Corral, we'll start with that. Too many resources we want to load here. That's fine, though. It will just load up to 4. And if I ever want to replace that ship with a cargo ship, it will then just take the remaining 2 here. And if I go with the biggest ship, the huge collier, it would then go up all the way to the 8 tons there. But that's a futuristic idea here. And we are also going to move some things around here to the new vault, where we are grouping it up to make things a bit more easy on the eyes. By the way, with the caoutchouc, we should also get the waypoint system right. So that's as far as I can go. I cannot put it up there, right? We need to have a southern border, and that's the one for it. There you go. Probably also going to fill it up then with a second and a third clipper respectively. So I will definitely need to go back here and continue constructing a few more clippers. Let's make 2 of them. I do have another ship here. We get the broker influence bonus because I have that many ships now. Gives me a nice bonus of movement speed, 7% increase for all my ships. I'll take that. Now that means the coffee is coming in soon. I'm going to pause it here so we can manually adjust it once it's coming in. Now I'm going to switch my variety theaters a bit to the edges of the city. So we have one here, we have one here. So that's for the whole southern district. We'll need a third one for sure up here at some point. I mean, they're cheap for now anyway. With that, we can get rid of this variety theater here because, of course, we want to also finally add electricity to my people. And this is just a very good location because with that, we can reach the majority of the city. My intention is to only really have one at this point, right? We can reach the whole area here, plus also then our monuments that is going to need electricity. So let's go ahead and place our power plant then right here somewhere beside the bank probably. There you go. And just get us one tiny connection here as well. And with that, we have the whole city electrified. I mean, most of it. Let's have some trees here in between so that not everybody sees my my electrical power plant, but that's it, right? And this will now provide the next good, electricity. Coffee's coming in soon. That leaves me with 2 more goods that we need. That's the light bulbs and the spectacles. Now, spectacle wise, it's not that difficult. We should have a lot of glass, to be honest. We do, because these glass makers are getting boosted, so that's already capping my need for glass. Then there's just the brass. The brass, however, needs zinc and copper. That's 2 things that are pretty rare. But still, it should be possible because they only need 25 workers. We can just place them anywhere here, like this island here, Ivy Gate. And I think also, yep, in Swanel, we also have copper and zinc available. Alright, let's have a look. It doesn't take that long, and the first caoutchouc is in, 147 tons, and we also have some steel, so I think it's time for us to start building that bicycle factory. And with that, of course, we'll, well, have some pretty high initial cost. Now, let's just make sure that we will be able to squeeze in enough of them. 2 of them should be fine. And the connection with my power station is here then, to get it all over there to the other side, and there's still this road and here. Right, so there we have it, and I think we can go ahead with the first one. This will be pretty expensive, 1,200 credits initial cost, which is insanely high, to be honest. And with that, we will drop negative pretty soon. Let's pause the bicycles there real quick, and let's also amp it up there by 50%. Doesn't even cost me any happiness there. Alright, boosting it by another 50% leads to a whole production of 250, which is then 6 on the mark, so 6 tons that we produce. And with that, let's just quickly wait it out for the first bicycles to come in. There it is, 14, 15, and we can actually enable it now. And we are going to hopefully see a nice jump in income that will, yeah, triple the amount it costs me, really. That's the minimum here. And as we can see, it's already going up by 2,000, and it's probably going up by 3,000 to 4,000. We're not losing anything else in the meantime, are we? No, we're not. So that's still going up, 4,000 now. So we're making a profit of 3,000 per factory on this.
A colleague builds a device to compute.
Still increasing though, so very good bonus here now with the bicycles, and of course it also leads to a good happiness there for the engineers. So I'm loving my bicycles, and hopefully it counters it also when we're running out of rum, which is still happening quite often, to be honest. But I cannot change that for the moment because this is the only sugarcane production we have, and the whole new world, I'm not kidding you, in the whole new world, the only other island with sugarcane is the Admiral's Island. So in order to get this one, we would need to have a war with the Admiral. I continue with the zinc mine that we can have in this area and the copper mine. There you go. I will still need to add this one and that one. I think because we're also using the coal here, I might need to adjust this a bit by adding some workers to the region. But that should be easy. I'm just going to deliver some work cloth and be done with it. Right, that's that. And let's get the clipper on its way. And that is in Swanel. Up here we have one of the zinc mines. I think it's definitely going to be too much of those anyway. But of course we want to have a surplus there. They're really cheap as well. Actually, let's make this one a paved road. I don't want to waste another warehouse store on it. And the other copper we had down here. Very good. And there's the warehouse for it. Make this one right. Now all we really need is, where do we have it? We should have it here. Gorgon 2, there you go. Gorgon 2 is going to be on a new trade route now, and he's the zinc and copper collector. So he's going to go through this triangle here. In Ivy Gate, he starts with it, right? And we're going to pick up the zinc and the copper. And in Swanel, he's also going to do the same thing, copper and zinc. And he's going to then unload the whole bunch here in Scanlan. Gorgon 2, off you go. Collecting me some stuff. Now with that, what we still need to do in our industry area is, of course, we need to get the brass going and then the spectacles. Let's just quickly check this out. We do need 2 spectacles per minute right now, so I'm calculating with 4 of what we need as a maximum, which will need 6 spectacle factories. It's a lot. Each one of them costs me 1,000 maintenance costs, so this is just insanely expensive. The coffee will be coming in. The light bulbs is something that I can still do as well. This should be a bit cheaper, right? Let's quickly check it out. Look at the numbers. We do need 3 of them. That's 4 of them at the least. It is, however, being improved by electricity. The same goes with the spectacle factory, so I only need half the numbers of that. So instead of 4 light bulbs, I need 2 light bulbs, and we can call it even. That also needs only 2 filament factories. I think we're not able to squeeze that in here. I don't even need to try this. Yeah, but that we can make the numbers work kind of, and whew, it's going to be expensive, but hopefully it's going to be worth it. We still need to wait a few more for the zinc and copper to come in now. However, with the light bulbs, I think I can start right away. We have, the only thing we still need now is one of the coal redirections. I think also one of my coal mines exploded. Yes, there it is. Get this one up on track again. Also very important, in Ivy Gate we can now upgrade, so let's go ahead and upgrade just a bunch of them so that we get slightly positive. There you go. Right, having a bit of a mixed village here now, and they will then just get this in. By the way, I think we don't have a pop here. Is that right? That is right. I feel bad about this. Let's add a pop to the region to make them a bit happier here.
I'll do.
By now, also we have the first coffee in. Hooray, 200 tons already. Let's enable coffee for my engineers. This will be another income boost, of course, primarily, but also a bit of population boost as another consumer good here is being filled up. I can and should, by the way, also upgrade a few more people. We can upgrade some artisans right now. And let's go ahead, make that a bit bigger. Of course, all around the electrical power station here and the bank. So it should get the best bonus out of it. Also here, a few more. And probably also here, these guys, and these guys. Now, zinc and copper is in some higher quantities already. That makes it possible for me now to build 2 brass factories, or smelteries, I should say. Let's build those 2 here. We are close to 10k, even with them being built here. That's going to be the brass. And then I just need the spectacles. And since they're being boosted, producing 4, I can definitely go ahead with at least 3 spectacle factories. Wait a second, one more I have down here. And they will just take the glass and the brass and make, well, glasses out of them, spectacles. And with that, we have another need fulfilled, which is the second last, and then it's just the light bulbs. For those, I will need a bit more coal though, as we're rather low on the coal, especially since my furnaces consume more. We don't have that much room to jiggle around anymore with the coal. Reason for that is we're already boosting all of them, and there's just not much more that I can get. So what I'm doing is I'm building some charcoal burners in Death Row. We have the space here in Death Row, so I can definitely go ahead with this. I'm getting us out a few of them, as we can see, with 100% efficiency. That's 5 of them. They barely cost me anything, so as long as I have the space, I'm fine doing this. Let's also upgrade that one here, and upgrade... No, we don't need that, but what I can do here is some paved roads for these longer distances, so that the coal gets to my warehouses quicker. This should ramp it up on the coal in Death Row, leading to more steel production overall. And once this caps out, we will have more coal in Scanlan. However, what I could also do is I could set a minimum stock in Scanlan of, let's say, 50. So everything above that gets over then to Death Row. However, as we know, there's 2 trade routes coming in for the coal, right, to Scanlan. That's the coal from Swanell and the coal from Ivy Gate. So those 2 will feed my filament factories now, and any kind of leftover gets over then to Death Row, right? So that's the logic behind it. And Death Row has 2 islands feeding it, or even 3? No, 2 islands feeding it. And also the charcoal burners here now that we have on the island itself. So this should all be fine, and if not, we'll just add more charcoal burners to the region. Spectacle surplus production is thus at +2, and with that we also have spectacles now filled for the engineers. Last up would be now the light bulb, so I'm waiting for the coal to come in, and then we continue with the last production onwards to investors, and I think we might have to declare war on the Admiral. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join. Welcome back to Anno 800 Extreme, to another exciting episode full of warmongering and upgrading and building and stuff like that. Before we start, I want to thank all my Patreon supporters for supporting me directly. You guys are awesome, and if you're interested in supporting me directly, please consider doing this with Patreon, as 95% of your contribution goes to my channel directly and only 5% are deducted in fees, so that's almost nothing. And we continue onwards here with Scanlan. Very important things going on right now. The first one is we're out of oil, so this is something we need to address ASAP. One thing that we can do here is I can still boost that refinery here with basically almost no penalties. I can, by the way, reduce the production boost now for the bricks, and thus countering my increase in unhappiness there a bit, right? So with that, we have now a perfectly happy worker population again. Bear in mind, we have one newspaper article right now that reduces the happiness. So this is why we're rather low on that. That is just really important. Next up on my list is, down here, Jensen. Miss Hunt is trying to take over the island. I was just purchasing back a share, otherwise she would have been able to take over this island here. That's kind of like her way of seducing me, getting into my territory, not by military force, but with her slimy financial powers. And of course, we're going to fight this off as best as possible. I can see that there's some ruins here. So what we're also doing here real quick is just trying to get some planks over there with Storm Patrol. Let's just do this. Getting that to Jensen so we are able to repair. Now, we also have finished a lot of productions in the last episode, a lot of industry. There's still now one last good that we're going to need for my engineers, and that's the light bulbs. However, light bulbs are really expensive. 30,000 for one filament factory and 45,000 for a light bulb factory, and I do need quite a few of them. 2 to be precise. That would lead to 130,000 credits that I simply don't have at the moment. So we need to wait. We need to wait for some loot that we might find that we can sell. We might also just conquer something, and conquering it is. Conquering I want to do, and that is the Admiral. Unfortunately, I try to be friends with him, but he's just got 2 good islands here to neglect, right? The first one is Braggart up here that has the coal deposits that I'm going to need. The second one is Menao. That is really important. Or Minho. This is really important because it has fur abundance. It's one of the few islands that actually has fur. And we're desperately capped for fur, right? There is no way I can get the fur up anymore at all with just the Demon's Pit. It's just not going to work. We're already boosting this and it's full. There's no more ways of me of getting this in other than item boost, and I don't find any items that we are able to boost that with. Also, re-rolling with the Admiral is just insanely expensive, so there's no way I can do this, right? So no way. That's those 2 islands in the old world. So as you can see, I've just casually situated my fleets here already in this area. So we're just going to station them so that I can fire immediately. The same goes with those ships here. Right, and then we have one thing in the new world. I've also stationed my ships here already. We're going to station them so they can fire from both sides, right, like this one and like this one, attacking all the cannons at once. And this one is really the only other island in the new world that has sugarcane. There is just no sugarcane to be found anywhere, and it's only on this tiny island and on this island, so we need it. And sugarcane, we are also now desperately capped. I can't get my rum production up further, and we do need more rum. So in that case, it's this island here that we need, Ponta Salgada. So that's that. Everything is ready for action. I think we also have some remaining ships of the lines ready, because I will, or I'm actually totally expecting some counterattack there at some point. The same goes with this one here. There's a few more warships now on the Admiral's side here. They're going to attack me, of course, as well. So everything is set. My own channels should be safe. Let's upgrade those buildings here while we can. The planks are in. Let's not forget about the next share them. Let's station this one somewhere over here. This one is somewhere over here. So my entry points are defended, and then we should have one more for this area. There it is. And that's the one with the mortar and the flamethrower. So very powerful ship. This will be able to take over 2 ships easily. So let's pull the trigger. It's time. Admiral, the second most powerful enemy after us, declare war. Here we go. And thus a global war has broken out, just like that, really. And immediately my ships engage in combat. Of course, we should really focus quickly on the defenses of the Admiral here. I think he is sending in some ships then as well. He's got the frigate there, right? On the other side, he's got a ship of the line that is coming out now on its way to us. But that's that. In the old world, we're fighting immediately here on Braggart and also in Minho or Meanho, and also trying to take this one over. He will not be so quick counter-attacking right away. There are his ships, right? So 2 of his ships of the line. One of them is probably going down by the looks of it. And we've already taken over the first island. What it is, I think it's in the new world, right? Yep. It is Ponta Salgada. We have taken it over. Very nice. We haven't lost a single ship here.
Resistance is crumbling.
Of course, that was to be expected. And I can already see that we get some nice loot here then. That will boost my financial power as well. In the old world, meanwhile, the battle still rages on. Braggart should fall next. There it is. That's really a blitzkrieg, if you can call it that. And here we also have Mianho. He's not even able to react so quickly, of course, with his ships. And he's furious right now. Next island falls. There you go. We might also just have a quick look at the loot that we find here, because I do need money, to be honest, right? So finding anything of use is something that is totally possible for us. Same steel beams, alright. And of course items that we have here in the harbor area, that's just totally random. There's also something. Another ship of the line here that we are going to take down. And we'll be able to take it down quickly. It is going down. It was actually in the harbor defense area there too when we declared war. So there's no way that he can actually save this. And I think that's already it, to be honest. He still gets some ships here and here. But I think he's not even trying to launch an attack. So look there. What about ceasefire? Because I have achieved my war goal for the moment, right? So ceasefire would already be possible, but I think he will demand some money there. Yeah, he will demand 70,000. So I'm going to decline this one for now, and we are just going to stay in a state of war with him, right? I've got my most important harbors here fortified. I think we haven't lost a single ship, did we? Might have lost one ship.
Fleet ready?
No, I don't think we've even lost a ship. Okay, I don't mind this at all. Of course, it was rather easy for us because we declared the war, and in that case, we just took over really quickly. Let's take the remaining ships that are still intact and use them as further blockades, right? I mean, there's still this island down here. That is still fortified. It also has fur, but I think we're fine on fur for now because we got Braggart here for the coal, and we got especially Mianhao now for the fur. Let's build us another clipper. Let's build us 2 clippers. We are constantly out of them at this point. We always need more clippers. And traffic is increasing so much in Scanlan that I will probably think about another pier. So I think we can still squeeze in one here. Let's do this. So this is quite the harbor area now. But there's also a lot of stuff coming in. Let's also sell the spoils of war. We got quite a few of that here as well. And this high-powered scope attack range increase for the ship, but I don't think we are going to need it. 20,000, however, we do need a lot right now. Let's use those ships to secure the channel a bit more towards Demon's Pit so that the ships coming from the New World are secured. There might always be a surprise attack. The thing though is what we can see, Alonso is also using the momentum here right now, and Alonso and the Admiral have been at permanent war since the beginning, I think, and he is using this too to attack the Admiral, so the Admiral is under pressure from 2 factions. Alonso is weak, let's face it, but he is helping us out there a bit by, taking away the full attention from us, and with that the Admiral really doesn't have the capacity to attack us there. His main island is still a bit too strong, right? This is not something I would tackle at the moment, but other than that I think this war has been won as well, and we can use the resources then to boost our economy further. Alright, Piratello is also looking quite busy now. There's 3 ships waiting. We can build a pier though. Let's do this in this harbor area there, just fine. And yeah, 2 will be fine though. I don't think that I'm going to need more. And Trinidad, you are going to take some of the planks that we're going to need. And perhaps, just planks really. Right, we got some more attacks. That's the pirate though. And there is my ship for it. And also here we have taken down some more ships, but that's really small, petty skirmishes. Nothing to worry about. Even though it slows me down there quite a bit, of course, on that ship. The self-repair should solve the problem, though. Yeah, he's building up some bigger fleets or some bigger ships there. Trying? Yeah, please try to to attack that clipper or flamethrower. A clipper we just got. All right, so let's use this one. Because Blobfish, what an amazing name, is going to take me some weapons and also some steel beams and bricks and get this over to Mianho. here we already have the planks ready for action. And what I'm really doing here now is, of course, it's pretty self-explanatory. I think we're just going to really have a small, tiny village here in the area. This is not a good area for a village, by the way, but we just need farmers here. And at some point, we're just going to get the rest in with the commute pier at this point, because my balance is getting better and we can soon afford the first ones then. Let's have a pub as well, and let's have a fisher depot here to support these guys with a few commodities. You can live in this area. And then we're just going ahead here now with a warehouse, really. And then, of course, finally, fur coats once more. More hunting cabins. Let's squeeze them in. We're going to need a few of them. It's 10 farmers per building, so it's really not that big of a deal. And
ship under attack.
This should be an easy task here now. Just getting us a few of them. And oh, that's a long distance. Should be fine though too. Right, and let's just build all of this. That's some whopping 60 farmers that we consume with that. Let's upgrade the warehouse just to be sure. And that's it, right? And Axum is going to be on this new trade route then. There is another plank delivery coming in that we are going to use then for the next upgrade there. But that's the first, and hopefully with the first then this problem is solved, so that the fur coats is finally solved, because let's face it, it's horrible at the moment. I might also need to use one of my next clippers on the next coffee, because 2 clippers is certainly not enough for the consumption. Let's pump out a few of them. We have 190,000 credits at the moment. Can we purchase a clipper? There's none for sale. Sometimes I just hate the newspaper. War declared. We are winning a war, but still this is not liking people that much. Also unhappy homes in Calavera. The streets are wet with tears as residents weep for the neglect. I still want to believe in this place, but the dream is dying. Holy cow, what's happening there? We need to check it out. Siege successful, however, gives me another boost again. So we are only there with negative or with plus 50% riot chance. Something I can easily counter with my police forces. Calavera, something is going on over there. It is my sugarcane production and people are not that happy on it. They don't basically have anything really except the grass to eat. But yeah, I think that's already a big luxury, to be honest. Now in Ponta Salgada we have now more space, right? And a lot of that, really. And this is also something where we're going to get a small settlement up. Nothing special. And reason for that, once again, is, yeah, obviously, sugarcane. Finally, by the way, there is a... Holy cow, there's a ship of the line actually managing to get all the way through. We should have some proper defenses set up there. Let's get this guy out here and actually set up a patrol for this channel. And yeah, it's a bit of a nuisance, but that's it. Let's get one more ship over to this region too. Where's my Lord Algernon, by the way? Lord Algernon, there you are. You should be in the area. No, he's down here. Alright. My mistake then. So there is a bit of a weak spot here, and of course the Admiral uses that. But there is a ship of the line already coming over, trying to take it down as well. I'm going ahead to further boost my fur production. Another 4 hunting cabins, and Axum is going to be on this trade route for the fur. It's a new trade route. It's going from Meanho to Scanlan, and this is basically just the fur. Getting this one in and also getting this one out again. Axum, off you go. And then down here we have Blobfish Beauty. You're going to be on the cotton trader. I've lost a ship there. And coffee wise, I also have now Fenton, another ship coming out here. And Fenton is going to deliver then also some coffee over. And yeah, well, Fenton, that's a long way from the Wild West over here to Anno 1800, Fenton. Very good. A Congrave rocket, something that boosts the damage output a bit. The ship is gone. And also, yep, there's my spoils of war coming in right now. Oh god, I'm going to need this. Also, very quickly, Jensen, let's purchase back the share. It's hectic at the moment. There's a bit of stuff to do. And then we got the 2 things here, getting me 140,000 credits. This is something I can do now to finally start building up then my light bulb production. And we have the coal in. Very good. Let's build 2 filament factories and 2 light bulb factories. A lot of money is gone with that, but another production is up and running. Still a few smaller skirmishes in the new world at the moment with some frigates attacking me.
Fleet en route. Let the sails fill. Fleet moving in convoy.
And also having a look at what we find. Some item boosts here. Oh, some weapons. And more weapons.
Attention for
I'll
the
take that.
Admiral.
Get the weapons back home, actually. A bit of Alonso on that side. He's still fighting the Admiral too. Oh, there's a ship coming. A big one.
Stations.
Let's be careful there. Also, Ponta Salgada has now the building materials that I wanted. So we can go ahead and build this... Really just a smaller village up once more. I'm not even going to bother with a triple road here.
Ship under attack.
Alright, and this makes it possible now to just add some sugarcane plantations to this region too. And that's then a trade route we can set up for the next rum production.
Let's look back on the exclusive
Alright, Alonso would pay us
result.
60,000 for peace treaty, I
Perhaps you
accept.
are
I take the money.
for the final ritual.
There is nowhere to be stated in the contract that this is a forced peace treaty, right? Or that a non-aggression pact. So we are free to declare war anytime we feel like it.
Poor lost land.
And the war is over. Finally some good news here. This hopefully gives me a bit of a boost, please, in the future. Please. Anything I'm happy with at this point. And there you go. That should all be fine for now. 10,000. Let's build us... Yeah, let's upgrade this one right away. And let's also give them a proper fire station, something like that. I will probably... It's a very short route, right? I will probably make another charter out of this. For the moment. And this is going to be for the sugarcane from Ponta Salgada to Piratello. With all the sugar you can get. Another 80 tons per direction, even though it's only 50 tons because it's a schooner that is delivering the resources. But this should make my rum production a bit more stable. We will then be able to build a few more rum distilleries because of that. How's it looking with the fur, by the way, in the meantime? Because this is something that I'm eager to see. Yes, we're going up on the fur. And that also should mean that we are really going up with the fur coats now in a steady pace. Because there's no more shortages now with that. We might actually, by the way, also... Just for the heck of it, consider that. But I think, nah, really, come on. What are we now at the moment? We're at 10 when it comes to production in Meanho. Only 10, really? Alright, 10 with that. And in Scanlan, we have a consumption of 20. But as we know, Ivygate is also... Demon's Pit, sorry, is also contributing with 13. That's 23 in total that we have right now. So that's absolutely fine. Why is he still getting those ships out? Trying to take down my, what? Clipper?
Steersman.
Your island is under attack.
Alright, in Braggart, I've got some resources now. Of course, that's also simple. We want the coal from this island. And we have 50 workers though, right? So we'll probably need to at least get some workloads in again. Because that's 50 workers that each one of them costs me. So in that case, I will need... a few people here after all once again. It's a bit of an annoying part, but I really don't want to waste money on a commute pier, right? I think they will not even need a pop. But I will provide fish.
Awaiting new horizons.
So some more resources are left over. Let's upgrade this one too, as it's going to be a production, of course. And one of my other clippers, Langustin, I just love these names. Langustin, off you go with some work cloth, so we can boost in some workers. Do we still need anything else in Braggart that I've lost? Some bricks can't hurt for the mines, but that's it.
On our way.
I wonder what that is. Is it a bad omen? Right in front of Foxglove. And ladies and gents, that's it. We have also now everything in for the engineers for investor status. So let's go ahead and upgrade the first bunches.
You reached a new milestone.
And with that, we've reached the age of big business. Hooray! Another huge influence boost. Another huge money boost. That's the more important thing here, leading to 11k on the balance right now. Things are finally shifting for us, are they? A members club, the first need already for these investors. And that's the highest tier that we can achieve without any DLCs. Beautiful buildings, no doubt. Also very interesting to see how the Admiral's share plummeted. It's only a value of 300 now, down from 600. And I'm just lucky that we have no more investment into the Admiral, because of course his share value will decrease in the future the more damage we do to him.
The fire has been vanquished.
Of course, we're a happy bunch. We continue with a few more investors. Quite expensive, really, on the planks. Bit of a surprise there to me, leading to 29,000 and 13,000 on the income. And once I have a few more planks again, we continue.
You reached a new milestone.
Metropolis city status has been reached with that as well. Still have a few planks. So upgrade a few more here in the center. Very nice. So far so good. Scanlan is growing. We're winning the war. I think things are looking a bit brighter now, also with all the new capacities that we have for production. We continue onwards here. Stay tuned.
A vessel shall be subject to an inspection.
Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to this fine day. Look at that, not a single cloud in the sky. Oh well, okay, let's ignore those here. Let's just say it's a very sunny day and a very warm day at that. And Scanlan, my ordinary metropolis, is alive. That is a great thing. And it's growing. And of course we want to continue with that. So in the last episode, well, we made the foundation for a few more industrial boosts. One of them is Braggart, an island that we conquered, with a very unhappy farmer population right now. They definitely would like to have something like, for example, a pub. Let's provide this for them. Braggart, of course, has one really nice purpose for us, and that is it gets 2 coal deposits. We also have some hops and grapes here. Not really that much that I need, but the 2 coal deposits I definitely want to get. And let's build both of them right away. With that, we will receive a bit of a negative workforce there. However, we can also now, with the workload that is coming in, boost those farmers to workers then right away. We got 220 farmers here. I think just for the sake of it, let's have a few more buildings here so that it doesn't look so empty. But other than that, Braggart is really just a small mining village, we can call it that. And that's just really it, right? Nothing else here. In the middle of the map. So it is surrounded by the Admiral over there. Alonso over there, and also the pirate that we can see in the distance here, actually right next to us. Yeah, and with the workload coming in, we can finally upgrade those people. And let's just go ahead and have us these blocks here in the center being upgraded, and that's already all the timber that I can muster for now. I'm leading to a population surplus of 40 workers there. There will still be a few moving in now, so another mine would be possible. We could even go with the second mine if I want to. Providing some more workload, of course. Langostine, though, is having a new purpose now, and that is a trade route. So we need to decide where this coal goes for. Destro is, I think, not that bad on the coal side anymore. So it's actually climbing a bit. By the way, there's a smaller attack somewhere. I think it's just... Oh yeah, Alonso passing by. And Scanlan, however, does need more coal. The reason for that is in Scanlan, we do have our filament production. Down here it is with the engineers that we're working, and I might actually consider moving the filament over to Destro. We will be able to get the commute pier up and running soon, so let's do this. Yeah, let's have Langostine delivering from Braggart to Destro. Even though Destro is already quite good with coal now, we will need more coal there in the future, right? So Langostine, there you go. And the new trade route has been established with that. It's looking good here traffic-wise, so we'll not need to worry about that pier or a second pier, even though I think, yeah, we could easily build one then over there as well, or next to this one. Next up on the list, what I can see is in Destro. It's not looking that great when it comes to workforce, so I definitely will need to provide a bit more workforce. Over here we have the marketplace, so I might consider having this one like so. And of course the police station gets a bit of a, perhaps an alley or something like that. I'm usually not doing this in smaller islands, but it's just fitting to use it here, really. And of course a few more over there as well. I think upgrading would be possible too. We should definitely consider this, as I do need those workers. Let's go ahead, and with that at least the workers are positive. That is a bit more important than the farmers, because the workers are used in the furnaces, and those we need for a whole bunch of things, while the farmers only really work for my farms, and we don't have the highest demand in that area anymore. By the way, this is also just a really nice transition that Anno 1800 shows, right from a farmer agricultural population up to the industrial population, as the growth is steadily going upwards and people are getting more sophisticated, they have more sophisticated needs, and we don't need the lower products anymore that often. I think that is a really nice showcase of how the system works in general, right? So my investors, by the way, they don't want anything to do with schnapps anymore, for example. Now, speaking about my investors in Scanlan, the first thing I would like to do here is upgrading my large trading post to the tier 4 grand trading post, the biggest one. I think this marks the beginning of our great Scanlan metropolis. The other thing is, we should reinforce some of those productions that we have here. One of them is coffee, for example. As I will need to, or as I will upgrade to more investors soon, we should also watch out that we have those goods delivered. That is, for example, here now my caoutchouc that we can go ahead with. I could even boost this a bit, I think. Yeah, it's fine. Instead of boosting, we might also just provide a few more plantations, to be honest. I think this is the better way of doing this. So we have lots of space here, and then this plantation there as well, all the way here to the river then. And upgrading those warehouses, nah, that's not really necessary, as they don't provide that many goods there anyway.
Workforce shortage.
Just a bit more timber that I will really need. Unfortunately, I think I will have to use actually one of my ships of the line. So I really need to get this straight, and let's get it over there to Piratello, getting the planks over. Another thing is my sugarcane that is in Ponte Salgada. We do have enough sugarcane production now, more than my charter route can handle, I think. So this is something, we got 150 tons here. Is it because we're full? Yes, we are full in Piratello. So not only will I need to provide a bit more storage now, we will be able to do this here. Let's just see that we make this one a bit more equal though, or even, so that it makes more sense for me to build then the next pier then here somewhere next to it, right? And let's build those 4 to provide a bit more storage, which is needed for the higher volume. I will also consider, since we are full with sugarcane, consider a few more rum distilleries, right? Let's go ahead and build us 3 more. We will need another lumberjack hut because of that. 90% efficiency is fine, plus a warehouse here as well, boosting my rum production ever so slightly. Regarding coffee, since we're in the area and money is no problem, let's build us 4 more coffee plantations. We also have, by the way, the Honolera's workforce, so that is fine. And together with that, 2 more coffee roasters here as well, leading to a slight deficit now, but it's just a slight deficit, and we easily can fix this one. And I upgrade a few more here, there you go, and here a few more, right, as we have, of course, the basic needs here. Leading to a perfectly balanced coffee production now. However, it's only perfectly balanced, so I will need to provide more coffee. I'm boosting my coffee plantations with that by, let's make it 50%. We can do this without losing too much happiness. We got the police station here too, close by, that is doing the job. And for the obreros, we have a couple of options available. Either we boost their happiness and boost them with their workforce as well, or we're just building a few more coffee roasters. I think I'm going with more coffee roasters, as space is not the biggest problem right now. Let's go ahead and just upgrade us a bunch over here as well. And then get us some 4 more coffee roasters on the way. I think this one here will need a few more fields though. There you go, all as well. And a few more tiny upgrades. We have 250 more Honoleros available. Up there, I actually like to keep farms for now. So let's just make the whole core city obreros. And as we can see, balanced workforce now, leading to a total production of 24 in Narubi. And when we compare this with Scanlan, we do have now a surplus of 7. 3 clippers will not be enough anymore, so let's also put Sovereign, a new clipper, on this trade route here as well. 4 of them should do the trick. In the busy harbor of Scanlan, let's continue with building a few more clippers. 2 more I will definitely need. And Independence just left the wharf, ready for action. Also, since we're in the area and I'm in the mood for it, let's go ahead and upgrade a few more people to investors. Those guys here. And then also here in the back of it, and also here closer to that oil tower. That's quite a lot of upgrades. Don't forget, we do need 5,000 for the highest tier of World Fair, so I will still need to go ahead and upgrade a few more of these guys. Also, we need room for a members club. I haven't decided yet where. We might actually replace it with a marketplace. So, yep, I think this marketplace here is no longer needed. Let's get rid of that. The same goes with the roads. This leads to a lot of space that we have here in the center. Just enough for a members club. And look at that. This entrance here is just coming in from that street. I love that. Nice coincidence, and we can use it here. It's not totally central, but it's still fine, as the members club has a huge range, as we can see, and the whole central city is deep green. And I don't intend to build any more investors anywhere else on this map. It's just here in this core city, and for that reason, that is fine. Let's build it, and it should also make a nice difference on the balance, as it is. Also, happiness for investors provided. I just love the location of this, really. It's a nice, discreet, hidden club somewhere here in the streets of Scanlan. With that out of the way, let's build a few more investors around the members club. Here, not that many artisans, because I think we're going to need a few of them soon. There we have it, and this leads to 4-8. So if I just provide one more good, like champagne, cigars, or chocolate, we'll definitely breach the 5,000. Newspaper, please give me something positive. Nope, absolutely not. Rum shortage gives me 10% consumption increase again. But the war successes that we had leads to a negative riot chance. So there will be not a single riot in the next period of newspapers. Another thing we should actually focus right away is my next production, which would be the steam motors. We're going to need them not only for battleships if I build them, we definitely will need them for the World Fair. So in that case here, the motor assembly line is a huge building. It requires electricity, a lot of engineer workforce, and a lot of resources, plus also 1,800 credits on the maintenance cost. Pretty high. Let's just check what we can replace it with. I think the canned food is optimal for this, as we're upgrading more people to investors. We do not need that much canned food anymore, right? So that means I can definitely get rid of these 2 blueprints here. I'm not going to get rid of a cannery yet, but I think we're going for that at some point. And let's try to squeeze in one of these factories here. And as I also can see, we definitely have a bit too much road here. So I think if I do it like that, we should be golden. I could also, something very strange I did here. We don't need that strange layout anymore, since, you know, I don't need these canneries here anymore. So let's just make it a straight line here from the power factory. Unfortunately, this game is not that great at making connections over streets, so we need to do this manually like so. And with that, we will be able now to squeeze in another motor assembly line and even a second one close by. There you go. And the first motor assembly line we can already place, and with that have another production finished. It does require steel, which we hopefully have a bit still left, and brass. Now brass is something that we had equal up to this point, so in order for this to get up, we will need to boost. I'm not that worried about riots at this point, so 50% boost for the brass is fine, and with that we should actually meet the requirements. There it is, 5 to 5. And without having to build any further factories or any additional factories, that is. However, steel-wise, we might actually run into pickle here. 33 tons we need per minute. And in Destro, we are producing right now 56. So we have a surplus of 14, 10 to 14, fluctuating a bit wildly here. However, I think transportation will be the main culprit here. I do have 2 clippers on this right now, but it's only 1 clipper each, right? Here, for example, we can see that this one is delivering the full 50 tons already, so it is more than it's capable of. The second one is my Schnaps trader. This one still has some capacity left over, right? As it's only transporting 46 tons. So that means we still have another 54 tons of room available on this ship. So no more clipper that we need for the moment. Now the time is finally right for first a commute pier. We can afford it at this point. Influence is not really the problem. It's just the 1,000 maintenance cost that we have to pay for each one of them. But I think we can afford this at well now. Now let's just see where we can actually place it in. My favorite port would be right here in the center instead of the shipyard. Now the shipyard is something that we can easily also just use somewhere else. Where it also makes sense. It doesn't cost me that much, so it's really negligible. And let's just go ahead and place it then some over there. Perhaps I can still squeeze in another depot so that this is looking a bit more connected. However, that is not possible, unfortunately. So I will really just need to go ahead and place our shipyard somewhere here. Let's make the connection then too with my harbor authorities. And I think here we just also make that connection complete. And with that, we can get rid of it and build us that commute pier right here into the center of it all. Let's go ahead and also make the connection. Make this one harbor area, as we can see. And with that, the first one is finished. The second one needs to be in Desro then, of course. And in Desro, we do have more space, of course. I could have it over here by the pier, but I think we're going with a few more piers, right? And the fisheries, I probably could have... No, not really, somewhere else. We do have a bit of space over there. I would actually like to move them over because we are going to need that space in the main harbor area for something else as well soon. So let's go ahead and just get us a few of these fishermen going. This should work out perfect. There you go. Can we still squeeze in another one? Perfect. And then another warehouse here for those guys. And with that, we can get rid of those 4 fishermen. Absolutely not required anymore. And get us in another commute pier, that is. We do need a free coast... Oh, steel beams. There we have them, and let's build the commute pier over here. Reason for that is we can have another pier then here as well, which we're probably going to need. And also another thing I would like to do then is my sand production here as well. As we can see, workforce is shared now. Happiness not so much, but the workforce is the one that we are aiming for here, to have finally engineers and artisans on Desro as well. Now you'll see why we need the beach area, because here we have a space for the sand mines. Now with the sand mines, we would also be able to do this in Swanell, I think, but we don't have that many workers here anymore. And I certainly don't want to get any more commute piers out, because every one of them costs me 1,000 on the maintenance. I think Meanho also has some beach areas, but we will not need that much, as they're producing 2 per minute. We are fine with a bunch of them, right? So let's just go ahead and make this one here complete. I think we should be able, to connect them here just fine. And then another one and another one. And that's already 8 tons of sand in addition. And with that, we just need some glassmakers now. They will cost me some artisan workforce. We don't really have that many artisans anymore. But I do have my glassmakers in Scanlon. So either I move them over. I think that is actually the way to go for me. So we have the glassmakers here. And we could just get them over. How many do we have? 2, I think. Yep, 2. 2 is easily replaceable, and we can have them also here in this area where we have then at some point, well, power. You know what, we can actually now get the power in because we got the engineers. I totally forgot about that. So let's go ahead and get us that power plant out. Now I could of course cut this whole section out and pretend like this was planned all along, but you also need to see sometimes what a burp I am. And of course this was not planned, so the coincidence is of course we can now use the electrical power plant with a bit of oil that we produce in Desro. By the way, I will need to activate my oil refinery again. We can do this. So let's just unload the resources that we need. With that, we can now build those 4 glassmakers here. They're getting boosted with electricity. So one more thing I will need to provide is probably a bit more glass. By the way, can we have another warehouse here? That should be fine. And then I'm going ahead with 2 more. Well, we probably can squeeze in even more here if I want to. There's another one into the harbor area of Desro, and then there's another one here. That's going to be golden, because we of course need twice as much as we can need, right? Because the Glassmaker consumes every 30 seconds, so 1 to 1. However, the glassmaker is boosted, so we'll need to provide this a bit further. You know what? Before I make the terrible mistake of actually building the fisheries, let's have it replaced with the sand mines, because of course the sand mines can be boosted by electricity, and thus I don't need that many of them because we can just produce twice as much out of that. Let's also go ahead and upgrade my warehouse here for the occasion, because it's going to get quite busy here, even though we have the glassmakers then close by as well. Now let's build all 4 of them, right? And then we are building the sand mines in addition. Don't forget, they're getting boosted, so I will also not need that many sand mines here, right? Let's reduce 2, and I will, however, still need to get the fishermen out there, and this is then the space that we have in this area. Just jolly good. Let's go ahead and have us a bunch of them. Wait a second, this making it like that should work. Yep, like that it's possible. And then we can... Nope, this is also not possible. Then let's have us another fisherman here instead. And how much fish do we need anyway? 13. Actually, that's quite a lot. We produce like 2 of them with each, so we do need 7 at least. And there we go, 7 fisheries. Let's build all of them here as well, together with that warehouse. I'm not able to squeeze in anything else here. Here we could actually have another one, but that's it. So we do have the 7 now in that area working. We could also just slightly boost them, so that we have a slight surplus of fish, and that's it. And let's upgrade that warehouse here as well. Those guys are fine now. We will now be able to build that power plant. Let's do this. And by the way, since we have now finished the glass makers and we're boosting them, let's get rid of the glass makers here, plus the sand mines here as well, saving us a bit of space in Scanlan and also a bit of workforce again. By the way, we got 600 workers. I might consider upgrading just a tiny few of them like this to get a positive balance out of the artisans again. What is going on with you?
Work, sleep,
they want a school. We don't have a school close by. There is a school, but we don't have a paved road close by. So what we can do here is, that is a new feature. Some of you have already been pointing it out. We can just upgrade now the roads like this, right? Boom. And all of them have been upgraded with paved roads. Love that feature. Has been needed a long time. I would have loved this feature for my Megacity series. It would have saved me a lot of time. Now, these workers have now the full school coverage. Even though I think this is futile work. We'll just see. Let's go ahead and have a look at my electricity. By now, all of them are being bumped with power. That means I theoretically don't need the 50% on the furnaces anymore. Let's get rid of that and save us a lot of unhappiness there. So we have a happy bunch of workers again. I can still go ahead and have a few more furnaces here in the center of it all. And this is also all now being boosted. Hooray! That's going to be a nice bump in production. 16 glass now. Comparing that to Scanlan, we have a very good... Actually, we don't have a surplus at all. We have still -1 on the glass. So I will probably need to boost... Oh, I'm not going to boost them here. I will just provide a second glass maker, or another glass maker, and be done with it. Let's also have that sand mine here. And in that case, I will still need to upgrade a few more workers now, once again. We are very tight now here on the budget, by the way, on my workforce. We will also need a few of them, of course, for the world fair. So I need to watch out for that. Some attacks in the New World don't bother us that much, at least not for now. It's just the Admiral here fighting with Alonso. And even the occasional explosion right in the middle of my industrial area does not make me sweaty at all, does it? No, absolutely not. We will feel the repercussions of that, though, pretty soon, as the sewing machines will be running out, most likely. Let's get some more building materials over. That's the important thing. There remains the task of actually getting the glass from Destro to Scanlan. Another trade route, hooray. There's absolutely no way I can do this with one of the trade routes that we already have. And... independent, you can go for this. I'm going to leave one spot available for something that we might need on the way here, because I think it's Scanlan. Wait a second. No, we are also out of ore, so in that case I will not be able to provide. Are we really out of ore? I do have 2 iron mines. Do I have... I mean, I'm getting it over to Destro. Yeah, we only have a slight surplus here. Still because of the canneries that we have in the area consuming the iron ore. How is it, by the way, looking with my sewing machine, with my steam motors? We're producing now 1 per minute, of course. And we already should have, yeah, 40 tons available. Perfect. That is a good balance. That's something we're going to need soon. So far so good. Scanlan is still existing, even though fluctuations are there. And we continue onwards. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how good of you to join, and welcome back to Anno 1800. Once again to an exciting episode. In this episode we are going to change the face of the world once more. The first action that I would like to do is going to take quite some time, so we're starting with that right in the beginning. I want to check how is my relationship with Anne Harlow. It is good, it is at peace level, reputation 76, so I'm not expecting any kind of surprise war on her side anytime soon. We also have the Admiral here still. Let's try it, ceasefire for 50,000. Yeah, it will make things a bit easier for us for a while. So let's go with ceasefire with the Admiral for 2 hours, right? The price is negligible as I do have the coin for that. And then there's of course Alonso, and Alonso is my target now. And Alonso has one more island down here in the south. It is though pretty well fortified. It has 2 flamethrowers, so quite hurtful. Let's gather the fleet. Let's gather all of my ships. So I will go in full force. Also full risk with that, but of course it hopefully should get us the success that I'm craving for. So this is going to take now all my ships that we have in the region, right? And we got them in a lot of locations, right? Up here, for example, in the channel of Scanlan. So this is why I want to make sure that we are at peace with the pirate, right? So that because my ships are now defenseless, there's nothing close by, so this is a bit risky for me, but I'm not expecting a war declaration from the pirate, and we're at ceasefire with the Admiral, so I'm also not expecting any kind of harassment from his side. So this makes it possible for us to really combine my forces in one spot, that is over here, and this is going to take a while, because the world is, yeah, not that small, and it's a lot of ships, let's face it, right? So let's just use all of them. They should not have any kind of formation. And please just get over there. And as we can see, yeah, things are starting to gather now, right? It's going to be a lot of ships, and it's going to take a lot of time. We are going to use the moment, though, to continue with a bit more. Let's just see. Yeah, expansion. We do have farmers, workers, not that many artisans right now, and lots of engineers, though. And this makes it possible for us to do one hurtful thing, or one thing that's going to hurt me a bit, and that is yeah, destroying a few buildings. We need to, because I'm intending to build the World Fair. I promised the World Fair, and I need to fulfill my promises. And of course, the World Fair should be in a good location. For that, I'm choosing this location here by the river. However, we are going to delete quite a few artisans and engineers with that. However, we do have space here, right? So we have a warehouse here that I no longer need because there's no production here. We do have a police station that I will also not lead in this location. So let's just see. We do have plenty of police forces though, right? 3. There's one more missing down here in this area, so I might just squeeze it in somewhere. It's not necessary, let's face it. I'm not expecting a full-fledged outright there anytime soon. We also have a happy population, and I can use this to kind of like, yeah, push a few more buildings in this area. So we do have the space for it. And we also, as we can see, do have the space for it, really. It's not looking pretty, but we can squeeze in the maximum amount of buildings that we need. Let's do this. The only thing I might need to check is where do we have my marketplace? There it is. And the marketplace, of course, unfortunately, the marketplace will be needed here, right? So there is no way otherwise. I do need to build them so we can boost them. We also have a bit of more space here that I would like to use, so we can have a bunch of more buildings in this area. I might want to go for a full road here. Can we go with 3? This is also suboptimal. What I can do is I can get rid of the road between the factories here and the marketplace, and this should make it possible now, yes, to have a full block here. And of course we are going with a full block like so, and these people here I will also just do like that, so that we have a bit of a symmetry here as well. And by the way, yes, we can go ahead, make it like that. I love that system, upgrading the roads as easy as possible. A bit of space we have in between. I might place a park or something like that in here, just so that we maintain the ordinary metropolis status. And a few more buildings now here that we can upgrade. We got 500 farmers. We're going to need them for the World Fair soon, and then we can upgrade them, right? We should be able, yes, to upgrade all of them, and also these guys here, of course, once they have fully grown. Next up, let's just check. I think my log production is not ideal. Definitely not in Scanlan. And we definitely don't have a lot of logs left in storage, as we can see. We are producing them over here in Ivygate right now. I might need to open up a new logs production. Meanho is perfect for this. We have some planks here, so let's go ahead and get us that road all the way to the other side. That is Sean attacking us in Calavera. Why are we at war with Sean again? Let's try it. That was likely. And he still doesn't like that. Peace treaty is medium high. 5,000 credits. I'll take that. Thank you very much, Sean. We don't even need to go to ceasefire, but we can go with peace treaty right away. And then we can go ahead here now and get us that production up and running for the logs. Because let's face it, we do need a lot of logs. That's still 100%. This is not 100 anymore. This is fine. With a nice warehouse in the center. And workforce-wise, it's also not really hurting us that much. Might also consider another one here, another one here, and also a warehouse in the center, because there's also an iron deposit that we will be able to use then as well. Let's build them.
We put our
and just amazing, right? What these few farmers here can do. They can support the whole island with fur coats or hunting cabins and logging camps. And this is now, of course, my next trade route. Then we have one trade route here that is getting with the fur. I think, how many tons of fur are we delivering here per turn? Yeah, it's not even 100 tons, I think. So I might, to save some ships here, I might actually say go 100 tons fur, go 100 tons logs. To make this ship really full, right? And if I see it's too full, then we're just going to add a second ship to the row.
Ship under.
Oh yeah, flamethrower in action also once more.
Are you finally
Some of you have been doubting me. Where's the flamethrowers? There it is. We do have them built on several islands.
Now we've
and that was the Admiral.
Workforce shortage.
CTC extinguisher. Alright, affects all buildings when activated. Reduces the chance of fires. 7,000 would be worth as well. Yeah, we might go for it. A few more planks are coming in. Let's reinforce my caoutchouc production. We're going to need more caoutchouc soon. So I would really like to push this a bit. There you go. Another caoutchouc plantation here as well. All squeezed in tightly. In comparison with Scanlan, we have a rum surplus of 22 tons right now. I think, yeah, we have 5 ships as well, so this should really hold up. Look at that. All 5 ships are delivering 200 tons right now. Do they ever arrive in the region? What is this? Not a single one of them is in the old world. 2 of them are in the new world and 3 are in transit? This seems strange. They are really in transit. Holy cow. And not a single one in Scanlan right now. Dare me if this is empty now. Nah, we still have 250 tons left. Perfect. So this is fine here. The same goes with the coffee, by the way. And this is all with the 10% consumption penalty that we are facing right now. Alright, ladies and gents, it's time for the hurtful truth. We need to destroy buildings. We need to destroy this whole block of engineers and investors. This one. This is just some artisans in here. And the fire station, the workers here, and also that hospital. We're destroying the world with a grin on our face.
Gently harvest the wheat fields.
Foxglove is looking good. And with that, we can afford the World Fair Foundation right here in the center, so that we still can have a road at least here. By the way, I think we push it a bit further down. Can we do this here? Yes, we can then have a road all around it. And here's the connection. Right. And this is the marketplace that we're still going to... Wait, we don't need that really in that area anymore. Let's get rid of that. And just, yeah, have us some more buildings close by, right? So this is totally possible. Like so. Like so. And then also... Here. And we could even have then an alley here. I think I like that idea. For now though, before I build those houses there, I think we will also still need to provide room for a warehouse. We have one over there. I think this will be fine. Yes, this is fine. It gets the materials from over there. So let's build those farmers there too. A bit of compensation, right? And here we also have more farmers. However, before I upgrade all of them, the full bunch of them, just a few, so that we have the workforce in again. Before I go ahead with that, we should then really start the construction of the World Fair Foundation. I love my island Jensen, by the way. There's 3 shareholders here fighting for this island. We have Miss Hunt here too. Let's purchase her out. The Admiral just purchased the share. Everybody wants this island here. I think Foxglove. Oh yeah, Foxglove. That's the target of Alonso. Now, hooray, the World Fair. We can finally begin with that. We have all the building materials in. Holy cow, is it expensive. Boom. There it is. 300,000 credits it costs me. Right, and with that we are dropping to 220,000, and with that we can also start phase 2. Phase 1 was the foundation, phase 2 is planks, cement. We have actually almost all of the cement in, and 500 farmers. Let's start with that. They will get the materials now from over here from the warehouse, and yeah, we are using the farmers. Once phase 2 is completed, we can upgrade those farmers to workers, because then we're going to need 1,000 workers, so we better upgrade them. Better upgrade a few of them already. Right, so here, as I can see, we do have the first people coming in already. There's my market. There's my market. And with that, we can upgrade them here. Let's do this right away. They're going to take a while now to get to artisans anyway. Meanwhile, the fleet has gathered. Let's declare war on Alonso to get rid of another adversary. Boom. And immediately, the drums of war can loudly be heard. Flamethrowers we need to focus on first. There's the other one. Oh, and it's doing a lot of damage there. First ship down, second ship down. Flamethrower down as well, so it should be a bit easier now.
Feral beast to be trusted.
3 ships we've lost so far. This one here we might pull out. Pull it out. Not a really good island here, the Nether Plain. Trading post is down, and this is inevitably now the end of Alonso. Some iron deposits we have on that though, and that's it. Island conquered. I mean, it was easy. Alonso was already down on his knees. Let's collect the loot here. Probably also some items that we might have lost. No, it doesn't look like it. We also will have some items on board. And yeah, also some chains, a cattle, and yeah, some stuff that we can sell for a bit of coin. That's it, right? So like this oxytophone, I might do this. I might also sell the grenades and the bar shots. Oh, by the way, there's a mortar. Let's equip it in the ship. We will use this against the Admiral.
Let the sails fill.
And a competitor has been annihilated. This is Alonso. He's completely gone. He wasn't really there anymore in the New World either, right? So that's it. Miss Hunt is still there, but she is now kind of like just passively waiting for her end. If he wants a ceasefire, we are of course respectfully going to decline this. And yeah, just happily wait for her end. Oh, the newspaper is really, really nice. Rival suffers a final defeat, that is Alonso. And World Fair Foundation has been built and Juicy Island acquired. And with that, no plus 10% consumption for a while at least. And also lots of happiness. Back in the Nether Plane. I love that name. We can unload a few resources because, of course, what we're doing in the Nether Plane is using or exploiting that iron that we have on this island here. It's a lot of it. So let's go ahead and just get us some blueprints done together with the iron mine. Since I'm not really picky, let's just build them right away. One of them we can actually work right away on. The other one is this one here. That's some iron there as well. Let's build this one as well. And a third one down here, this iron deposit, close to this clay deposit there as well. We got one clay deposit at least on it that I might want to use. And there's the iron number 3. 3 iron mines. With that, let's go ahead and build us a smaller marketplace together with some farmers that we can upgrade to workers, of course. They will, yeah, it's just a mining village for now. Of course, there's always the option to make a big city out of that, but we already have a couple of big cities. So all I'm caring about right now is quick resources, easy resources, and watching things grow. I think that's fine for now, right? Oops. just so that we get this straight, and also here, and then a fisherman to have this island fed. And well, we might also just place this in some ornaments here in the entrance area. That's it already. A few more building materials we'll need, but that's it. By the way, I will also need to get some, I think we do have quite a lot of weapons, right? Yeah, we're quite full on weapons. Let's get them over to Scanlan. And the other ship, we don't need to get the resources always from Scanlan, because Desro also has lots of resources, especially when it comes to timber and bricks and stuff like that. And since we only have one adversary now, one enemy, pretty strong enemy at that, I'll grant you that. He's actually got some ships, right, beside the defense. And in that case here, we will not do any more defenses though, because I'm not expecting a big attack on my islands. He's really just gathering his forces. He only has one other island, the Admiral, so he will not grow that big enough anymore. Those workers we can also boost now. Let's not do this yet, because I think we're going to need them for the World Fair. Can I do some engineers though? Yes, we could, because engineers, of course, that's always something. We don't need that many. We got 2,100. I think we're going to need 1,000 tops. So let's just go ahead and upgrade a bunch of them here, especially along the main roads. We're still unlocking new buildings. Interesting. New production chains here, right? So the steam carriages are available now. And we've also breached the 5,000 investors, and with that, all stages of the World Fair should be unlocked. I just rather say should. Now, some building materials in the Nether Plane. Let's go ahead and build this village for all I care. And also, let's provide them with the work cloth right away. By the way, a few more people I can definitely squeeze in here. There you go. And that's it. Skipjack, you're going to be on a new trade route. Once again, Nether Plane to Desro. And this time we're going with the iron ore. There's nothing else that I will need to do here, right? And Skipjack, you can do this. He's going alone for the first time, but then probably the first iron will flood in. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the scholars. I would love to get rid of that clay pit here. Unfortunately, that's not possible. However, what I can do is I can move the brick factories away a bit into my electrified area. This means that I also don't need that many anymore, right? So having them here somewhere... Oh, wait a second. How was this possible? This is not possible. I don't need that many fur coats. Let's get rid of this one. And let's have the brick factory in here. 2 of them. They will get the clay. And also be boosted. So that's fine. We don't need them here anymore. That's a bit of space that we have again for city development. In that case, I will definitely like to have a hospital over here, because we don't have one in the whole area. And 2 hospitals should be needed at the minimum. And let's have it on the main road there. There you go. And then I can still squeeze in some people here. Around the clay pit. I don't have bricks, by the way. However, that happened. So that we're really using every centimeter of this island here. A few more here. And this is also possible... perhaps in a better way. Let's get rid of those farmers and then just add them here. So that I have a road over there and they live right next to the road. I think I like this more. This is really tight, so in case there's any flooding, those people will perish, unfortunately. But that's the price of civilization in this tiny, tiny area. And just a few up here. That's really...
workforce shortage.
The outskirts. Is that possible? That is possible. Perfect. And this one out there. Perfect. What a beautiful location, really. Even has a little forest behind him. And yeah, there should be the end. World Fair Foundation Phase 2 has been completed. We can finish it. And whoop-de-doo. Looking... more sophisticated already, right here in the center of it all. And then we can go ahead now. We do need 1,000 workers, concrete, steel beams, and bricks. We have all of that. The bricks we will need to gather from other islands too, like from Desro. I mean, we got quite a few brick productions here now working, right? So we have a surplus of 0. That's a lot. Right, what's the case here? Yes, workers, we are pretty negative. Let's go ahead and upgrade now my farmers to get the workers that we need. Why do you not want to upgrade? You should actually. Alright, has all the demands met. And those guys that we just built, right? Let's give them some time here to grow. So, there you go. All of them want to upgrade. And of course, we're doing this. And then probably also in this new district up there. A bit of marketplace coverage they would need. Probably a safe bet to just build a bridge here, if that is possible at all. That's too close to the waterfalls. Perhaps this is possible, because we got the marketplace here. However, of course, we do need more bricks for the paved roads. Like so. Yep, but it reaches them. Perfect. Oh, Sean, 60,000. That is a lot of money. I will decline.
Ship under attack.
We will probably declare war right again, but we probably will be able to have a peace treaty for 9,000. I love him. Sean is a very special character, you should know this. Alright, balanced workforce it is. We continue with the World Fair superstructure now in the center. And then we continue onwards here. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to the high seas on here on a beautiful fine day in the Tropicans on one of my ships. We're just following along as a new operation was set in motion. As we can see, we're on a smaller fleet here, and in the background we can see a bigger fleet. Both of them belong to me, of course, and both of them have destinations that belong to Miss Hunt. That is her New World settlements. The first fleet is coming in here right now into Quilming. That is one of her last hideouts where she is still doing her hideous businesses. So we are moving in here, and yeah, well, we are basically now destroying those. Also boosting my shippies there quite a bit. While the second fleet is moving in into her main New World island right now. A bit more heavily fortified. Still taking them a bit of time here, so we are going to follow along what's happening in Quilme. A few latecomers also here. I'm not expecting really to lose that many ships, perhaps one. We are already building a few of them in the old world. We are not even going to lose a ship on this island, of course. And after that, there it is, already gone. Morale is already crumbling. This is an island with coffee, cotton. It's not really something we would need. The other fleet is moving in as of this very moment. We are conquering the southern island. And we're also taking down this one here. Also, not really with any meaningful fertility to us. But of course, it's just necessary to clean up the evil. All of it. And a last desperate offer for ceasefire. Of course, we're going to respectfully decline. As she's also losing that last island here. Not really giving up that easily, are you? There it is. Very good. And with that, we have also purged Miss Hunt from the world. Is it true? It is true. She's no longer here with us.
Enemy's resistance is crumbling.
Took some damage there too, but I don't think we've lost anything.
Ash, don't you think?
And as always, she's got some good items there that we can sell. Workforce increase 30%. I might actually consider this. We're also reaching the unifier influence bonus with that, because we have that many islands under our control, and this leads to another 100 workforce now in total. So not 100 more, but plus 50 more, and that is 100 base workforce now on every island. Makes it a bit easier now to build some outpost mining facilities and stuff like that. Let's just quickly take those items there with us. Another competitor has been annihilated. And let's get those ships back home again. So I think we will not really be needing them here. Demon's Pit, you can go. There's a bit more loot out there. I don't even know what this is. I think those are just the remaining ships of Miss Hunt that kind of like exploded when she was totally destroyed. So we're just going to have a look what that is. And there might also be some stuff here. Crop farm productivity 30% increased. That is not so bad for the sugarcane, right? But now we don't have a space problem anymore, really. So I don't really care about that. Any kind of meaningful loot? Nope. Soap, fried plantain. That's it. Ships will now get back to the old world where they belong. Meanwhile, a warfare superstructure has been finished once more. Let's make this one ready. And with that, as we can see, it's looking more majestic than ever. And we are starting with phase 4 out of 5. This one is the glazing. It requires windows, 1,500 artisans, 150 steam motors, and 150 wood veneers. We have already 87 of that in store because, of course, I built some wood veneer factories some time ago. And with that, let's go ahead, make this one happening. This will now make my artisans drastically negative, but we have the ability now to upgrade a lot of workers, right? 1,200 still would like to follow. And let's go ahead and just upgrade those bunches here. And as we can see, we're down to 600 now on the surplus. Oh, and then of course I'm out of bricks. That is still fine though. 500 negative. I think we could pause any kind of industry for the moment that requires in artisans. I don't even know. I don't think we have that much really. We're full on windows. I could pause all my window makers. This saves me a bit of workforce. There's also quite a lot of fun things going on in Death Row right now. Can we squeeze in a... Yeah, that will be tricky, but I think we should be able to do this. Get rid of that road here, just behind my school. Yes, very good. That we provide medical care to my people here. We should really do this. It's also hurting my workforce, of course. And as it is shared with Scanlan, it also hurts the workforce in Scanlan. So this is, of course, one of the risks of having a shared workforce. We need to provide infrastructure to all of my shared islands. So the shared workforce I would like to use, of course, right away to get my next zinc and copper production up and running, since we do need that for my brass production that is already pretty low at this point. So let's build them. We do have 100 workforce baseline for workers, so I don't even need to upgrade these guys here as we just have enough really. That's the zinc, and then we have the copper over there together with another warehouse. And of course, one more thing. Both of my trade routes are pretty full, but we can use another one, the Pelican, on a new trade route. This is going from Meanho all the way to Scanlo once more. And this one is going to deliver the copper and zinc. It's not going to be a much, so I think this is going to be fine. And then we're also going to take some logs with us, because we can always need more logs, right? And I also sent some reinforced concrete over here, because the occasional mine likes to blow up. And in that case here, this copper mine was not working. Let's boost this one by 50%. This is fine.
A good leader uses everything. Was destroyed.
Alright, war declaration is here. Once again, the ceasefire with the Admiral is over. We are not going for peace anymore. We are going right into his main harbor. He has gathered some ships here. He's also gathered them up there. Harassing my trade routes now, as we can see, obviously. And I will probably just need to pause some of my ships here, as my main fleet is now approaching, going right into the main harbor. This is going to be nasty for both of us, to be honest. He's got some ships here ready. Holy cow. And we are moving in, of course. One downside is that we are... No, actually, we are sailing kind of with the wind. Yeah, it changed, right? So this should be fine. And this should be fine, I'm saying, because I have no idea, honestly. We're moving in. Let's try to move in through the center of it. So that we can kind of like... Ooh, this is nasty. Oh, come on. Yeah, let's let his ships sail up there a bit, because we can fire them from both sides, right? And let's use my mortars here on that side, on the defenses. Let's also activate a bunch of torpedoes and also a bunch of bonuses to any kind of ships. I think his ships are down now almost. There's still more here.
Your city has grown more beautiful.
There's still another ship of the Admiral, and I think that's it though. I still got some frigates left over, but that shouldn't worry me too much. And that's his main island. I think he does not have defenses anywhere else, right? It's looking rather good for us at the moment, though we took a lot of damage, and we also lost quite a few ships in this battle here now.
Your enemy's resistance is crumbling.
And there it's down. Perfect.
That's it.
Miss Or mishunt. The Admiral's main island is gone with that. Still another ship of the line down here. And I think up there he still got some frigates and whatnot. Yep, destroying my clippers. They rather destroyed my clippers than helping his main island, but that's okay with me. There's so much loot here. I mean, a lot of ships went down, of course. There's also a dynamic loudspeaker. We can boost our balance with that a bit, our income. Let's just get some of those ships ready. Well, a few of my ships still get up there now. We're sailing against the wind though, so we are going to be slow. There's still another frigate here. Let's try not to get too close there. With my damaged ship. We're going to chase them. And there is also this frigate here. Looks a bit lost, to be honest.
Ship under attack.
Going down now too, of course, on the high seas. And we have some smaller skirmishes out here still. That's with those 3 remaining warships of the Admiral. My damaged ones could stay in the area here. Well, a few of my ships also get down here to this island. Oh, there's a flamethrower. I will not be able to do this just with a bunch of ships. We need to send in the whole fleet for that. And also this is down. Very good. Let's just clean it up there quickly. Or he's just going to safety now to his smaller island. I think that's what he's doing there.
Your harbor is under attack.
Is it my harbor? I think not. I don't think that he's actually attacking my harbor or anything like that.
Fleet on the move.
We're just trying now to take down his ships there too. Lucky us, we do have another smaller portion of my ships close by, but they're fast. Holy cow! Look at that. There's no way I can actually catch them with the mortar. All right. I think they're going down here to the safety of his harbor area. His last remaining harbor area, that is. The newspaper doesn't really like that so much. The welfare is at a standstill. I think we're still producing though. War declaration and invasive investment. The rival buys a share, leading to a lot of unhappiness across the area now. Oh, yep. We can also see this here unhappy population in Scanlan. I might need to adjust my boosting here a bit. The filaments, yes, very good. And the light bulbs. This should help me. I don't need that really. I don't need the production boost really to stay stable on that. This is going to hurt us a bit. There's the flamethrower. Let's try to get rid of it quickly with my mortars. Alright, down, but it took one ship with it. Right, there's still the occasional loot here for my ships. That's fine. Oh, look at that. There's still a ship of the line, the Santa Maria 2, in the back here, trying to figure out what it should do. We're going to make that decision easy. Getting over there quickly. But now that the last island is gone, I think it will just sail to the new vaults. Mirandela has also been taken. Lots of loot here once more. And with that, we have vault domination in the old worlds. It all belongs to us now. No more enemies except the pirate, but the pirate and we are friends. Not really that much I need to do here. There's one more ship that we need to clean up. And of course he will not be really able to build a lot more of these ships now, as ship of the lines require, well, quite a few resources. Meanwhile, in Scanlan, I can upgrade a few more of these workers now to artisans, something we should be doing. We have a lot of workers that I don't really need, so also this whole site here can be made artisans now. and the occasional farmer that we're lacking. Of course, yeah, this is Destro right now. One hospital is not enough, it seems. Well, we can still go ahead and repair already a bunch of them to at least get the workforce positive again. And so it is also upon us, the end of World Fair Glazing, which marks the end of phase 4, and we can move on to the last phase. This will require 2,000 engineers, 300 filaments, 150 light bulbs, 300 caoutchouc, and electricity on top of everything. There it is. Electricity should be provided, of course, as the power plant is not that far away. The rest will just get here in time. Now, I don't need the wood veneers anymore, so we can get rid of that, right? If I ever get the cigar factories up here, or cigar production, then we're probably going to need it. In the meantime, I can also just have some additional farmers here that we can then have. And engineer-wise, yep, we can now finally go ahead with upgrading a few more artisans to engineers, so I would definitely like to go ahead with those guys. This will really finish this side of the city here, right? We still have 2,000 left, so let's go ahead with those guys. And probably then also a few here, right? On the other side. Those guys probably want a university. There is a bunch more that I can upgrade to artisans as well. Like those guys. And the occasional engineers then to reach a positive balance there. Looking good. It's also time to finish this alley here now with the elm trees. By the way, no, wait a second. There is something way better than this. We could go with hatches. Like this. Fantastic. Actually, here we could then also have some fountains or anything like that. Let's go ahead with that. As entry points, and then also some ornaments. There you go, liking me a little park there just in the back of it. We might actually, instead of this one, use something like a normal plaza area, where people can also just enjoy the day. What not? In the New World, meanwhile, the war wages on. In that case here, the remaining 2 islands of the Admiral, of course, need to be destroyed as well.
Ship under attack.
I think you already waited for it, and now the moment has come. The Admiral's end is upon us. And it's fine to lose an eye, to lose a ship here. It's just adding to the drama. He's returning now with his gunboat and ship of the line. While my ships of the line take care of the rest. Down it is, another clipper. And then of course, this main area. I think that water can still be used. On what ship is it? Seems like it's not firing really. There it's down. The main island of the Admiral in the New World. Nothing really interesting on it. And then it's his last island there. Luros Kaidos. Pretty cool name. Once again, he desperately tries to restructure. I mean, he still got some good defense there, no doubt. For such a small island.
Ship under attack.
Now we have the mortar finally also working. The smaller one.
Fleet on the move.
Also take care of this. He still got some ships there, right? Yep, but they will of course now disappear into the void. And there it's down.
That's it.
And with that also the Admiral is gone and we have achieved victory officially. And with that also world domination as the last one bites the dust. It's just us and the pirates now, but with the pirates we can stay at eternal peace. I don't really need to destroy the base because that is just, yeah, I don't need to do this. With that, all the opponents are gone and another competitor has been annihilated. And also finally, the last phase of the World Fair is completed. Finish the phase, and with that, ladies and gents, we get ourselves a beautiful new World Fair monument once more. And of course, as always, it's very much worth it having a look at it from the ground. This is just really a massive building. Marks the completion of our metropolis, marks the completion of world domination. In a really beautiful city, gotta say that. I love rivers in general, but this one is especially beautiful with the mountains there also. Looks very idyllic. Right here in the city center. Also a towering waterfall in Scanlan. I mean, it's a beautiful city, no doubt about that. And this World Fair just makes it ever so more beautiful. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, also we have reached 30,000 people. A new major milestone for this tiny city, I gotta say that. One of the smallest ones that I've probably had in Anno so far. But it's working and it's prospering with a lot of income, a stable income, stable population, and world domination. We don't have to fear anything anymore. I hope you enjoyed this series despite its flaws in the middle game. We have managed to turn it around quite a bit, I think. And for my next extreme, I know exactly what new setting I should left unchecked, and that is the diplomacy section, of course. We're going to include that in the future games as always. Glad you still stuck around until the very end. Once again, very successful series. Thank you to all my Patreon supporters as well. Thank you very much for your continued support. And with that, onwards to new adventures of Anno 1800 and other games. Stay tuned.